Chapter 1 Arriving on Earth, Infinite Combat Power Enhancement System. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving on Earth, meeting the system activation conditions. Infinite Combat Power Enhancement System starting 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%. Ding! System successfully activated. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 75 kg. Combat Power Index, 15,000 points. Current System Level, Level 1. Auto Hang On, Combat Power +1/second. 25 years. 25 years. Who knows how I got through these 25 years? As the spaceship landed, Lin Chuan, who was in the spaceship, was full of excitement and could hardly suppress his emotions. As a time traveler, he traveled to the world of Dragon Ball and became a Scion child who was sent to invade an alien planet in his early years. For him, such how incredible it was. However, it became a fact. I remember that when he traveled through time, he was in the cultivation chamber, and he was full of excitement. He believed that after traveling through time and space to this world, he would definitely become a big man who could defeat the world in the future. Even if his combat power was only 50 points at the beginning, it was still 50 points, 48 points higher than Kakarot. You must know that a capable farmer holding a shotgun only has 5 points of combat power. At the beginning, he was full of expectations. At the worst, Lin Chuan would imagine another possibility, that is, even if he was so bad, as long as he had the opportunity to find a remote small planet to hide, he would be an invincible existence on the planet. By then, not to mention reaching the level of destroying the universe with 3 punches and competing with the god of destruction in the original work, but with this strength, he would be able to marry 10 or 20 beautiful wives on a low-level planet and live a stable life. Imagination is naturally beautiful. No matter which one it is what Lin Chuan desires. Moreover, the most important thing is that you must bring a golden finger when you travel through time. It's a pity that it can't be activated directly. He needs to meet the activation conditions before it can be enabled. Go to Earth. Then you can activate the Infinite Combat Power Enhancement System. It's a great system name. Although I don't know what the function is, Lin Chuan is so envious. After all, as long as he meets the age of 2, has stable strength and functions, and can accept memory information inheritance, he can leave planet Vegeta to invade alien planets. Will it be easy to go to Earth at that time? The so-called system in hand, the world is mine. At the age of 2, he accepted this cultural memory transmission similar to the inheritance of the Scion clan, and then was sent to a surveyed low-level planet for invasion. If the combat power is less than 100, it will only be sent to a planet with extremely low danger to invade. Therefore, Lin Chuan at that time did not have any resistance, nor did he have any idea of stopping it. On the contrary, after leaving planet Vegeta, it was the sky high for birds to fly and the sea wide for fish to jump. Who said that in a few years, planet Vegeta would be destroyed by Frisia because of a word from the god of destruction Beerus? If you want to live, you have to think more about yourself. You have to be unknown. It is best that no one can find his trace, or even determine that he is dead. Otherwise, Frisia's minions may not let him go. As for saving people, saving his parents in this life, Lin Chuan has no emotion at all, and he has never even seen what his parents in this life look like. I only know that there is a record in the inherited information that his mother is Seraphi and his father is Thomas. Both his parents are combat-type scions who have been fighting outside for many years and have never even come to see him. Perhaps because his combat power is too low and he is just a low-level warrior, so he is not welcomed. Of course, Lin Chuan doesn't care about these. He only cares about whether he can get to Earth as soon as possible, activate the system, and start the road to rise. When his strength is so strong that he can even surpass the gods, he can also pretend to be arrogant and shout out that sentence, "The top of the immortals, the world is proud, only with me Lin Chuan can there be a sky. Perhaps, it doesn't fit in this world, but that's what it means. It's a pity that before reaching the invasion planet, Lin Chuan was extremely disappointed. I thought that maybe I could take this opportunity to make a big turn and change the destination to go to the Earth. As a result, the spacecraft was granted the authority to reach the destination planet first before returning or going to other planets. Lin Chuan had no choice but to let the spacecraft go forward, and he went into hibernation. Space travel is boring and long. In order to ensure the stability of body functions and pass time quickly, living beings will choose to hibernate. After a nap, you can reach your destination. Thus, the pain of more than 20 years has come to an end. When he arrived at the planet he was going to invade, he realized that the planet was no longer the data when the tribe surveyed it many years ago. The entire planet was hit by a meteorite and suffered a mass extinction. At the same time, the planet was covered by haze and volcanic ash all year round, leading to the arrival of the Ice Age. His arrival was a direct entry into a hellish life. Fortunately, he was a scion, not a low-level species without strength. Even if he was a child, with the help of the compressed basic food reserves in the spacecraft, he could barely ensure that he could survive for a short period of time, so that he could slowly get used to it and find hope for survival. You said, since we have arrived at the destination, can't the spacecraft go to other planets? That's right. But the spacecraft he was riding was an old-fashioned spacecraft made by the early Frisia Corps. The protection level was too low, so that the spacecraft was swept by heavy sand and dust after entering the atmosphere, and the landing happened to be fixed in a pothole-filled ice valley, causing the spacecraft to be damaged and unable to travel in space again. In simple terms, he was trapped and died on this planet named V3114. In this way, let alone going to the Earth to activate the system, it was a difficult matter whether he could survive. For more than 20 years, Lin Chuan has been struggling on that planet every day, fighting for survival every day. Until 3 months ago, a spaceship of the Frisia army descended from the sky, as if it suddenly remembered this low-level planet that it had to conquer in the early years, so it came to survey whether it was still valuable. The opponent's combat power is not bad, with 5,000 points. But it was still killed by the hidden Lin Chuan with one blow, thus, not only a bunch of supplies were obtained, but also this new type of micro-spacecraft. It should be said that this was a pie in the sky for Lin Chuan. Fortunately, he has been surviving in a cruel environment for these years, and he will also use his understanding of cultivation to improve his strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill this soldier of Frisia's army. Having the opportunity to leave the planet, and also finding a planet named Earth from the star map of the spaceship, Lin Chuan did not hesitate at all, even discarded all the things stored on the planet for many years, and left directly. Finally, it took 3 months. Today, he finally arrived at the Earth where the original book set sail. And, he finally completed the system activation task that had not been completed for 25 years. Chapter 2 Combat Power Increases by 1 per second. Excited. Excited. Happy. Emotions kept coming up. Lin Chuan recalled the past 20 years, and tears were about to flow. If he wasn't a time traveler, if he wasn't always trying to restrain himself, hoping that there might be a miracle tomorrow, he would never have waited until this day. If it were anyone else, they would probably go crazy. Sober up. Lin Chuan finally calmed down and focused his attention on the system. Infinite Combat Power Improvement System. At this moment, he finally understood the function of this system. After 25 years, today, all the resentment and negative psychology were finally spit out in one breath. Combat Power +1. Combat Power +1. Combat Power +1. Combat Power +1 per second. Watching the continuous appearance of the Combat Power +1 prompt on the automatic hang-up item, Lin Chuan suddenly felt refreshed. Although with his combat power of 15,000 points, even if it is improved by 1 point per second now, there is nothing special. But if he continues to accumulate this, it won't take long for his strength to advance by leaps and bounds. 1 point of combat power increase per second. 1 minute, 60 points of combat power increase. 1 hour, that's 3,600 points of combat power. It means that in just over 4 hours, his own 15,000 points of combat power can be doubled to 30,000 points. It's terrifying to think about it. Fortunately, this is his golden finger, not the enemy's. If it were the enemy, what would he use to stop it? According to this calculation, his combat power can be increased by 86,400 points in 1 day. 25 years of hard training, but he couldn't reach 1/6 of this value. Calculated as 1 month and 30 days, that's 2,592,000 points. 12 months a year, more than 30 million points of combat power increase. Lin Chuan can do nothing, and in 3 years, he can become a universe emperor level existence with a combat power of over 100 million. What is the final combat power of the universe emperor Frisia? It's just 120 million points. Just survive for 4 years and you can surpass it. The most important thing is that this is still a level 1 system function. The system can be upgraded. After level 2, the combat power that can be increased per second will be increased to 10 points. Level 2 is like this. What about level 3? Level 4? Or even higher? At this moment, for him in the past, those unattainable existences and those areas that could not be easily reached now seem to have become things within his reach. It is really true that with the system in hand, the world is mine. But, how can I upgrade the level? He was puzzled, because the system did not prompt, and he did not know what conditions were required. There was no way, he could only wait and see how to trigger it. Don't think about it, the more I think about it, the more confused I am. I always feel like I have missed something. Have I lived in vain for so many years? No. Absolutely not. If I lived in vain, how could I be who I am now? Lin Chuan suddenly had the urge to laugh and cry. Of course, he did not really think that he was a loser or a waste. For so many years, he did not practice, nor did he lie flat all the time. It's not that he didn't want to leave the planet, but he had no way to do it. Even if he tried to practice teleportation, he didn't know anything. It took him 2 or 3 years to successfully practice the cultivation of qi. On a planet like that, he was either struggling for survival or on the road to becoming stronger. Otherwise, death would be waiting for him. So no matter what will happen in the future, he will never forget the experience of more than 20 years, day and night. In the final analysis, Lin Chuan felt that even if his talent was very poor and his starting strength was not strong, he had forced his strength to 15,000 points, and he was very proud of it. At least he didn't rely on anything, and under limited conditions, he grew up with the help of himself. Besides, in this era, Frisia was not dead yet, and even Vegeta might not have arrived on Earth yet. His strength was far from comparable to that of the protagonist Son Goku at this stage. Comparing with the protagonist, isn't it enough to prove that he didn't waste his time? It's just that some things really can't be thought about. To achieve strength must be improved step by step, and you must practice steadily, rather than just doing it recklessly. Lin Chuan is a time traveler, but he is not a person who is ambitious. Thinking about it is natural. Who doesn't want to have a combat power of over 100 million, over 1 trillion, or even become a Super Saiyan, and then become a Super Saiyan God? But these are all unrealistic. In short, the improvement of strength is directly related to the things experienced. The original Z warrior's strength increased rapidly after the era of the universe, and there are reasons for it, not just out of thin air and random improvement. Although it is similar to cheating, at least there are adventures and help. 25 years, now compared with the combat power improvement of the system function reward, it is naturally incomparable. Lin Chuan had an idea in his mind, that is, he must keep his mind stable and not be blinded by the continuous improvement of strength. Of course, the arrogance that should be required is still required. In his past and present lives, he was a bold and unrestrained person. Retracting his thoughts, Lin Chuan raised his eyes and turned off the system of the spacecraft. Since he had arrived on Earth, he didn't need this spacecraft. After so many years of hardship, he finally arrived on Earth and activated the system. Shouldn't he have some fun? If he didn't comfort himself for 10 days or half a month, he would be sorry for his hard work in the past 25 years. The next second, a sense of arrogant belief emerged. He opened the hatch of the spacecraft, but there was no movement. It seemed that the hatch was stuck at some point, so it could not be opened under the control of the spacecraft system. After trying several times, it was still ineffective. Lin Chuan didn't think about anything else and kicked the door of the spacecraft open with a domineering kick. Damn it, he had already arrived on Earth, and this spacecraft was still playing tricks on him. As the hatch was kicked open, a different air hit him in the face. Although there was no feeling of spring breeze, the refreshing cool breeze made Lin Chuan feel more comfortable. This is a feeling I have never experienced in my life. Standing up, leaving the narrow space of the spaceship, walking out of the meteorite crater created by the spaceship, Lin Chuan really stood on this land. Here is a valley with lush forests and grasses and mountains and rivers. It is full of the smell of life, which is so intoxicating. Although there is no breath around, you can sense the breath of various animals from a distance. As long as it is of a certain intensity, it can be detected. This is the benefit of practicing qi. For me, this is a new beginning. From this moment on, it is really a sea of white fish leaping. Speaking with emotion in his heart, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, moved his mind, and slowly floated up to the sky. Dancing in the air. Chapter 3: Important People Who Open a New Era. This is the Earth, although it is somewhat different, it is also the Earth. Muttering this sentence in his mouth, Lin Chuan was quite emotional. After all, he was an Earthling in his previous life. In this life, he traveled through time and space to become a scion. Later, he stayed on that doomsday planet for 25 years. However, Earth is still his hometown that is deeply rooted in his beliefs. As the saying goes, first impressions are first impressions. Although they are two different Earths in the world, there are more or less similarities. Open your arms to welcome this world and integrate into the Earth of this world. For him, the future is a smooth road. After breathing enough fresh air, Lin Chuan flew between mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Not only did he see the landscape of this world, but he also saw the creatures of this earth. There were animals that he was familiar with, and some that he was not familiar with, and even animals that had long been extinct on Earth in his previous life, such as various dinosaurs, saber-toothed tigers, and other ancient animals. Until he galloped hundreds of miles on the sea and stirred up thousands of waves, Lin Chuan suddenly stopped this crazy venting. For no other reason, the combat power detector carried on his right eye issued an alarm reminder. This is also the inventory in the spaceship that robbed the advanced soldiers of the Frisia army 3 months ago. There is no fear of being discovered, because even if this thing has the function of interstellar communication, it also has great defects. The first one is that there is no identity authentication function. Unless you log into your personal registered account, you can share the channel. So even if you use someone else's combat power detector, as long as you don't log in, you will not be noticed by others, and they will not know who you are, so anyone can use it as long as they carry it. The second is that the universe is so big that a galaxy is so huge that it will be directly ignored as long as the distance is far enough. There are countless combat power detectors in the range, so how can they pay attention to such a small one? The spaceship is the same example. Although it is numbered, in fact, as long as it is not a tagged object of focus, it will not be paid special attention. This point, Lin Chuan had a detailed guess and analysis back then. Unless you take the initiative to contact, otherwise, you will not be found by others. When they first arrived at the planet V3114, although the spacecraft was damaged and could not travel in space, the internal communication function was still maintained for 10 years before it was damaged under the heavy load, and the combat power detector. When he heard the news of the destruction of planet Vegeta, Hayes. At that time, he was still worried for a long time, whether Frisia's army would come to kill him to eliminate future troubles, so he didn't dare to contact them actively, fearing that his whereabouts would be exposed. This worry lasted for a whole year, and then it faded away. From this, Lin Chuan also roughly understood that although Frisia's army exterminated the Scions, they would also send high-level troops to kill the Scions outside, but as long as they could survive, they could escape the disaster of extermination. After all, how many Scion babies were sent outside in the original work? The number may not be 100,000 or 1 million, but it is definitely more than 10,000. Later, there were only a few Scions who survived. Maybe there are still some in the universe. But it will definitely not exceed 2 hands. Therefore, it is certain that Scions like him will either die in a harsh environment, or be killed by masters hidden on the planet or extremely lethal weapons by accident, or successfully conquer the planet and report it, and then be discovered by Frisia's army and killed. The only ones Frisia allowed to survive were Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Besides, Broly, Paragus, and Vegeta's brother Tarbal, who appeared in the later part of the original work. They just lived in a low-key manner and were not discovered and killed. Otherwise, Broly would have appeared on the stage earlier, and Tarbal would have died. Lin Chuan didn't think that Frisia would be so kind as to keep Prince Vegeta as a dog and a useless little prince to play with. 2,800 kilometers southwest are there several people fighting with combat power of more than 1,000 points. Combat power 416. Combat power 1,330. Combat power 1,307. Combat power 1,500. Wait, 1,307 dropped to 1 point? 1,500 points dropped to 1,345 points. Hiss. Could it be? As the familiar data appeared in the combat power detector, Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. Before, he was too excited and forgot to use Qi to sense the situation of the entire Earth to judge what stage the plot has developed to. In fact, Lin Chuan can roughly guess it, because according to the time of Vegeta's planet explosion, until today, it should be the era when the great universe is about to begin. He is 25 years old this year, 2 years older than Sun Wukong, which means that Sun Wukong is now 23 years old. 23 years old, isn't this the turning point of fate? With the extension of the plot, Lin Chuan immediately thought of who these fighting auras were. Son Goku, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Raditz, an important figure who opened a new era. Good boy, I caught up with a good show, and it seems to be almost over. Lin Chuan glared and rolled his eyes. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity. I had thought about what I would do and how I would develop after coming to Earth. After 25 years, although those fantasies have become a bubble, there is now a chance to let the Z warriors on Earth know his existence and accept his existence. Excited, Lin Chuan did not hesitate, and immediately went straight to the destination. The speed was so fast that it reached nearly 30,000 meters per second, which is 100 times the speed of sound. The sound barrier kept bursting, as if it was going to shatter the void. For him, Raditz is a stepping stone to the Z warrior circle. How can he let it go? Even if he is also a Scion, he is him. Taking this opportunity, saving Sun Wukong not only changed the plot, but also integrated it. Not to mention getting along well with the Z warriors, just say that he has come to Earth, and it is this era, many people and things can be intercepted. And to intercept some people, you need an absolutely perfect identity. Just like the heroine Bulma, how can you let her go? How can you not intercept her? Lin Chuan is a realistic person. Before he traveled through time, he had fantasized about traveling through time. Now he has really come to the Dragon Ball world, and there are so many opportunities. Strength must be obtained, and women are also indispensable. If it were Lin Chuan 3 months ago, he would indeed have no hope for the future. But God loves to joke so much. He sent that Frisia soldier 3 months ago, and thus made him successful. As for Vegeta, he can only say that he is sorry for him. No. This real world, since he has come, it can no longer be calculated according to the original work. What should he do in his life? Why should he care about others? Chapter 4, shocking the whole audience. The difference of the times. 100 times the speed of sound, reaching a speed of more than 30,000 meters per second. In just 1.5 minutes, Lin Chuan has crossed thousands of kilometers and arrived at the destination. At this moment, from landing on the Earth to now, Lin Chuan's combat power level has reached 16,680 points. From 15,000 points to the current 16,680 points, it has increased by 1,680 points. 1,680 seconds have passed, which is a full 28 minutes. In such a short time, even if the strength is improved little by little, this continuous increase accumulated in a short time makes Lin Chuan feel extremely satisfied physically and mentally. There was no specific feeling when activating the system. Now, Lin Chuan has actually experienced the rapid improvement of strength. Even if it seems to be only 1,680 points, not even 2,000 points, but a warrior of his level can easily distinguish the high and low. At least Lin Chuan is now certain that he can defeat himself before he arrived on Earth, and it will be very easy. At the same time, on the ground. Originally, the battle situation was very unstable. The advantage that was created with great difficulty was reversed the first time because of Son Goku's carelessness and kindness. The second time, he created an opportunity, but missed it because of Son Gohan. Now it is the third time. It is hard to imagine that the 4-year-old Son Gohan burst out with unparalleled fighting power and hit Raditz hard. Now, it is time to reverse the situation again. However, a person wearing the same clothes as Raditz suddenly appeared in the sky. This person appeared so domineeringly and suddenly, and his speed was so fast that it shook the void and was extremely terrifying. Now he stands in the void, exuding an extremely terrifying aura all over his body. It is much more terrifying than Raditz. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, you're done. It seems I'm not the only one who came to Earth. Your Earth has long been spotted by Frisia's army. Don't say I didn't remind you. This man's fighting ability should be far superior to mine, and the sister is jealous of the alliance. Raditz was hugged by Son Goku from behind, and because he was hit by Son Gohan's fatal headbutt before, he couldn't break free for a short time. Originally, he was still afraid, because the guy named Piccolo was concentrating on the skill that could kill him. If he succeeded, he would die on Earth. It's better to come at the right time than to come at the right time. Even if you don't know the identities and purposes of the two sides are different, but they are all combat uniforms of the Frisia army, which means they belong to the same legion. Raditz would not know, he is too self-righteous and has too rich imagination. Even if they are wearing the combat uniforms of the Frisia army, who can guarantee that only the Frisia army will wear them? Sun Wukong could no longer hold on at this time. He had no choice but to put aside everything and shouted to Piccolo, "Hurry up, Piccolo, I can't hold on any longer. No matter whether the new guy is an enemy or a friend, now we have to kill me first. Then we can think about other things." Speaking of this, Sun Wukong also vomited blood because of his injuries. Sun Wukong is very simple and his ideas are very simple, but it must be said that he can make decisions at every critical moment. After being treated like this, Raditz's newly born fluke mentality was defeated again, and he panicked. "Don't joke, Kakarot, are you going to die with me? Damn it, even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Don't you see the situation clearly yet? Your Earth is finished. Hey, hey. You are finally scared, that's right, I want to die with you." With no brotherly love, Son Goku doesn't care about anything else now. This has been established since Raditz touched Son Gohan. If he didn't touch Son Gohan, Son Goku still thought he could persuade this so-called big brother to put down his butcher knife. What are you waiting for, Piccolo? Gritting his teeth, feeling the increasing power of Raditz, Sun Wukong has exceeded his own limit. After all, with his current strength, he is far inferior to Raditz. Even in his prime, it is difficult to lock Raditz. He was anxious and urged. But he didn't know that Piccolo on the other side was feeling very uncomfortable at this time. Sun Wukong was naive and simple, how could he know how Piccolo felt now? The air that suddenly broke through the air was like a planet pressing on him, making him unable to move. The air in the body was originally unstable, even with the help of the magic light-killing cannon beyond the limit, but in this case, it was directly disrupted. Even if the moves were maintained and not dispersed, the level of combat power broke through the original limit. But he was shocked that, unable to move. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Piccolo gnashed his teeth. Such a good opportunity, but he had to miss it. He had a lot of resentment. If Son Goku had not let go of Raditz's tail, Raditz would have died. The situation would not have turned out like this. Beside him, the timid Son Gohan trembled and cried. In this situation, Piccolo was even more irritable. His breathing became heavier and heavier, and he watched the man in the air gradually fall down and finally land on the ground. The look in his eyes almost made him lose his mind. It's so scary. The combat power exceeded the previous critical value and reached 1480 points. The amazing moves not only exerted his own strength to the limit, but also made the lethality of the moves enough to kill the enemy above the level. After the evaluation, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and was a little interested in trying Piccolo's ultimate move. Magic Light Cannon, this ultimate move that first shined in the prequel to the Great Universe, how amazing was it when I saw it back then. It can be said that the IQ of the early Z fighters was awesome. Various moves emerged one after another. But in the end they were all submerged in the tide of history. Early Z fighters, with their own different means, each had their own characteristics. Later, when they became stronger, their strength unable to keep up, the result is that the development route is mainly based on strength. As long as the strength is sufficient, the moves are slowly left aside. Son Goku either uses King Fist or Kamehameha, and there is no shortage of Kame-style fighting methods, but they are all the same. The same is true for others, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo. No one will easily innovate. This point was not changed until the beginning of the Majin Buu arc. After the advent of the Super Era, especially Son Goku and Vegeta, they began to pay attention to the change of moves, choose to accept new things, and thus break through to a new realm. You, who are you? After finally saying this, Piccolo was already sweating profusely. Chapter 5 Piccolo, what have I been doing these years? It should be said that Piccolo of this era is still very perceptive. If you feel that you are not easily controlled by the other party, you will be very tough and domineering. But if the opponent is strong enough to crush him, he will be smart enough to retreat in order to advance. Before answering this question, how about letting me take your move first? Lin Chuan said. As soon as these words came out, the three people present were shocked. No, it should be four people. Even Son Gohan understood, staring with two round eyes, silly and cute. After a few seconds of silence, before Piccolo and Son Goku had time to speak, Raditz, who was locked by Son Goku, seized the opportunity, broke free from the restraints, and regained the main control. Damn cockroach! You calculated my dear brother so much, next I will let you know how stupid you are. Raditz escaped from danger, and did not stay in the same place in the next second, but came to Lin Chuan's side as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He subconsciously regarded Lin Chuan as a companion. Because of the accidents that happened one after another, he was almost killed twice, which made him more alert. He didn't launch a fatal counterattack against Sun Wukong directly. To be honest, Lin Chuan thought he was really stupid. If it were him, he would definitely take this opportunity to kill him directly. You are playing like a house? You only played a few hundred points of combat power with 1,500 points. I am a member of the Scion team No. B119 of King Frisia's First Legion. The captain is Vegeta. My name is Raditz. As Raditz reported his identity, Lin Chuan glanced at him. There was absolute deterrence in his eyes. For a moment, Raditz, who was about to please, stopped talking and stood there obediently. For Raditz, he was completely a low-level soldier in Frisia's army. Even if he didn't know how much combat power the person in front of him had or what his identity was, he knew that he must be stronger than him. Obviously, from the model of the battlesuit Lin Chuan was wearing, it could be seen that he was at least one level higher than him. Judging from the momentum released by others, their combat power was at least more than 2,000 points. As for using a combat power detector to detect this is really disrespectful to others. Even if Raditz was stupid, he knew that it was very impolite to test others' bottom line in the current situation. Once he made the other party unhappy, he would become the other party's punching bag. To be honest, as a Scion, you obviously have a combat power of 1,500 points, but you were beaten into such a miserable state by two people whose combat power was less than 1,000 points. It's really sad. Without paying too much attention to Raditz, Lin Chuan criticized the current situation from his own perspective. Tell Raditz how useless he is. For such an evaluation, Raditz blushed and was furious for a while, but he couldn't get angry directly, so he could only refute in a low voice. That's entirely because these earthlings are playing tricks, and they have mastered the method to control combat power. If not, how could I be taken advantage of by them again and again and that little devil? Before he finished speaking, Lin Chuan turned around silently and looked at Raditz carefully. This action made Raditz take a deep breath. As Lin Chuan exerted a trace of breath, the combat power detector in front of his eyes also changed digitally. There was no prompt at first, but now there is a digital prompt because of the alarm. The opponent's combat power rose from 1,000 points to thousands of points in one breath. Combat power 5,000 points. Raditz was shocked and immediately became more humble. It was determined that this person's status was far above his, at least comparable to that of a senior warrior. He wanted to retort, but what was his 1,500 points of combat power in front of others? Even Nappa, who had a combat power of 4,000 points, was far from being this man's opponent. Unless it was the prince. You're just saying so much to cover up your incompetence. His eyes narrowed, and his breath became heavy for a moment. Lin Chuan directly put pressure on Raditz, seemingly a superior scolding a subordinate. Under this situation, Son Goku, Piccolo, and Son Gohan on the other side seemed to have become heir. However, Son Goku and Piccolo, who had experienced many battles, knew that this was their last chance. No matter whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, or whether they were the same kind as Raditz, to protect the Earth, they had to win by surprise. With the exchange of eyes, Son Goku and Piccolo seemed to have made up their minds. At this moment, the two of them came out at the same time. Hand. Pico's magic light cannon went straight to Lin Chuan, attacking the blind spot on his back. Sun Wukong risked everything and used the last Kamehameha wave. In this situation, Raditz, who was originally terrified and frightened, was shocked and immediately responded, "You really don't know how to live or die." After saying that, he instinctively backhanded and hit Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave hard without waiting for Lin Chuan to react or speak. "Where is Lin Chuan?" He turned around with a smile on his face, and raised his hand to hold Piccolo's magic light cannon in his palm. "Ambush him? No way. The gap in strength is too big. This big move that can penetrate everything in the world originally has the power to kill Raditz instantly, but in Lin Chuan's hands, it is like a toy. If it were Lin Chuan, whose combat power had not yet exceeded 10,000 a few years ago, he might not be so direct. But now his combat power is nearly 17,000 points. Even if he only takes out 5,000 points of combat power, he can't be hurt by this move. Besides, his physical strength is very good, even far beyond the same level of fighters. These years on that planet are not in vain, and the combat power is increasing every second. Combat power is the embodiment of comprehensive strength, including the comprehensiveness of all aspects of body functions. Therefore, with the current improvement of combat power, Lin Chuan's body is also getting stronger every moment. The progress is very slow, but this can be obtained without practicing by himself. Seeing that his ultimate killer move was blocked by the opponent with one hand, Piccolo's horror was even more thorough. It is unimaginable that with such an attack beyond the limit of his cognition, what kind of courage does the opponent have to dare to take it directly? Is the gap really that big? Damn it! What have I been doing all these years? Piccolo cursed in his heart. For so many years, his vision has limited his growth. He thought he was invincible and would be the best in the world as long as he defeated Sun Wukong. He never thought that the world outside the world was so vast. A random invader was an existence that they could not resist even if they tried their best. This is the case now, but what about in the future? These people represent extremely powerful forces, the so-called Frisia Army. Chapter 6: The Sudden Change in Style, the Intention of Recruiting? A seemingly unexpected sneak attack. The dust brought by the energy collision explosion also carried rolling heat waves and flames. It is really impossible for ordinary existences to be unscathed, but for people with a certain level of strength, it is not worth mentioning at all. At this time, Lin Chuan stood at the center of the explosion and couldn't help coughing. To quote a famous saying of Raditz, that is, useless attacks can only raise some dust. When the aftermath of the explosion completely dissipated, the smoke and dust also disappeared with the wind. Under the gaze of Piccolo and Sun Wukong, the last hope in their hearts was wiped out. Not only did he fail, but he didn't even hurt the opponent. Especially Lin Chuan, he took the magic light cannon with one hand, and finally crushed it, which was enough to show how big the difference in strength was. Even Raditz, who was injured before, was able to ensure his safety in this explosion. Lost but, damn it! Sun Wukong panted continuously, and finally fell to the ground, his whole body showing a big word. He has tried his best. The last desperate gamble consumed all his strength, so now he can't even stand. He wants to fight again, and he doesn't want to admit defeat, but the facts are so cruel. On the other side, Piccolo is in a similar situation to Sun Wukong. He has already reached his limit, and what he just played was all he had. Now the situation is like this, he is also trapped in the abyss. Action, failure. I never thought that I, Piccolo, would become a frog in a well one day. It's ridiculous. The earth is over. Having the courage to face death, such a breakthrough in the state of mind is actually good for both Piccolo and Son Goku. Before Lin Chuan could say anything, he did something. Raditz was excited because he blocked the ultimate move and began to show off. Obviously, the absolute advantage made him proud again. He. Kakarot, my stupid brother, I have said it long ago, your doomsday has come. Originally, you didn't have to die, because as long as you joined us, you would be a member of Frisia's army. Now you have this great opportunity, and it has also brought an absolute disaster to the earth. Raditz said as he approached Son Goku. That arrogant attitude made people feel like the god of death was knocking on the door. Son Goku was unable to refute, Piccolo was powerless, and Son Gohan kept crying. This Raditz is really a typical bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong. It is this kind of fussy character that hurts himself. Recalling the scenes in the original work, this guy did invent a lot of pretentious quotes. But it was also this kind of character that caused him to lose his life. Seeing Raditz going to ravage Sun Wukong, Lin Chuan naturally would not pretend not to see it. As long as he really kills Sun Wukong, he will be in an instant. As for being attacked by Piccolo and Sun Wukong, he didn't take it to heart at all. To be honest, it was very wise to attack in an instant without knowing who was the enemy. Seize the opportunity and kill with one blow. It's a pity that the strength gap is too big, and Lin Chuan has enough confidence, so he is not afraid at all. In simple terms, when adults are talking, how can they care about two children patting themselves beside them? Only people like Raditz will take revenge. Besides, Lin Chuan also said in advance that he would let Piccolo attack him. He wanted to see how powerful the magic light-killing cannon was. What's wrong? Don't you even have the strength to stand up? You are such a useless guy. Since you are so unreasonable as a father, then go to hell. I will take your son away and train him for you. Walking in front of Sun Wukong, Raditz's domineering attitude seemed to be afraid that others would not see that he defeated his brother. The weak can only find a sense of existence at this time. Facing the strong, a character like Raditz is dispensable. Stop, Gohan, run! Threatening his son again, Sun Wukong didn't know where the power came from. It was as if it was a last gasp. This scene once again shocked Raditz. After several losses, he retreated more than 10 meters away at the moment when Sun Wukong exploded. He was cautious from the beginning, worried that he would capsize again. You are really a waste. I can still scare you even when I am like this. 1,500 points of combat power on you, it's better to give it to a dog, Raditz. With one sentence, Lin Chuan belittled Raditz to the bottom line. To be honest, his combat power is probably less than 100 now. Even if he explodes again, what level can he reach? Even if Raditz is also injured, he can fully exert the strength of more than 1,000 points of combat power. Being scared by a person whose fighting power has fallen to the bottom is really a dog's life. It should be said that Raditz is really a wimp. He has the absolute strength to crush the opponent, and he has a natural hand at the beginning, but in the end he was beaten to pieces by himself and was killed by Sun Wukong and Piccolo. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, Raditz had no idea what Lin Chuan really meant. He just thought he was looked down upon and couldn't wipe his face. He was extremely unhappy. Although Lin Chuan's fighting power is indeed as high as 5,000 points, everyone is working for King Frisia. Even if his level may be one level lower than others, as a team, their Scion Trio is one of the most capable teams under Frisia. Although I don't know who you are? Which team do you belong to? But, as soldiers of the same legion, there is no need to be sarcastic, right? We'll meet each other sooner or later, and maybe you'll have such a time in the future. As he spoke, Raditz paused, as if something had happened that made him stop talking. It wasn't until a while later that his face froze, and he said, "We met on Earth this time, and it's fate that we met. We're all working for King Frisia, and I think you came to Earth to survey whether Earth is worth invading, right? It just so happens that you're alone. And your combat power is as high as 5,000 points. How about cooperating with us? Compared to Earth, our Scion team discovered a planet of extremely high value some time ago. This time I came to Earth to seek help from this useless brother, just to get more strength and seize the time to complete the invasion. If you join, I believe it will be done soon. By then, the credit and benefits can be evenly distributed." After Raditz's long speech, Lin Chuan was surprised by Raditz's sudden change for a moment. You know, he was insulting Raditz without any bottom line. He was not afraid that he would not fight back, but he was afraid that he would not fight back. Otherwise, he could not take action against him. As a result, I don't know where Raditz got the scheming from. Not only did he suddenly change his temperament, but he also said such a thing to him. There is no doubt that this is not recruiting him. Not to mention that he was like two different people before and after, even his eyes seemed to have changed again. Unbelievable. But soon, Lin Chuan saw a subtle red light on Raditz's combat power detector, and then he realized that it seemed that someone was passing on the message behind this guy. It shouldn't be Nappa. After all, the fool described in the original book is not stupid, but his IQ is indeed not online, and it is absolutely impossible for him to teach Raditz to say such a thing. So, if it's not Nappa, it must be Vegeta. Unexpectedly, they are far away on the other side of the galaxy, but they are always paying attention to the situation here. Chapter 7 Vegeta and Nappa, the miserable Largo. Located in an unknown galaxy far away from the solar system. On a grey-black life planet, two men in the combat uniforms of the Frisia army were eating the creatures on the planet. Of course, they were roasted over a fire before eating. There is no doubt that they are Vegeta and Nappa. Originally, Vegeta and Nappa didn't care at all that Raditz went to Earth to look for his brother Kakarot. After all, he was born as a low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2. Even if he grew up and is still alive, how much combat power can he have? He can't help them clean up the battlefield, right? After all, even Raditz is just a waste in Vegeta's eyes. He doesn't matter if he is more or less. If there weren't only a few of them left among the Scions, he would have abandoned them long ago. After learning that Raditz arrived on Earth, if he and Nappa hadn't taken over the planet at this moment, he wouldn't bother to pay attention. The previous changes were indeed somewhat unexpected. After all, there was a way to control combat power on Earth. But later, when he learned that Raditz was almost killed several times, he exploded with anger. In his words, he really raised a good-for-nothing for so many years. He is even worse than Kakarot, who was born with a combat power of only 2 and now has a combat power of less than 1000. He is not good at anything, but he is the best at eating. However, for him, Raditz also brought him a special news, that is, there are others going to Earth. Although he didn't know who it was, the opponent's combat power was as high as 5000 points, which means that Earth has attracted the attention of Frisia's army. Such a remote planet is worth almost 0, and no one would come to investigate such a planet that can't be sold for much money. Vegeta, can you let Raditz pass the message? The value of that planet is at least equivalent to 100 large life planets rich in minerals. Nappa swallowed the food in his mouth and then spoke. It is said that people with simple minds have well-developed limbs, but Nappa's well-developed limbs are not really as brainless as described in the original book. He has a brain, but he is stubborn. No problem. I want to see how the other party reacts. As a member of the same legion, he still speaks so rudely after knowing that Raditz is my subordinate. Who is the captain who leads him? I am quite curious. Vegeta had a cold light in his eyes, and then he said, no matter how bad Raditz is, he is still my subordinate. Not just anyone can bully him. He has his own plan, and he must have a purpose for doing this. For him, as long as there is value, it is of course the best. If he is unwilling to cooperate, after understanding the specific details, consider how to deal with it. Although Vegeta has always been ranked in the upper middle class of Frisia's army and is not even a top fighter, he is not afraid of anyone except Frisia and the Jinyu force with a combat power of 18,000 points. Even when facing Dodoria and Sabo, he has always maintained his pride. As proud as he is, he only woke up completely after experiencing the beating on Namek in the original work. Earth. Looking at Raditz in front of him, Lin Chuan's expression changed unpredictably. If it was the surveyors of Frisia's army, they would probably accept such a recruitment. After all, who would not want the credit that was delivered to the door? What a pity! Whether it was Vegeta's idea or Raditz's plan, they used the wrong person. Lin Chuan was not interested in this kind of thing at all. Looking at Raditz, Lin Chuan went from thinking that he was a loser to slowly showing a trace of pity. To be honest, Raditz was indeed pitiful. Not only did he not have a brilliant record in his life, but he also died tragically on Earth in the end, and died at the hands of his own brother. You say he is evil, right? He is indeed quite evil. In order to make Sun Wukong surrender, he said that Sun Wukong should kill 100 Earthlings to surrender. He even captured his own nephew to threaten him. In fact, is this really evil? Not really. In the final analysis, it is very likely that Raditz wanted to show his strength, so he wanted his brother Son Goku to listen to him. From coming to Earth to dying together with Son Goku, he can be said to have only killed the farmer who attacked him with a gun. In other words, Raditz died unjustly. As the first boss who appeared in the prequel of the Great Universe, he ended after opening a new era. Besides, Raditz's life can only be described in 2 words: miserable. In the early days, he followed Vegeta by the king's orders until the destruction of planet Vegeta, and he completely became a laborer at the bottom. Later, he finally found a sense of existence, but he was dragged to death by his brother. Although he was asking for death, who can be sure that this was not a plot kill? If Raditz was really evil and hopeless, he would not have asked Son Goku to kill 100 Earthlings to make a name for himself, but would have completely destroyed the Earth. With Raditz's strength, it is actually enough to do it. To put it bluntly, Raditz is more humane. Just think about Nappa's mindless brutality, torturing and killing people when he disagrees with them. Vegeta is ruthless and doesn't even let go of a loyal teammate like Nappa. In contrast, Raditz came to Earth and did not carry out large-scale destruction. After finding Goku, he mainly persuaded him. Even if he was rejected, he only used coercion and inducement. If it was Nappa or Vegeta, how could they have so many choices? And this is not the saddest part. Before he died, Raditz still thought that his sincerity could be exchanged for Vegeta to come to Earth to seize the 7 dragons. Zhu summoned the dragon to revive him. It was frustrating to live, and it was even more frustrating to die. The worst thing about him was that he didn't even know how miserable he was. From the beginning, he wanted to kill Raditz to get a ticket to the Z Warriors Circle, but now he has a little compassion. Lin Chuan was slightly touched. He is a living person, this is a real world. It's not a game, it's not a plot. His thoughts will also change constantly because of his encounters and experiences. Looking at Raditz in front of him, who was still proudly negotiating with him, Lin Chuan really wanted to tell him that he was so obedient, but Vegeta and Nappa didn't take him seriously at all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan's eyes condensed, and he began to talk. First of all, my evaluation of you is not just a simple sarcasm. I look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Because you are so stupid and stupid. Secondly, since we are both scions. You have 1,500 points of combat power, but you can only play to this level. You are so weak that you can only trample on your own brother for fun. In my opinion, this is the most useless performance. We scions should be the more you fight, the braver you become, and the stronger you become. But you act so timid and even cowardly in front of your brother. In the end, you were sold and helped others count the money. What a fool! What you said just now was taught to you by Vegeta, who is far away on another planet. Don't you think that your words will bring disaster to yourself? This is the Earth, and there are endless galaxies in the middle. If I want to kill you for a disagreement, who can protect you? After saying this, Lin Chuan showed a teasing look. He suddenly changed his original idea and wanted to lend a helping hand to Raditz. Of course, he also needed others to be willing to hold his hand and get out of the abyss. Since Vegeta used him to test and recruit him, he would change Raditz and let him face Vegeta in a year. Raditz versus Vegeta, what an interesting thing. I don't expect Raditz to defeat Vegeta, but it shouldn't be a problem for Raditz to defeat Nappa under his training. Chapter 8 I am also a scion. As a series of words reached the ears of everyone present. Not only Raditz was shocked, but Piccolo and Son Goku were also stunned. Even Vegeta and Nappa on the other side of the galaxy were incredible. Nappa stood up in shock, with an unbelievable look on his face. He is also a scion. Over the years, they have visited and investigated the surviving scions are almost extinct. It is a miracle that Raditz's brother Kakarot is still alive. Now this guy not only wears the combat uniform of Frisia's army, but also has a combat power of 5,000 points. What does this mean? Too much information. You said you are a scion too. Impossible. Logically, there should be no scions except me, Nappa, Vegeta, my stupid brother. And my brother and the little devil from Earth. You are still wearing the combat uniform of Frisia's army. Do you think we are all idiots? How could we not know whether there are other scions in Frisia's army? Raditz said righteously and confidently. Being questioned to this extent, Lin Chuan knew that his home court had come. After all, he took the initiative to expose his identity for this reason. I am not afraid of getting to the bottom of it, but I am afraid that others don't care and don't ask. He is a scion, and he must say it now, so that he can better integrate into this world in the future. Immediately, Lin Chuan laughed and responded, "Het. Nothing is absolute in the world, many things are not absolute. You mistook me for a soldier of Frisia's army. I never said that I was Frisia's dog. Take a good look at our scion's tail. You should recognize it, Raditz. I am also a scion." As he said that, Lin Chuan loosened the tail around his waist. Before, who would pay attention to this detail? They were all shocked by Lin Chuan's sudden appearance and the powerful strength he showed. Now seeing it, everyone was shocked again. "So, you are really our scion?" The most shocked person was Raditz. The tail was the best proof. He stared at Lin Chuan and asked again without hesitation, "Tell me your name." "Scion's name? It's been more than 20 years. If you don't ask, I almost forgot it." As he said that, Lin Chuan's mouth shone. He knew that Vegeta and Nappa behind him also wanted to know who he was, so he said, "Talos. But compared to this name, I prefer people to call me Lin Chuan. Lin of the forest, Chuan of the mountain." After the voice fell, Lin Chuan glanced at Piccolo and Son Goku on the other side. Knowing that they were very nervous and worried at this time, he immediately said, "You two don't have to be so scared. I came to Earth without any malice. I believe you can also feel that I don't have any murderous intentions. Also, you don't need to worry about Raditz doing it. What happened? After all, even if he wants to do it, he won't dare to do it with me here." After the voice fell, Piccolo and Sun Wukong were both stunned. Lin Chuan was too direct, which made them difficult to accept and even more suspicious. In response, Raditz on the opposite side was not happy. "What is your purpose? You are not a member of Frisia's army, so why are you wearing this combat uniform? And do you mean to protect the Earth? Protect my stupid brother? Do you want to be a traitor to the scions too?" After asking several questions in one breath, Raditz was obviously getting angry. He couldn't understand what was going on with Lin Chuan. He was not a soldier of the Legion, but he was wearing a combat uniform, and he came to Earth after him. It was too much of a coincidence. Also, this guy was obviously trying to protect Kakarot and Piccolo. Kakarot, in his opinion, was already a traitor to their scions. With his thoughts in a mess, he could only wait for Lin Chuan's answer. Coercion and inducement can only be used on beings weaker than oneself. For Lin Chuan, whose combat power was as high as 5,000 points, Raditz didn't have the courage. The reason why he said so hard about recruiting before was because he had Vegeta's support. So now, he could only question him as a scion. "Traitor or something, that's just your opinion. I came to Earth for a purpose. But it's definitely different from yours. As for what you said about protecting the Earth, Kakarot, and the name Kian, you are right. I don't intend to let you hurt them. Speaking of which." As he spoke, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Such an expression made Raditz tremble all over and his back felt cold. "What are you talking about? Speaking of which, don't you think that instead of figuring out my purpose and intention now, or caring about whether I want to protect the Earth, Kakarot, and others, you should be more worried about your current situation?" Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Turning on, he said, according to what you said, you came to Earth to find your brother Kakarot to help you invade other planets, but now it has become like this. Not only did you fail to gain your brother's recognition, but you fell into such a situation. I am afraid that if you return to Vegeta and Nappa now, you will no longer be welcomed from now on, right? Even with the arrogant Vegeta's temperament, he will think that you have embarrassed him and will kill you directly. Accompanying Lin Chuan's critical words, coupled with what he said before, Raditz was dumbfounded. Yes. What is the value of his existence now? He insisted on coming to Earth to bring his younger brother Kakarot, but he didn't succeed. He was almost killed by his weaker brother. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely not get any benefits if he went back now. Besides, his 1500 combat power points are dispensable in the team. He has always been doing the work of cleaning the battlefield. His face was extremely ugly. Raditz always thought he was a smart man. He knew that he had always been looked down upon. So he tried to keep a low profile in front of Vegeta and Nappa and didn't speak. If you are weak, you have no right to speak. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Raditz was so serious that Lin Chuan was surprised for a while. Just from his expression, he could see that Raditz knew his situation. It seems that you understand this truth, which is great. In the final analysis, it is because you are too useless. Your combat power is only 1,500 points after so many years. It is obvious that you not only do not practice, but also avoid danger and live a lingering life. So, now you are not even as good as your own brother Kakarot. Otherwise, even if there is no chance to become stronger, just the characteristics of us scions who become stronger with each battle, your combat power after so many years of training is at least 3,000 points. While Lin Chuan was talking, he was also calculating how Raditz had survived these years. Of course, he was indeed depressed by being suppressed by the genius Vegeta and the elite Nappa. As the saying goes, the strong ones are getting stronger and the weak ones are getting weaker, which is not without reason. Chapter 9 changes start from this moment. Lin Chuan's criticism was so cruel. It was sharp. Raditz gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. As scions, when each of us was born, God had already determined how high our achievements would be and how big the gap would be with some people. Yes. My combat power is indeed only 1,500 points. But it's not as bad as you said. Do you think I don't want to become stronger? Do you think I am willing to be content with the status quo? Even if it is 5,000 points? Don't insult me like this. This is the voice of Raditz. And he has always been fighting against fate. But in his heart, he still believes that talent determines everything. Even if he is an upper-level warrior, he is only a low-level talent among upper-level warriors. It is true that the birth combat power has reached 200 points or more, but there are many scions who have reached this level. He can follow Prince Vegeta because his father Bardock is a representative of the lower-level scion warriors. It was arranged by the king at the time to show off to all the lower-level scions and win their hearts. Really? Then why can your brother Kakarot do this? Also, I am very embarrassed to tell you that the combat power of my birth was 200 points or more. Strength, it's only 50 points. Raditz's excitement did not make Lin Chuan have any emotional fluctuations, but he answered more calmly. This made Raditz unbelievable again. Even Nappa and Vegeta on the other side of the galaxy were even more shocked. With a combat power of only 50 points at birth, he was just a lower-level warrior. He could actually increase his combat power to 5,000 points. You know, Raditz's combat power at birth reached 200 points, but now it is only 1,500 points. Nappa, as a descendant of a famous family among the upper-level warriors, an elite warrior. 800 points at birth. So far, it is only 4,000 points. Of course, Vegeta would not compare himself. Because Vegeta considers himself a genius, no scion can compare with him even if he is more clever. He was born with the highest combat power of 2,000 points in the history of science, and now he has 18,000 points of combat power. He has the highest combat power in the history of science. How did you do it? Talos no. Lin Chuan. Raditz took a deep breath. He wanted to know. As soon as these words came out, Sun Wukong and Piccolo on the other side pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know, and were very curious about how Lin Chuan became stronger. They were not fools, so they naturally understood what Lin Chuan meant. Hearing this, Lin Chuan laughed again. He said so much, which showed that it was still useful to Raditz. The fact that he could ask this question showed that Raditz had shaken his original concept, and he also wanted to become stronger. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chuan said, "The combat power at birth is just an innate advantage, and it does not represent the limit of future growth. Even if it is a lower-level warrior, such as Kakarot and me, the combat power is only 2 points and 50 points, but with the hard work of the acquired training, it can still become stronger. A high starting point does not mean absolute. A low starting point does not mean that you are destined to be a weak person. Let me put it this way, you think you have been working hard, but you probably don't know what real hard work is. When you think you have reached your limit, in fact, others have paid 10 times, even 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than you." As Lin Chuan's words gradually came out, Raditz was stunned, and his mind kept turning. Such words, even Vegeta and Nappa, who heard it with the help of the communication function of the combat power detector, were greatly stimulated. Everyone is not stupid, they have all come all the way and experienced hardships and obstacles. However, they have indeed been content with the status quo over the years and have been wasting their time. Because as their combat power reaches a certain peak, it will no longer improve. Even improving 1 point of combat power is extremely difficult. Take the initiative to practice. In their opinion, what can they do even if they do it? Well said. What if it's a lower-level warrior? Even if I was born with a combat power of only 2, I will not give up easily. As long as I work hard enough, I can overcome everything. Inspired by Lin Chuan's words, the voice of Sun Wukong came. Obviously, he agreed with Lin Chuan's statement very much, because he walked step by step like this. Pico also nodded, even if he didn't say anything, but he also agreed very much. Tisk. Kakarot, do you think you can really surpass me, your big brother? Stop kidding. Raditz gritted his teeth in anger. He said he didn't believe it and didn't want to accept it, but he was actually shaken in his heart. Because he recalled the previous battle, he really underestimated Kakarot, and even had a little fear in the end. If Lin Chuan hadn't appeared, he would have died, and there would be no now. At this moment, Lin Chuan didn't speak. Sun Wukong over there had already taken the opportunity to catch his breath, protecting his son, and answered firmly, "Although you are really strong, in my opinion, you are not invincible. Over the years, Piccolo and I have been practicing, but we are not as hard-working as we were in the early years. This time we have seen a wider world, and our strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds in the next period of time." "I am right, Piccolo." Sun Wukong is confident. He is simple and honest, and he speaks the truth. "Humph. You don't need to take me with you. You scions are indeed powerful, but I, the great Demon King Piccolo, will surpass you sooner or later. Also, are you strong, big brother? You were almost killed by my magic light killing cannon. You are a self-righteous guy who doesn't even know how to practice and become stronger. You rely solely on your talent to grow? It's so stupid." After the cold words fell, Piccolo's eyes fell on Lin Chuan again. He knew that his real target was him. At least he caught his magic light cannon that exceeded the limit and could kill Raditz with one hand. It was so casual, and it was not damaged at all. What is the concept? The gap in strength is like an insurmountable chasm. Being ridiculed by Piccolo, Raditz' forehead was blue with veins, but he did not get angry. It was inevitable to get angry, but the fact was true. And he mainly heard Piccolo's evaluation of him, which meant he has a good talent, but he doesn't cherish it and practice. Who can he blame for being so bad? If Raditz had really practiced harder in recent years, or tried to become stronger, maybe, it really wouldn't be like this now. When he saw that Lin Chuan's combat power increased from 50 points to 5,000 points, Raditz seemed to see a brilliant future beckoning to him. At this moment, everything, all the thoughts in the past, became fart. Compared with strengthening strength, what else is fart? Chapter 10, Largo wakes up, Piccolo's identity is exposed. After some communication, under the guidance of Lin Chuan's words, the original dead end was revived, which not only resolved the crisis of the brothers' endless battle, but also opened a new chapter. Lin Chuan changed the original plot development trajectory and the fate of everyone present. Neither Sun Wukong nor Raditz needed to die, and Raditz would no longer suffer the joint counterattack of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Of course, the premise is that Raditz does not attack them either. As long as Raditz doesn't do anything that harms the Earth and the people on Earth, he won't be targeted even if he stays on Earth forever. To be honest, it's unexpected that things have developed to this point. But in a sense, it's a happy ending. After communicating with Lin Chuan, Raditz, who was stimulated, put aside everything else. After abandoning everything in the past, he even disobeyed the orders given to him by Vegeta and Nappa on the other side of the galaxy. He also didn't want to be an ant under Vegeta and Nappa's command. So, he has to become stronger. As long as he has strong strength, as long as his combat power doubles and doubles again. At that time, let alone Nappa, even Prince Vegeta can no longer treat him as a dispensable existence. It was Lin Chuan and Kakarot's achievements that gave Raditz hope. Talent and hard work should coexist. Raditz believes that he has a higher talent, so the strength he can achieve with hard work will also be higher. Kakarot was born with a combat power of only 2, but after his own hard work and practice, he reached a combat power of over 1,000, and even claimed that he could surpass himself in a short time. Lin Chuan was born with a combat power of only 50 points, but now he has a combat power of 5,000 points, which is stronger than Nappa. Raditz is not stupid, nor is he an idiot. He thinks that if he also practices hard like Lin Chuan and Kakarot, with his starting point and his original talent, he can at least have a combat power of more than 5,000 points. Maybe even more than 10,000 points. Of course, Raditz only saw the good side at this time. He didn't know that there are too many ways to become stronger, and finding the best and most suitable method for oneself is the key. Otherwise, if you work hard and practice recklessly, the improvement you can get is naturally very little. Otherwise, anyone can become stronger by practicing casually. It took Lin Chuan more than 20 years to use limited conditions to practice countless kinds of practice to increase his combat power to 15,000 points. Lin Chuan will not tell others about these. Raditz only thought that his combat power was only 5,000 points. If he knew how strong he was now, he would be dumbfounded. If he knew that Lin Chuan not only reached 15,000 combat power with his hard work, but now he could increase his combat power by 1 point per second, he would be scared to death. Speaking of the current strength, adding the more than 20 minutes, Lin Chuan's combat power has increased from 16,680 points to 18,060 points on the basis of the infinite combat power system, increasing combat power by 1 point per second. A full 1,380 points increase. This combat power has surpassed Vegeta in the current era. In about half an hour, his combat power will break through the 20,000 mark. Of course, in the era of the universe, a combat power of over 10,000 is the basis. A combat power of tens of thousands is just an ant. But a combat power of tens of thousands is considered an absolute strongman on any planet. Unless, it is on those super planets, or forbidden planets. It should be said that the feeling of improvement every second, until now, Lin Chuan has a real feeling. Simply he is a time traveler, and has experienced more than 20 years of hardship and tempering, otherwise, he will really lose his way. At this time, thinking of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly in this world, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a sense of empathy. The existence of the legendary Super Saiyan is getting stronger every moment. No wonder Broly will go crazy because he can't control his power. A slight emotional fluctuation will make him lose control. To improve strength, tempering the state of mind must keep up with the progress. It is true that it will not affect himself at present, but in the long run, Lin Chuan's state of mind has not improved. As his strength continues to increase, he may fall into a state of madness at any time. The situation stabilized. Pico used the self-repair ability of the Namekians to restore his broken arm. Such a coquettish operation surprised Sun Wukong and Raditz. Even though Sun Wukong knew Piccolo's ability, he still found it incredible when he saw it at this time. Piccolo didn't care about this kind of look. He seized the opportunity at this time, facing Lin Chuan, and asked, "You said before that I am a Namekian? What does this mean?" After asking the question, Piccolo's expression was solemn. Before, Raditz's matter had not yet been resolved. It's a foregone conclusion. If he doesn't ask now, he'd be a fool. With high IQ and courage and strategy, Piccolo's question also attracted the attention of Sun Wukong and Raditz. Especially Sun Wukong. After he knew that he was an alien, he had difficulty accepting it. Now that he heard that Piccolo was also an alien, he was looking forward to it. In fact, if we really want to talk about aliens, Piccolo is more like one. It seems that you don't know your identity yet. Speaking of which, your appearance as a mech is unique in the entire universe, and you have a very strange power, just like your ability to regenerate a broken limb. Before looking at Piccolo, Lin Chuan smiled and casually explained. The reason why Piccolo's identity was revealed in the previous words was to make him realize his identity first. They didn't have to wait until a year later to find out about their origins through Vegeta. Pico was silent. At the same time, the old god who had been watching from the Temple of the Gods was also lost in thought. They only realized their identities at this moment, and they were filled with emotion and confusion. Imagine that you have always considered yourself a member of the Earth's life, and suddenly one day an alien came and told you that you are a certain star. What would you do? After all, Piccolo's acceptance ability is very strong, so he did not show any unwillingness to believe. He laughed in his heart, and after realizing that he was also an alien, he was relieved. In the past, being bound to a planet led to great restrictions on what he saw and heard. Now, he has a new goal. I want to ask, does my home planet still exist? Piccolo's eyes were filled with a hidden light. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chuan nodded without hesitation. Fortunately, although Namek suffered a great disaster many years ago, it was not destroyed. Unlike the Earth, Namek is surrounded by 3 stars. The sky is not as blue as the Earth, and the environment is not so good. And because of the 3 stars, Namek only has daytime and no night. As Lin Chuan spoke out the information about Namek in his memory, Piccolo remembered these words. For him, this is the home planet after all. After hearing these descriptions, Sun Wukong was shocked. There is only daytime without night, so people don't need to sleep. At this time, he was so careless to think of this question. It should be said that he is really worthy of being Sun Wukong. Chapter 11, Playing the Whole Show. Okay. This is all I know about Namek. Maybe in the near future, you will have a chance to go back. Now, let me tell you the purpose of my coming to Earth. I believe you are also concerned about it now. I can't come here for no reason. As he said, Lin Chuan's eyes wandered around the few people with a smile. Finally, he landed on Raditz. Now Raditz has been successfully fooled by him, but if it were just this, Vegeta and Nappa might not come to Earth. Because Raditz is dispensable to them. Even if this happened on Earth, he still exists. But for Vegeta and Nappa, this is not enough for them to set off to Earth immediately. You know, they still have a super planet to occupy. In the original book, they abandoned that planet and came to Earth, all because of the Dragon Ball. Because of the Dragon Ball, they were attracted. Later, they knew that the Dragon Balls were created by Namekians, so Frieza confirmed the news and went to Namek to invade and snatch the Dragon Balls. Thus, the chapter of the Emperor of the Universe was truly opened. Because of Lin Chuan's sudden seriousness, Raditz frowned, and curiosity was inevitable. Even on the other side of the galaxy, Vegeta and Nappa, who were already angry and ready to go to Earth to make trouble, pricked up their ears. Raditz's betrayal and disobedience made them extremely annoyed, and they felt that they had raised this waste for nothing all these years, and others turned him over with just a few words. For them, even if what Lin Chuan said made some sense, how could a person's strength be improved so easily? Besides, even if he had a combat power of 5,000 points, what would it matter? Not only did Vegeta not take it seriously, Nappa was just surprised. Here, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Piccolo were all ready. Afraid that Lin Chuan would say something that they couldn't accept. At this moment, there is no doubt that Lin Chuan is the most threatening existence. Don't be so nervous. Through some special news, I learned that there is something on Earth that can fulfill other people's wishes. That thing should be called Dragon Ball. I need to use the Dragon Ball on Earth to fulfill one of my wishes. I wonder if you can lend it to me. After the words fell, Lin Chuan still deliberately organized his words. On the one hand, Vegeta's combat power detector is highly monitored by Frieza's army. Once it is too obvious, it will be directly if Namekians are involved, then maybe Vegeta and Nappa didn't come to Earth, but went directly to Namek to cause trouble. So, it's just said that there is something on Earth that can make wishes come true, called Dragon Ball. In this case, it's the same as the root of the original work, only telling the existence of Dragon Ball that can make wishes come true. Even if Raditz's combat power detector is highly monitored by Frieza's army, Frieza will never take any action before there is no definite information to prove that Dragon Ball can really make wishes come true. He is the Emperor of the Universe after all, what has he not seen? There are countless planets in the universe. And there are too many legends circulating, most of which are just toys to fool children. If a universe emperor rushes to it for any piece of news, then this universe emperor is too busy. In the original plot, Frieza should have known the existence of Dragon Ball on Earth with the help of Raditz's combat power detector at the beginning. It's just that he has been waiting before Vegeta went to Earth to verify the accuracy of the news. Using Vegeta to go to Earth, they confirmed that Dragon Balls can indeed fulfill wishes, and then they set out. It's just that they didn't go to Earth, but learned from the information obtained by Vegeta that Dragon Balls were created by Namekians, so they went straight to Namek. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Sun Wukong and Piccolo looked at each other and expressed surprise. They couldn't believe it. They didn't expect that Lin Chuan, a scion from an alien planet, actually knew that there were Dragon Balls on Earth. On the other side, Raditz was directly shocked. Fulfill wishes? Dragon Balls? His worldview was expanded again. Is this true? There is such a thing in this world? Raditz asked with enthusiasm in his eyes. If it's true, he also wants to fulfill his wish. Although I don't know what you said, since it's all said, we can't hide it. Sun Wukong said frankly, but he won't ignore it. Dragon Ball can grant Lin Chuan a wish, but if Lin Chuan's wish is to harm the world, or to benefit himself at the expense of others, or to wish for immortality, then no matter how powerful Lin Chuan is, he will definitely stop him. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Lin Chuan saw that the effect had been achieved, and raised his hand to stop him. Wait for a moment. Let me do something first. As he spoke, he looked at Raditz again, glared, and directly destroyed the combat power detector worn by Raditz with his chi. This whole thing made everyone stunned. I was negligent just now. I hope that what I said just now was not heard by Vegeta and Nappa behind you. Lin Chuan's words made Raditz, Son Goku, and Piccolo tremble all over. Only then did they understand why Lin Chuan did this. Damn it! Although I took the initiative to cut off the connection with Vegeta just now, the communication function was monitored by Vegeta, and there was a monitoring function. Raditz panicked for a while. Nappa wouldn't scare him that much, and Lin Chuan's combat power was as high as 5,000 points, so he didn't need to be afraid of Nappa who only had 4,000 points. But he knew Vegeta's fear best. Earth has something like Dragon Ball that can fulfill wishes. What could be more tempting than this? Hey, hey, hey! What do you mean? Could it be? Piccolo asked immediately after seeing this situation. A smart person could guess it. It seems that there is no way to avoid it. It's also my fault for being straightforward. I'm afraid that the Earth will soon usher in the invasion of 2 more scions. Lin Chuan said, looking up at the sky. If you do the whole show and give up halfway, then you will really fail. Those 2 scions? Are they the Nappa and Vegeta you just mentioned? Are they stronger than you? Sun Wukong asked. He is now extremely excited and has no idea of the seriousness of the situation. His son Gohan is still young, and he doesn't fear anything when his father is around. Tisk. Kakarot, so you don't know anything. Nappa aside, Vegeta is the prince of our clan. He is known as the most talented warrior in the history of science. Combat power up to 18,000 points. Raditz couldn't wait to answer before Lin Chuan answered. 118,000 points. Sun Wukong was shocked. Pico, who was standing next to him, turned green. No. That's not right. Pico's face turned purple. Raditz is so strong with 1,500 points. Lin Chuan, with a combat power of 5,000 points, can already crush them with one hand. What does 18,000 points of combat power mean? Pico couldn't imagine it. He suddenly felt dizzy. Chapter 12 Bear Grylls goes out. The Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. At this moment, on the planet where Vegeta and Nappa are, everything that happened on Earth, including the last news about the fulfillment of wishes, was heard by them through the monitoring function of the combat power detector. Earth has something that can fulfill other people's wishes. It shocked them and made them even more incredible. On Earth, there is such a product. That Lin Kakarot went to Earth with the purpose of getting this thing and thus realizing his wish. Damn it! It seems that the damned lower-level warrior Talos destroyed Raditz's detector. Not only Kakarot, but now even Raditz, that waste, has become a traitor. Vegeta, what should we do next? Go to Earth and catch them all. Nappa became fierce, like a mad beast. The momentum was fierce and the appearance was ferocious. If you say he is stupid, he is not stupid. Because he said at the end that he would go to Earth to catch all the traitors, in fact, it was also for the Dragon Ball that could realize the wish. It's just that he couldn't say it openly, and could only use the reason of cleaning up the traitors. And, only with Vegeta's consent could he go with him. Where is Vegeta at this time? His expression was very calm, but it was so calm that it made people feel unnatural. Nappa, who was familiar with Vegeta, didn't dare to say anything more and stood aside obediently. Because he knew that Vegeta in this state was the most terrifying. It seems that he realized that their conversation could be heard by us. That Talos is getting more and more interesting. Nappa, you don't need to hide it like this. You have been with me for so many years. You know me and I know you. Although I don't know whether the Dragon Ball that fulfills wishes is true or not, but just because that guy doesn't take me seriously and even rebels against Raditz, he has to bear my wrath. It's been too long since I last took any serious action, causing even Raditz to forget how terrifying I am. After saying that, Vegeta showed an extremely cruel smile on his face. Let's go. Let's go to Earth. Vegeta made a decision. He had already imagined the scene after going to Earth in his mind. He wanted to torture all those who disobeyed him to death. The so-called efforts brought by Talos can make him stronger. When he, a true genius, arrives on Earth, he will be completely crushed by him. He wanted to see how many of those illusory hopes he had. As for the Dragon Ball that could fulfill his wish, it must be his. Eternal immortality. Vegeta was already planning in his mind. For a long time, he had been inferior to Frieza. He had been in the army, with a status that was neither high nor low. As the Prince of the Scions, he had long guessed that the Scions were exterminated by Frieza, so he had already had the heart to rebel. It was just that he had never had the opportunity, nor enough motivation for him to rebel. If he could get eternal immortality by going to Earth this time, then Frieza would not be so scary to him. If he could not be afraid of Frieza, then he could completely suppress those bastards like Dodoria, Sabo, and the Jinya Force. Let's go to Earth now? But we have planned it. If that planet is discovered by others, we won't even be able to drink soup. Nappa hesitated a little, and suddenly thought of their original arrangement, and asked. Hearing this, Vegeta sneered, in front of something that can make wishes come true, is the so-called wealth of the Magnesium Alliance still important? Such a planet is indeed one in a million, but compared to obtaining eternal life, it is not worth mentioning, Nappa. Vegeta stood up and walked towards the spaceship. Eternal life. Nappa was still a little unresponsive. Of course. As Scions, if we can get a long life, then we can enjoy the fun of fighting forever. With a sneer, Vegeta opened the spaceship and sat in. Explaining the goal, Vegeta was also testing Nappa. Eternal life, of course, only Vegeta can get it. Let Nappa know this purpose, and he can't wait to take the initiative after arriving on Earth. Let him take the lead, and after he has figured out the situation on Earth, he will take swift and decisive action to solve all the troubles. I see. Eternal life, such a temptation is indeed more valuable than anything else. Nappa understood immediately and quickly got into the spaceship. Let those three traitors linger for a while. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his words full of ridicule. He. It will take less than a year from here to Earth. Although it is a long time, you can arrive as long as you wake up. When the time comes, please let me crush those three lower-level warriors, Vegeta. Nappa showed an extremely cruel smile on his face. Then it depends on your performance. Vegeta did not object and sneered. The next second, he started the spaceship and closed his eyes. Space travel is boring, and the fastest way for them to get through this period of time is to sleep. Here, Vegeta and Nappa have locked onto the Earth as their target and are heading there in a spaceship. At the same time, in a vast sea of stars somewhere in the southern galaxy, a huge disc-shaped spaceship is traveling at superluminal speed. This spaceship is one of the main ships of the Frieza Corps. In the central area of this spaceship, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, is sitting in his floating baby carriage with great satisfaction. During this trip to the southern galaxy, he has taken down another 1,000 planets in one fell swoop, and even it is to spread the power of his Frieza Corps' second army into it. Although Frieza has always called himself the Emperor of the Universe, he has been confined to the North Galaxy because he has not had the support of the God of Destruction in the past few years. Therefore, the move of the South Galaxy this time is considered to be a direct expansion of his own power, and it has raised his status to a higher level. He has always been planning a larger territory. The reason why he has not been able to reach out to the South Galaxy for decades is that the power of the demon world cannot be underestimated, and secondly, the South Galaxy is not like the North Galaxy. The situation is chaotic and there are no less than thousands of forces. Fortunately, the whereabouts of the demon world Lord Doppura have been unknown for many years, causing chaos and constant disputes within the demon world. This time, he got accurate information and learned that the forces within the South Galaxy have been fighting for years, so he decided that the opportunity should not be missed, and led the second army of hundreds of millions of soldiers to plunder. It can be said that one battle will decide the outcome. From now on, Frisia's army will march straight into the Southern Galaxy, and his territory will become larger and larger. Holding a glass of red wine elegantly in his hand, Frisia was still recalling the gains from this war. It was rare for him to be so happy in many years. He enjoyed the wine while admiring the scenery of the universe. Although the naked eye can only see the straight line of darkness and countless lights. But in his eyes, everything he saw was his territory. Chapter 13 Target Earth. Soldier Sol B. Dodoria, how long will it take us to return to the base camp at the border of the Northern Galaxy? After drinking the red wine in the glass that looked like blood, Frisia threw the glass to the little soldier in charge of daily life. Just turning around so casually, the soldiers who operated the spaceship were sweating and dared not say a word. Frisia has always been moody. Once he gives an answer that he is not satisfied with, he will face the disaster of killing. Therefore, such work is usually answered by Frisia's right-hand men like Dodoria and Sabo. The Emperor of the Universe is so domineering and cruel. Reply to King Frisia. According to the original plan, we still need more than 10 days to leave the Southern Galaxy and enter the Northern Galaxy. However, the pilots of this battleship are well-trained elites, so it is 10 days earlier than the original plan. I believe that in less than 3 days, we can reach planet B117. Under Dodoria's explanation, Frisia smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Space travel is the most boring, and even Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, who has a long life, will hate this. The answers of ordinary people will touch Frisia's reverse scale, because they will not speak if they can't grasp the key points. But people like Dodoria will not. After following Frisia for who knows how many years, how could he not know how to report the itinerary? Just when Frisia was about to find some topics to talk about. Suddenly, the hatch of the information department on the other side was opened. A short soldier wearing a scientific information suit came in and whispered a few words to Sabo. As the information came in, Sabo, who had been quietly staying aside, couldn't help but exclaimed. "What? Are you sure you are monitoring correctly?" Sabo asked seriously. This voice scared the reporting soldier pale. Frisia was attracted and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Sabo. "Seeing you startled, this is not like you. Report to King Frisia, I just monitored the news from Vegeta through the detector." "Forget it, let's get it from Vegeta. Before the general situation is this. I have been responsible for monitoring the intelligence of the Scion team, and just now, I monitored that Vegeta seems to have discovered something incredible. On a planet called Earth, a Dragon Ball that can fulfill wishes appeared. Now, Vegeta and Nappa are on their way to Earth. According to the distance, they will be able to arrive in about a year. By the way, there are 2 new Scions on Earth. One of them is the younger brother of Raditz, who has a combat power of 1,500 points, and the other one, according to the description monitored, not only wears the combat uniform of our legion, but also has a combat power of 5,000 points. His name is Lin Chuan, and the Scion's name is Talos." After the soldier spoke in one breath, no one in the entire central area dared to answer. After all, the master didn't say anything, so what qualifications did the subordinates have to express their opinions first? "Oh my! Oh my! It's really interesting. I've been away for less than a year, and our little Vegeta has brought me interesting news again. 2 new Scions, one of whom is still hidden in our army, with a combat power of 5,000 points." A gleam of light flashed in Frisia's eyes. The next second, he focused his attention on focusing on the Dragon Ball that can fulfill wishes. "Are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? The Dragon Ball on Earth can fulfill wishes." "Yes, King Frisia. That's what Vegeta said. He said he would go to Earth to get the Dragon Ball, gain eternal life, and then he could enjoy the fun of fighting forever. The soldier didn't dare to neglect it and answered truthfully. This made Frisia laugh. On the side, Dodoria couldn't help but questioned, is it true? Is there really something in the universe that can fulfill wishes? And gain eternal life? Whether it's true or not, Vegeta didn't report it when he knew about it. Is he planning to embezzle it? I think so, Sabo replied, intentionally or unintentionally. They have never liked Vegeta. Weaker than them, but always self-righteous. If it weren't for King Frisia keeping Vegeta in captivity, they would have suppressed him long ago. Ho 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 ho. It's okay, maybe little Vegeta just wants to help me test the truth. Besides, hasn't the news been passed on? The Dragon Ball that can fulfill wishes, just as I have finished the first round of the Southern Galaxy, I have enough time. I also have a wish to fulfill. I wonder if that thing can help me fulfill my wish. As Frisia's words fell, everyone took a deep breath. Dodoria took a deep breath to calm himself down as quickly as possible. He almost hurt himself by speaking without restraint. Where is the planet called Earth? Frisia said to Sabo. After this, no one could stand there. The short, fat soldier seemed to be asking for credit, and said directly, Lord Frisia, I have already investigated the intelligence about the Earth. The planet called Earth is located at the end of the Great Northern Milky Way, and the coordinates are the Laniakea supercluster, a small galaxy called the Solar System. If we go directly at the speed of our main ship, we can arrive in about a year. It won't be too late then, Vegeta, and we may even catch up. After the voice fell, the scene became even quieter. However, just when everyone thought that the soldier was going to be in trouble, Frisia stared at the soldier with interest. You did a good job. What's your name? Soldier. Your subordinate Salbi. Salbi responded respectfully. If Lin Chuan was there, he would definitely recognize this guy. Because he is the leader of the remnants of Frisia's army who appeared in the Dragon Ball Super era. It was also he who resurrected Frisia with the Dragon Ball, which led to the subsequent plot development. Of course. At this moment, Salbi was just a soldier of Frisia's army who was collecting information. Sabo, if there is a chance in the future, give Salbi more opportunities. Frisia nodded and said nothing more after leaving a word. He used his mind to control the baby chair to slide to the central operating table. At this moment, the staff had already called up the star map for Frisia to see clearly. 1 year? It's not too long. Since little Vegeta has already started the action, let's change the destination and go directly to the Earth to find out. I hope my little Vegeta will not disappoint me, oh ho ho ho. Frisia narrowed his eyes, murderous intent surged. Chapter 14 1 year. The protagonist has his own halo. On the Earth. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely dull. After learning how terrifying the two upcoming scions were, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were dumbfounded. The scene was extremely quiet, so quiet that it made people feel uncomfortable. There is no doubt that when their combat power data was only a few hundred points, and they could only get a little over 1,000 points with all their efforts, the gap of hundreds of combat power was something they could not easily cross. Compared with Lin Chuan, whose combat power was 5,000 points, it was even more different. Now with a combat power of 18,000 points, they directly realized how terrifying the enemy was this time. No matter how confident Sun Wukong and Piccolo were, even if they had experienced countless difficulties and obstacles from the past to the present, they had always turned danger into safety. But this time, it was different from the past. Just standing aside, Lin Chuan did not take the initiative to speak to break the current atmosphere. It was not suitable for him to intervene now, but to let them react and generate fighting spirit. Otherwise, even if he changed the plot, it would be counterproductive. Until after a long silence, Sun Wukong took a deep breath and came back to his senses. He comforted his uneasy son, and then took the initiative to ask, "Brother, how long will it take for the scion named Vegeta to reach our Earth? How long will it take to reach Earth? When Sun Wukong asked this question, he undoubtedly chose to face the challenge head-on. This time, he has realized that he can only face the challenge head-on, and there is no other choice. Watching the Earth being invaded and hiding himself? He can't do it. Pico frowned and pricked up his ears, his eyes full of rigor. Naturally, he is not the kind of person who will sit and wait for death, so he can understand Sun Wukong's thoughts. After all, even if the number is really scary, he is not the kind of person who will be easily frightened by a number. Shocked, the enemy is powerful, but he will not give up, surrender and wait for death. According to the time I came to Earth, it only takes 1 year at most to reach Earth from the Ortida Nebula where Vegeta and the others are. It may even be faster. Raditz said with a sullen face. At this time, he obviously did not realize what his brother meant. 1 year, not bad. Then we still have time to practice. After getting the answer, Sun Wukong's expression relaxed a little, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it would take a few days or 10 days or half a month to reach Earth, then he really had no other way. Because even if they had this time to practice, it might be okay to surpass their big brother Raditz, but they definitely couldn't even compare to Lin Chuan. If they couldn't even reach 5,000 points of combat power, how could they fight against an enemy with 18,000 points? It was equivalent to that if the combat power value couldn't even break through 10,000, they didn't even have the qualifications to challenge the opponent. They couldn't even match a fraction of the other party. However, if they had a year, at least they still had time to practice. On the side, Piccolo nodded after hearing Son Goku's words. He knew that Son Goku had similar ideas to his. It must be said that although Piccolo of this era has not completely gotten rid of the character of the Great Demon King, he has already changed. The evolution of the situation has forced him to change himself to adapt to this new era. After hearing Son Goku's words and seeing him clench his fists and looking forward to himself, Raditz was extremely stunned. Hey! Kakarot! You don't really think that you can reverse the situation and defeat Vegeta and the others with just 1 year of training, right? Raditz's mouth twitched, and he couldn't accept that his brother was so stupid. How could he know that his brother would really do it in the future under the push of fate? It's just that no one would believe such an outrageous thing before it happened. Hee. You can't say that. In my opinion, we can't just give up just because the enemy is too strong, right? A year is not long, but it's not short either. Even if I can't reach such a high level in the end, at least I tried my best and won't regret it. Sun Wukong's answer was so firm. The words were full of encouragement. No wonder, he is the protagonist and the backbone of the Z Warriors. Even if he is stupid and selfish sometimes, in the final analysis, he has always been brave enough to move forward and resist all dangers. That's right. And what others can't do doesn't mean we can't do it. Over the years, our strength has been constrained by our vision and cannot be improved. Now it's different. We have seen the existence of a higher realm, so a year is enough for us to become stronger. Pico continued. He stood beside Sun Wukong, and for a moment even Sun Wukong was extremely surprised. However, Sun Wukong was very happy, because he did not kill Piccolo at the beginning, hoping that Piccolo could fight side by side with him one day. Although he had selfish motives at the beginning, so that he could always have a competitor in the future. But Sun Wukong really wanted to be friends with Piccolo. Listening to the two people's words, Raditz was so angry that he laughed out loud. I admit that hard work may really make us stronger. After all, the example of Talos is here. But, Kakarot, you are too naive. And you, Anamkian, are too self-righteous. Before you say such big words, first bring up the ninja. You are not even qualified to fight me alone, let alone Vegeta. Even Nappa, who has a combat power of only 4,000 points, can trample you to death with a wave of his hand. Raditz has given up arguing and told the facts. He wanted to let them know through these words that they can have imaginations, but don't think so beautifully. Increasing from 1,000 to 10,000 is all fantasy. However, Raditz would not know how firm the faith of Sun Wukong and Piccolo would be. Don't be alarmist here if you start to give up and say it's impossible before you even try hard. If you are afraid, run away quickly. Or, you can go back and surrender, and then you can invade the earth together and see if we can defeat you. Pico's rebuttal was full of the meaning that I, the great devil Piccolo, will definitely become stronger for you to see. Hearing this, Raditz's anger also broke out uncontrollably. He thought that he was speaking very kindly now, and this Namekian was just looking for death. You are the ones who can't recognize the reality. How can you who only live on Earth know how big the difference in combat power is? Forget it, Talos. Your combat power is 5,000 points, you tell me. Having said this, Raditz closed his mouth and slapped his forehead to show how much pressure he was under. Chapter 15 Lin Chuan, 18,000 points, is it strong? After hearing Raditz's words and watching the whole process of the three people's argument, Lin Chuan, who was watching the whole process, smiled. His goal was achieved, so there was no need to hide it anymore. In the final analysis, the three people were only entangled in the 18,000 points of combat power at this time. 18,000 points, after the strength level really reached the standard, is actually nothing. Lin Chuan did not answer immediately, which also made the four people look at him, including the 4-year-old and timid son Gohan. Looking at Lin Chuan's calmness, Raditz, who originally wanted Lin Chuan to explain, was suddenly a little numb. He even suspected that Lin Chuan would not have the same idea as Kakarot. He felt that it was not realistic at all. Hey! You should say something. They don't know that you, who has a combat power of 5,000 points, don't you know how terrifying 18,000 points of combat power are? Even if you do have a set of skills, you are not a good person, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't take the initiative to destroy the detector. Raditz spoke vigorously, as if he wanted Lin Chuan to stand on the same front with him. Obviously, in his opinion, the Earth will be destroyed in a year, and if they continue to stay on the Earth, they will all be doomed. And this is the headache for Raditz now. The spaceship was destroyed by Kakarot's son. This also means that he can't leave the Earth. Even if Lin Chuan's spaceship is there, it is probably a single-person spaceship. What should I say? When the words came to his lips, Lin Chuan's thoughts kept turning. Looking at Raditz, he looked at Son Goku, Piccolo, and Son Gohan. Then, Lin Chuan took a few steps to one side. As they walked, Lin Chuan also said, "There is one thing that Raditz said is indeed correct. 18,000 combat power points is not as simple as you think, nor is it so easy to surpass. In fact, for you, in the short term, let alone a combat power of 10,000, even Nappa, whose combat power is only 4,000 points, is not something you can easily surpass. 1 year is indeed very long and very short. Find a way to improve your strength to the highest within the effective time. But according to my estimation, even if you work hard, using ordinary means to improve your cultivation, you can only be on par with Nappa at most in the end unless you can find a more amazing means of cultivation." At this point, Lin Chuan turned around and faced the four people. Sun Wukong and Piccolo listened to Lin Chuan's words and made calculations in their hearts. In fact, they themselves knew that it was nothing more than a fantasy to really want to break 10,000 combat power or even surpass 18,000 points. But they would not admit defeat. After all, who would know what the result would be if they didn't do it? Raditz raised his head with a proud look on his face. Just when he was about to criticize Kakarot and Piccolo, Lin Chuan did not give him a chance. Lin Chuan said again, "Of course, for you, let alone 18,000 points of combat power, even Nappa with 4,000 points of combat power is a terrifying existence. But for me, 18,000 points of combat power, is it very strong?" Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked unfathomable, which made several people stunned at the same time. Especially Raditz, he didn't understand what Lin Chuan meant. Wait, you mean, your combat power is more than 5,000 points? You control your own combat power? After saying that, Raditz opened his mouth, and the horror on his face could not be concealed. Lin Chuan did not hesitate, and directly took off the combat power detector he was wearing and threw it to Raditz. This thing can indeed detect a person's combat power index. However, the value is dead, and the person is alive. Once you learn how to control your own strength and breath changes, this thing will be useless. And from the beginning, I just slightly mobilized a little bit of my breath, so that you can see that my combat power has reached 5,000 points. As he said, Lin Chuan's mouth corners were evilly hooked, and his confident expression shocked everyone. Raditz stared at Lin Chuan. Sun Wukong and Piccolo on the side took a deep breath and tried to suppress the shock in their hearts. Isn't 5,000 points of combat power all he has? How strong is this guy? Listening to his tone, and his disdain for 18,000 points of combat power, I'm afraid it may exceed this value. Pico was suspicious in his heart. He vaguely realized that Lin Chuan's true strength level was far beyond their imagination. Even the so-called Vegeta was far from his opponent. Otherwise, knowing that the other party will attack in a year, and the strength is not enough, at least show a little nervousness. So, you actually have absolute strength to resist that Vegeta? Sun Wukong asked with a trembling voice and expectation. If so, the crisis of the earth can be solved. To be honest, today he is really open-minded. The emotions in his heart are so many that he can't count them. It can be said that it is a mixture of emotions and hard to express. No. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful you are, you can't compare to Vegeta. If you are confident that you have surpassed Vegeta, then why are you afraid that Vegeta will hear the news of Dragon Ball and destroy my combat power detector? At this time, Raditz's eyes changed again and again when he looked at Lin Chuan. Unconsciously, a special fear surged in his heart. I didn't say that I was afraid that Vegeta and others would come to Earth after hearing the news, so I destroyed the detector. I just said that their coming to Earth should be inevitable. Raditz. You are a smart man, so you should know that your combat power detector can be monitored by Vegeta, so your detector may be monitored by Frieza. Unlike the combat power detector I gave you, your detector should be bound, right? After giving Raditz a reminder, Lin Chuan said no more. You mean hiss? For a moment, it was like falling into an ice cellar, and Raditz's body began to tremble. If Lin Chuan's prediction was correct, then their every move was monitored. If the news was really known by Frieza, it would be a different scene at that time. They science, even Vegeta with a combat power of 18,000 points, could only kowtow in front of Frieza. Raditz was lucky that Lin Chuan could react in the first time. He didn't know, even Lin Chuan didn't know, that the news had been passed on, and Frieza was already heading towards the Earth. However, according to the plot, Frieza would definitely not be able to reach the Earth smoothly. At that time, Frieza would know that the Dragon Balls were created by Namekians because of the information collected by Vegeta on Earth, so he would change his target midway and go to Namek. Chapter 16. As far as I know, the combat power is 530,000. Sun Wukong and Piccolo didn't fully understand the obscure communication between Lin Chuan and Raditz. But Piccolo and Sun Wukong were not stupid. They realized at the first time that in addition to Vegeta, there were other beings who might also be eyeing the Earth. And that being should be Frieza, who has been heard several times. A very strange and hard to imagine name. The exact information summarized from the words heard is that Raditz and the others belong to the so-called Frieza Corps, and this Frieza should be the leader. Brother, and Tatalo forget it, I still call you Lin Chuan more convenient. Who is that Frieza you are talking about? Seeing that you look so cautious, could it be that the guy's combat power is higher than 18,000 points? Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask. Only those who speak their mind are eager to know the truth. If it were someone else, they wouldn't ask so directly, but wait for Lin Chuan and Raditz to speak up, just like Piccolo. Piccolo is more stable than Sun Wukong. He knows that they can't fully react to the current situation. If they involve a wider field at this time, it is very easy to lose themselves. But Sun Wukong asked, Piccolo couldn't pretend not to hear and not care. 18,000 points, hee. Kakarot, you know that although we Scions claim to be a fighting nation in the universe, we have always thought of ourselves as a superior race. However, in front of the truly terrifying Emperor of the universe, we are not even ants. The universe is too big. Let alone our strength, even if our Prince Vegeta, who is known as the most talented warrior in the history of the Scions, has a combat power of 18,000 points, he is not even an elite in front of King Frisia, but can only be regarded as an insignificant minion. You who are on Earth are like frogs in a well, and you can't understand. The directness of Raditz's answer shocked Son Goku and Piccolo again. You, the Emperor of the Universe. 18,000 points of combat power, just a minion. How could Son Goku and Piccolo imagine it? This simply overturned the worldview they had just established. Originally, they thought that Vegeta with 18,000 points was already a peerless strongman. Now this peerless strongman they thought was not even an elite in front of the Emperor of the Universe. Can you imagine the horror? Humph! You guys are a bit self-aware, but you can magnify the horror you imagine by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. Raditz looked at Sun Wukong and Piccolo with disdain. At this time, he could only use his knowledge to show his presence in front of them. Lin Chuan smiled and said, actually, you don't need to scare them like this. Frisia is indeed scary, but not to the extent you said. As soon as the words came out, Raditz felt dizzy. He was almost crazy. If Lin Chuan had concealed his true combat power before, he would still be willing to believe it, but he couldn't accept such an evaluation of Frisia. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? That's Frisia. Staring at Lin Chuan, Raditz wanted Lin Chuan's answer. Sun Wukong and Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan again. At this time, they were like two bottles on the sea, and could only go with the flow. With your position, you naturally know a lot. But at the same time, your vision also constrains you. As the Emperor of the Universe, Frisia is indeed powerful, but you only know that he is powerful, but you don't know how powerful he is. Therefore, you just think that he is an unstoppable existence. Now I can tell you, Frisia's combat index. Lin Chuan paused. It's a bit too early to talk about Frisia's information now. But since it's mentioned, it can't be avoided. Anyway, let's not talk about Frisia's transformation, just how much the ultimate combat power is. In this way, perhaps it can also make Sun Wukong and Piccolo of this era, and even the Z fighters see further, improve their strength faster, and become stronger. Imagine what kind of expression Vegeta and Nappa will have when they come to Earth a year later and see that the strength of the Z fighters generally exceeds 10,000, or even tens of thousands. Lin Chuan is looking forward to Vegeta and Nappa with a broken mentality. You said you know Frisia's combat power value? Such a confidential matter, even Vegeta has never known it, how did you know it? Raditz asked. Suspicion? No. He felt that Lin Chuan should not lie, otherwise, it would not be such a communication. How do I know? Is it important? As far as I know, Frisia's combat power should be 530,000 points. After saying that, the teasing in Lin Chuan's eyes became more serious. 530,000 points. For any existence in this era, it is an astronomical value. Whether it is the Z fighters on Earth or Vegeta with a combat power of 18,000 points, it is unimaginable. Raditz's mind was blank, and Sun Wukong and Piccolo opened their eyes and mouths wide. This is the Emperor of the Universe. Lin Chuan was very satisfied with their expression changes. After all, thousands of points of combat power are something they can't look up to now, let alone 530,000. From 1,500 points, to the 5,000 points that Lin Chuan showed before, to 18,000 points, and finally it is 530,000 points. The worldview collapsed and was established, and collapsed. It continued to go back and forth 3 or 4 times. If the people present were not all combat-type warriors with strong acceptance, they would probably be shocked. To be honest, if Lin Chuan was not a time traveler and knew the original plot, even if he continued to practice and became strong enough, he would be shocked by this number. After all, you have fought for decades and your combat power is only tens of thousands. How can you compare with hundreds of thousands of combat power? Eggs hit stones and break at a collision. Of course, even if Lin Chuan is now, he will be afraid when facing Frisia. He can only avoid the edge temporarily and hide himself. Anyway, his current combat power is only about 20,000 points. Even Dodoria and Sabo beside Frisia can beat him to death. Fortunately, he also has enough time to practice and become stronger, and he also has an unlimited combat power improvement system. He really can't face Frisia now, but 1 year later, Lin Chuan has absolute confidence to crush Frisia. At the same time, the god of the Temple of the Gods, who has been monitoring the situation here, has a purple face and heavy breathing. In this short period of time, he has heard too many unimaginable things, and he, the god, also realized that he has been completely eliminated by the times. Originally, the god Piccolo thought that even if the stronger scion came to Earth, Piccolo and Sun Wukong might be able to fight with his help after a year of hard training. Even if he was defeated, he still had a last trick, volunteering to assimilate with Piccolo and help Piccolo to complete himself to improve his strength. But now, the Emperor of the Universe has appeared. Even if all the trump cards are revealed, can they compete? Their combat value is only a few hundred points. Thousands of combat power is unimaginable, and tens of thousands of combat power is a luxury. Hundreds of thousands of combat power, it is simply indescribable. Chapter 17. As the saying goes, Krillin offers sacrifices to the heavens, and his magic power is boundless. Boom! Just when the scene was so quiet that there was no other sound except the sound of the wind. Suddenly, a sound wave exploded in the sky and came over. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention, and they shifted their gaze and looked over. Now, they are worried about not being able to get rid of the depressing atmosphere. With the intervention of outsiders, they can temporarily divert this topic. In the distant sky, a very fast beige jet broke through the clouds and flew towards this side. On this jet, a special logo was engraved on it, which should be known to everyone on Earth. Because this is the unique logo of the Universal Capsule Company. Tisk! The annoying Earthlings are here, we can't stay here any longer. Talos, my spaceship has been destroyed, is your spaceship still there? Raditz naturally didn't know who the visitor was. He just felt upset now and wanted to find a place to think about life quietly. In addition, he also needs to figure out one thing, that is, the Dragon Ball that can fulfill wishes, can it fulfill any wish, and is it true or false? If it is true, he really wants to fight for it. After all, who doesn't have a wish? I'm sorry to tell you that although the spaceship I took is not completely broken, it was damaged because of this space voyage. If you want to use my spaceship to escape the Earth, you can put this idea aside. After giving Raditz an accurate answer, Lin Chuan's eyes were always focused on the jet. It's Bulma, Krillin, and Mr. Wu Tian. Through the perception of breath, Sun Wukong quickly knew who the visitor was and said aloud. Of course, he didn't need to. Lin Chuan could also guess that the 3 auras in the jet must be Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin. The original storyline is that they are worried about the situation here, so Bulma brings Master Roshi and Krillin to help. According to the original trajectory, when they arrived, Sun Wukong should be on the verge of death, and Raditz is already dead. Now, the situation is completely different from the original. After Raditz knew that the person who came was an acquaintance of his brother, and seeing that Lin Chuan did not take any action, he simply calmed down and made a new plan. On Earth, a place where he was unfamiliar with everyone, he only knew Kakarot's son, Lin Chuan, and Piccolo. Piccolo was naturally ignored by him because he was not a scion. If he wanted to live on Earth in the future, he would have to rely on Lin Chuan and Kakarot. After all, he didn't know how to make himself stronger. The only one who could help him increase his strength was Lin Chuan. Boom! As the jet landed, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Krillin and Master Roshi got off the jet first, looking solemn. Finally, it was Bulma, who hid behind in fear, examining the current situation. The first thing the three people who arrived noticed was Lin Chuan. Because this was someone they had never seen before, and he was wearing a combat suit similar to Raditz, they immediately determined that this was a scion in the same group as Raditz. The aura of this scion seemed calm and ordinary, but it revealed an unfathomable horror. It was much more terrifying than that Raditz. Now, what is the situation? Is the battle over? Or Master Roshi, who had a keen insight, kept making guesses in his mind. Not sure what the situation was, he couldn't make a conclusion, nor could he completely relax. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo, you are ready? Has the enemy changed from 1 to 2? Teacher Wu Tian and I are here to lend you a hand. Krillin mistakenly thought that the battle was not over yet, and stepped forward decisively to stand beside Sun Wukong. Looking at the posture, he looked like he was going to fight to the death. Before coming, he had made up his mind. If they really needed to die to save the Earth, Krillin and Master Roshi would not hesitate. Seeing this situation, Raditz first sneered, confirming that the three people who came were all Earthlings he had seen. After hearing what Krillin, the little bald man, said, he couldn't help teasing, "You are really an ignorant Earthling. The tail didn't beat you apart before, and you dare to come to me and talk big. Let me see humph. Combat power 206 points. You dare to shout with a mere 200 points of combat power." Such contemptuous words made Krillin furious and clenched his teeth. However, despite his anger, Krillin really didn't dare to do anything. As Raditz said, his fighting power was too low. Even Goku and Piccolo couldn't get the upper hand, so how could he be their opponent? Raditz was happy to see this kind of anger but not speaking, and his expression became even more violent, giving Krillin a strong sense of oppression, and even making him sweat profusely. "Okay, big brother, then don't threaten Krillin. Although Krillin's strength is indeed not as good as yours, he is not as bad as you say." Sun Wukong stood up to clear Krillin's name. Krillin can be said to be his most important partner, a brother who grew up together from childhood. Even before the era of the universe, Krillin can be said to be the person he cherishes the most. As the saying goes, Krillin sacrifices to the sky, his magic power is boundless. If Raditz kills Krillin, Sun Wukong might really explode and kill Raditz. The most classic sacrifice in the original work. Krillin was killed by Frieza, and Son Goku transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Tisk! Raditz spat disdainfully, turned around and said nothing more. He didn't want to get involved too much with the Earth Ants. Krillin was confused at this time. Not only Krillin, but also Master Roshi and Bulma were dumbfounded. Obviously, the conversation between the two sides and the current situation made them incredible. Isn't it a fight to the death? Isn't it a battle to defend the Earth? Why did he call me big brother? Raditz obviously listened. And what was Piccolo's look? Krillin's head was full of question marks, and his eyes were cast on Son Goku, wanting to get an answer. The same was true for Master Roshi and Bulma. This is what happened. A few minutes later, with the joint explanation of Son Goku and Piccolo, the three of them understood. 2 points to summarize. First, Raditz is no longer their enemy, he has turned from darkness to light, and the other scion is named Linghuan, Talos, who is also on their side for now. Second, 2 scions who are 10 or 20 times more powerful than Raditz will come to Earth in a year. Wugakuso, the 2 scions in a year will come for the Dragon Ball? And they must be enemies. Under the simple description of the combat power index, Krillin was already inarticulate with fear at the 18,000 combat power points. Raditz 1,500 combat power points are scary enough, isn't this going to destroy the Earth? It's okay, Krillin, aren't we still? Do you have a year to practice? By then, I will definitely be stronger than now, and even if I can't beat them, Lin Chuan's strength can definitely beat Vegeta. Sun Wukong said, his eyes turned. Everyone's attention fell on Lin Chuan again. Everyone looked at Lin Chuan with such eagerness, as if they wanted to get Lin Chuan's affirmative answer. Only Bulma's eyes were different from others, with another meaning. Chapter 18 Piccolo is gone? What about Son Gohan? Noticing that everyone's eyes were focused on him again, and this time Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi were also included, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. This was the main field shifting back to himself. To be honest, Son Goku completely regarded him as a backer, which was something Lin Chuan didn't expect. After all, even if he showed his strength and kindness, and told them so much information, he had just come to Earth. How to say it, although this is what he wanted to see, Lin Chuan obviously also had some resistance. This resistance comes from being used. Because Son Goku did this not because he really trusted him, but because they are not enemies now, so people want to use him to stabilize the overall situation. It is said that the early Son Goku had an average IQ and was stubborn and didn't use his brain. This is bullshit. That seemingly intentional or unintentional smile, although the eyes were clear, but the mind was clear. Since you said so, I can promise you that I will not watch the Earth being destroyed without taking action. At least, this planet does have what I need, the environment is good, and it's suitable for living. However, don't pray that I will suppress Vegeta and the others directly. If I say that I will protect the Earth from destruction after a year, it will be considered as a condition for me to borrow the Dragon Balls and temporarily live on Earth. How about it? After the words fell, Lin Chuan also circled back to borrowing the Dragon Balls. Since it is for use, Lin Chuan naturally has to indicate his position. As soon as these words came out, it was considered as a response to Sun Wukong's words. Your words are enough. The Dragon Balls can be used by you, but you can't make the wish of obtaining immortality or endangering the world. Otherwise, no matter what, we will not help you find the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong said the ugly words in advance. He had long realized that Lin Chuan would mention this, but he had turned the page because he had mentioned the information about Vegeta and Frieza. It was inevitable that he would go back now. He was smart, indeed, but also a little stupid. It was so clear, if Lin Chuan was acting with him, then what could he do if he went back on his word when making a wish? Sun Wukong should be glad that he was not an enemy and would not make such a wish. Don't worry, such a wish has no appeal to me. Besides, I think the Dragon Balls on Earth also have their limits, right? Once they exceed their capabilities, they cannot be realized. Nodding in agreement, Lin Chuan took the opportunity to look at Piccolo and said, in fact, I was a little curious about where the Dragon Balls that fulfill wishes on Earth came from before. Now that I see you, a Namekian, I know. Dragon Balls, you should have created them, right? It is rumored that Namekians have many strange powers. Your ability to restore limbs is one of them, and making Dragon Balls is one of them. After that, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. I said this deliberately to let Namek take the stage first, and at the same time let everyone here realize that Namek also has Dragon Balls. You are right. But you are also wrong. I didn't create Dragon Balls. I am good at fighting. Looking at Lin Chuan, Piccolo's answer was very direct and unruly. Even if he is not strong, Piccolo's arrogance is still there. Really? So you are a fighting type named Kian. However, your strength is indeed a bit weak, because the combat power of normal fighting type named Kians is generally above 2000 points. Lin Chuan said. He himself forgot whether this value was accurate, but according to the development of the plot, the combat type named Kians have the combat power to kill senior soldiers of Frisia's army, and can also control their own power to burst out instantly. In memory, there is a name Kian named Nira who is impressive. Because he is the first existence to face Frisia head-on on the planet Namek. The combat power is as high as 42,000 points. After hearing what Lin Chuan said, the group began to get uneasy again. Especially Krillin, Master Roshi and Bulma, who just came and understood part of the situation. Who would have thought that Piccolo was also an alien? And according to the combat type name Kian, the news that the combat power of humans is generally above 2000 points, doesn't this mean that the great demon king Piccolo can only run wild on Earth, and will be a scum when he returns to Namek? Pico clenched his fists, and it was inevitable that he was resentful and unwilling. Think about those tribesmen he had never seen before, all of whom had combat power of more than 2000 points, and what about him? With the help of the magic light-killing cannon to surpass the limit, it was less than 1500 points. Now that I think about it, it is true that when the god Sama was guiding me in my training, he told me that Piccolo, you were a very powerful existence before you separated from the god Sama. If you were to become a person again now, perhaps your strength would suddenly improve by leaps and bounds, and it would not be impossible to have combat power exceeding several thousand points. Maybe. Sun Wukong suddenly said. This is a secret. On Earth, except for the god Piccolo, Popo, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo, no one knows the details. Humph. Don't try to get close to me. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would take shortcuts? Sun Wukong. Don't think that I'm your friend just because I fought side by side with you once. I'm still the great demon king Piccolo. When we defeat those two scions, it will be your turn. Piccolo said a harsh word. At that moment, he no longer hesitated, and after looking at everyone present one by one, he finally flew into the sky. Piccolo left. No one stopped this situation. Lin Chuan was stunned. By the way, did Piccolo forget to take someone away? His eyes could not help but stay on Son Gohan for a while. Without Piccolo's teaching, could Son Gohan still be like the original? This is fucking. After fooling around for a long time, it seems that the most important part of the plot has been fooled. If there is no Son Gohan, can Piccolo still change as quickly as in the original? Just about to say something else. At this moment, Son Goku suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. He exclaimed, God, it turns out that you have been watching the situation here all the time. Sun Wukong's sudden words startled everyone present, including Lin Chuan. Although they knew the development of the plot and knew that the gods had this ability, they did not expect that they would intervene at this time. No one interrupted the communication between Sun Wukong and the gods. After a long time, Sun Wukong showed a look of surprise and spoke, just now, the Lord God used voice transmission to communicate with me. He meant that he hoped that we would go to the temple of the gods together. He had something important to say to us in person. Similarly, you and Lin Chuan were also invited. He said that although you are scions from an alien planet, since everyone has become friends, and you will also live on Earth in the future, he hopes that you can go to the temple of the gods together. The most important thing is to practice together and fight against the enemies that will arrive in a year. Chapter 19 What the God Meant. Bulma and Yamcha. As Sun Wukong passed on the words of the god, the atmosphere changed again. It was no longer as serious as before, nor as solemn. Perhaps because everything had been explained clearly, and everyone understood the current situation, so after their horizons were opened, even though the god had appeared now, it could no longer shock the people present. Of course, there was one person who was still in the clouds. This person was naturally Raditz. The title of God made him dumbfounded. The word God has too broad a scope. Cockroach, are you serious? God. There are legendary gods on a planet like Earth? Raditz asked urgently. At this time, thinking back to the previous conversation between Cockroach and Piccolo, his brain cells began to burn continuously. Finally, he came to a conclusion that the name Kian and the so-called God were originally one, but they became two people for some reason. In other words, is the God also a name Kian? Raditz was a little numb. He found that what he saw and heard today overturned his imagination. Now there is a name Kian God? What does this mean? In the final analysis, this setting is actually a bug in this world. God is the god of a planet. And, not there are gods on every planet, and only special planets have gods born. Otherwise, there are countless gods on countless planets in the Dragon Ball world. It can only be said that whether a planet will have gods born depends on the development history of the planet, the life situation of the planet, and finally, whether there is a god's inheritance. According to alien forces, the Earth is very small. But the Earth is not big, but it involves all fields. Not only does it have places connected to the underworld, but there are also people on duty in the underworld even. The Earth is connected to many special planes. Even the realm of the demon world has borders. There are indeed gods on our Earth. But I don't know what the difference is with the gods you imagine, brother. Sun Wukong nodded and replied. Then, regardless of how shocked Raditz was, he looked at Krillin, Kame Sennin, and Bulma on the side. At this time, before he took the initiative to speak, Krillin and Kame Sennin had already sighed. I didn't expect that the gods already knew the current situation. So, does he also want to guide us in our practice? Krillin said with a little excitement. In the early years, Goku practiced under the guidance of the gods, and his strength increased dramatically. Although the times are different now, in his eyes, the gods are still gods, and they are high above. Since Lord God has made a plan, let's go together. It's a pity that Yamcha and Tien Shinyan are missing, otherwise alas. Master Kame said, and couldn't help but sighed. As martial artists and warriors who protect the earth, Master Kame thinks that Yamcha and Tien Shinyan are capable of great tasks at this time. At least much better than him, an old man. The ship of the times, the boat was still moving forward, but he knew clearly that he had already got off the boat. Even if he got on the boat again at this time, it would be too late. Come to think of it, I wanted to ask before, but was interrupted by the sudden arrival of my elder brother. As for Tien Shinyan, according to his personality, he should be traveling around the world to practice, right? Where is Yamcha? Does Bulma know? Is there any way to contact him now? Sun Wukong muttered, and suddenly looked at Bulma. Bulma has always been with Yamcha in their group. He thought he could see Yamcha again when he went to Kame House this time, but he didn't expect to see only Bulma. Don't mention it, I don't know whether that guy is dead or alive, Hearing Sun Wukong's questioning, Bulma snorted and turned her head away. The eldest lady's temper broke out, and she looked like no one could help. Things have developed to this point, in fact, she can completely put aside the previous trivial matters. Maybe it was because the plot was changed by Lin Chuan. Not only did Sun Wukong not die, but the current situation was not particularly bad, so Bulma did not put aside her emotions to inform Yamcha as in the original work. In Lin Chuan's eyes, this situation was an opportunity. In the early stage of the Dragon Ball plot, Bulma and Yamcha had been in a relationship that was not a love relationship. Due to various factors, the two were in a relationship that was not like a first love, so their relationship was completely different from that of ordinary couples. In the final analysis, they were two people who were the most unsuitable, but they came together by accident. And this love lasted for more than 10 years. Others may not know, but how could Lin Chuan, as a time traveler, not know the inside story? In fact, it was her heart that was at work, causing Bulma to be reluctant to leave, and she had been giving Yamcha a chance to reform, and waiting for Yamcha to turn back. After all, Bulma was so simple in the early stage that she just wanted to find a Prince Charming who was strong, handsome, caring and loving. Yamcha was the first capable and handsome man to appear beside her. After he became her boyfriend, she decided that he was the one she would spend her life with. So, even though she was betrayed by Yamcha several times, she still gave him a chance in the end. But the result was that Yamcha became worse and worse, and then he completely transformed into a playboy. Counting Yamcha's life, he didn't get married and have children until the end, and even lived a miserable life. Besides, Yamcha was also the first Z warrior to be dismissed, and even forgotten after the Super Era. Sun Wukong would rather choose Master Roshi to participate in the power tournament than let him participate. In fact, if Yamcha really had some brains, or was a man, and restrained his philandering a little bit, and worked a little harder, Bulma would never be snatched away by Vegeta. For Bulma, she will not easily change the person she has decided on. After more than 10 years of inner struggle, she was finally completely disappointed with Yamcha. Later, Vegeta happened to appear in her life. According to this situation, the relationship between Bulma and Yamcha has completely broken down at this time, right? If it weren't for the death of Son Goku in the original work, I'm afraid Yamcha really wouldn't have the chance to get Bulma's forgiveness. Speaking of which, it was also from this time that the relationship between Yamcha and Bulma became estranged. After all, even if Bulma forgave Yamcha, they would have to be separated for nearly 2 years because of the Saiyan invasion and Yamcha's death. Thinking secretly in his heart, Lin Chuan made a criticism. Recalling the plot of the original work, is Yamcha miserable? It is indeed miserable. But it is indeed his own fault. He is not strong enough but is anxious to show himself, and he always becomes the first person to be frustrated in the end. Chapter 20. The protagonist's halo is too dazzling. In that case, we have no choice but to go first. As for Tien Shinyan and Yamcha, we will find a way to contact them after we meet the god. Sun Wukong said. There is no way to summon the companions in the past in a short time, so this is the only way now. Wait until the next direction is determined, and then find a way to notify. In Sun Wukong's view, whether it is Tien Shinyan or Yamcha, they are still people he can rely on at this time. Unlike after the era of the universe, the era of artificial humans on Earth has arrived. Everyone except the Saiyans, including Piccolo, has been gradually eliminated. Even if Sun Wukong wants to rely on them, he can't rely on them. This is also a turning point in the true sense. From then on, the Saiyans are the only ones. In fact, are the people on Earth or other stars really inferior to the Saiyans? It is true in transformation. But if there are really the same opportunities and training methods, without the external plug-in of transformation, other Z warriors will not be bad. Just like when Sun Wukong first went to the North Kai King to practice, the warriors on Earth simply relied on the practice that Sun Wukong had practiced, and their combat power exceeded 1,000 points, reaching nearly 2,000 points. Piccolo even reached a combat power of more than 3,000 points with his own practice. Besides, Sun Wukong learned Kaioken and Spirit Bomb under the guidance of the North Kai King, and practiced under 10 times the gravity, raising his combat power to 8,000 points. Later, Tien Shinyan, Gyoza, Yamcha, Piccolo and others, no matter who they were, all had combat power of over 10,000 in a short period of time, and even reached the level of tens of thousands, including the Jinyu force who died. Members were severely defeated by them. In short, it's not that they don't have enough qualifications, but that they don't have enough opportunities. The protagonist's halo is too bright. Think about the later era. After the Saiyans became the main fighting force, they kept advancing in transformation. The warriors who were not Saiyans, who had no transformation or new development, even Piccolo who assimilated with the gods, were completely eliminated. Thinking of this, as a time traveler, Lin Chuan deeply understood everything, but he could only sigh. After all, he was a scion in this life, and his future, becoming a super scion, was also the primary goal. Tisk. Cockroach, don't you ask my opinion? Are you willing to go? Raditz suddenly shouted, interrupting Sun Wukong's thoughts, and at the same time, making Sun Wukong embarrassed. He did not ask for other people's opinions, but just thought about going together. Others looked at Raditz cautiously, fearing that this guy would do something weird again. For Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma, Raditz is an invader. Even though the situation is like this now, and they have turned enemies into friends, they still instinctively resist. Just like treating Piccolo. Even though Piccolo has joined forces with Son Goku to attack, the fear that Piccolo once brought will not easily dissipate. In the original work, this grudge was not completely eliminated until a year later. So, in the end, we still have to stand on the same front and cooperate with each other, and understand each other to resolve grievances. Brother, don't you also want to become stronger? If you go, you can get the guidance of the God of Heaven to practice. My current strength is the result of the practice along the way, plus the guidance of the God of Heaven a few years ago. Son Goku's IQ at this moment is indeed a bit higher than expected. He knows how to use practice to coax this biological brother who just recognized him. Humph. You mean, that so-called Namekian God can guide me to become stronger? Stop kidding. What's worth talking about? Raditz said it very tough, but he had already accepted it in his heart. He didn't give Sun Wukong a chance to refute, and turned his attention to Lin Chuan, asking, Talos, what do you mean? All eyes were once again focused on Lin Chuan. I don't care, but after hearing so much, I'm also very interested. What's wrong with meeting him? Maybe it's really good. Lin Chuan said with a smile. With his words, Raditz no longer hesitated. It was like having a step down, and he said directly, then let's go. Sun Wukong and the others nodded to each other after hearing this. Both Raditz and Lin Chuan agreed, so there was no need to worry about anything else. Bulma, Gohan is in your hands. Take your flying machine and he will have a good rest. The child is tired. Sun Wukong said as he handed Sun Wuhan to Bulma. He has somersault cloud and can fly by himself. Of course he can take his son with him, but the injuries he suffered in the previous battle, plus the child is still young, it is better to be safe. Facts have proved that Sun Wukong at this time is not only concerned about himself, he also considers everything. Leave it to me with peace of mind. Besides, if everyone goes, Krillin and Mutant Teacher will have to be sent there by me. However, my flying machine may not be able to fly to the temple where the gods live. At most, it can only be sent to Karin Tower. Bulma took Sun Wuhan's little hand and said at the same time. Little Gohan is not opposed to Bulma, so he didn't make a fuss. Krillin and Kame laughed awkwardly. One of them is a martial arts master, but he can't even dance with the sky. One is good at flying, but not proficient at all, and has not practiced flying for many years. When we arrive at Karantat, the god will arrange Mr. Popo to pick us up. After saying this, Sun Wukong summoned his somersault cloud. It should be said that in this era, the strength of the Z fighters has just started, even Sun Wukong did not realize the importance of flying. It was not until the invasion of the Scions that everyone began to practice this skill seriously. That's it. Led by Sun Wukong and Bulma's aircraft, Lin Chuan and Raditz followed closely and headed to the location of the Earth's heavenly temple. Along the way, Raditz complained a lot about the slow speed. There is no way, it's not that Sun Wukong can't be fast, but Bulma's Earth aircraft is not advanced, so the speed is average. Speaking of which, for Earthlings, it is already amazing that civilian aircraft can break the speed of sound. It's just that compared with the strong who can reach thousands or tens of thousands of meters per second, it is naturally slow. Speaking of which, how strong is your fighting ability? You talk so well and have so much information, but you haven't revealed your true strength. Raditz didn't know why he suddenly thought of this, and asked directly without hiding anything. During the flight, the distance between the two was very close, so Lin Chuan could hear it clearly. Want to know how strong his fighting ability is? Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. From now on, you will got it. At least, he is much stronger than Vegeta. Lin Chuan didn't say too much. At this moment, he realized what stage his combat power had reached, and opened the system plug-in panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 75 kg. Combat Power Index, 19,450 points. Current system level, Level 1. Automatically hanging up, Combat Power +1/second. I remember that it had only broken through 18,000 points before. As time goes by, it is only 550 points away from breaking through 20,000 combat power points. 550 points, which means that as long as another 9 minutes pass, he can reach a higher level. Chapter 21 Breaking through 20,000 points. Bobo's combat power is 1030. Time passed by little by little. For Raditz, he was getting more and more impatient. The speed was too slow, and he didn't know how far the destination was. He could do nothing but follow. Lack of patience and eagerness for success were also caused by the pressure of life over the years. Of course, with Lin Chuan around, Raditz could only endure it even if he was unhappy. No one said anything. What could he do? Apart from other things, he now regarded Lin Chuan as the only way for him to become stronger. What he thought it was impossible for a god to guide him to become stronger. A god from Earth, even if he is really a god, what can he do? If he is really awesome, Kakarot would not be like this now, not even having 1,000 combat power. Lin Chuan is different. He has admitted that he is stronger than Vegeta, so there is no need to worry about how strong he is. It is more hopeful that his combat power can be doubled in a short period of time with his help, or even increased to 3,000 to 5,000 points in a year. Crossing the plains, crossing the sea, straight entering the primeval forest with lush vegetation. Time, from the start, more than half an hour has passed. The reason why Lin Chuan was not anxious or impatient was that he took advantage of this time to feel the strength growth brought by the infinite combat power improvement system. Combat power +1 per second. Although he had seen it so many times that even his eyes had phantoms and were a little numb. But the growth of his own strength, which would increase by 1 level every few minutes, was really enjoyable. Now, Lin Chuan's combat power index has reached 21,675 points. In just over 37 minutes, the combat power increased by 2,225 points. It can be said that after exceeding 20,000 combat power, Lin Chuan felt a wider field. His combat power used to hover around 15,000 points, and he could never make any progress. Compared with now, it is simply a world of difference. No wonder, in the original work, Dodoria's combat power of 22,000 points was enough to crush Vegeta and Chuyi with combat power of 18,000 points. Now Lin Chuan feels that he can ravage his previous combat power of 18,000 points. Not to mention the strength of 15,000 points in the past. Brother, and Lin Chuan, we are here. Along with the voice of Sun Wukong. The speed of the originally galloping flight dropped sharply again. Looking around, in the depths of the endless forest, there is a stone pillar that reaches the sky. There is no doubt that this is the Karin Tower on Earth. When he first appeared in the early part of the Dragon Ball story, he was so incredible and mysterious. But later, he no longer appeared on the screen and was forgotten by many people. Everyone's impression of Karin Tower stayed on the fairy beans of the cat fairy on the top of the tower. To be honest, the existence of Karin Tower was originally set as a way for martial artists to hone their strength. They fell from the sky one after another. Lin Chuan didn't say anything. Raditz couldn't wait to shout, "Are we finally here? This is the so-called god? Don't be funny, Kakarot, didn't you say Namek? The combat power of this earthling is only 50 points. No, brother, the god is a temple living in the clouds. This is a warrior who protects the holy land of Karan Tower, named Bola." Sun Wukong stood up and explained, "I really miss it. Speaking of which, I haven't been here for many years." Then he greeted Bola and a group of Holy Land protectors. After stating their identities and situations, Bola and others obviously let down their guard. After all, in their minds, Sun Wukong is a brave man who successfully challenged Karan Tower, and he accepted the summons of God in the early years and became God's messenger. Revisiting the old place, not only Sun Wukong, but also Krillin and Master Roshi were full of emotions. Especially Master Roshi, when he thought of what he did when he was young at the top of the tower, he couldn't help but blush and was extremely embarrassed. "I just hope that when I meet the gods this time, these embarrassing things will not be mentioned. Are we waiting here for Mr. Popo to come down to pick us up, Goku?" Krillin asked, standing beside Sun Wukong. He was still a little worried, and his eyes kept wandering around Lin Chuan and Raditz. Sun Wukong understood his character, but he didn't take it seriously and said, "Don't worry, Krillin. In addition, the gods have sensed our arrival just now, so Mr. Popo will come down soon. By the way, speaking of which, at the last martial arts conference, did you, Krillin, tell me about it? I said I challenged the Karan Tower and succeeded." Sun Wukong's sudden question made Krillin a little angry. "What? You really don't listen to me? You answered me seriously at that time. Not only me, Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi, and Yam Sha all succeeded in the challenge, and we all saw the Karan immortal on the top of the tower." Krillin rolled his eyes and said. Such an answer made Sun Wukong embarrassed and scratched his head and laughed. Sun Wukong thought that if he remembered it wrongly and Krillin had not challenged Karan Tower, then he could give it a try. After all, it was a good practice. But since he succeeded, that's another matter. In fact, with Krillin's current strength, it is indeed not difficult to challenge this. At least there are more than 200 points of combat power, and this is not all of Krillin. The waiting time did not pass for long. In less than 2 minutes, a shadow appeared in the sky. It was Popo who controlled the magic carpet and appeared, and it quickly descended to the ground. Fight, combat power. 1030 points. The first person to speak was Raditz again. The moment Popo arrived in front of him, the combat power detector on his head reported Popo's combat power value, which directly overturned Raditz's cognition. Earth, a lower-level planet, actually has a combat power of more than 1000 points. For a moment, he began to doubt the gods above. Before, he seemed to have underestimated the other party. As soon as he said this, everyone except Lin Chuan was shocked. Popo's combat power is as high as 1030 points. What is this concept? Sun Wukong's combat power is only a few hundred points. It can break 1000 with full force, but it is only for a short time. Is this true? Mr. Popo, the man asked in a hurry. In this regard, Popo did not have any emotional fluctuations. Popo didn't know. It turns out that Popo's combat power is actually more than 1000 points. This performance is really in line with Popo's setting. Lin Chuan saw it and narrowed his eyes slightly. He clearly remembered Popo's famous scene in the future. That was the era of Majin Buu. Popo easily resisted the joint efforts of 2 Super Saiyans, Sun Goten and Trunks. Although the 2 little ghosts didn't really move at that time, and didn't want to hurt anyone, but even so, it can be seen how high Popo's cultivation is. Chapter 22 Lin Chuan, if you want to go, I'll hug you. Because Popo's combat power exceeded 1000 points, everyone except Lin Chuan expressed shock. After sighing, Son Goku, Krillin, and even Master Rashi had great respect for Popo. This was impossible in the past. At most, he was just polite on the surface because he was a servant of the gods and had some strength. Even Bulma, now put aside her inner grudge against Popo's appearance, had a little strange feeling towards Popo. This strange feeling was not dislike, but she wanted to try to maintain a relationship with this black man in the future, maybe he could become her backer. It should be said that Bulma is very smart, and she has always been very perceptive. In the original work, she came into contact with Popo because she was looking for the spaceship of the god Piccolo. At the beginning, she was very resistant. Later, after knowing how useful Popo was, she started to win him over in various ways. If Popo could not leave the earth as a servant of the god, she would definitely take Popo to Namek in the original work. In addition, Bulma's ability to judge people was even more remarkable in the era of Dragon Ball Super. She used her intelligence and communication skills to get along well with the angel Whis in a short time, and even the god of destruction Beerus was bribed by her with food. It was simply indirectly raising Beerus into a house cat. Since everyone is ready, let's go up to see the god. Popo's flying carpet can take 2 people up first. There are 5 people here. As Popo finished speaking, he began to count. He completely ignored the fact that Sun Wukong, Raditz, and Lin Chuan could fly up by themselves and didn't need him to lead them. It doesn't matter. Mr. Popo only needs to take Krillin and Master Kame. Although I'm not proficient in flying skills, it's no problem to take Gohan to the temple. Not to mention the flying ability of Big Brother and Lin Chuan. Sun Wukong began to talk. Hearing this, Popo nodded and smiled and said, "That's great. Popo will take Krillin and Master Wu Tian, saving a lot of time." After a brief communication between the two, the group began to act. Master Kame and Krillin got on the flying magic carpet, and Sun Wukong looked at Raditz and Lin Chuan. It was obvious that he was the one leading the way. In terms of speed, those who know flying skills are definitely faster. Even though Popo can control the magic carpet very quickly, he still needs to take care of Krillin and Kame Sennin. He came down to take Krillin and Kame Sennin with him. Just when they were about to leave, Bulma, who had been silent and angry, could not help but start. She shouted, "What? Are you going to abandon me here? I sent you here anyway, so why don't you take me up with you?" Anger is inevitable. No one can stand it. She holds you in her hands when she needs you and puts you aside when she doesn't need you. Bulma's temper is good. At least in the original book, she scolds but doesn't really hold a grudge in her heart. Sorry, but I have to take Gohan with me, and I can't take you with me. Popo's magic carpet can only take 2 people. Sun Wukong was embarrassed, feeling guilty, but helpless. He was so stubborn that he didn't even think about coming down to pick her up. Krillin and Kame thought of it, and took the initiative to say, "Otherwise, Mr. Popo will take Bulma and Mr. Mutant up first, and I'll wait here." Popo refused directly after hearing this. Lord God said to take everyone up, but he didn't mention this woman, so Popo needs to go up and ask Lord God. God directly excluded Bulma. I have to say that Lin Chuan couldn't stand it. Think about the original god Piccolo, who was really self-righteous at the beginning, and also had a full taste of old scheming. Don't take Bulma seriously? Just ignore her? Good fellow. If you look down on her now, she will be out of your reach in the future. So, that old man didn't plan to let me go to the temple of the gods at all? Humph. Okay. If you don't let me go, I will go by my own strength in the future. I will build an advanced jet when I go back. It's just the temple of the gods. I can even build a spaceship. Bulma was so angry that she didn't care about anything else. What she said made everyone present at a loss. Lin Chuan could understand Bulma. Raditz on the side was shocked by the last sentence Bulma said. Build a spaceship. If it is really possible, he can leave the Earth with a spaceship and no longer be bound. After so many years in the universe, is Raditz's IQ low? If it was really low, he would have died long ago. Raditz was also trying to ensure his own safety. If his strength could not be improved within a year, he could use a spaceship to escape from the Earth. At that time, without surveillance, he could just find a better planet to live on, which would at least be better than living on Earth. If you want to go, I'll hold you in my arms. Lin Chuan spoke. When the voice sounded, everyone was shocked, and Bulma looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. Lin Chuan stood there with a smiling expression and looked at Bulma. Krillin and Master Roshi's eyes flashed with a hidden brilliance, and Raditz looked at Lin Chuan unexpectedly, and it was incredible that Lin Chuan would be interested in an Earth woman. Sun Wukong seemed to be relieved and cast a very good look. Popo couldn't say anything. One was that she didn't belong to the Earth and couldn't be bound by him, the other was that it had nothing to do with him if she took her there. No one spoke. After looking around, Bulma made a decision in her heart. There was an impulse lingering in her mind. Friends who have known each other for so many years and have experienced so much together are not as concerned about their own thoughts as a scion who has just arrived on Earth. They didn't let her go, but she insisted on going to see it. Humph! I understand now. You are all afraid of me. I don't have bad intentions like you think. I don't think I'm scary at all. It's you who treat me differently. Bulma trotted to Lin Chuan. This boldness has long gone without the nervous fear of the unknown scion at the beginning. It seems that Lin Chuan showed kindness and handsome appearance, which was enough to attract and impress her. No one knows at this time, but Bulma knows everything in her heart. As smart as she is, she has considered that Lin Chuan is not only powerful, but also capable of resisting future invaders. So she won't miss such a good opportunity to get close to him. Besides, he is so handsome, with a well-proportioned figure, tall but not burly, strong but not muscular. Even if he hugs her and takes advantage of her, she won't suffer. In general, Bulma is actually a bit of a fangirl. She compared him with the men she knew, and found that no one seemed to be able to compare with Lin Chuan. Chapter 23 Get started. Heavenly Temple. Then I'll trouble you, Lin Chuan. Bulma's words. Before Sun Wukong finished speaking, he was met with Bulma's murderous eyes, which directly killed his unfinished words. Sun Wukong suddenly broke out in cold sweat, and immediately stopped talking and changed the subject. Since everyone is ready, let's go. I'll lead the way. So saying, Sun Wukong directly picked up Sun Gohan, comforted him with a few words, and then floated up and flew straight into the sky. The performance of the air dance technique was indeed not proficient, and Sun Wukong's achievements in this area were really not considered average at this time. Tisk! Haven't you even mastered the most basic means of flying? Kakarot is really useless, Raditz complained, and jumped up and followed Sun Wukong. They took action, and Popo signaled Krillin and came master in the next second, and then controlled the flying magic carpet to follow. I don't know if it's because the load has reached the standard or something, but Popo's ascent speed is very slow, even far behind Sun Wukong's clumsy flying speed. Seeing them all go up, Lin Chuan's mouth sneered and looked at Bulma. Are you ready? Hearing Lin Chuan's question, Bulma's cheeks blushed slightly. She was so bold and casual before, but now she is really going to be held up. She will still be shy. After all, there are differences between men and women, and they are not familiar with each other. She only heard her soft hum, and Lin Chuan took action and picked her up as a princess. When the soft jade body touched, the first thing he felt was a wonderful touch. This unprecedented feeling made Lin Chuan's heart tremble. In this life, Lin Chuan has only met Bulma, a woman, until today. Even if he had seen pigs run and eaten pork in his previous life, at most he would hold hands and hug shoulders. Now Bulma is in his arms. If you don't hold her, you won't know. Once you hold her, you will find that this woman has such a voluptuous figure. Not only does she have a devilish figure, but she also exudes an extremely attractive fragrance all over her body, which makes people linger after smelling it. It's really hard to imagine that Yamsha, who has Bulma as his best woman, doesn't cherish her well? If it were him, he would have to hold her in his hands for a lifetime, fearing that someone else would snatch her away. Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. Bulma was in the same situation. She didn't expect Lin Chuan to hold her so decisively. She felt a little dizzy now. For a while, a special feeling swept her heart, making her confused. The masculine breath came to her face, the strong masculine breath, and the hot body contact surface, making her feel like she had a fever for a while. She was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Fortunately, with the reminder of Bola and others, Lin Chuan came back to her senses. He met Bulma's eyes again at the first moment, and Bulma's face turned even redder. Lin Chuan smiled awkwardly, expressing his apology for being distracted. "Remember not to move, I will rush up in one breath and take you to the Temple of Heaven first." After the voice fell, Lin Chuan slowly stood up. Under the performance of the air dance technique, in just a few short seconds, from the ground, there was no trace of Lin Chuan and Bulma. Within a few dozen seconds, above the Temple of Heaven, a shadow sprinted up from the bottom of the Temple of Heaven, and finally landed steadily in the center of the platform of the Temple of Heaven. It was no one else, it was Lin Chuan who landed here with Bulma in his arms. The speed was so fast that it directly surpassed everyone, and this was even the speed that Lin Chuan burst out casually. The vast and magnificent Temple of Heaven was filled with a sacred and majestic atmosphere. Invisibly, it brought people an extremely strong pressure. Of course, if the strength is strong enough, this oppression can be ignored. It looks the same as I remember. I have to say, the place where the gods live is like a bowl that has been magnified countless times and is frozen in the sky. It's full of bad taste. Looking around, the surrounding environment gradually matches the memory in his mind, and Lin Chuan sighs in his heart. Sensing the breath, looking forward, Lin Chuan first saw a person standing there motionless. The other person was also looking at him there. It was a fat man with an explosive hairstyle. Who else could it be if not Yajirobe, who is known as the meat-clad Yasuo? Like the original, he was strongly summoned by the god Piccolo to practice. When their eyes met, Lin Chuan smiled slightly, but didn't take him seriously, and looked behind him. The god Piccolo was in the temple. Lin Chuan's attention was all on the gods, and at this time he didn't realize that he had to put Bulma down. At this time, Bulma's consciousness was still in the rapid flight, so she couldn't come back to her senses. Now that she came to her senses, she saw the Temple of Heaven at the first moment. She didn't realize that she was still being held. She sighed in her heart, "Is this the Temple of Heaven? It feels completely different from what I imagined." Bulma, who was in Lin Chuan's arms, looked around curiously, with a look of disbelief on her face. She actually wanted to study the existence of the Temple of Heaven many years ago, but she never had the chance. This time, she got what she wanted. Thinking of this, Bulma moved her body, and the next second she felt Lin Chuan's tightened palm again, and her mind was confused. Wait! She is still in Lin Chuan's arms. Bulma suddenly came to her senses, raised her eyes abruptly, and happened to meet Lin Chuan's eyes again. "You are so charming and rebellious." Bulma blushed and was even a little at a loss. She covered her face with her hands, fearing that she would be seen in such an embarrassing way. Recalling the scene when she was flying before, she hugged Lin Chuan for protection because the speed was too fast. And this was also brought up by Lin Chuan: "When we were flying just now, I don't know who held me tightly and shouted at me not to let go." The teasing was too obvious, and Bulma's face became even redder. Seeing this, Lin Chuan did not intend to tease her anymore, and had to let her go reluctantly. "Today long. If you do too much, it will be bad." After leaving Lin Chuan's arms, Bulma stood aside and breathed a few times, then glanced at Lin Chuan with her big watery eyes. The meaning is very clear. She was so nervous and scared before, wasn't it because Lin Chuan was too fast? In response, Lin Chuan smiled even more brightly. I have to say that Bulma is actually quite cute. At the same time, at the entrance of the Temple of the Gods. At this moment, Yajirobe was sweating all over, feeling guilty. Is he the scion? He has a terrible aura even from such a distance, I can feel his danger, as if he can eat me alive. Yajirobe's instinct made him afraid of Lin Chuan. At this moment, he felt strange. Isn't Bulma afraid of him? Chapter 24 The Plan of the God Piccolo. Yajirobe was frightened by the aura emitted from Lin Chuan's surface. He didn't dare to act rashly, and even though he saw Bulma and Lin Chuan standing together, he didn't dare to approach. Just then, as if he had noticed that Lin Chuan and Bulma had arrived first, a figure slowly walked out from the depths of the Temple of the Gods. There was no doubt that he was the God Piccolo. Because of his appearance, Yajirobe took action and stood beside the god, as if seeking shelter, or as a bodyguard. Lin Chuan and Bulma, who were in the center of the wide platform square, both cast their eyes. As a time traveler, how could Lin Chuan not recognize him? Bulma had seen him at the world's #1 martial arts tournament a few years ago, so she wouldn't be frightened either. Not only that, she now has zero favorability towards the god Piccolo. Because he was a god, she believed in him like a god in her heart, but this time the god directly ignored her existence, and her anger would not dissipate easily. Walking forward, the god stood on the huge square and took the initiative to introduce himself. Welcome, scion from an alien planet, I am the god of this earth. After the voice fell, the god Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan, intending to use his own eyesight to judge how powerful this scion was. He looked at Lin Chuan like this, and Lin Chuan also looked him up and down with a fake smile. For Lin Chuan, he completely ignored the investigation of the god Piccolo. For the god Piccolo, Lin Chuan's aggressive eyes were like treating him as prey, which made him feel very uncomfortable. As the god of the earth, he has always been the supreme existence. As a result, now, he has become an ant in the eyes of others. If the other party is weak, he will definitely punish him in his own way, because this is a blasphemy against him as a god. But he knows how terrifying Lin Chuan's strength is, and he can't resist it. As time goes by, from a few years ago to now, he, the god, can no longer dominate the overall situation. At most, he can rely on his years of planning to see if he can change the situation. It is really amazing that a Namekian can become the god of the earth. Unfortunately, as I said, both you and Piccolo before are too weak. If you were one, your strength might exceed 10,000 points, or even higher. Lin Chuan said, and the next second, without waiting for the god Piccolo to answer. Under the Temple of the Gods, another shadow suddenly rushed up, and then landed steadily on the Temple of the Gods. The person who came was undoubtedly Raditz. Lin Chuan rushed up directly, and he couldn't stand the turtle-like speed, and caught up with him. Tisk! Is this the so-called Temple of the Gods? Where the gods live? A Namekian has become the god of the earth. It's really laughable. It turns out that the earth is always an inferior planet. A Namekian is enough to be called a god. Raditz looked around and muttered to himself, not giving face to the god Piccolo at all. In this regard, the god Piccolo dared not speak. But calmed down and hid his unhappiness in his heart. For him, he just knew that he was a Namekian. Now that the other party is strong, he can only swallow his anger. The god Piccolo is a very smart existence. Although his strength is not good, he is very foresight. He has planned everything, and now he is just waiting for Son Goku and the others to arrive to implement it. For the earth, he decided to make the greatest sacrifice, even if he loses face. For the sake of the earth, he even decided to risk everything, staying and influencing Raditz and Lin Chuan who had been turned against him. In this way, at least the short-term safety of the earth can be relieved. Not long after, Son Goku rushed to the Temple of Heaven with Son Gohan in his arms. Then Popo, who was controlling the flying magic carpet, arrived with Krillin and Master Roshi. "Hello, Goku," and that bald Krillin and Master Mutin. Finally seeing someone he could rely on, Yajirobe came up. He was frightened by Lin Chuan before, and then frightened by Raditz' bloodthirsty and cold expression, so he didn't even dare to speak. "It's been a while since we last met, Yajirobe. Have you also been summoned by the God of Heaven?" Sun Wukong said to Yajirobe with a smile on his face. Krillin shouted at the side, "Don't you have any manners? Although I am bald, please call me by my name when you call me." Okay, Krillin. Yajirobe probably didn't mean it and, "The Lord of Heaven is here, let's calm down first." Kame Immortal hurriedly reminded Krillin to pay attention to his emotions and not to get too excited. As a martial arts master, although it is not the first time to see the Lord of Heaven, now that they have come to the temple, the Lord of Heaven is in front of them, and they should maintain the most basic respect. "Humph! I'm too lazy to get angry with him," Krillin replied unhappily. "It should be said that everyone has their own bottom line, and once it is touched, there will definitely be emotional fluctuations. I didn't mean it, really, stingy guy." Yajirobe didn't think so much. He was habitually lazy, so he always spoke in a casual manner. This is also in line with his personality. He is a wild wanderer, and you can even say he is a wild man. To put it bluntly, Yajirobe can stand here today because of his acquaintance with Son Goku. With Son Goku, he had the opportunity to contact Karin Tower. As a result, he has been relying on Karin Tower for the rest of his life. The reason why the senzu beans in the original work have no production and inventory is all thanks to him. Let's put aside the matter of Krillin and Yajirobe for the time being. Son Goku brought his son to the front of the god Piccolo and said, "Let me introduce you first. This is my son Son Gohan. Gohan, this is the god, who Dad told you about before." The timid Son Gohan, under the leadership of Son Goku, was no longer as timid as he was at the beginning. I don't know if he was born with a connection with the name Kians. After seeing Piccolo, he said directly, "My name is Son Gohan, I am 4 years old this year, hello, Grandpa God." The simple address made Piccolo happy. However, now is not the time to coax the child. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, it's just a few years since we last met, you also have a son, I can see that your son has extraordinary potential and his future achievements are limitless. Hehe, then I'll take the good words from Lord God. By the way, we are all here now, and we can tell Lord God what arrangements he has." Sun Wukong said with a smile. After the voice fell, the god Piccolo also seized this opportunity, took a deep breath, sorted out his emotions, and began to tell the story. Chapter 25 The Underworld. King Kai. Adding fuel to the fire. Although Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi, and Yam Sha are not here, everyone is here, so I won't hide anything and will speak directly to the point. In order to cope with the crisis that will come in a year, and perhaps even involve the Universe Emperor Frisia you mentioned, so I know clearly that you all must become stronger as quickly as possible. And as a god on earth, I know a special place where a master lives. With my ability, I can recommend you to practice there. I believe that with the guidance of that master, no matter who it is, their strength can be greatly increased in a short period of time." As the words of the god Piccolo came out, Sun Wukong and Krillin who heard it became excited. Since the god said so, it must be true. In this case, even if the two scions are extremely evil, they will be able to deal with it on their own after arriving on Earth, and they don't need to rely on Lin Chuan's strength. "Well, Lord God, who is this senior master you are talking about? Where is he? Are there any such masters on our Earth?" Sun Wukong asked anxiously. "Never heard of it, never seen it. As one of the best masters on Earth, how could he not be excited when he was told this news at this time?" Sun Wukong at this time would not know that the god Piccolo was not talking about the existence on Earth. Because of this speech, Not only Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yajirobe, and Kame Sennin pricked up their ears. Rades also heard it clearly, frowned, and was surprised again. This god is too arrogant. It is acceptable to say that it is to prevent the invasion of Nappa and Vegeta, but it also involves Frisia. What is this concept? Lin Chuan did not expect that the god Piccolo would say this directly at this time. This is to expose King Kai. Wukong, you are so stupid. If you meet this existence in your current state, once you are rude, I am afraid you will not have the opportunity to accept his guidance. He is also a god. And his position is far above the gods on my earth. As for where he is, I'm afraid it will scare you. Because this god is a super existence in the underworld. He is also the most supreme in our northern galaxy. Lord Kai. God Piccolo said, his expression became more and more serious. King, Lord Kai? Earth, underworld? Sun Wukong looked at God Piccolo in shock, feeling unbelievable. Although he was very curious about what kind of existence this King Kai was. But, if they were in the underworld, how would they get there? That's the world of the dead. If it's the underworld, isn't that the world after death? Could it be Lord God, are you going to send us to the world after death? Or, is it after we die, we will go to the underworld to find that King Kai to practice? Krillin was so scared that his face turned pale and he was even a little confused. He died once and went to the underworld. But he was resurrected by the dragon later, so he returned to the human world. Yajirobe on the side was obviously also scared, he didn't want to die. The world after death? The underworld? The Supreme King Kai of the North Galaxy? What is this? Raditz listened to the story of the god Piccolo. And his head was swollen. He almost thought he was dreaming. He didn't know anything about these. Coming to the earth, constantly refreshing the worldview, now even the world after death has appeared, and there is also a Supreme King Kai. He has fought in the universe for many years, and he feels that he has lived in vain. King Kai, I have heard of his existence. So you, the god of the earth, are thinking of this, so you summoned us here? Lin Chuan's sudden words caught everyone by surprise. At this time, Lin Chuan once again gave people the feeling that he seemed to know everything. At this time, especially the god Piccolo, he couldn't imagine what kind of existence Lin Chuan was. As a scion, he actually knew the existence of King Kai. Lin Chuan, do you know Lord Kai? So, this so-called King Kai is really powerful, and can guide us to become stronger. Sun Wukong's words were anxious. He also wanted to learn some information about King Kai from Lin Chuan. If even Lin Chuan said that this King Kai was incredible, then it must be right. As far as I know, our universe is divided into 4 major galaxies, and there are 4 corresponding King Kais, namely the 4 major King Kais of the Southeast, Northwest, and Northeast, who are in charge of the 4 major galaxies. We are now in the North Galaxy. So, your god should be talking about asking you to find King Kai of the North. Among the King Kais, King Kai of the North is indeed quite capable and has such a set of skills. Lin Chuan's explanation was simple and clear, and it seemed that there was no information, but it still shocked the people present. It can be said that this was Lin Chuan's exaggeration. Otherwise, the plot would not be able to proceed smoothly. It is necessary for Sun Wukong and others to go to King Kai to practice, but he will not go, and he does not need to go. Is this true? Talos, the existence of King Kai, controls the 4 major galaxies in our universe. Raditz couldn't believe it and questioned. Seeing Lin Chuan nod, Raditz took a deep breath. Having been fighting in the universe and invading various planets, Raditz belongs to the Frisia Legion, so he naturally knows how big the universe is. The Great Northern Galaxy alone is so big that it is unimaginable. The 4 great galaxies in the universe are not ordinary galaxies. Just talking about the Great Northern Galaxy, it is known that there are tens of thousands of huge star fields. In a star field, there are hundreds of millions of galaxies, and then, each galaxy has many galaxies. Comparing, at this moment he suddenly felt how stupid he was. He was like a frog in a well. A new concept was born, asking him to compare the North King Kai with Frisia. He suddenly felt that the King Kai was even more powerful than Frisia. Rades would not know, he thought too much. Being in charge does not mean that the strength must be very strong. So this Lord Kai is really powerful. To be in charge of a quarter of the universe, this is too incredible. Son Goku reacted, and the blood in his body began to boil. It is undoubtedly a great opportunity to be able to learn from such a super existence. As Son Goku regained consciousness, Krillin beside him also became excited. In fact, his brain is smarter than Son Goku. If he doesn't understand now, he is a fool. He is also a martial artist who hopes to become stronger. How can he be content with the status quo? The atmosphere began to change. Chapter 26 Raditz, I'm going. More and more information was exposed, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. There is no doubt that the existence of King Kai is indeed one of the supreme existences in this era. In fact, the existence of King Kai is at the bottom of the bottom in the future. After the plot develops to the Majin Buu arc, King Kai is the only one who can be regarded as the supreme god in the universe. Even if King Kai and the god of destruction are equal in the position of god, but how can the power of the king of the Kai compare with that of the god of destruction? Lin Chuan said those words, and he himself was a little amused. Because he couldn't say that the king of the Kai was too bad, otherwise who would be willing to accept guidance and practice? So it was necessary to exaggerate and flatter the king of the Kai. At the same time, when everyone was surprised and had endless fantasies, the god Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan with a dull face. I didn't expect that he knew everything about the king of the Kais, and knew it in such detail, but how did he know it? Could it be that the gods of other planets told him? The gods thought secretly in their hearts. Besides this, there is no other possibility. After all, except for them, the gods know about the underworld and the existence of the king of the Kai. Ordinary people, no matter how powerful they are, cannot know or touch it. Unless they are dead, I heard in the underworld. As his thoughts deepened, Sun Wukong suddenly spoke at this time, pulling his consciousness back from his imagination. Lord God, how can we go to the underworld? How can we get to Lord Kai? Sun Wukong asked, is it really as Krillin said, that we should die and then find him? I have no problem, after all, even if I die once, Dragon Ball can revive me, but Krillin and Master Kame can't, they have already died once. If they die again, Shenlong can't revive them, right? It can be seen how simple-minded Sun Wukong is to say that he doesn't care about death. And his words attracted everyone present at the same time. Especially Raditz. He widened his eyes, unbelievable that Dragon Ball can revive people. You don't need to worry about this. As a god, although my fighting ability is indeed inferior to yours, I am a god with the authority of God. I can take you across the yin and yang worlds and directly enter the underworld. The god answered, and then his face became serious. Without waiting for Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Kame Hermit Yajirobe to say something, he said directly, it's very simple to go to the underworld. Going to practice with Lord Kai is the only way I can think of so far to make you feel proud. But not all of you can go to the underworld. Even as a god, I can only send 2 living people to the underworld. This is already challenging Lord Yama's bottom line. So among you, only 2 people can go to the underworld to learn from Lord Kai. Wukong is one of them. I believe you will not have any objections as for the other person. The words of the god were like pouring a basin of ice water on everyone present. It is equivalent to only 1 quota to practice with Lord Kai. Who among them can follow Sun Wukong to learn from the master? Although, there were only Krillin, Yajirobe, and Master Roshi present, but Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and Dumplings were mentioned before. We can't hide it from them, right? Everyone fell into silence, and Master Roshi gave Krillin a look, indicating that he should take the position quickly. As Krillin's master, he has always been the only one who really accompanies him. Sun Wukong is his most proud disciple, but Krillin has always kept him in mind. He knows that this is one of the few opportunities for Krillin to become stronger, so he must seize it. If he can seize it, his two disciples will soar into the sky in the future. I know, Master Wu Tian. Krillin immediately understood. However, just when he was about to explain to the gods, he was beaten to the punch by others. There is still one spot, let me go. You don't really think that the Earthlings can become that strong by practicing, do you? The only ones who can deal with us Scions are us Scions. As for Frisia Hehe. Raditz' voice was so overbearing. When he said this, even Lin Chuan was surprised. Good fellow, Raditz volunteered, which was completely different from what he thought. Originally, he was thinking whether he could make it happen for Raditz and Son Goku to go to King Kai of the North to practice together. On the one hand, he could gradually change Raditz's mentality and personality, and on the other hand, if Raditz accepted King Kai's guidance, what would happen in the future? How strong would he become? Brother, are you going? Sun Wukong also paused for a moment because of Raditz's initiative. For a moment, his mind was full of scenes he had never thought of. Krillin and Master Roshi on the side could only hold back their tempers because of Raditz's words. Who let him be so powerful? But they thought that the gods would never agree to Raditz's going. After all, he had just arrived on Earth and was originally planning to invade the Earth. Hey, old god, I said I want to follow Kakarot to find King Kai to practice, you should have no objection, right? Radit's behavior is obviously full of intimidation. This is his habit for many years. As a scion, he followed Vegeta and Nappa to invade hundreds of planets. He has long cultivated a superior mentality, which is not easy to change. If Raditz changed directly in the next second, even Lin Chuan would have to doubt whether he was also a time traveler like him. God Piccolo fell into deep thought. To be honest, if there was no other way, he didn't want to give this opportunity to Raditz, who would invade planets and was unforgivable. But he also knew that Raditz was right. The only people who can deal with Scions are Scions. No matter how strong the people on Earth are, they probably have their limits. Even if they can grow up, it will take more time. This is the difference between Sun Wukong and other martial artists. I just hope that this person will be infected by Goku and change after he goes to King Kai to practice with Goku. Once the relationship between them is cultivated, it will be the best for the future of the Earth. The god thought secretly in his heart. This was his initial idea. As for Lin Chuan, this scion is too mysterious, and his appearance reveals an uncontrollable aura. In that case, you and Goku will go to King Kai to practice together. You are brothers. Brother, Raditz, you have already turned from evil to good. I believe that if you two brothers join forces, you may be able to surpass the ordinary and become stronger. God Piccolo nodded and said solemnly. Chapter 27 The Fastest Way to Become Stronger, Spirit Time Room. God Piccolo's words petrified Master Roshi and Krillin on the spot. Yajirobe trembled even more. God, how can you agree? He almost killed Goku, and he also wanted to capture Goku's son Gohan if he let him go with Goku. It might be bad. Krillin wanted to stop him, but he had to stop talking when he got to this point. Not only did God Piccolo's eyes answer him, but Raditz also gave him a disdainful look. Little bald head, what do you know? Do you know? If it were me in the past, I would have killed you long ago. Raditz turned around, his face showing murderous intent. The deterrence brought by just one sentence scared Krillin so much that he had to endure it. I warn you, this is the temple of the gods, and everyone is here. Don't mess around. Krillin suppressed the fear in his heart and said with gritted teeth. In response, Raditz laughed out loud. This little bald guy has learned to threaten him. It's okay, Krillin, I don't know about my big brother before, but my big brother now has become different. The reason why he attacked me before was just to take me away from the Earth and invade other planets. I think there are also factors of the two scions in this. Big Brother should not have been able to fight against fate before, but now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally not be the same as before. Since you have chosen to believe, I will believe it to the end. Moreover, I am also looking forward to going to practice with Big Brother to King Kai. What will the results be? Sun Wukong took the initiative to reach out and pat Krillin on the shoulder. He was trying to excuse Raditz and ease the relationship between everyone. It should be said that even Lin Chuan sometimes couldn't understand Sun Wukong's thoughts. It changed too fast. He wanted to kill his big brother just a moment ago, but now he forgave him. But oh. Okay. Seeing Sun Wukong's attitude, Krillin wanted to say something, but when he noticed that Master Roshi also shook his head at him, he could only accept it. He also wanted to practice, but this opportunity was taken away by Raditz. No one understood his pain. However, he did not give up completely. Knowing what the future would be like, even if he could not go to King Kai to practice, he would not sit and wait for death. On the side, Lin Chuan witnessed all this happening, and felt even more emotional. It seems that the changes I made have slowly caused the original trajectory to deviate. Although the main line has not changed, the seeds have been planted. This world has begun to become different. Krillin, you don't need to feel regretful or wronged. Although I can't send you to King Kai to practice, you can stay in the Heavenly Temple to practice for the next year. Including Tian Xinyan, Gyoza, and Yamsha. They are all the best martial artists on earth, and I will arrange for Popo to find them later. Seeing Krillin's discouragement and unwillingness, God Piccolo began to talk about his other plan in detail. He naturally had to train the warriors on Earth to improve their skills. Only in this way can the crisis in a year be solved more perfectly. At least, this is another way to ensure the safety of the Earth. Is this really possible? Krillin's eyes flashed with a strange light after hearing what the God Piccolo said. For him, practicing in the Temple of the Gods is also a great thing. At least, it is much better than practicing by himself. Just like this, under the narration of the God Piccolo, with Lin Chuan adding fuel to the fire. Lin Chuan and Raditz were completely involved in the subsequent plot of the original work. However, Lin Chuan is different from Raditz. He does not need to practice according to the arrangement of the gods, and no one can control him. It is worth mentioning that I didn't expect the God Piccolo to be so anxious. He said something without delay and took Sun Wukong and Raditz on the road to the underworld. It seems that he was afraid that Sun Wukong and Raditz would rebel. If he repents or becomes a heretic again, all his plans will be in vain. Others may not know what Piccolo God is planning, but how could Lin Chuan not know? Now, about 20 minutes have passed. Because there is no more God and Raditz, Lin Chuan is too lazy to say anything. He walks aside and thinks about his next plan. Since he came to Earth until now, he has been using the information he knows to change things. Now that the overall situation has been decided, it is his turn. Because he is far away, Lin Chuan did not care about the situation on the other side at all. After all, the others are all acquaintances. Even though Popo has only met the others twice, Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Son Gohan are all acquaintances and have a common language. Of course, even if he can't hear clearly, Lin Chuan can roughly guess that they must think that Piccolo God made a decision to let Raditz go to find Lord Kai to practice together, which is very reckless. In addition, they must also be thinking about what to do next. How can I explain to Chi-Chi? After all, Goku just left like this. And he will be gone for at least a year. Standing on the edge of the Heavenly God Temple, Lin Chuan took a deep breath of fresh air. This feeling, looking down from a high place, really has a feeling of overlooking all living things. No wonder the original Piccolo wanted to be the Heavenly God even if he separated himself. To rule a planet and become the ruler of countless lives. How exciting and proud is this? If Dragon Ball does not have a subsequent Z-era plot, then he would want to try to be the heavenly god, the Supreme One. Of course, this world is too big and the earth is too small. Lin Chuan cannot be bound by a small heavenly god. His future will definitely be extremely brilliant. And what he has to do is to keep getting stronger and keep moving forward. Speaking of which, if I want to rise quickly in a short period of time, there is a fastest way. With a thought in his mind, Lin Chuan turned around and looked towards the temple of the heavenly god temple. As a time traveler, how could he not know the existence of the spirit time chamber? 1 year in it is just 1 day outside. With his unlimited combat power enhancement system, even if the combat power is only plus 1 point per second, as long as he enters it, he can increase his combat power by 1 year in 1 day outside. 1 day is 86,400 seconds. A month of 30 days is 2,592,000 seconds. 12 months in a year is 31,104,000 seconds. In addition, according to the initial situation that each person can only go in for 2 days, that is, 2 years of training, then his combat power can be increased to more than 60 million points. It is equivalent to doing nothing, he can be so strong. Moreover, plus 1 year in the outside world in the future, when he goes to Namek to face Frisia. Even if he can't practice Super Saiyan, his combat power exceeds 100 million, which is enough to deal with Frisia at that time. Chapter 28 Lin Chuan's Plan, Son Gohan's Arrangement. Combat power exceeds 100 million. Then he can resist Frisia's edge. This is just the basics. After all, only when the combat power reaches the standard can they stand on the same platform and confront each other face to face. Of course, he will not simply rely on the system. Because his combat power value can be continuously increased through the system, but other aspects cannot. He also needs to practice moves, skills, combat methods, combat experience. Only in this way can his real combat power match his own combat power. Although the system is very powerful, Lin Chuan always has a feeling that he can be stronger with his current strength. Imagine, if his own combat power exceeds 100 million, but he can only exert a combat power of no more than 10 million, what is that? In other words, if he simply relies on the system, it will indeed be no problem to crush Frisia in the near future, but if he only has a combat power equivalent to Frisia's final transformation, he will still be crushed by Frisia. If this happens, he will be a waste. To be honest, Lin Chuan is also very confident now. Think about it, on planet V3114, because of limited resources and conditions, he could only improve his strength to 15,000 combat power, not to mention exploring the transformation method of Super Saiyan. In short, there are not enough activated S cells in the body. How to transform? There are methods for Super 1 transformation, so after a period of ineffective research, Lin Chuan also found the reason. Now on Earth, there are thousands of possibilities, and there are many training methods provided in the original book that are suitable for him. For example, gravity training is the best training method of this era. In the original book, Sun Wukong went to the North Kai King planet to practice. First, although he relied on the guidance of the North Kai King, second, 10 times the gravity of the Earth was also the key. Later, after Sun Wukong was seriously injured and healed, he activated the Saiyan characteristics and became stronger. After 100 times the gravity, he directly reached 90,000 combat power. The time consumed during this period was only 6 days. After regaining his concentration, Lin Chuan's gaze shifted towards the main hall of the Heavenly God Temple. Now, it's still too early to enter the Spirit Time House. It's not that he doesn't want to get stronger quickly, but there are 2 problems. First, whether the Spirit Time House is recognized by the system and whether it can increase combat power is unknown. After all, it's a bug. He tried to contact it, but never got any answer, and the system didn't give any prompts, which made him feel that the system was a semi-finished product and he didn't even know how to upgrade the level. Second, Even if the system recognizes it, the current level 1 ability is +1 combat power per second. With his current strength, it will take 2 years to enter and can only increase combat power by more than 60 million. But if the system level is upgraded in the future, the combat power can be +10 per second, or even +100, +1000, and then entering is the best choice. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Lin Chuan made a decision after thinking it over and over again. At least, he can completely rely on himself to become stronger now. The improvement of the system's combat power can be regarded as just an auxiliary. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and changed his mind. He saw Son Gohan over there. Thinking of what Son Goku said before he left, he entrusted Son Gohan to him directly. This really made Lin Chuan's mouth twitch involuntarily. Son Goku meant to let him guide Son Gohan. It was a good idea. He should go and influence his own big brother's son as used to build a good relationship with him. Lin Chuan wanted to refuse, but seeing that Son Gohan was so obedient and proactive, it was difficult to refuse directly. So, he only agreed to help take care of him, but it was impossible to accept him as a disciple. Even though Son Gohan has terrifying potential and is the strongest single fighter in the future. But if he follows him, what will happen to Piccolo in the future? The current Piccolo is still Piccolo, the Great Demon King. In the original work, it was because of Son Gohan's company that he was able to completely change. In the end, Lin Chuan decided to take Son Gohan with him first, and then find an opportunity to send him to Piccolo. Besides, with his teaching method and habits, if he really followed him to practice, he was really afraid that he would train Son Gohan badly. He is only 4 years old after all. Walking forward slowly, Lin Chuan left the edge of the heavenly temple. Just as he was about to go over and say something to Bulma over there, Bulma's voice had already reached his ears. Really? It's been so long since he came back. I can only wait here. It's so boring. Originally, she was full of curiosity about the heavenly temple, but in the past 20 minutes, she had walked through every corner of the heavenly temple and didn't find anything special. Her curiosity turned into disappointment. Beside her, Krillin and Master Kame were much more patient. They knew how to read the situation and knew that they could only wait here now. Okay, Bulma, now is not the time to be anxious. It was you who was clamoring to come up just now, wasn't it? Krillin couldn't help but complain. He wanted to say something, but he saw his master's face straighten, and he also looked in the direction of his gaze. Seeing Lin Chuan walking quickly, he also became alert and sweated profusely. From beginning to end, Lin Chuan was too mysterious and too powerful. Seeing them so nervous and resistant, Lin Chuan didn't take it seriously, but said directly to Bulma, "You won't be bored in a while, Kakarot, forget it, I'll call him Son Goku, you are more familiar with him. Son Goku should have told me to help me find the Dragon Ball on Earth." After the words fell, Lin Chuan waited for Bulma's answer. Just now, after sending away the God Piccolo, Son Goku, and Raditz, Lin Chuan didn't say anything else. Now it's just to confirm, and I'll go find it later. There are some wishes that Lin Chuan can't wait to realize. For him, some time can be spent, but some time he doesn't want to waste. Since Goku told me to do it, I will definitely help you find it. But to be honest, I'm very curious. You are so powerful, what wish do you need Dragon Ball to help you realize? Is it immortality? Domination of the world? Goku said that if it is that kind of wish, I will stop you. Bulma said with a strange smile on her face, a little weird. If I really want to make such a wish, how can you stop me? Lin Chuan showed a conspiratorial expression. Such a performance directly scared Krillin, Roshi, and Yajirobe in front of him. Bulma was not panicked at all. She seemed to know that Lin Chuan was not the kind of unreasonable and very evil and domineering scion. That's why I said he was a big fool. Bulma said. Why? Lin Chuan asked in surprise. Chapter 29 Warm-Hearted? Stop kidding. What do you mean? Of course he has already agreed to help you find the Dragon Ball to make a wish, so what wish you make is a foregone conclusion. Who can stop it? Even he can't do it, let alone a weak woman like me. Bulma rolled her eyes, and changed the subject the next second, but I'm not worried at all that you will make that wish, because if you really want to make that wish, just say it directly, and no one on earth can stop you. After the voice fell, Lin Chuan couldn't help but look at her with a higher opinion. Bulma, she is really smart. She is absolutely right. No one can influence what wish he makes from the beginning. Unless he directly destroys the existence of the Dragon Ball. Hey, hey, hey! Bulma, are you so sure? Why do I feel that he thinks so? Krillin was worried and interrupted. His words made Bulma helpless. It was obvious that Krillin was so stupid that Bulma was angry. In Bulma's heart, Krillin was usually very smart. Why didn't he understand even though she said it so clearly? His strength is there. What's the point of worrying about it now? Bulma is right. I also believe that this Scion Lin Chuan will not make too much wish. So Krillin, you don't have to worry. Besides, Goku has gone to practice with Lord Kai. You are the face of the earth now. Don't always be so petty. Master Kame spoke up, signaling Krillin to be more generous. Master Kame was worried, because he knew that if his apprentice was too outspoken, he would make the other party unhappy. After all, he was a Scion, had just arrived on Earth not long ago, and was very powerful. Although he appeared to be a good person, it would take time to prove what kind of person he was. Master Kame actually understood what Bulma meant, which was if Lin Chuan is so strong, they can only rely on him and cannot resist. At least not now. Lord God! Suddenly, just when Lin Chuan was about to praise Bulma, he heard Popo calling out. The next second, everyone turned their eyes to look. God Piccolo had already stood in the place where he disappeared before. The only difference was that he was sweating and panting. It can be seen that the shuttle between the yin and yang worlds consumes a lot of energy. I'm afraid that this is why God Piccolo said that he can only take 2 people. Naturally, the King of Hell can turn a blind eye, but he will definitely not allow the same thing to happen twice. So, there are only 2 places, this is a fixed number. Lord God, you are back. Have Goku and his elder brother Raditz arrived at Lord North Kai? Master Kame took the initiative to step forward and asked. He cares about the specific situation of his disciples. After all, this is related to whether Son Goku can get the inheritance of King Kai. Don't worry. I have sent them to the underworld. As for whether they can meet Lord North Kai, they still need to go through a test. Only by successfully passing through the snake path of the underworld can they reach Lord North Kai's planet for training. God Piccolo paused for a long time before answering weakly. I see, it turns out that to meet a higher god, you also need to complete the test, but I believe that with Goku's qualifications and his elder brother's strength, completing the test will definitely not be a problem. Master Kame said. God Piccolo nodded, and then looked at Krillin and Yajirobe. Now Goku and Raditz have gone to the underworld to receive training. Then it's your turn next. Hearing what God Piccolo said, Krillin's face was solemn, and Yajirobe next to him seemed to be backing down. Please let Lord God know clearly. Krillin asked respectfully. In his heart, God is still the supreme. Hearing this, the god nodded with satisfaction, and after thinking for a moment, he said directly, it is inevitable to teach you to practice, but as I said before that, we need to find Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi, and Yamsha and others. In fact, Popo already knows roughly which area they are in, but the specific location still needs to be found. After all, they have been moving around. I hope you can go with Popo and explain things clearly. Finally, bring them all to me. Although my guidance cannot compare with Lord Kai, it is better than you practicing blindly by yourself. Here, the god Piccolo stopped. Okay, I will follow Mr. Popo to find Tian Xinyan and others. If they are with me, I will be more motivated. Krillin raised his wrist and made a gesture of ready to go. This scene is really simple in Lin Chuan's view. It should be said that this era has just entered the era of the great universe, and everyone is changing, and the desire to become stronger is particularly strong. Krillin is like this now, and it may be difficult to see it in the future. Suddenly, Lin Chuan had an idea. He remembered that in the original book, they were able to find Tian Xinyan the fastest with the help of Raditz combat power detector, so he pretended to say, although I don't know who you are looking for, they should be some masters with outstanding combat power on Earth, right? From your appearance, you don't know the specific location and can't find it in a short time. Maybe I can help you with this. As he said, Lin Chuan's mouth sneered. After hearing Lin Chuan's voice, the others were shocked. They didn't know what Lin Chuan meant. What was he going to do? Bulma was not worried or afraid, not to mention that she was not at all vigilant. She took the initiative to say, I didn't expect you to have such a side, so warm-hearted. Don't get me wrong, I just hope you can finish the arrangement quickly. After all, I still need you to help me find the Dragon Ball. Besides, this is really not a big deal for me, and I don't need to help. You just need to go to my spaceship to get the combat power detector. As long as the combat power meets the standard, the specific location of the existence with high combat power can be easily marked within the scope of the Earth. Lin Chuan did not take Bulma's good guy card, and said in an orderly manner. Warm-hearted? Don't be kidding. He just wants to finish and leave here quickly. And, he also hopes to use alien technology to let Bulma help her build the spaceship and gravity training room he needs. Battle power detector? Are you referring to the thing on Raditz's face? Krillin suddenly recalled the scene when his battle power was reported just now, and at the same time, he also remembered that Raditz's actions on Earth were so vigorous. Now he finally understood that Raditz was able to find Kame Island and them so quickly because of the battle power detector. This thing can not only measure the battle power value and show how strong a person is, but also lock the target and indicate the direction. If you have this thing to help, it will be much more convenient. I see, I'm really curious, how did your alien technology achieve this step? Bulma said in disbelief, her words were full of the meaning of wanting to see the battle power detector as soon as possible. Of course, there is also a spaceship. It should be said that she is worthy of being a genius scientist, her mind is the best in the world, once you are taught, you can build anything. In the future, even time machines can be built. Chapter 30 Son Gohan is going to travel in space? I can lend you the combat power detector, but I don't know if you can understand the words on it. Seeing Bulma's reaction, Lin Chuan knew that his bait had worked, and he didn't forget to add another sentence. The combat power detector belongs to Friesia's army. The text and numbers on it are different from those on Earth. Lin Chuan can understand it, which is completely the cultural information in the memory inherited by the Scions. Although I have never seen the text of this world, the original book mentioned it, so strictly speaking, Raditz's detector in the original book shows a bunch of garbled characters for Earthlings. Later, Bulma modified and entered the detector, converted the text and numbers, so that it could be understood. What? If it's just a small problem like this, leave it to me. As long as it's not too complicated equipment, give me some time, I can transform the language module in the way we do on Earth. Bulma's words were so light and decisive. It shows how confident she is in herself. Are you sure? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Why, you are so confident. Bulma, who has always been strong, will not allow herself to be doubted in her exclusive field. So, she directly determined in her heart that she must do this thing, otherwise she will be looked down upon. Oh. So what you said before about making a spaceship is true? If so, it can't be better. You come with me and help me repair the damage to the spaceship. Lin Chuan said along with Bulma's words. Repair the spaceship? When the topic shifted to this, Bulma was slightly stunned, and then the others followed suit. If there had been no invasion, and no Scion invasion a year later, it would be fine to help space friends repair the spaceship. But now is an extraordinary period. I am willing to help you, but I can only give you an accurate answer after seeing the spaceship. Bulma did not agree completely, and she continued, by the way, you don't want to use me to help you repair the spaceship, then make a wish and run away directly. I have to say that this idea is really clever. She is really smart and can think of this aspect. Don't worry. Although I just came to Earth, I don't hate this planet, so I will continue to live on Earth for a while. Repairing the spaceship is only to facilitate my space shuttle in the future. After all, I can't stay on Earth forever. I also have my own things to do. By the way, I have a suggestion. Since you are such a genius, if you can create a better multi-person spaceship, I can take you to travel in the universe. With a technician like you around, I don't have to worry about the spaceship breaking down and no one repairing it in the future. Lin Chuan responded to Bulma's doubts, and hinted in an alternative form, so that it would be convenient for Bulma to help him make some things in the future. Space shuttle? Now that I think about it, if my sister and I made the same choice, maybe. Bulma paused, and a trace of loss flashed in her eyes. She remembered that when she was little, her sister Tais ran away from home and followed a galactic patrolman named Jack to leave the Earth and travel in space. I remember that the last time they contacted was a long time ago. Now, she has grown up, and she really didn't expect that one day she would have the opportunity to travel in space again. That if I travel in space can I go too? Suddenly, a timid and tender voice sounded in the tense atmosphere. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't Son Gohan who was talking? The little guy actually dared to travel in space. He is timid, yes. But he is brave, and he is not afraid that he will not come back. Gohan, you are too young, this idea is very dangerous. Krillin on the side seemed to be worried that Son Goku's child would learn bad things, so he stopped him. There was a hint of education in his words. He is conservative and stubborn. He has never experienced space travel, so he is very old-fashioned in this regard. Think about the original work, it was he who boarded the spaceship to Namek, which opened up his worldview. On the side, Master Roshi was silent when he looked at Son Gohan, but there was a hint of intrigue in his eyes under his sunglasses. With his experienced eyesight, he was sure that Goku, the son of his apprentice, would have unlimited achievements in the future as long as someone guided him. If you are afraid, don't scare children. Bulma stepped forward to interrupt Krillin's intimidation-style education, and immediately said, "What's wrong with wanting to travel in space? Isn't it just leaving the Earth? It's a good thing that Gohan has this idea, which means he wants to see to a wider world. Also, our little Gohan wants to become a scholar in the future, don't limit his thinking." After Bulma finished speaking, she looked at Son Gohan with full praise in her eyes. A 4-year-old child is much braver and more mature than she was at the beginning. Although she is a girl. Krillin was embarrassed by Bulma's scolding. Son Gohan spoke again at this time, "Aunt Bulma, if there is a spaceship, I want to go to outer space to see what the Earth looks like, and I also want to see Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, and many other planets." The childish voice was full of mysterious expectations for the sea of stars, without any fear. It can be seen that people in the new era and people in the old era are essentially different. If your Aunt Bulma can really build a multi-person spaceship, your wish is not impossible to achieve. Lin Chuan took over at this time. This kid was a great helper, and he played a perfect combination of punches with him. This also means that Bulma has remembered everything without Lin Chuan saying anything. Based on Bulma's thoughts, she should have realized that if the Earth does not have a spaceship and the Earthlings cannot enter the universe, then they will always lag behind the aliens. "Thank you, Uncle Lin Chuan." Son Gohan bowed politely in gratitude. He did this, which made Lin Chuan a little embarrassed. This kid is really kind and simple. Well, without further ado, I really trouble you, Mr. Lin Chuan. As the god of the earth, I sincerely thank you for helping us. God Piccolo came up and said. He was urging him. With his current mood, he was confused and anxious. So, even if Son Goku's son Son Gohan had such a bold idea, he chose to ignore it. After all, it would not come true in a short time. He didn't know that the one he ignored would be the strongest single player in the future. I said, I'm just doing it for myself. Lin Chuan didn't take God Piccolo's kindness seriously. Chapter 31. This is the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. As the few people reached a consensus, they all started to take action. Lin Chuan took Bulma to find his spaceship. Krillin and Kame returned to Kame Island with the help of Popo. First, Kame was going to go back. His strength was naturally very high among the Earthlings, and he was also a very respected person. But after all, when he was old, even the gods would not be embarrassed to say that you should work harder and exercise more. Calculating his age, Kame was more than 300 years old, and he could be said to be one of the oldest Earthlings. Second, Krillin also wanted to take advantage of this time to go back and find Chi-Chi to explain the situation. After all, Goku had gone to the underworld to practice with Lord Kai, at least a year ago. Gohan couldn't go back for the time being, fearing that once he went back, Chi-Chi would directly stop Lin Chuan from taking Gohan away, so he stayed in the Heavenly Temple for the time being, waiting for Lin Chuan's subsequent arrangements. After all, Goku entrusted Gohan to Lin Chuan before leaving, which also explained the situation. Krillin didn't understand why Goku did this, but since Goku said so and Gohan didn't mind, he couldn't stop it. He was asked to do all the difficult things, which put a lot of psychological pressure on him. He was a smart man, knowing that once Chi-Chi learned of such news, her husband and son would have to leave her for a year, and she would definitely not be able to accept it. Time, more than half an hour passed in a flash. Because Bulma's aircraft speed too slow, so Lin Chuan carried her all the way to the place where the spaceship fell. Originally, Lin Chuan was planning to find the cat fairy and ask for a somersault cloud and some magic beans. But after thinking about it, he temporarily gave up this idea. The somersault cloud is easy to say, because he has seen it. But what about the magic beans? He has never seen it, so how did he know about it? After all, he has just arrived on Earth not long ago, so he can only wait until there is a chance later, or slowly intervene in the plot by himself, and then think of a way after finding out. One of the things he must do is to deal with that kid Yajirobe. The reason why the original book was so short of magic beans later was because of this bastard. Before, Lin Chuan ignored him because he was suppressing him. I didn't take him seriously at all. Now that I think of senzu beans, I will find a chance to scare him later. Or I can get the planting method of senzu beans from the cat immortal. I believe that with Bulma's intelligence and means, it is not impossible for senzu beans to be mass-produced in the future. The idea is there, but the implementation will have to wait until later. Carrying Bulma back to the dense forest where the spaceship landed. It must be said that Lin Chuan also spent some time. He gave his original combat power detector to Raditz, so he couldn't accurately locate it, so he could only rely on his memory and return the original way. Fortunately, there was no mistake. This is due to his more than 20 years of survival experience on planet V3114. He is not a road idiot. Otherwise, with Bulma, an ordinary person, the flying speed cannot be very fast, and it is really not as simple as 1 or 2 hours to find it. However, there is one thing that Lin Chuan neglected. He ignored that there are too many wild animals in such a primeval forest. Even if it is in a short time they were frightened by the sound of the falling spaceship, but it only took half an hour to an hour to confirm that there was no danger, and the creatures originally living in this area would become active again. Without the threat, the spaceship became a toy for these animals. It was also because Lin Chuan thought that the spaceship would be useless on Earth, so he chose to abandon it directly. Who would have thought that he would use this spaceship for Bulma to study and make a better spaceship? After driving away all kinds of wild animals, Bulma couldn't wait to get out of Lin Chuan's arms. After a long time, Bulma no longer felt uncomfortable being held by Lin Chuan. After landing, she carefully observed the alien spaceship that she thought was unique. Is this a spaceship? It's so small, but it can travel in space. Alien technology is incredible. Bulma said, watching and taking action. After all, the seemingly small spaceship actually condenses the essence of technology. As long as she understands its technology, her knowledge in the field of science will also be greatly improved. Full of curiosity, curiosity gave rise to motivation. She couldn't wait to dismantle the spaceship to thoroughly understand its internal structure. Seeing her so ecstatic, Lin Chuan just smiled and said nothing. He quickly walked to the spaceship, searched inside, and took out 2 spare combat power detectors. None of them had their identity information bound to them, and they had never been activated or used. Here you go. To use it, press the button on the side. The intelligent system can even analyze your brain waves and give corresponding feedback. He handed one detector to Bulma, and Lin Chuan put on another one, demonstrating to Bulma while talking. As a genius, Bulma obviously had no resistance to such new things. After following Lin Chuan's encouragement for a while, she roughly knew the function and usage of the combat power detector. However, as Lin Chuan said before, alien characters were not so easy to understand. She couldn't understand them at all. It is indeed very complex text data, but I don't know what the internal structure is. As she said that, Bulma took out the universal key that was close to her, used the thinnest screwdriver to touch the base entrance, and opened the outer cover of the combat power detector. Seeing the internal motherboard parts and various components at a glance, Bulma's eyes were full of shock. I didn't expect that a small detector could be so sophisticated, so amazing, and this smart chip, at least 10 to 20 years ahead of the Earth, but it's easy to deal with a smart chip. I have several ways to quickly transform this detector. Fortunately, I always carry portable work equipment with me. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, she took off the waist bag on her waist, took out the universal capsule box, picked out a universal capsule and opened it. After the white smoke, although it was not a room, it was similar to a workshop, but there was no wall. The one-piece work area, 3 tables surrounded together, very long and wide, with a wheelchair in the middle. Looking at the table again, there were all kinds of equipment that Lin Chuan had never seen before and didn't understand what they were. Bulma didn't say much, and quickly sat on the chair and got busy, which made Lin Chuan sigh in his heart. This is the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. Damn, as a time traveler, he did know all the plots of the original work and had a broad vision, but compared with Bulma, his mind was really crushed. Chapter 32. Want to know my combat power? You should have said it earlier. Lin Chuan just stood aside quietly and watched Bulma's actions. He didn't make any sound and didn't dare to make any sound. He was afraid that he would affect her and make the transformation fail. Although he knew nothing about this, he also knew how difficult it was. Looking at Bulma's series of operations, you can see how precise the transformation process and techniques are, and no negligence is allowed. It should be noted that once there is a mistake, the combat power detector will be directly scrapped. It should be said that Bulma is really both smart and capable. Under her transformation, she has completed the final step and restarted the combat power detector in just 10 to 20 minutes. Looking at Bulma's triumphant smile, Lin Chuan knew that what she did must be more than just modifying the text information. He finally succeeded! Bulma shouted excitedly, and the next second she put the combat power detector on her left eye. Starting the combat power detector again, the alien text on it has turned into the text of the Earth. I didn't expect you to complete the transformation so quickly. Although I expected it, I saw it with my own eyes. You are indeed a genius!" Lin Chuan exclaimed. The meaning of praise was directly expressed, and it also allowed Bulma to satisfy her vanity. "Hee. Now you know, my ability is not just this," Bulma said proudly, and then she showed a proud smile on her face, and said to Lin Chuan, "I not only modified the text information of this detector, but also strengthened the detection ability of the detector to some extent, so that it can calculate the combat units can reach a higher peak value." Hearing this, Lin Chuan became interested and asked, "Are you saying that you have strengthened the upper limit of the detector? What is the highest index it can detect now?" Although it is a semi-finished product added to make up the number, if the detector can only barely detect a value of about 20,000 at the beginning, it should be able to reach about 40,000 to 50,000 now. I added the chip I developed myself. Although it is not as good as the main chip of the detector, it can play a role in auxiliary calculation. After thinking for a while, Bulma answered. It can be seen that even if the smart chips on Earth cannot be compared with the high-tech chips on aliens in the past, they are also developing rapidly, especially under Bulma's manufacturing, which is already quite terrifying. Speaking of which, in fact, the technology in some fields of the Earth is so advanced that even the technology of the Frisia army cannot match it. For example, Dr. Gero's technology in artificial humans, and those top biotechnologies, etc. 40,000 to 50,000? They can catch up with the latest advanced combat power detector developed by Frisia's army. Lin Chuan muttered. The combat power detectors they have are all old models that have been used for decades. The guy that Lin Chuan robbed was just an advanced reconnaissance warrior, so the combat power detector was also a general model, and the upper limit of detection was only about 20,000 combat power. According to Lin Chuan's cognition and the information provided by the original book, at this stage, only the senior personnel of Frisia's army will be equipped with new advanced combat power detectors. The combat power range that can be detected can reach 50,000 to 100,000 points or more. Just like Sabo in the original book is equipped with a new combat power detector, the combat power detectors of the Jinya force that appeared later are also high level. At this time, the advanced combat power detector may still be in the research and development stage, even if the research and development it came out, and it should only be in the trial stage. So in the plot 1 year later, most of the soldiers in Frisia's army are still equipped with detectors with a combat power limit of no more than 20,000 or 30,000. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Bulma understood that this kind of detector also has high and low levels. But when she thought that she could reach a high level by just modifying it casually, she was very proud. At the moment, another flash of inspiration came to her mind. Curiosity got the better of her, and she pressed the button of the detector directly at Lin Chuan. Ding ding ding! As the combat power detector made a detection sound, Lin Chuan was slightly stunned and was not prepared. Bulma saw a data that surprised her. The combat power value is 100 points. No, did it fail? Alpha only 100 points? Bulma pressed the button of the combat power detector again in disbelief, and was confused for a while. Errors should not exist in her dictionary. If it fails, it should not even be able to start. Hearing this, Lin Chuan reacted and knew that Bulma wanted to know her combat power, and the corners of his mouth could not help but sneer. Her transformation of the detector did not fail, but she controlled her combat power to 100 points, so the detector could only detect 100 points. The reason for doing so is that her own cultivation of Qi has long reached a certain level, so she can control it at will. Secondly, the combat power is increasing every second. If you always show it in front of others with the strongest attitude regardless of everything, then the momentum will not be soaring every moment. Who can stand it? Your transformation did not fail, but I hid my own breath, and the combat power detector could not detect it. You should have told me earlier if you wanted to see my combat power. If you want to see it, then I'll let you see it, and by the way, test the level of your modified combat power detector. With a slight smile, Lin Chuan gave Bulma an answer, and the next second he mobilized the power in his body. As his energy was released, his momentum soared rapidly, and the combat power detector worn by Bulma began to scan and calculate rapidly. Combat power 1000, combat power 5000, combat power 10,000, combat power 20,000, still rising. Good, so powerful. Bulma was frightened by the numbers on the lens, and her face turned pale. With the help of her research on the combat power detector, she knew that the numbers set for combat power were not random. Each numerical level has a certain definition. For example, with the combat power of 1000 points, one can easily destroy a small satellite, such as the Moon. When the combat power starts from a few thousand points and reaches about 10,000 points, one can probably destroy a planet as big as the Earth. When the combat power exceeds 20,000 points, although it still belongs to the star-destroying level in definition, Bulma can no longer imagine it. Lin Chuan's combat power is still increasing. It's just that the number Bulma sees is no longer the rapid surge before, but a gradual increase. Chapter 33 Combat power exceeds 30,000, Kame Island. While Lin Chuan is showing his own strength to test the results of Bulma's transformation, he is also taking this opportunity to feel how strong he is now. Since arriving at the foot of Karan Tower more than 2 hours ago, his combat power has reached 21,675 points. With the combat power increasing by +1 per second, his combat power at this time has reached 30,375 points. A full increase of 8,700 combat power points. Calculating the specific time, 145 minutes have passed. Lin Chuan only felt the breakthrough of the 30,000 combat power node when Bulma modified the detector just now. Add 1 per second, step by step. Small increments are nothing, and it becomes natural after getting used to it. But a large span is another feeling. This is my current strength. Although it is not a complete outbreak, I can easily defeat the 10 previous me. Even if it is not a real battle outbreak, Lin Chuan can be sure of his own strength level at this time. The strength is getting stronger and the body is transforming. For a while, there was only ecstasy in his heart. Just every 10,000 combat power node can make the strength gap so big. It is unimaginable how strong 100,000 combat power can be. How terrifying is 1,000,000 combat power. Only when your own strength really reaches this point can you really understand it. Your combat power has exceeded 30,000 points, and it is still rising. Wait, why is it falling again? Bulma's voice continued to sound. Until the data of the detector dropped again, she suddenly felt that there was something wrong with her transformation. Until Lin Chuan explained it, Bulma realized that he had taken the initiative to put away the power that could destroy the planet. It's hard to imagine how you cultivated such a powerful force. Goku has been practicing since he was a child, but his combat power seems to be only a few hundred points, and his big brother is only 1,500 points. Bulma's words were enough to show her shock and disbelief. In fact, her acceptance ability is considered strong. If it were someone else, they would have been scared to death. Of course, the reason why Bulma is not afraid is because Lin Chuan is a friend in her eyes. They are not enemies. And they will not do anything to the earth, so what does she have to be afraid of? It won't be long before their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Okay, now is not the time to think about these things. Let's go to that Kame Island to give them the combat power detector. Lin Chuan said perfunctorily. Since the combat power detector has been transformed, there is no need to waste time here. As for the spaceship, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. That's right. Hearing this, Bulma nodded. He immediately started to act, put the portable workbench back into the capsule, and then took out another capsule from the capsule box. Time, more than an hour passed in a flash. At this time on Kame Island, Turtle Master and Krillin had already returned to Kame Island under the escort of Popo, and several people were waiting for Lin Chuan and Bulma to come here. Time passed little by little. The originally calm mood, the mentality that would not think too much, would more or less be due to instability and wild thoughts, causing great psychological pressure. Especially Krillin, this is very obvious in him. Sentimental, overly worried, this is also Krillin's character. In contrast, Kame Master remained extremely relaxed. After returning to Kame Island, he lay on his sun lounger, enjoying the sea breeze and reading the beauty magazines he never tires of. Where is Bobo? He behaved similarly to Kame Sensei, even calmer than Kame Sensei. As a divine servant who has lived for more than 1,000 years, he is undoubtedly the real hidden boss on Earth. It's been so long, and you haven't come yet? Did something unexpected happen? Krillin stood on the beach and looked into the distance with a depressed mood. He looked so depressed. In the end, he was miserable, and he had to take care of all the funeral affairs. Don't be nervous, and don't be anxious. Krillin, you have to keep a normal mind. Instead of worrying so much, you might as well think about how to face the guidance of the gods in the future and how to become stronger. Kame Sensei glanced at Krillin from the corner of his eye and said to him. Hearing this, Krillin could only smile bitterly and immediately replied, Yes, Master. He agreed, but how could his heart calm down easily? In this regard, he could only completely control his heart after he reached the future super era and truly realized the state of selflessness. I don't know what the scion named Lin Chuan is planning. After collecting the Dragon Balls, what wish will he make? If he wants to rule the entire Earth, he doesn't need the Dragon Balls at all, he can do it alone. Besides immortal life, what else does he need? Krillin kept speculating in his heart about Lin Chuan's desire to use the Dragon Balls. But he couldn't guess it at all. The speculations he made were all based on the fact that Lin Chuan would persecute them and might destroy the Earth. It can only be said that on the one hand, the gap in strength was too big, and the other party was not something they could understand at all. On the other hand, the deterrence caused by Radith's arrival was too great, and it was also their first contact with aliens. While thinking, a black spot suddenly appeared in the sky that Krillin was looking at, which made him jump. They are coming. That's Bulma's jet! Krillin shouted. After a while, on the distant sea level on the top, a black spot was constantly enlarged and finally turned into the appearance of a jet. It was not the aircraft at the beginning, but a large jet. The real owner came, and Master Kame changed his previous state, put down the magazine in his hand and stood up, and Popo also came up. And the turtle, he has been staying at home. Even if he knew the cause and effect, he was still very scared to face a strange and powerful scion again. In the jet, Lin Chuan sat in the co-pilot seat, with his hands on his chest and looking straight ahead. At this time, his combat power increased from 30,375 points to 34,695 points. With more than an hour of sailing time, if his combat power was not increasing every second, he really wouldn't be so patient. There was no way, he originally planned to leave the spaceship alone. But Bulma insisted on transporting it away, fearing that it would be damaged if it continued to be left there. This was like treating the spaceship as her own, which made Lin Chuan speechless. Along the way, Lin Chuan didn't say anything, just listened to Bulma talking non-stop. We're here. At Bulma's reminder, Lin Chuan also saw the lonely island on the sea. With Lin Chuan's sight, even if there was a distance, he could see it clearly. This is Kame Island. Chapter 34 Looking for Dragon Ball. After Bulma docked the large jet on Kame Island, Lin Chuan also got out of the jet. Unlike Bulma, the first time he came to Kame Island, it still evoked a lot of memories for Lin Chuan. These memories are naturally memories of the previous life. To use a sentence on the internet, in the previous life, that is, Kame Island is where the main plot of Dragon Ball really begins. If it was just a journey to here, Lin Chuan would really be very excited, because if he came here when he was weak, it meant that he had an extra opportunity to become stronger. But now that he has come here, everything has changed. The only thing that remains unchanged is the perception of Kame Island, which is a paradise isolated from the world. To be honest, Lin Chuan would also like to live a life that is easy and comfortable, without being disturbed by the secular world. Especially after suffering for so many years. But coming to a world where the strong prey on the weak, becoming a scion, and activating the infinite combat power enhancement system, it is impossible for him to live such a life in his life, at least for now. Wandering around Kame Island alone is also a good way to experience the wonderful feelings brought by this place. Anyway, where is such a place on the previous Doomsday planet? After a long time, Lin Chuan came back to his senses and returned to the beach in front of the main house. At this time, Bulma had obviously explained everything and was teaching Krillin how to use the combat power detector. Don't they feel uncomfortable wearing this thing in front of their eyes? It affects their vision. Krillin put on the detector and couldn't help complaining, which was considered a complaint. As he turned the button under Bulma's guidance, the combat power detector responded immediately. The first thing that was detected was that Popo's combat power was as high as 1030 points, followed by his master, Master Kame, with a combat power of 139 points. Krillin was excited this time because he had surpassed his master after learning that his combat power value was over 200 points. In this era, in Krillin's heart, surpassing his master is a very fulfilling thing. Yes, after all, Master Kame's status is too high. It seems that you have learned how to use it. Next, you need to learn to use brainwaves to perform some basic applications of the detector, of course. To find the location of a person with high combat power, you can also use a long press method, or you can control it by speaking. Bulma only took a short time to understand the detector thoroughly and even added her own transformation function. I know, then I'll try it first. As Krillin said this, the next second, he began to press and hold the button of the detector to trigger the function of finding a strong combat power. Ding ding ding! The combat power detector kept making sounds. Less than 10 to 20 seconds later, it was detected that there was a force with a combat power of about 250 points about 3,000 kilometers away in the southwest direction, and next to this combat power, there was another force with a combat power of 150 points. One person's combat power is 250 points, and another person's is 150 points. If I'm not wrong, it should be Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi. There should be no one else on the earth who can have this value except the two of them. Krillin thought of Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi at the first time. As for the possibility of Yamsha, it is almost zero. Yamsha's strength has been slightly inferior to his since a few years ago, and Bulma has learned that Yamsha has been living a life of debauchery in recent years. By the way, he has been practicing all the time, so Yamsha can never exceed his combat power of 206 points. Since we have learned the specific location, let's set off quickly. Lord Tianshen is still waiting for us to return in Tianshen Temple. Popo took the initiative to step forward. This is urging, and he doesn't want to waste more time. As a servant of God, he cannot leave the Temple of Heaven for too long. Now that the combat power detector is in hand, it should be easy to find Yamsha after finding Tian Xinyan and dumplings. Krillin hesitated for a moment because he was still worried about Lin Chuan and Bulma, but after getting a nod from Master Kame, he couldn't think about anything else and could only step on Popo's flying magic carpet. The two of them left Kame Island just like that. From beginning to end, Lin Chuan didn't say a word. After they left, Lin Chuan walked up to have a simple chat with Bulma. Of course, he didn't forget to say hello to Master Kame and nodded. This martial arts master is a real martial arts master, otherwise he wouldn't have performed so well in the future power conference. So, he deserves Lin Chuan's respect. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours passed. After sending Krillin and Popo away, Lin Chuan finished discussing with Bulma, and with the help of the Dragon Ball radar, he also began to look for Dragon Balls. In this seemingly long but not long time, they collected 5 Dragon Balls. Counting the 4-star Dragon Ball taken from Son Gohan's hat at the beginning, 6 Dragon Balls have fallen into their hands. Now, only the last Dragon Ball is left to summon the dragon to make a wish. The location of this last Dragon Ball has been marked on the Dragon Ball radar, which is in the coldest area on Earth, the far north. As the far north, the temperature is kept below -30 degrees Celsius all year round. In order to go there, Bulma specially prepared several sets of antifreeze clothes to deal with the harsh environment. However, Lin Chuan did not ask Bulma to prepare antifreeze clothes for him. For him, this harsh climate is nothing. The doomsday planet where he once lived, in terms of ecological environment and climate change, is much worse than the low temperature in the far north. Lin Chuan has experienced -100 degrees. Following the Dragon Ball radar all the way north, Lin Chuan not only used his own chi to maintain his body temperature, but also created a protective circle to prevent Bulma in his arms from feeling uncomfortable. After a while, a strange iceberg nearly 1,000 meters high came into the sight of the two. It's right there. According to the position displayed on the Dragon Ball radar, the last Dragon Ball is inside this iceberg. If you want to get the Dragon Ball, it seems that you have to break this iceberg. After Bulma determined the location of the Dragon Ball, she pointed forward and said to Lin Chuan, "I know, small problem." Looking at the towering iceberg in front of him, Lin Chuan did not hesitate, and raised his hand to condense a golden energy ball the size of a ping-pong ball. The energy ball broke away from his palm and crashed into the iceberg. Boom! The impact of the explosion was extremely terrifying, and the flames shot straight into the sky, and suddenly a snowstorm was aroused. One more chapter will be added today and tomorrow. I beg for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. Chapter 35 Shenlong, there is no wish that this dragon cannot fulfill. Under the powerful explosion of Lin Chuan's energy bomb, the entire iceberg was shattered. The storm that was stirred up was like a wild beast awakening, which could swallow everything. Of course, it would not have any impact on Lin Chuan. With his strength, what was this aftermath? Bulma would be fine, because Lin Chuan held her and kept the energy shield open, so she would never be hurt. Hey, hey, hey! You're going too far. I just asked you to explode it, not to blow up the entire iceberg. What if the Dragon Balls are destroyed? Seeing the entire iceberg disappear without a trace, Bulma was shocked, but the first thing she thought of was whether the Dragon Balls would be destroyed directly because of this explosion. As a strong woman, she became more and more bold after spending a long time with Lin Chuan, and dared to say anything. It will take a long time to search from the entire iceberg. The accuracy of the Dragon Ball radar has an error of nearly 50 meters. Instead of searching slowly, it is better to blow it up directly. As for destroying the Dragon Ball, it will not happen. With the strength of the Earth Dragon Ball, the bombing just now will not break it. After the words fell, Lin Chuan continued to look at the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hand. Although the marked position on it has changed, the 7th Dragon Ball has not been destroyed. Because of the explosion, it was blown to the ice field in front. There. Without waiting for Bulma to refute, Lin Chuan flew forward directly. After several kilometers, Lin Chuan hugged Bulma and landed on the ground. In the white ice field, there was only ice and snow. There was no living creature, and no other things existed. If there must be something, it is the fragments of the iceberg explosion just now that were scattered in every corner of the plain. Putting Bulma down, Lin Chuan took the Dragon Ball radar from her hand. Don't move here for now. There may be a fault under the snow. If you fall down, it will endanger your life. Lin Chuan warned Bulma, then let go of his senses and walked around to search. Bulma stood still and didn't dare to run. Although she was brave, she also cherished her life. After several minutes, Lin Chuan's mouth shone, and he took out the 7-star Dragon Ball with orange-yellow light from a hole in the snow. Finally, it's all together. It took 5 more than a few hours, the dragon balls scattered around the world will be found. Turning back, Lin Chuan looked at Bulma and showed the 7-star dragon ball in his hand. Seeing that the last dragon ball had been found, Bulma was also very happy. For a moment, she forgot Lin Chuan's instructions and ran away. But Bulma, who was originally happy and thought that she could finally leave this ghost place, suddenly felt empty under her feet. Suddenly, her whole mind froze, and she fell into death despair. Seeing this situation, how could Lin Chuan not know what happened? He cursed in his heart, "Stupid woman." The next second, he was furious. In less than a second, he directly grabbed Bulma's body that was about to fall into the ice cave, and used the air dance technique to get off the ground. Fortunately, the distance is short. Didn't I tell you not to move? Adjusting his posture and holding Princess Bulma again, Lin Chuan made a blaming sound. If he didn't react, Bulma would really be in trouble. I was thinking that I could leave here after finding this dragon ball, Bulma pouted, with a face full of resentment. She felt even colder after experiencing a death wandering unexpectedly. She shrank subconsciously, and Lin Chuan felt it. After shaking his head helplessly, he formed a protective shield again and left the far northern plains. Lin Chuan and Bulma fell from the sky at the edge of a forest with lush vegetation. It was no longer cold here. The temperature rose to about 15 degrees above zero. Although it was still not warm, compared with the -40 to 50 degrees in the far north, this place was simply heaven. "Are you sure you want to summon the dragon here to make a wish?" Bulma said as she took off her heavy antifreeze suit. "Of course, if you couldn't stand the cold, you would have made a wish there before," Lin Chuan said. After hearing this, Bulma rolled her eyes and then took out the dragon ball from the space waste bag. 7 round dragon balls gathered together, resonating in the dark, emitting dazzling golden light. "Let's start. Come out, Shenlong!" With Bulma's cry, "Ong!" the 7 dragon balls suddenly burst into an extremely brilliant light. At the same time, the sky was covered by a layer of rolling black fog, extending to the sky of the entire Earth. In just a short time, the whole world fell into darkness. The sky above the Earth was shrouded in darkness, and this scene immediately attracted the attention of the Z warriors. The light was shrouded in darkness, and the next second a golden beam of light shot out from the 7 dragon balls and rushed straight into the sky. The brilliant light gathered into the body of the Shenlong, suspended in the air, full of majesty and domineering aura. The Shenlong of the Earth just floated above Lin Chuan's head. The sense of oppression emanating from the invisible was real. This is not the suppression brought by the strong strength, but the pressure brought by the dragon itself. It is not an exaggeration to call it dragon power. The person who has collected all 7 dragon balls, tell me your wish. No matter what wish it is, this dragon can help you realize it. The familiar opening remarks, the familiar taste. The brief moment made Lin Chuan recall the scene when he watched the appearance of the dragon across the big screen. It's a pity that the dragon on Earth is actually little Karami, looking mighty and domineering, and the tone is so big. Compared with the dragon Porunga on Namek, it is not a little bit worse. Only in the future, the dragon under the transformation and upgrade of Dendi can realize 3 wishes from one, and then it will rise to a higher level. Of course, it was still not as good as Porunga at that time. I remember that in the Super Era, in front of the god of destruction Beerus, the Earth Dragon was almost scared to death. Okay Lin Chuan, the dragon has been summoned. Now, you can tell me your wish. Bulma fixed her eyes on Lin Chuan and reminded him. Hearing Bulma's words, Lin Chuan's mouth shrank and he showed a sly smile. I have an idea, I don't know if it can be realized. Bulma looked at Lin Chuan with a sly smile on his face and always felt something was wrong. Are you the wisher? Tell me your wish. No matter what wish it is, this dragon can make it happen. The dragon seemed to have heard Lin Chuan's suspicion. The deep voice brought a huge impact to people invisibly, as if to say, there is no wish that this dragon cannot fulfill. Chapter 36 Dragon, this dragon, I can't do it. Can the dragon really fulfill any wish? If it can't be fulfilled, what's the matter? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Argue with the dragon to see if you can get any benefits. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't get any benefits. Hearing such doubts, Shenlong immediately became unhappy. As long as it does not violate the rule set by the creator that wishes cannot be repeated, any wish is fine. It seems that you are very confident, so my wish is to give me 3 more wishes. As Lin Chuan loudly said his wish. The next second, not only Shenlong, but also Bulma beside him was dumbfounded. The two of them had a bunch of question marks in their minds. This is the fucking way to make a wish? What do they think of him? As Shenlong, he knows everything and can do everything, but at this moment, his brain is not enough. The wish was made, but he really couldn't realize such an outrageous wish. At this moment, thinking back to the boast he made before, he suddenly fell silent. From the day he was born until today, he had never seen such a shameless person. What about Bulma? Seeing that Shenlong had not answered, he also showed an expectant look on his face. If this is really possible, then they had wasted their previous wishes by summoning Shenlong. After so many wishes and so many years, she is a genius anyway, why didn't she think of this loophole? After a long silence, Shenlong sighed and answered, I'm really sorry, this wish cannot be fulfilled by this dragon I did boast just now. As the answer came out, Bulma on the side couldn't suppress the disappointment on her face. Lin Chuan guessed it. If this is really possible, it would be against the will of heaven. It seems that Shenlong is not omnipotent. Can you tell me the reason? Of course, this reason is not the wish I want to make. Lin Chuan continued to tease with a smile, after all, it is you who cannot fulfill the wish, so you must give an accurate reason for not being able to fulfill the wish. Hearing this, Shenlong looked serious. He suddenly found that he seemed to be tricked, but he could not do anything, so he had to say, this dragon can fulfill a wish, which is based on the original rules. If you want to turn a wish into more wishes, you must break the rules and create new rules. This dragon, can't do it. After the voice fell, Shenlong changed the subject, greedy humans, one wish cannot satisfy you. The cycle of cause and effect, excessive greed, will eventually lead you to a dead end. Really? I wonder if you said that any wish can be fulfilled? That's why I made a wish. Why are you saying that I am greedy now? Lin Chuan was not polite. Is this Shenlong trying to save face for himself? Lin Chuan didn't buy his story, nor would he let him show off his presence. The atmosphere gradually became awkward, and Lin Chuan and Shenlong were also deadlocked there. Well, Lin Chuan, you'd better make a wish quickly. Shenlong is omnipotent, but your wish just now is indeed a bit outrageous. If we continue to waste time and make Shenlong angry, it will be more trouble than gain. Bulma stepped forward to resolve the awkwardness. I was just joking. Since the previous wish cannot be fulfilled, then grant me the ability to teleport to any planet at will. Lin Chuan said. After saying this, Bulma looked at Lin Chuan with surprise again. This ability, can it be realized? At least it is much more reasonable than the previous one. Both of them waited for Shenlong's answer. After a moment, Shenlong spoke again in frustration, this ability has exceeded the scope of what this dragon can interfere with. Please change another wish. Shenlong's answer once again surprised Bulma and made Lin Chuan speechless. If the previous wish was a joke, then this one is not too outrageous. I didn't expect that the ability of the Earth's Shenlong is so poor. I say, why can't it be realized this time? Bulma asked. His wish has already involved the realm of God. Please forgive me for not being able to answer. After being defeated twice in a row, Shenlong was embarrassed and wanted to run away. He was afraid that if it happened again, he would no longer be the omnipotent Shenlong, and he would not have to say that all wishes could be realized in the future. The realm of God? In other words, Shenlong, you actually have many wishes that cannot be realized. Bulma opened up a new worldview and asked. In response, Shenlong did not answer, because this was not a wish, so he did not have to answer. He continued to stare at Lin Chuan and urged him, "Okay, tell me your other wishes. If you haven't thought about it yet, I'll take my leave." He's thinking about leaving before his wish is fulfilled. This doesn't take the hard work of others to find the Dragon Ball seriously. What about Lin Chuan? At this time, he was already dissatisfied, but he didn't get angry. To be honest, his wish just now was to obtain the ability of instant teleportation like the Kaishin. Even if it's not good enough, it should be able to be transformed into the instant teleportation of the Yakumoji people. However, Shenlong didn't say a word, so it can be confirmed that the ability of the Earth Shenlong is really bad. Otherwise, he would definitely make more explanations instead of just saying that it involves the realm of God and he can't fulfill it. If he can't even fulfill this wish, what other wishes does he have to fulfill? Make a wish to go directly to Namek? Make a wish with the Shenlong Porunga on Namek? As soon as this idea was born, it was extinguished by Lin Chuan. It would be a big loss to use this wish to go directly to Namek. Let's not talk about whether the Earth Dragon can make it come true. You know, as long as the spaceship is repaired, he can go to Namek. Moreover, if Bulma builds a new spaceship in the future, it will only take 6 days to go to Namek. So, there is no need to waste this wish if you can go there by other means. Don't you have any more wishes? Seeing Lin Chuan silent, the dragon repeatedly confirmed. Just as Shenlong was about to say goodbye and leave, Lin Chuan suddenly looked up and said, "My wish is to give me the ability to survive in all harsh environments, such as surviving in outer space. It's okay that you can't fulfill the first 2 wishes, but you should be able to fulfill this wish, right?" Lin Chuan said righteously. This time, Shenlong gave a direct answer, "As you wish, I will give you the ability to survive in any environment, especially the ability to survive in outer space." As Shenlong spoke, a creepy light flashed in his bright red eyes. A magnificent special force was released with Shenlong as the center. Chapter 37 Tian Xinyan, Yamsha, Dumplings. With the end of the wish, Lin Chuan gained the ability to survive in any harsh environment. Of course, the most important thing is the ability to survive in the universe. In order to ensure whether the wish is really fulfilled, Lin Chuan also conducted an experiment and went directly to the universe to see if he would be threatened with death. It has to be said that the buff that Shenlong's wish power adds to the body is incredible. Being in the universe is no different from being on Earth. In the past, Lin Chuan could stay in the universe for a short time with the help of his own power, but that was extremely energy-consuming. Now, this kind of survival is like he was born with it. Standing in the void, Lin Chuan overlooked the earth. At this moment, it was another feeling. In the past, he was strong enough, but he could not really get rid of the constraints of a planet. Now, he can ignore the constraints of the past, so his state of mind has also changed. It's almost done. Next, I have to take Bulma to the Temple of Heaven again. According to the direction of the breath, they are also approaching the Temple of Heaven. Talking to himself, Lin Chuan's figure fell rapidly, breaking through the atmosphere and entering the interior of the earth. Going to the Temple of Heaven, of course, is to take Son Gohan away. After all, Son Goku entrusted his son to him, and he had to pretend no matter what, and then send him to Piccolo for instruction. Time, in the blink of an eye, almost half an hour passed. Temple of Heaven. At this moment, except for Son Goku, all the Z warriors of the current era are present. When finding Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi and Yamsha before, Krillin had explained to them in detail what happened today. To them, this sounded like a fairy tale. Not only did Son Goku, the strongest among them, lose, but even Piccolo, who was once invincible and almost ruled the world, also lost. What does this mean? Isn't this saying that the training they have done over the years is nothing to aliens? The worldview has been opened, and they are definitely unwilling to accept it. The most important thing is that in a year, the Earth will usher in an even more powerful Scion invasion. They must maximize their strength within a year. Otherwise, they will become ants that the invaders can slaughter at will. Unexpectedly, Goku is an alien, a scion of the fighting nation. No wonder he is so powerful. 1 year, only 1 year to become stronger. Although I can't go to King Kai to practice like you, I won't give up. When we meet again in a year, I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes, Goku. Tien Shinyan sighed in his heart. He didn't know that he was not an earthling, but a three-eyed alien. As a martial artist second only to Son Goku and Piccolo on Earth, his strength has always been among the best. If it weren't for the lack of opportunities, if it weren't for the constraints of his vision in the early years, his strength would definitely not be lower than Son Goku and Piccolo. After daydreaming, Tien Shinyan's eyes turned slightly and fell on Son Gohan, who was staying obediently beside the god not far away. Is he Goku's son? He's so big in just 5 years. Tien Shinyan asked subconsciously. Thinking about himself involuntarily, Tien Shinyan suddenly had a weird idea. He actually had a chance, because Lan Chi had always been by his side pursuing him. It's just that he ignored her existence for martial arts practice. Well, he is Goku's son, called Son Gohan, and he is 4 years old this year. Speaking of which, there is one thing I haven't told you yet. That is, Goku, for some reason, entrusted Gohan to the scion named Lin Chuan before leaving. Krillin nodded and spoke, and took this opportunity to express his biggest concern. Son Gohan was entrusted to Lin Chuan, a scion who had just arrived on Earth and was almost unfamiliar with him. This is simply too ridiculous. Goku is still so easy to trust others. God knows whether this scion named Lin Chuan is a good person or a bad person. Yamcha couldn't help but criticize. It stands to reason that even if it is entrusted, it should be handed over to them. Is it really okay to hand it over to a stranger you just met? In short, Yamcha doesn't believe it. The Earth has been peaceful for so many years, and suddenly it is in chaos because of the arrival of the Scions. 1 year later, we will have to suffer the invasion of Scions again, and Gohan will be handed over to another Scion. What is this? This matter really needs to be discussed carefully. Just as several people were discussing. Under the Temple of Heaven, a figure quickly leaped up and landed on the platform square of the Temple of Heaven. It was so fast that even the 4Z fighters present with superb perception could not catch it in the first time. The people who came were undoubtedly Lin Chuan, who had made a wish and returned, and of course Bulma. We are here, come down. Lin Chuan said, slowly putting Bulma down in his arms. Who? Bulma muttered unhappily after her heels landed on the ground. I said, please be careful, I am just an ordinary person, I can't stand your fast speed at all. Bulma complained again and again. She was still thinking about the next time, and didn't realize that she and Lin Chuan had just met today. Because of various coincidences and the search for the Dragon Ball, Lin Chuan kept holding her. This scene looked like a flirtation between lovers. For a moment, the scene happened to be seen by Yamcha, who was not far away. At this moment, Yamcha was completely stunned, and it seemed that something in his heart was broken, making his breathing rapid and extremely difficult. Bulma, why are you with him? What's going on? Why is this guy holding you? Yamcha's eyes were red. He was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly, his face was hideous, and he was full of hostility towards Lin Chuan. Bulma was the woman he had always identified, and he would never allow any man to touch her. Not even a companion. But now such a thing happened. In his opinion, only he could hug his girlfriend. Even his boyfriend only developed to hug. Now an outsider, a stranger, actually took action, making him feel that he had lived in vain all these years. Yamcha was completely unaware at this time that it had been a long time since he and Bulma broke up. Because he joined the baseball team and flirted with other women, he either accompanied other women to the movies or had dinner with other women, so Bulma directly put him on the blacklist. Yamcha, and Tien Shinyan and dumplings. Bulma heard Yamcha's question and turned around to look. When she noticed Yamcha's angry look, she couldn't help but feel a sense of revenge in her heart. In the past, she was the only one who was jealous and betrayed by Yamcha. Now Yamcha's performance, without a doubt, was anxious. Chapter 38 Acting. It's better to do it for real. The corners of her mouth rose, and a good idea came into Bulma's mind. What she wanted was for Yamcha to feel like he had lost her. It's been so long, and it's obviously his fault, but he won't take the initiative to come to her to admit his mistake. Although she said too much at that time, it was Yamcha who caused the incident. If he had refused those coquettish people to approach, they wouldn't have come to this point today. After being apart for so long, Bulma has forgotten when she last talked to Yamcha and met him. At this moment, she just wants Yamcha to regret and let him know that her tolerance is limited. What does it have to do with you? We have nothing to do with each other. I will let anyone hug me if I want to, and you have no right to interfere. While saying this, Bulma took the initiative to take Lin Chuan's arm like a provocateur. The smile on her face full of conspiracy made Lin Chuan feel a headache. Although he didn't mind Bulma pulling him like this, she caught him off guard when she used him to protest. Knowing that Bulma was deliberately angering Yamcha, Lin Chuan was also upset. In this era, the relationship between Bulma and Yamcha has not really been defined as irrelevant. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Chuan saw Bulma's gaze again. Although there was no verbal communication, Lin Chuan knew that Bulma was begging him for help and asking him to play a play with her. This woman really doesn't mind the trouble. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Lin Chuan is not the kind of person who will be manipulated by others. Anyway, Bulma has already been identified by him, and he doesn't need to hesitate. On the contrary, it is a good thing for him that Bulma takes the initiative to approach and use him as a shield. You must know that when a woman faces another man, when she uses you as an excuse, she will be more likely to be angry than anyone else. Simple it, what's the point of playing a play? It's better to just do it for real. Lin Chuan pulled Bulma into his arms and even hugged her waist. This intimate action made the two bodies close together at another angle, which was particularly eye-catching. Bulma was startled by Lin Chuan's sudden move. But she didn't dare to move, because once she was disgusted, it would mean that she couldn't play the role well. She glanced at Lin Chuan with her eyes, and seeing Lin Chuan's evil smile, Bulma's cheeks were slightly red. She could feel the dirty hands kneading her. What does it mean? Treating her as a casual woman? You guys! Yamcha's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He had a lot of bitterness in his heart, but he couldn't say it. He was furious and couldn't control himself. If eyes could kill, he would have tortured Lin Chuan thousands of times. Since his woman was touched by another man. And Bulma did not resist, but showed a look of letting him take advantage of her. He and Bulma had been in love for 10 years, and he had taken the initiative before, but he had never seen Bulma like this. Were you showing your killing intention to me just now? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and in just a moment, an extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. The invisible aura formed in an instant, as if he was the king of the world, covering the entire temple of the gods. This was just a casual deterrence from Lin Chuan, which was enough to make Yamcha, Tien Shinyan, Krillin, and Jiaozi unable to move. Of course, it also included the god Piccolo, Popo, and Yajirobe. If Lin Chuan used all his strength to release the pressure at this time, I am afraid they would be knocked unconscious by him. From the beginning of the search for the Dragon Ball to now, nearly 6 hours, a total of 20,700 seconds, his combat power has already exceeded 50,000 points, reaching 55,395 points. This strength, in this period of the earth, no one can withstand it. Because of Lin Chuan's coercion, Yam Sha was instantly silent. He knew the horror of Lin Chuan, an unknown scion, and his cowardly character was revealed. Well, that Yam Sha didn't mean that our relationship is boyfriend and girlfriend, so when I saw you hugging Bulma, I just wanted to know what was going on. Krillin wanted to be a peacemaker, but he was also overwhelmed by Lin Chuan's momentum and was unable to breathe. He split his sentence into several parts before he finished speaking. After hearing this, Lin Chuan laughed directly. I don't care what happened in the past, I only know the present. Do you think I was wrong about the killing intent just now? Krillin. And you, an earthling named Yam Sha. Although I don't know the inside story, I'm not stupid. Since Bulma has said that it has nothing to do with you, what qualifications do you have to blame others? Or do you think you are so great? After replying to Krillin, Lin Chuan said to Yam Sha in a domineering tone. Krillin didn't dare to speak anymore, while Yam Sha secretly clenched his fists, with mixed feelings in his heart. He clenched his teeth, and his resentful eyes kept moving back and forth between Lin Chuan and Bulma. Knowing that he hated her in his heart, but didn't even dare to answer, Lin Chuan smiled disdainfully. He continued to hug Bulma, ignoring her struggle, and said, as a man, if you really care about this woman, you won't dare to fart under my threat. To be honest, you are not worthy of Bulma. After that, Lin Chuan increased the pressure, bringing more pressure to Yam Sha. Originally, the crowd could barely resist, but now they were completely suppressed. Is this the power of science? Tian Xinyan didn't care about anything else, he only cared about his own feelings. At this time, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the pressure released by Lin Chuan. The gap was too big, so even if he burst out with power beyond the limit and raised his combat power to 400 or 500 points for a short time, it was still useless. No wonder, the God of Heaven was so anxious to summon us to the temple of the God of Heaven to practice are the scions who will come in a year all of his level. What a joke, a person's anger can reach this level. Tian Xinyan fully realized how insignificant he was. Tian Xinyan Jiaozi stood beside Tian Xinyan. He was so scared that he could only rely on Tian Xinyan to give him a sense of security. The effect was achieved, and Lin Chuan retracted his own breath. He turned and didn't even look at Yam Sha. He focused on Tian Xinyan and Jiaozi. Tian Xinyan was indeed worthy of his new attention. Under his pressure, he was the only one who maintained his original intention. I didn't expect that there are not only our scions and Namekians on earth, but also the three-eyed people. Lin Chuan smiled with a sneer on his lips. Three-eyed people. In the original book, even Tian Xinyan himself didn't know this, right? Tian Xinyan is a descendant of the three-eyed people. Just like a hybrid of scions and earthlings. Chapter 39, Seizing the Opportunity. What? My God, Tian Xinyan is also an alien. Bulma in Lin Chuan's arms was the first to exclaim, and she also forgot to break free from Lin Chuan's hand. This first it was Goku, then Piccolo and Lord Tenshin, and now it's Tian Xinyan. Krillin was completely dumbfounded. He began to doubt whether he was a noseless alien. Compared to the Earthlings, he had no nose, but he could be no different from normal people. And Jiaozi, is he also an alien? Although he looks similar, his skin is not like that at all. To be honest, if such words came from someone else, he really wouldn't believe it. But when it came from Lin Chuan's mouth, he had to believe it. After all, he is so powerful and has a lot of alien knowledge reserves, so he naturally knows more than them. Not only Krillin, everyone looked at Tian Xinyan in disbelief. Who would have thought that Tian Xinyan, who is the closest to the Earthlings in appearance, but has one more eye fan, like Goku, is an alien? I should have thought of it long ago. Tian Xinyan is indeed different from ordinary Earthlings. It stands to reason that it is impossible for earthlings to grow a third eye. Even if there is a certain probability of mutation, 3 eyes cannot be trained to the level of Tian Xinyan. God Piccolo spoke, but he didn't say much. It was just a self-righteous and clever remark. If he really doubted it, it would be strange. 3-eyed alien, I didn't expect that I am also an alien. Tian Xinyan's worldview had problems. He himself had never doubted that he was not an earthling. As a result, today the scion in front of him pointed out his true identity. Whether Tian Xinyan is an alien or not, in Jiaozi's heart, Tian Xinyan is Tian Xinyan. Jiaozi comforted Tian Xinyan's turbulent heart. Hearing the words of the most important other half of his life, Tian Xinyan took a deep breath and quickly came back to his senses. He let it go. Accepted this fact as quickly as possible and smiled at Jiaozi. As Jiaozi said, so what if he is a 3-eyed alien? He loves the earth. The earth is his home. He is an earthling. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Tian Xinyan's idea. He is a mixed blood, and has half earthling blood. It seems that I have exposed someone's identity without knowing it. However, you, the 3-eyed alien, are not pure. You should be a mixed blood of a 3-eyed alien and an earthling, right? Otherwise, your aura would not be so similar to that of an earthling. Lin Chuan said, and looked at Sun Gohan again, just like this little guy Gohan, the reason why his aura carries the aura of an earthling is because he has earthling blood. Use the simplest way to explain Tian Xinyan's accurate situation. I see, thank you for telling me. Tian Xinyan expressed his gratitude for the information given by Lin Chuan. He suddenly felt that the scions in front of him were not evil and terrible. Although they just burst out with momentum to suppress them, they did not really do it. It should be said that there was a reason for the incident. If the alien showed murderous intentions to him, he would not let it go easily if he was strong enough. Tian Xinyan looked at Yamsha. He knew that this brother showed murderous intentions to Lin Chuan because of Bulma. However, he was not a person who could not distinguish right from wrong. According to what Bulma said before, she and Yamsha should have broken up. If they broke up, it was indeed inappropriate for Yamsha to question Lin Chuan for hugging Bulma and questioning with murderous intentions. Having never encountered such a situation, Tian Xinyan could not interrupt. After all, he never knew anything about the relationship between men and women. The focus returned to Yamsha again. Bulma also realized that she was still hugged by Lin Chuan. She immediately broke away from Lin Chuan's arms, but her blushing cheeks would not fade away quickly. Naturally, Lin Chuan didn't care about this. The goal was achieved. Whether it was his or Bulma's. Forget it, there's no need to go to this extent. Seeing that Yamsha was suppressed by Lin Chuan and was miserable, Bulma suddenly felt sorry for him. After all, she had been with Yamsha for so many years. Although Yamsha was a playboy and a womanizer, even though they had no love for each other, they were still partners for many years. She really wanted to vent her anger, but she didn't expect it to develop to this point. In the future, she should think carefully about whether she and Yamsha were suitable for each other. Yamsha's performance was indeed as Lin Chuan said, disappointing her. If Yamsha dared to fight Lin Chuan for her this time, as long as he dared to take a step forward, or even just say a word, she would forgive him again. But as Lin Chuan said, Yamsha didn't put her first at all. As you wish, but there are some things to say in advance. If you take the initiative to release murderous intent to me next time, I will not pretend that nothing happened. Lin Chuan's eyes condensed. He also has a bottom line. This time, let's just assume that he also has evil thoughts, and the robbery is too blatant. However, the two parties have broken up, whether it is true or not, they have been separated for a long time. If this is the case, then he is not really robbing. It can only be said that he seized the opportunity. Locked by Lin Chuan's eyes, Yamsha trembled all over and sweated profusely. He really had the courage just now to win back Bulma's heart. But when he met Lin Chuan's eyes, he was scared again. Now thinking back on what he has done over the years, he began to regret it. If he had known this would happen, he should not have just passed by Bulma's house some time ago. He should have put aside his shitty dignity and went in, explained to Bulma, and then promised not to mess around again in the future. Now, it's too late. It was because he couldn't get satisfaction in that aspect that he chose to cheat. The four eyes met, Bulma turned her head and stopped looking at Yamsha. Yamsha could only look away and divert his attention. He couldn't show his unhappiness, nor could he show his hatred for Lin Chuan. He was full of cleverness and began to plan, thinking that there was a long time to come, and there would always be a chance to make Bulma change her mind. He would never think that he would never have another chance. Bypassing Yamsha, he also bypassed everyone. Lin Chuan came to Sun Gohan. Back to the Temple of Heaven, although he sought Yan Xinyan, Jiaozi and Yamsha were among them, but the real purpose was to take him away, so Lin Chuan did not intend to waste time anymore. After some communication, Sun Gohan did not resist him. On the contrary, he cleverly called him Uncle Lin Chuan, which made Lin Chuan feel embarrassed to leave the little guy behind. Since Sun Gohan was willing, how could others stop him? Even though Sun Gohan was still young, his father had entrusted his child to him. Add to that Lin Chuan's strength, even if they wanted to stop him, it was impossible. Chapter 40 so big that it is unimaginable. Just watched Lin Chuan take Sun Gohan away. Of course, there was also Bulma. No one said a word to stop him. Until they watched the three disappear from their sight, they barely came back to their senses. Still no one spoke. It was still God Piccolo who stood up and used words to stimulate their group of warriors from his perspective. Do you understand the difference in strength now? The Scion invaders who arrive on Earth in a year are very likely to have the same combat power as Lin Chuan just now. Although Lin Chuan said before that he did not take the two Scions seriously, the actual situation is still unknown. 1 year. Only 1 year. I don't want to pin all my hopes on Goku, and I don't want to hand over the future of the Earth to that Scion Lin Chuan. So, you have to be fully prepared. Welcome the most brutal devil training. God Piccolo's words were full of depression. There is no doubt that the reason why he asked Sun Gohan to stay and asked Lin Chuan and Bulma to find the Dragon Ball to make a wish was to use Lin Chuan's power to shock these good seedlings he found. As long as it plays an inspiring role and makes them have a clear goal for their future, it will definitely make them stronger. Several people understood what God Piccolo meant, nodded one after another, and expressed their own ideas. In short, it's a request for God Piccolo's guidance. In the original work, they did use God Piccolo to improve their skills. In a blink of an eye. It was night. It was the largest and most prosperous city on Earth. West City. Lin Chuan took Sun Gohan and, at Bulma's invitation, boarded the large transport jet she left on Kame Island and returned home. You said, can't this jet be retracted into the capsule? The reason is that the jet dragged Lin Chuan's spaceship, so the capsule could not be retracted and could only be driven back to West City manually. That was the case before, so he drove to Kame Island. Later, Lin Chuan disliked the slow speed of the jet, so he carried Bulma to find the Dragon Ball. Now that the important things have been done and his basic goal has been achieved, there is no need to be too anxious. On the contrary, it takes some time to think and consider the detailed plan for the next step. First, of course, how should his own training proceed? How to change the plot in the future? The second is how Sun Gohan guides. No matter what, he needs to take action to pretend. Come to Bulma's house. The private residential manor of the Universal Capsule Company. The first impression can only be described in one word, that is, big. It is so big that you can't imagine it. Lin Chuan is not a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. As a time traveler, what kind of mansions and manors has he not seen? At the very least, he has seen countless photos and videos on the internet in his previous life. However, it is still inevitable to be shocked. The main reason is that Bulma's house is backed by the West Capital Plain, so if you really want to calculate the size of the area, there is no fixed number. At the very least, it is calculated in square kilometers. In short, a front yard, a backyard, and a garden, just the normal living area, is tens of thousands of square meters. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the manor. The huge ecological park can provide for large creatures such as dinosaurs to survive. The large warehouse group is as big as a port. There are dozens of buildings of different shapes, and the research area, etc. Anyone would find it hard to believe. It is worthy of being the first universal capsule company on Earth. Even in this era, when Bulma is just beginning to manage her own industry, she should not be underestimated. If it were in other places, this private territory could be considered a town of considerable size. The jet landed. Bulma jumped down directly, and Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan also got off the jet. Before Lin Chuan could say anything, he heard Sun Gohan's surprised exclamation, "Is this Aunt Bulma's home? It's really big." Sun Gohan looked around like a curious baby. Everything he saw overturned his small worldview. After all, he used to live in a remote Baizai mountain. Although he knew a lot of information about the outside world through books, he had never gone out, let alone been to a modern city. For him, it was like coming to a new world. "Little Gohan, this is just a small part of it, I'll take you around after dinner. Speaking of which, your father entrusted you to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan will temporarily live in my house in the future, and you will also live here for a while," Bulma said as she used the remote control to lower the spaceship on the jet. Sun Gohan on the side said and stopped talking, just staring with wide eyes. Under Bulma's control, the spaceship landed quickly, and at this time many robots took the initiative to approach and provide assistance. Such a scene shocked Lin Chuan. You should know that such a scene did not appear in the original book. Even if there were intelligent robots in Bulma's house in the original book, there were only a few of them. Because of the surprised looks of Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan, Bulma was happy to see it. The corners of her mouth rose and fell slightly, and she handed the remote control in her hand to the robot to continue operating. "Let the robot do it for now. It's past 6 o'clock. Let's go to dinner first. When I came back, I arranged for the home robot to start preparing." With the intention of giving Lin Chuan a good surprise, Bulma drove a sightseeing car with Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan, and introduced the huge round house in the distance. Not only did she explain to them the division of each area, but also explained the significance of each different building. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the main house of the manor. It was the huge round house that appeared n times in the original book. For Lin Chuan, this iconic building is now more familiar. In the past, he only thought that no matter how big Bulma's house was, it was just a few large gardens. Who knew it was so scary? After entering the main house, Lin Chuan also met Bulma's father and mother, Mr. and Mrs. Brief. For Lin Chuan and the couple was extremely surprised by Sun Gohan's identity. First, this was the third man Bulma had brought home. Second, Goku, who was younger than Bulma, already had a child. How could they not be shocked? Looking at their daughter again, as a woman, if this dragged on, she would become an older leftover woman. Of course, Bulma would not listen to her parents' hints in this regard. In the original work, she was stubborn. It would be better to kill her than to let her make do. How could the parents not know what their daughter's temper was? So seeing that it was useless to operate on their daughter, the Brief couple instead focused their attention on Lin Chuan. Especially Bulma's mother, the tentative and proactive approach made Lin Chuan a little flattered. Chapter 41 The next day. After several exchanges. Under Bulma's dominance, Lin Chuan awkwardly got rid of his mother's entanglement. It should be said that the way of taking action at every turn is really unacceptable. If I didn't know what kind of person he is, I would really think he is the king of the sea. It must be said that Bulma's mother looks young, as if she is in her 30s. Although there are explanations in the original work, it is hard to believe that this is the mother of 2 daughters, who is nearly 50 or 60 years old. On the other hand, Brief's appearance is that of an old man. After saying goodbye to Brief and his wife, Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan were brought to the restaurant by Bulma. The delicious food that caught his eyes, plus the fragrant smell, instantly aroused Lin Chuan's appetite, and also made Sun Gohan swallow his saliva. For Lin Chuan, not to mention the 3 months of space travel, he had been starving for so long after the turmoil on Earth. His body was now extremely hungry for food, and his stomach had even started to growl in protest of his abuse. The sumptuous dinner completely controlled Lin Chuan. Thinking of the hard doomsday life over the past 20 years, his eyes suddenly seemed to be full of tears. He was suppressed by him, otherwise it would be so ugly for a grown man to cry. With delicious food in front of him, there was no need for any reserve. Lin Chuan sat down at the dining table without saying a word, grabbed a roast chicken and started to eat. Seeing this, Sun Gohan was no longer polite at Bulma's suggestion, and sat down to eat heartily. Although Sun Gohan was still young, his appetite was not small at all. He perfectly inherited the attribute of the Scion's big appetite. Looking at the 2 people who looked like they had never eaten delicious food in their lives, Bulma couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled. This also reminded her of Goku eating in front of her. It seems that Goku is not the only one who can eat. It seems that Scions can eat a lot. Eat slowly, eat slowly. There is still a lot. If it is not enough, I can let the robot continue to make it. Bulma's words were like stimulants for Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan. One big and one small, they thought chewing was a waste of time and just started to swallow it whole. Delicious. It is completely different from the food made by my mother. I have never eaten it before. Under the interference of Lin Chuan, Sun Gohan also began to learn to eat and drink in big mouthfuls. This also made him experience a different feeling. No need to pretend. Dinner lasted for nearly an hour. Until the plates on the left and right sides of Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan were almost piled up like a small mountain. After that, the 2 ended the food fight. Bulma couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw this. If it was an ordinary family, how could they afford it? Suddenly, Bulma began to feel sympathy for Chi-Chi. Not only did she have to take care of Goku, but there was also Sun Gohan who was crying for food. After the meal, Bulma had prepared a rest room and clothes for Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan to wash and change clothes after only 10 minutes of rest. Lin Chuan, who had suffered enough, felt as if he had come to heaven. The past would no longer exist. His future would be extremely beautiful. He came to the room and enjoyed the long-lost bath. Lin Chuan didn't know about others, but taking a hot bath was like a dream for him. What's more, there was a bathtub. I haven't experienced it for more than 20 years in this life. Until half an hour later, Lin Chuan lay comfortably on the big bed. The warm and comfortable feeling was like a gentle place. A feeling of sleepiness came over him, and he fell asleep directly. So bold and unprepared? Naturally, Lin Chuan knew that it was very safe here. Bulma would not do anything to him, and no one on earth would come to him to cause trouble. However, Lin Chuan did not expect that not long after he fell asleep, Bulma came to knock on the door. After seeing him sleeping like a dead pig, she looked at him quietly for a long time before leaving the room. The next day, as a ray of sunlight shone through the window, Lin Chuan suddenly woke up and broke out in a cold sweat. Until he saw the surrounding environment clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. During his sleep, the dream kept switching. Sometimes it was the past life, sometimes it was this life. Especially the last dream, which made him think that he was dreaming when he arrived on Earth and activated the system. Dreams and reality are confused. You opened your eyes on one side and thought that the other side was a dream. Slowly got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Chuan then completely relaxed and the nervous feeling was swept away. If it weren't for the feeling brought by this powerful strength, he would really doubt whether he was in a dream or in reality. Open the system panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/ weight, 75 kg. Combat Power Index, 110,775 points. Current system level, Level 1. Auto hanging, Combat Power +1/second. Just a nap, just one night, his combat power exceeded 100,000 points. Reached 110,000 points. 110,000 combat power. This was such an unattainable number in the past. After more than 20 years of hard training, he only reached 15,000 combat power. It's not that he looked down on his hard training, but at that time when the conditions were limited, he really might not reach 100,000 points in his lifetime. With my current strength, I can even fight against Jinyu of the Jinyu force. Lin Chuan muttered softly. Jinyu. In the original work, he is the real elite and the strongest subordinate of Frisia, with a combat power of 120,000 points. In just one day, Lin Chuan can already be on par with him. According to this progress, in another 5 days, his combat power data can be compared with Frisia without transformation. He clenched his fist, and the surging power in his body seemed to be able to punch a 10,000 meter high mountain. It's time to practice. I don't want to become a slave to power. Lin Chuan couldn't hide his excitement and changed into another set of loose clothes. Bulma is a woman with good taste. The clothes are not too big or too small, just right, and the styles are also very suitable for him. After leaving the room, Lin Chuan went downstairs. Originally, he planned to go out to practice Kung Fu first, but suddenly he was attracted by a fragrance, which made his eyes light up and he quickly ran to the restaurant. It's not that he can't control his mouth, but he has suffered so much for so many years, and he can finally make up for it, so he must satisfy himself. Bulma and Son Gohan, who were enjoying breakfast, were surprised by Lin Chuan's intrusion. Then Bulma rolled her eyes when she saw Lin Chuan eating without saying a word. You are so rude without even saying hello. While saying this, Bulma still ordered the smart home robot to continue preparing some breakfast. Knowing that Lin Chuan has a big appetite, the food on the table is definitely not enough. Chapter 42 Son Gohan, can you teach me to fly? A breakfast made Lin Chuan realize what it means to be truly alive again. If he were still on planet V3114, it would be no problem to want to eat enough, but the food would never be as good as here. The freshness and variety of the food alone are incomparable. Looking back on the past, Lin Chuan remembered how miserable he was when he first arrived at planet V3114. If there were no compressed food reserves for several months in the spacecraft, and he was a time traveler who knew how to get food in desperate situations, he would have died. It should be said that he was very lucky. Because even if the civilization of that planet had not entered the space age, it had already developed to the level of the Earth. Especially in the research on food storage. Just say that the food was made to last for decades without spoiling, which shows how amazing it is. Unfortunately, this aspect is really amazing, but other aspects are incomparable. It's lame. Lin Chuan later learned from the videos and various information left on the planet through some special methods that because planet V3114 is a very disaster-prone planet, the scientists on the planet will put aside everything and devote themselves to studying how to store more food. In short, as the celestial body moves, the planet will have a small disaster every 10 years and a big disaster every 100 years. Over time, the natives on the planet realized that food is the most important necessity for their survival. Therefore, there are very terrifying food reserves and advanced food preservation methods. Even if Lin Chuan has been eating for more than 20 years, he has only eaten a tiny part of the remaining food reserves. It should be noted that this so-called remains are after the meteorite impact. In summary, this nation is a very tragic nation. They thought that they could survive disasters again and again with the help of food reserves, but completely ignored the threats from outer space. Without the protection of other scientific and technological forces, the power of life is even more fragile. A huge meteorite of hundreds of kilometers hit the planet directly, subverting the entire civilization in one breath. Even if they hit underground, no survivors were left. Waking up from his memories, Lin Chuan withdrew his thoughts. After communicating with Bulma and Son Gohan for a few words, they came to the nearest open space in the backyard together. The huge courtyard is also connected to the garden. Such a good place to practice is really good. Of course, Lin Chuan was just doing warm-up exercises and would not do anything wrong, otherwise if he broke out here casually, all the beautiful things would be destroyed. Bulma did not stay here for long. After giving a few instructions, she went to do other things. The spaceship needs to be studied and repaired. Bulma also needs to master alien technology. Also, many affairs of the capsule company have begun to be handled by her. She is busy with her, which is also a good thing for Lin Chuan, because he also needs to calm down and think about future arrangements. Originally, these plans should have been completed last night, but he fell asleep directly. Of course, Lin Chuan also has some preliminary ideas. In short, he lives in Bulma's house now, and doesn't have to worry about any other trivial matters. Bulma was told yesterday about repairing and manufacturing spaceships. She didn't guarantee that she could do it, but Lin Chuan knew that she could do it, and in the shortest possible time. There is also a gravity training room, which Lin Chuan mentioned while eating breakfast just now. Bulma has never thought about this aspect, nor has she ever studied it. Now that it has been brought up, she has become interested. It is not said that it can be made, but Lin Chuan knows that it is a piece of cake for her. It should be noted that although Brief first created the 100-fold gravity environment in the original work and combined it with the spaceship, Bulma is better than Brief. Even if he encounters a bottleneck, Brief will not sit idly by and help. In short, Lin Chuan knows how to proceed step by step. After all, scientific research breakthroughs and the improvement of strength both require time to slowly settle. In the courtyard, there is no one else, only Lin Chuan and Son Gohan. Because he knew that Son Gohan had not even done basic training at this time, Lin Chuan could not come up and teach him anything directly. Let Son Gohan watch from the side. Lin Chuan simply moved his body and did some warm-up exercises to fully familiarize himself with his current strength. What he did was nothing more than simple punching and kicking and a series of basic training. As for the means of Kung Fu, he only used it a little. To be honest, in terms of fist and foot Kung Fu and various hand-to-hand combat techniques, even if Lin Chuan explored and practiced by himself, he had practiced a lot, but he thought he was not yet at home, just average. After all, on planet V3114, although Lin Chuan had been practicing, he actually had no opponents, so his combat experience was really poor. Without sufficient combat experience, there would be great restrictions on the improvement of one's own Kung Fu. This will also be the aspect that Lin Chuan needs to hone and become stronger in the future, and the system cannot give it. Floating in the void, Lin Chuan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After a full 10 to 20 minutes of activities and venting, Lin Chuan had a clearer feeling. His own strength has reached more than 110,000 now under the improvement of the system, but he does not feel out of control at all. On the contrary, the improvement of combat power is like the result of his own practice. I don't have that kind of worry for the time being, and I don't need to spend too much energy on practicing control in the future. Muttering in his mouth, Lin Chuan kept planning himself. If the power cannot be controlled, then he must spend a lot of time. However, proficiency is necessary. No matter how powerful the system is, you must form muscle memory. After thinking for a while, Lin Chuan slowly descended and finally landed steadily on the ground. Before he could say anything, Son Gohan on the side couldn't wait to come up, his little eyes full of desire. "Uncle Lin Chuan, Can you teach me how to fly? Sun Gohan's words attracted Lin Chuan. Chuan was surprised. This kid was so proactive, it was too unexpected. In fact, in the original work, Sun Gohan at this time and his understanding of Sun Gohan were all timid and cowardly, unwilling to contact new things. He took the initiative to say that he wanted to learn to fly. Even if this was not to learn how to fight and become stronger, it was also a breakthrough. Yes. How could I forget it? In the original Majin Buu, Sun Gohan taught Videl to learn the concentration of Qi and practice to learn the flying technique. I can completely copy it. It just so happens that this kid wants to learn the flying technique himself. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, which temporarily solved Sun Gohan's problem. After all, simply guiding his own Qi and controlling his own Qi to learn the flying technique is enough for him to practice for a long time. During this time, he can also practice on his own, and then wait for Bulma to complete the manufacture of the spaceship and the gravity training room. Having made a decision, Lin Chuan smiled slightly. You can take the initiative to ask me for advice. To be honest, I am surprised. Gohan, I can sense that you have terrible potential in your body, but you can't guide it out. Although, you are only 4 years old. But you have to know that we Scions are different from Earthlings. In the next period of time, I will guide you on how to practice. And if you want to learn how to fly, you must learn how to control your own Qi. Chapter 43 Combat power is enhanced, and potential is also enhanced? Qi. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Sun Gohan got the point directly. It should be said that he is really smart. No wonder he can become a scholar by his own efforts in the future. To be honest, most of the Scions are combat type. Although there are also auxiliary non-combat personnel, like Sun Gohan, who is both smart and has infinite potential, there is almost no warrior. To describe it in one word, that is, both civil and military. Looking at Sun Gohan, Lin Chuan couldn't help but think of the settings of his previous life. Anyway, he was supposed to replace Son Goku as the protagonist in the original work, but it was a pity that he became Nobita. With a thought, Lin Chuan sighed and prepared his words. It seems that Son Goku really didn't teach you anything. Lin Chuan complained. The father is the best martial artist on earth, but his son was trained like this. Actually, I wanted to train with my father, but my mother was afraid that I would get hurt, so she never agreed. Sun Gohan replied with a little grievance. Hearing this, Lin Chuan secretly said, as expected. Then he didn't take it seriously. Many things are inherently controversial. Is Chi wrong? She is not wrong either. It can only be said that the considerations are different. To be honest, Lin Chuan can actually understand. He said that Son Goku didn't teach Sun Gohan anything, which means that he didn't even tell Sun Gohan what Qi is. Okay, let's not talk about your family's past for now. Let me tell you what Qi is first. Qi is the most fundamental energy in living organisms, and it is also something that everyone has when we are alive. This power hidden in life can be freely manipulated through practice or training. Just like this. As he spoke, Lin Chuan raised his hand and condensed a golden ball of light. For beginners, it is impossible to condense such a large ball of Qi in an instant. But after practicing Qi to a certain level and knowing how to use it, you can use it at will. Is this Qi? Uncle Lin Chuan? Sun Gohan asked knowingly, and his eyes widened with curiosity. The first time he came into contact with practice, and directly came into contact with Qi, Sun Gohan naturally opened up a new world. Nodding slightly, Lin Chuan took back the Qi and continued, Qi has many categories and can be used in many more ways. For example, we can use Qi to carry out energy attacks, which I have seen not long ago. You can control Qi to cause more powerful damage when fighting in close combat. Of course, flying is one of them. So, if you want to learn how to fly, practicing Qi is the first step. Only after learning to practice qi and control qi can you fly in the sky. After the voice fell, Lin Chuan controlled his body to float up again. But this time it was just off the ground. Sun Gohan was stunned, but he roughly knew that he had to learn how to use qi before he could do various things, such as flying. After landing again, Lin Chuan looked at Sun Gohan with a smile. "Uncle Lin Chuan, please teach me." Sun Gohan, who was full of courtesy, really felt like a teachable child. He said so. "Is there any need to hesitate?" Immediately, Lin Chuan took him to the grass and sat cross-legged, and instructed him to guide his qi first to feel the existence of qi. This method, in simple terms, relies on one's own understanding. It took Lin Chuan 2 or 3 years to reach a certain level in qi cultivation. It took Lin Chuan several days to simply guide the qi in his body to make himself feel the existence of qi. Even with the help of the Scion inherited memory, he was born with energy attack methods, but without the qi cultivation method, it was still very difficult to guide. In simple terms, he was only 2 or 3 years old at the time, and he learned to run before he learned to walk. When you come back and want to walk properly, you will find that you can't walk properly at all. Only by practicing day after day and accumulating little by little in the process can you truly and completely control your own strength. In the original work, Vegeta discovered this, and then with the help of the battle with Sun Wukong, he gained insights in this area after recovering from his serious injuries, and was able to quickly practice a series of uses of qi. At that time, in fact, he only learned to perceive and control his own qi. Later, when he came to Earth, it was the beginning of Vegeta's real transformation. Vegeta is a genius. There is no doubt about this. But the reason why his strength has improved so quickly and he has cultivated qi to a certain level is because he has enough strength, so the basic aspects of practicing qi will also be very easy. Just like when Lin Chuan's strength reached thousands of points or even broke 10,000, the basic use and cultivation of qi became extremely simple. Remember, guiding your own qi does not mean that you have to use force, nor does it mean that you have to force your body to exert force. You need to feel it with your heart and guide it with your heart. Standing up, Lin Chuan did not forget to say something to Sun Gohan. Then he stopped disturbing him and walked away alone. Sun Gohan's training problem was temporarily solved, and Lin Chuan also needed to think about other things. He would never have thought that just because he changed Sun Gohan's training method and taught Sun Gohan how to sense and guide the qi in his body, Sun Gohan would have the power of a Z warrior in the current era in a short period of time in the future. Sun Gohan has unlimited potential in his body. As long as he is guided a little, his potential will burst out, and his combat power will also increase dramatically. Of course, these are all later stories. For him, he still needs some time to seriously consolidate his own strength. Even if the combat power given by the system is like the one he has cultivated. Lin Chuan came to another open space alone, sat down slowly, hugged his chest with his hands, and his eyes were shining. When he was doing warm-up exercises just now, he also noticed a strange abnormality. That is, as his own strength increased, while his combat power increased, his body seemed to convey a feeling of dissatisfaction to him. That feeling that he could burst out with powerful strength, as if as long as he trained a little, his own strength could increase dramatically. While my combat power increased by 1 per second, my potential was also increasing. So my body was telling me instinctively. Lin Chuan pondered. This point can be verified in the next period of time. Closing his eyes, Lin Chuan entered the meditation world. This method of cultivation can be said to be learned from Piccolo and Krillin in the original work. There were no opponents before, and there were no good means of cultivation. Meditation and simulating opponents in the subconscious world to fight were one of the few methods Lin Chuan had. Chapter 44. In a blink of an eye, 10 days later. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. In the ecological garden of the Universal Capsule Private Residential Manor, in a wilderness area. Two figures, one big and one small, were practicing basic combat here. If it's not Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan, who else could it be? These days, Sun Gohan has been practicing with Lin Chuan like a follower, and has embarked on the path of becoming a stronger practitioner. You said, didn't you teach Sun Gohan to sense, guide, and cultivate qi? Indeed. Originally, Lin Chuan thought that Sun Gohan would have to practice for a long time to simply sense and guide qi. After all, he needed to understand the tricks himself. Besides, Sun Gohan had never been exposed to cultivation at all. However, what he didn't expect was that Sun Gohan not only sensed the qi in less than a day, but also guided the qi out in one breath. Although it only succeeded once, it also shocked Lin Chuan. I thought it was a coincidence, but I didn't expect that the next day, Sun Gohan could easily release his own qi, and he was very handy. This situation made Lin Chuan have the urge to curse. It's really annoying. It took him several days to succeed and nearly 10 days to master it, even though he knew the original plot and determined the general training method. Although he was only 2 or 3 years old at that time, younger than Sun Gohan now, this cannot be used as an excuse for not being as good as others. This talent and this bone are really amazing. Especially after the guidance of qi, Lin Chuan can clearly feel that Sun Gohan's surface strength has improved. The system also shows that his combat power value has reached 100 points. You can see the combat power value of others through the system ability. This is a hidden function that Lin Chuan discovered after a long time of exploration. As long as he stares at the target seriously, he can see the combat power index of the target. Not only did Sun Gohan's combat power improve, but his young body also became particularly tough under the blessing of his own strength. In 2 days, he completed all the training steps that Lin Chuan told him. Even on the 3rd day, Sun Gohan played a trick and could condense energy bombs on his own. It's okay, the protagonist module has been activated. Is it true? It is indeed outrageous. However, his potential is the best in the original book. After 3 days of accumulation, on the 4th day, Lin Chuan had to seriously teach Sun Gohan how to practice the sky dance technique. In fact, compared with guiding qi, sensing qi, and controlling qi, practicing the sky dance technique is much simpler. Because as long as you can guide the qi, it proves that you can initially control your own qi. In this way, what is the difficulty of using qi to lift your body and fly into the sky? Sun Gohan's terrifying talent also made Lin Chuan realize it again. There is really no need to waste more words to teach him. He just taught the sky dance technique casually, and people could already independently perform operations such as levitation and placement in the air after learning it casually. Although flying is still a bit difficult, as long as you are more proficient in controlling qi, as long as the qi becomes larger and stronger, then flying is just an easy operation. On the 5th day, as always, Sun Gohan shocked Lin Chuan again. First, he had mastered the flying technique and could fly freely in the sky. Second, Sun Gohan took the initiative to tell him that it seemed that because he had mastered the flying technique, when he was practicing and sensing the energy, he always felt that he could not control the power in his body. This made Lin Chuan very curious, until he saw the energy that Sun Gohan took the initiative to burst out. Lin Chuan was stunned. At the age of 4, he had only practiced for less than 5 days, and his combat power had unknowingly exceeded 500 points. What is especially important is that Sun Gohan can control this by himself. It seems that the energy training taught by Lin Chuan indirectly opened the big lock that trapped Sun Gohan's potential, so that his strength increased rapidly. In such a short period of time, there are such results, which is more effective than Sun Gohan's 1-year outdoor survival training in the original work. It can be imagined that it broke 500 points in less than 5 days. It is not an exaggeration to say that in a few days, it is probably no problem to break 1000. After understanding Sun Gohan's current situation, Lin Chuan stopped perfunctorily and stopped letting him go. Especially on this day, because of what Bulma told him, Chi-Chi found this place and something happened. Lin Chuan saw a different Sun Gohan and knew that Sun Gohan wanted to become stronger. He longed to become stronger to protect everything he wanted to protect. A child's lofty dream. Because he chose to be independent, Sun Gohan refused his mother's consideration for him for the first time in his life. He didn't want to grow up in a greenhouse. He used a tough attitude to make Chi-Chi make concessions and changes, so that he took the initiative to find Lin Chuan to make a request. So, from the 6th day, Lin Chuan taught Sun Gohan basic training, and then took out 2 hours every day to practice with him and hone his fighting skills. Not to mention other things, Sun Gohan really respected him enough, treating him as a teacher, and even as a family elder, listening to him and never complaining. Such a mentality is inseparable from Chi-Chi's teachings, so Chi-Chi is also successful. Ha! As the afterglow of the setting sun faded the last blush of the sunset, Sun Gohan, after giving his last shout, jumped up and threw his last heavy punch. Naturally, Lin Chuan caught it steadily and easily resolved it, and took advantage of the situation to let him stand firmly on the ground. The power is good, and it has improved compared to yesterday, but there are still too many unnecessary movements. You must know that in battle, any fancy moves are useless. Facing Sun Gohan, Lin Chuan said to him. Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Although Sun Gohan was very tired and panting, he still responded obediently at the first time. Lin Chuan was very satisfied with this. In fact, if he was not a time traveler, if he did not know what the future would be like, it would be absolutely the right choice to accept a child like Sun Gohan as an apprentice. After enough rest, Lin Chuan did not delay and said to Sun Gohan, "Today's training is over, and we should go back." After that, Lin Chuan directly performed the sky dance technique and flew towards the big round house of Bulma's house. Sun Gohan has long been proficient in the sky dance technique. Although his speed has not reached the standard, he can still reach tens to hundreds of meters per second. Don't think that this speed is very fast. You should know that after several days of continuous training, Sun Gohan's combat power is comparable to the 1 year of hard training with Piccolo in the original work. Combat power 950 points. This number completely surpasses the full burst of Radith's father Son Goku when he first arrived on Earth. If an energy attack is performed, Sun Gohan's maximum combat power can reach 1200 points. This is what Lin Chuan has tested personally, but after performing this energy burst, his strength will be consumed quickly, and his combat power will quickly drop to less than 600 or 700 points. Let's talk about the flying speed. With this fighting power, the flying speed can break the speed of sound, or even several times the speed of sound. If you can't do it, it can only be said that you haven't practiced enough. Chapter 45 Fighting Power of 1 Million. News about Bulma. Back to the big round house. Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan took a hot bath with the help of Chi-Chi. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't ask her to do this, and she refused many times. It's just because Sun Gohan lives in since she came here and practiced with Lin Chuan, her master. Chi-Chi would help to put hot water and organize clothes every time to take good care of Sun Gohan and hoped that Lin Chuan would teach her everything. It should be said that Son Goku is a lucky man. It is said that Chi-Chi is mean, strict, and even knows nothing, thinking only of herself. In fact, she really does her best to take care of people. Although she would say a few words that made people uncomfortable from time to time, her heart is good. After taking a bath, Lin Chuan changed into clean and loose clothes and walked out of the room. At this time, the restaurant was already filled with tempting fragrance. It was also prepared in advance every day after Chi-Chi arrived. It can be said that she brought all the pots and pans at home, ready to fight a protracted war at Bulma's house. As a mother, she was worried about her son eating well, wearing well, and living well. Of course, Sun Gohan is indeed worth her efforts. While she supported her son, Sun Gohan never let her down. He practiced during the day, read books, and studied during his free time, and did homework at night. This kid is simply a demon. Lin Chuan couldn't say anything to his face, he could only remind him when he was alone with Sun Gohan to pay attention to rest and not overconsume his physical and mental energy. As a result, Sun Gohan said to him, "I'm not tired at all." From then on, Lin Chuan vowed never to say such things to him again. People are actually smarter than he thought, and know how to arrange things reasonably, so he doesn't need to worry about it. After dinner, because Sun Gohan was going to study, Lin Chuan also ushered in the most relaxing moment of his day. Every day, he would practice visible cultivation and guide Sun Gohan. Every night, he would meditate to a certain extent. Naturally, before meditation, it was the most comfortable moment, the so-called combination of work and rest. It has been 10 days since I got here, and every day has not changed. As his strength improved, his weight also soared, and his figure became more and more robust. This is inseparable from food, clothing, housing, and transportation, especially food. In the more than 20 years of life on the Doomsday Planet, even if he did not starve himself, what did he eat? It was just to maintain his life. Even if he ate a lot, it only provided basic nutrition, so that he was not thin, but not burly. Opening the system panel, Lin Chuan looked at the attributes on the attribute panel with a smile. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kg. Combat Power Index, 981,780 points. Current system level, Level 1. Automatic hanging, Combat Power +1/second. Getting closer and closer to 1,000,000 combat power. In more than 9 days and nearly 10 days, Lin Chuan's combat power increased by 800,000 points with the help of the system. You said, including the initial 110,000 combat power, isn't it only 910,000 combat power? Of course, this is inseparable from Lin Chuan's self-cultivation. While the system increases combat power, Lin Chuan is also practicing. Even if the increase is not as significant and terrifying as the system increase, it is still very good. It should be said that after arriving on Earth, Lin Chuan's thoughts and memories of his past life began to surge wildly, so he thought of many new ideas. You must know that increasing combat power by tens of thousands in less than 10 days is actually quite amazing. Tonight is the time for him to break through 1,000,000 combat power. In more than 3 hours, even if I do nothing, I can make my combat power exceed 1,000,000. Standing on the rooftop, Lin Chuan looked at the sea of stars in the universe. The weather is very good today, the night sky is particularly bright, and the stars are extremely dazzling. And the moon Fortunately, it is not a full moon. However, it seems that the full moon is coming soon. I remember that in the original work, Sun Gohan saw the full moon while being trained by Piccolo, so he turned into a gorilla. Later, in order to prevent such a thing from happening, Piccolo blew up the moon in one breath. This point was secretly praised by King Kai of the North until Vegeta invaded the Earth. After appreciating for a long time, Lin Chuan walked back to the sofa beside him. Meditation training begins. In his meditation world, he constructed the warriors in his memory to practice with him. Among them, there are not only boss opponents in the Dragon Ball world, but also characters from other worlds. Although this method of mind training is different from the actual combat in the real world, the effect is still very good. In order to improve combat experience and to prepare himself for various possibilities. And Lin Chuan can clearly feel that his strength has improved to a certain extent after each meditation. The Z fighters are all geniuses. Krillin and Piccolo in the early days were both great people. These training methods were just not valued later. Lin Chuan thinks it is very useful. Time passed by bit. Just after Lin Chuan defeated several powerful enemies through meditation. Outside, a tall maid with a mature aura came to the rooftop and came in front of him. Lin Chuan, who had just finished the meditation battle, felt someone approaching and suddenly opened his eyes, just in time to look at the maid in front of him. Lin Chuan looked up and down at this maid. He had seen this woman before. She was pretty, but he had never met her, let alone spoken to her. "Hello, Mr. Lin Chuan. Miss Bulma asked me to inform you that she hopes you can come to the laboratory. She said that the research has made initial progress and needs your assistance." After the maid told Lin Chuan the purpose of her visit, she withdrew after Lin Chuan nodded. "I didn't expect that the research had made a breakthrough in such a short time. And, he still needed his assistance? Is the spaceship ready, but there is something missing that he needs to find? Or has the gravity training room achieved certain results? I don't know what breakthrough Bulma has made." After thinking for a while, Lin Chuan decided to go and see first. After all, it's useless to think so much. As long as you see it with your own eyes, the truth will be revealed. Leaving the second-floor rooftop, Lin Chuan jumped up and flew away. Bulma's breath is in the laboratory in the south, and it is certain that Brief is also there. After a few days, Lin Chuan occasionally went to take a look. From the air, he could see that a special metal frame had been built next to the huge research institute building, as if preparing to build something. Chapter 46 He's not my boyfriend, why bother? Falling from the sky, Lin Chuan landed outside the research institute and carefully measured the 20-meter-high metal steel frame. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be set up to build a spaceship, right? Otherwise, Lin Chuan really couldn't think of any behemoth that needed such a large metal frame to support it. Bulma didn't build it, but once she built it, she had to build a large spaceship. For the boring space travel, the larger the spaceship, the more you can relieve your mood through activities between areas, and the more things you can do. Unlike a small spaceship, you can only stay in a fixed place, even stretching your body is difficult to do. Like the single-person spaceship of the Frisia Corps, you can only sit in the cabin and sleep to spend a long time. Lin Chuan is looking forward to what this spaceship will look like when it is truly built. Turning around, Lin Chuan entered the research institute. Because he had been here several times and was familiar with the route, the guard robot did not stop Lin Chuan after confirming his identity. Entering the interior. It was an extremely huge interior space. At a glance, countless mechanical equipment was in operation, which was particularly shocking. It was like a super-tech factory, and many machines were assisted by artificial intelligence robots. Looking at a corner of the research institute, Lin Chuan saw Bulma working seriously. She was operating a computer, and Brief was assisting her. She was holding a tablet in her hand, and seemed to be checking data. As Bulma input information into the computer, the large square metal block at the front made a roaring sound. Countless circuits cooperated with information transmission and sufficient energy delivery to completely activate this huge block of unknown origin. Walked to Bulma and Brief. Lin Chuan did not interrupt them, but relied on his cognition to guess what they were doing. There is no doubt that the huge metal block in front of him is the research result of Bulma and Brief. They asked him to assist, probably because of this. Otherwise, Lin Chuan couldn't think of anything else, and he didn't see anything else new here. Could this be? With a thought, he looked carefully and saw that there was a metal door in front of the big metal block that was open to the outside. The internal space was empty and he could see what was inside. Gravity training room. There is no other possibility except this explanation. Otherwise, what is the point of building such a metal room? Why don't you say anything when you come? After completing the last important step, Bulma reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and then shifted her attention to Lin Chuan, stood up and said something. It's not that she is slow, but that she is focused on research. She didn't expect Lin Chuan to come so quickly and was not distracted. Brief also relaxed, put down the tablet in his hand and lit a cigarette for himself. Fortunately, the last step did not fail, otherwise you would have made a wasted trip. However, it depends on you to test it to determine whether it is successful. After speaking, Brief took a deep puff to relax his tense nerves. Those who do scientific research need to use something to keep themselves spirited at a critical moment. Cigarettes are the most effective one, which can not only refresh people but also relax them. In the original book, Bulma also became addicted to smoking because of scientific research. Later, she quit smoking twice, once when she was pregnant with Trunks, but she did not quit completely this time. Later, she was pregnant with Bra, and then she completely stopped smoking. Of course, it is unknown whether it was because of Whis' help at that time. In the Super Era, considering the relationship between Bulma and the angel Whis, quitting smoking should not be a problem for the angel who is almost omnipotent. Following Bulma's movements, Lin Chuan was slightly surprised to see Bulma picking up the pack of ladies' cigarettes on the table. He did not expect that Bulma would be smoking at this time. Looking at the full cigarette butts in the ashtray on the table, Lin Chuan was sure that Bulma was addicted to cigarettes. Not to mention being disgusting, but this thing is really not a good thing for Bulma. Although it can play a role in refreshing and relaxing the body and mind, if the addiction is too strong, it will do more harm. Lin Chuan instinctively snatched the pack of cigarettes, and then directly squeezed it into a ball, causing Bulma to stare. I finally completed the last step and was about to smoke a cigarette to ease my nervous mood. What's going on? You are so smart, you should understand this. After saying this, Lin Chuan threw the crumpled cigarette into the trash can. Bulma almost fainted after hearing this and seeing this operation. You are not my boyfriend, why do you care so much? The expression on her face was almost like writing 4 big words, none of your business. Just when she was about to get angry, Brief stood in the middle and said something to put out Bulma's anger. The general meaning was that as his daughter, Bulma was top-notch in both brains and appearance. But she was so old, and she didn't learn good things, but learned some bad things, and her bad habits became more and more. Finally, he said something heartbreaking. It probably means that Bulma has wasted her youth on Yamcha for so many years. Not only has she not achieved much, but she has quit smoking and drinking to relieve her sorrow, but her sorrow has not been relieved, and her addiction has become worse and worse. In the past, Brief would have turned a blind eye to Bulma and ignored her. After all, his daughter is grown up and doesn't need him to worry too much. Now that Lin Chuan has arrived, it can be said that a lot has changed, so Brief decided to help his daughter make some changes. Yamcha is gone, that's it. The past will always pass, and the new future will always come. Lin Chuan is obviously better. He also thinks that his daughter should have some interest in Lin Chuan, otherwise why would she take him in to live at home and see him every day? The key is that his daughter agreed to help repair and build the spacecraft, and by the way, she took over the construction of the gravity training room. Even though he knew that his daughter was eager to achieve higher achievements in the field of scientific research, for this reason, his daughter obviously wanted to help Lin Chuan. Bulma would never know that her father had completely misunderstood her. Although she was very satisfied with Lin Chuan's appearance and figure, and Lin Chuan's strength was also extremely powerful, she was not the kind of woman who would easily change her mind. Especially because her last relationship ended so hastily, she and Yamcha had not completely talked it out. No matter how satisfied she was with Lin Chuan, she would not take the initiative to approach him. Chapter 47 Gravity Training Room 10 Beta. The awkward atmosphere lasted for a long time. Brief knew that he had accidentally touched Bulma's sore spot, so he simply hid aside and stopped talking. Finally, it was Lin Chuan who took the initiative to change the subject. After learning that this was the gravity training room built by Bulma, he spoke. So, this is the gravity training room you built? Of course, why else would I ask you to come? It is for your needs that my father and I will spend some free time to conduct research in this area after studying the spacecraft every day. Bulma said proudly with her hands folded under her chest. The look that was staring at Lin Chuan seemed to say that she was saying to praise me quickly. The mentality changed quickly. Perhaps with the passage of time, Bulma also took the initiative to let go of the knot in her heart. Of course, this was the case on the surface, and Lin Chuan could not see what was going on in her heart. Seeing this, Brief was obviously relieved. He was really afraid that Bulma would yell at him. He knew his daughter's temper very well. Anyway, he, as a father, could not control it. He had talked to his wife more than once, saying that if Bulma's temper was a little gentler, they would probably have had grandchildren long ago. Are there many people pursuing Bulma? That's for sure. It is because of Yamcha that Bulma has been delayed until now. The Brief couple likes Lin Chuan more and more, because with Lin Chuan's arrival, at least there is no Yamcha's entanglement. Not only can their daughter get in touch with other men, but also in the past 10 days, Bulma no longer talks about Yamcha. Instead, she is devoted to research, and the name she mentions most is Lin Chuan. Mei Musia Totter Pang Chienna Fan de Yusong Yanao Chi Xi. Not only did the research succeed in just a few days, but also created a physical body. I just don't know how effective this gravity training room you built is. Or how many times the gravity of the earth can it reach? Lin Chuan asked. After hearing the praise, Bulma's arrogant expression became more obvious, but Lin Chuan asked the most critical point, so she quickly straightened her face. After all, business is business, so he immediately answered, at present, we have only made some small breakthroughs in gravity research. Limited, so this gravity training room 1.0 beta version still needs you to test it to determine how many times the gravity of the earth can be reached. After the voice fell, Lin Chuan roughly understood what Bulma meant. Emotion is just a test product, and the multiples that can be reached should not be very high. I see, that's why you called me to help at this time. In this case, let me go in and test it myself. Lin Chuan nodded and walked towards the door of the gravity room without hesitation. Seeing Lin Chuan so direct, Bulma and Brief did not hesitate. After some introduction and explanation, Lin Chuan roughly knew the internal structure and operation method. Then, he closed the door of the gravity training room. Lin Chuan, you must remember that if there is an accident, you must tell me as soon as possible, and I will directly interrupt the energy delivery outside. In addition, because the internal space is completely isolated from the external space, there is still a problem in the oxygen supply, and you may feel difficulty breathing. Oh, right. I almost forgot that you made a wish last time and got the ability to survive in any harsh environment, especially in the vacuum universe. Although I don't know how powerful this ability is, if you can survive in the universe, then the oxygen-free environment should not be a big problem for you in the short term. As Bulma's voice came, surrounded by the small space, Lin Chuan raised his head and looked at the speaker in the corner. Don't worry, although the ability given by the Earth Dragon is not so amazing, and can only survive in some not outrageous environments, but the dragon did allow me to survive in the universe, so the oxygen-free environment does not affect me. Lin Chuan replied. After that, he strode to the front of the central control console. Without saying anything, he directly pressed the switch button. Buzz buzz buzz. With the start of gravity, even if it was only twice the gravity of the Earth, the originally bright space around it became dark. The pressure was too strong, the gravity doubled, and the environment would naturally be different from before. Lin Chuan could also clearly feel that his body had become much heavier. Not only that, the pressure on his body had increased several times. The gravity is starting to increase now, you keep a record, Bulma. Looking at the camera, Lin Chuan pressed the gravity plus key with his hand. Press it once, and the gravity will be doubled. From 2 times to 5 times, from 5 times to 10 times. And then more than 10 times. It has to be said that although more than 20 years have passed, Lin Chuan still remembers the feeling that the 10 times gravity level of planet Vegeta gave him. Later, the gravity of planet V3114 dropped significantly, so he was able to adapt so quickly. However, although planet V3114 is not as strong as planet Vegeta, its gravity is about 2 or 3 times that of the Earth. Sure enough, for me, more than 10 or 20 times the gravity will not have much effect. There will indeed be pressure, but this pressure will be quickly absorbed, and then there will be no feeling. Of course, long-term cultivation in this pressure environment will have better results than practicing under the Earth's gravity. Just this little gravity will not increase Lin Chuan much. After all, the strength is there, with the combat power of nearly 1 million, even in a 100-fold gravity environment, Lin Chuan is confident that he can quickly adapt. At the very least, it must be a 100-fold gravity to allow him to improve his strength faster in daily training. I remember the information in the original book that after the battle with Vegeta, Sun Wukong, who recovered from a serious injury, should have increased his combat power to 20,000 to 30,000 points. On his way to Namek, he used gravity training to oppress his body to become stronger, and then used senzu beans to heal his body and continue to practice repeatedly, thus brushing the bug of scions recovering from serious injuries and increasing their strength several times. In 6 days, he not only adapted to the 100 times gravity, but also improved his combat power to 90,000 points. In other words, if the combat power reaches about 100,000 points, it can adapt to the 100 times gravity. If 100,000 combat power can do it, then adapting to the 100 times gravity with 1,000,000 combat power is naturally a piece of cake. According to the subsequent plot, Vegeta's millions of combat power will practice 300 times the gravity on Earth. Lin Chuan still remembers the situation at that time, which shows that 1,000,000 combat power can at least practice under 200 to 300 times the gravity of the Earth, and the effect will not be very bad. Chapter 48 50 times gravity, this is just the beginning. It's more than 20 times. Can it continue to rise? All data and equipment are running normally. Strange, according to my original calculations, the current gravity training room 1.0 beta should only be able to exert about 20 times the gravity of the Earth at most. Watching the surveillance video, Lin Chuan has increased the gravity to 25 times, and it is still doubling every 10 seconds, Bulma frowned. According to the current situation, we have all underestimated the limit of the equipment. The processor, operation volume, and equipment power have only reached about 65% of the full load. According to the amount of reserve energy, the gravity multiple can be even higher. Briv's tablet has all the data of the gravity equipment. Based on his experience, he can directly confirm the limit of gravity is not 20 times, nor 30 times, but it is very likely to reach 40 times. I hope there will be no accidents. Bulma said. They all underestimated this 1.0 test version of the gravity room made of simple materials. Until the gravity exceeded 30 times, the enthusiasm in their eyes became more obvious. Especially Brief, he was constantly thinking and making bold guesses with the help of existing data. Aside, after being excited, Bulma began to worry about Lin Chuan. It should be noted that gravity pressure is completely different from weight pressure. No matter how unimaginable the weight training of a martial artist is, it is just weight, the weight of external pressure. Gravity is different. It is directly applied in all directions, and every cell in the body will bear the pressure. For example, Lin Chuan now weighs 85 kilograms. But under 30 times gravity, his body will feel more than 2,550 kilograms. This is just the surface pressure, and the inside is even more terrifying. Even if the body's muscles and bones can withstand it, what about the internal organs and tendons? Of course, Bulma didn't know that when one's strength reaches a certain level, the body will continue to transform and become stronger. The internal organs will also be strengthened like the body under the baptism of energy. Actually, no reaction at all? Can you continue to add gravity when it exceeds 30 times? She wanted to stop Lin Chuan from continuing to operate, but when she saw Lin Chuan calmly through the monitoring, Bulma's mouth twitched. She really worried in vain. Other people's strength once again exceeded her imagination. It's only 30 times the gravity, which can't have any effect on me. There are some things I may not tell you, so you don't know. In short, with my current strength, it's not a problem to adapt to 100 times gravity in a short time. Unless it's a few hundred times the gravity, I can take it seriously. To be honest, although it's a bit exaggerated and overconfident, Lin Chuan can really do it. You science, each one is a freak. Bulma couldn't help rolling her eyes and complaining when she heard it. What kind of words are you talking about? 100 times gravity can be easily adapted, but several hundred times gravity can make him take it seriously. You know, even if it is only a few times the gravity of the Earth, if an ordinary person stands in it, he will probably be crushed and unable to move after a short 10 seconds, and his body functions will quickly collapse. If she enters it, at most she will stay in an environment of 2 or 3 times gravity, and she will soon feel uncomfortable. Time passed by minute. When Lin Chuan adjusted the gravity to the node of 50 times, the gravity training room became abnormal. After a short period of more than 10 seconds, an alarm sounded, and the gravity began to decline rapidly, and finally returned to the level of Earth's gravity. The limit is 50 times. After reaching this number, it can no longer rise, and the maintenance time is too short, which is obviously overloaded. The equivalent of 49 times can be maintained for a while, but after reaching a certain limit, the line equipment will burn out due to overpower operation and stop operating. Of course, even if it is broken, this gravity training room is considered a success. It should be noted that this was independently researched by the people of Earth with the help of their own scientific research power. With a 50-fold gravity training room, will 100 times be far behind? 1000 times is only a matter of time. Although he only felt the effect of gravity for a short time, Lin Chuan has clearly felt the benefits that gravity training will bring to him. Indeed, even if he practices under 50 times gravity, it can only bring him a slight sense of heaviness. But as long as the multiple is increased to 100 times, it can at least be regarded as the best way of practice at the moment. That's it for today. Tomorrow, all kinds of materials I ordered will be delivered one after another. I believe that in a few days, we can create a gravity training room that can maintain 100 times the gravity of the Earth for a long time. After finishing a day's research and saving all the data, Bulma said, if possible, it is best to expand the internal space, otherwise it will be too small to be used. There is also the problem of internal oxygen supply. If it is not solved, the gravity training room can only be used by me alone. Lin Chuan suggested. The 1.0 test version is too small, just a small room with an interior space of 5 meters long and wide and a height of less than 2 or 3 meters. There are many other small problems. However, Lin Chuan believes that Bulma can solve them. Hearing this, Bulma nodded, her mind spinning rapidly. On the side, Brief had a flash of inspiration and thought of something, saying, we can use the internal structure of the spaceship in the gravity training room, or let's just build a large spaceship that can control the internal gravity, isn't that enough? All of a sudden, not only Bulma showed surprise, but even Lin Chuan was excited. Brief is worthy of being brief. In the original work, Sun Wukong asked to build a gravity control device in the spaceship. Now, without Sun Wukong's reminder, he can think of it. Dad, let's start with Xiao Wei. While building the spaceship, find a way to install the gravity equipment on the spaceship. The spaceship's appearance, modeling and internal structure have clear drawings. When the time comes, the construction of the fuselage and the internal polishing will be left to you, Dad. The main engine thrusters and gravity equipment and oxygen production equipment, I can do it alone. Bulma's arrangement was concise and clear. The father and daughter reached a consensus and walked out of the research institute while talking about words that only they could understand. Lin Chuan became heir at this time, because he really didn't understand anything. Returned to the big round house of his residence. Just when Lin Chuan was thinking about going to Namek after the spaceship was built, suddenly, he felt something strange in his body, which made him stunned. Chapter 49 Above the Moon, A New Domain. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kg. Combat Power Index, 1,025 points. Current System Level, Level 1. Automatic Hang Up, Combat Power +1/second. Looking at his own combat power attributes, Lin Chuan's face was full of excitement. This is the realm of strength that exceeds the million-level combat power. Compared with the previous strength, even if the difference is only 10,000 combat power, it is as huge as a chasm at this time. For a moment, because of the feeling of sudden increase in strength from his body, Lin Chuan couldn't help but use the flying technique to rush into the sky. Break through the atmosphere and leave the earth. And go straight to the moon. Lin Chuan's speed has already reached hundreds of times the speed of sound. Under rapid speed, 100 km per second is no problem. Moving in space, even if there are meteorites blocking, all of them were smashed directly by Lin Chuan with strong means. It felt like he was going to destroy everything that stood in his way. In just half an hour, Lin Chuan crossed the distance between the moon and the earth and arrived on the moon. Such a speed was extremely terrifying. It was hard to catch up even with perception, let alone seeing it with the naked eye. The distance between the moon and the earth, in the Dragon Ball world, was not as far as 384,403.9 kilometers in his previous life, but it was still 200,000 kilometers. Standing on the bumpy surface of the moon. To be honest, it was really incredible. I never thought that one day I would be able to stand on the moon like this. Before, he thought that the moon had suffered many disasters. It was broken by Master Roshi in the past, and then it was repaired by the gods with great difficulty. Then it was completely shattered by Piccolo a few years later. Speaking of which, there is one thing that Lin Chuan has always been curious about. Why is the impact on the Earth almost zero after the moon in the Dragon Ball world is gone? After all, as the only satellite of the Earth, the gravitational influence of the moon on the Earth's tides cannot be ignored. Even if this world is the Dragon Ball world, I believe it is the same. If the moon is gone, the Earth's tidal phenomenon will definitely change significantly. Otherwise, the gods would not use their authority to repair the moon later. Bright. It can be imagined that natural disasters are inevitable. Without the traction of the moon, the movement of the Earth's crust will also change, and the entire ecological balance will be broken. It is equivalent to destroying the moon is the same as destroying the world, but it is not a direct destruction, but a switch of chronic self-destruction. No matter what, the moon in the Dragon Ball world has no effect on the Earth. Lin Chuan would rather believe that it is because of the existence of God Piccolo that the Earth is not greatly affected. The reason why God Piccolo did not repair the moon later should be that he knew that the key to the transformation of science is the moon. Forget it, why think so much? For me, no matter what it is, it doesn't matter. Coming here, I can also have a good burst. Long-awaited full-strength display. Lin Chuan said to himself. Because of the ability given by the dragon, Lin Chuan can speak very naturally here. Come to the moon, in order to burst out all in one breath, to truly feel how powerful he is now. After all, since he arrived on Earth to activate the system, his strength has been increasing every moment. Even though he can feel it clearly, he has never really released it. Now that his combat power has reached 1 million points, this strength gap across a large realm makes him want to know how powerful he is now. Although it is not as good as Frieza after the first transformation, it has exceeded 1 million points and has really entered a new field. Lin Chuan can finally imagine why Frieza in the original work said that as long as he transforms, the Z warriors will face absolutely terrifying myself. Hundreds of thousands of combat power and combat power of more than 1 million points cannot be compared on the same plane. Looking at the earth shining with blue light, he finally concentrated all his energy. Ha! A muffled shout came from Lin Chuan's mouth. In an instant, an invisible pressure expanded rapidly, covering the entire moon in a short time. The air continued to sublimate and surge. The simple pressure made the moon tremble, and even pulled countless meteorite fragments and moon rocks around to move. The closer ones were directly suspended from the surface of the moon due to the pressure, and most of them exploded and turned into powder and ashes. The farther ones were constantly moving around the aura and constantly colliding with each other in space. Lin Chuan naturally didn't care about these. He stood firmly with his legs, constantly channeling the energy in his body and spreading it all over his body. Then, a snow-white halo emanated from the surface of his body. 10% strength. 30% strength. 70% strength. In the end, it reached 99%. Hey 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 hey! The deep shout was like venting. The next second, the breath exploded and turned into a cyclone that enveloped the body, like a burning snow-white flame, which was particularly conspicuous. At the same time, because the energy explosion was completely stable, the moon also stopped trembling, and the rock fragments suspended in the air fell down. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The body slowly floated up, leaving the moon's surface, and turned to find a meteorite that was the closest and extremely huge. Boom! The sound of space explosion. This was not the transmission of sound, but the agitation caused by space fluctuations. A punch in the air, a distance of 100 meters. The invisible fist of air, like a shock wave, fiercely hit the meteorite with a diameter of several thousand meters. Pound! In just a moment, because of the bombardment of terrifying power, the meteorite instantly broke into pieces and scattered. Even with this, I still can't clearly define my current strength level. For Lin Chuan, the most important thing is the lack of opponents. Without an opponent, even if you know that you are very strong, you don't know what level you have reached. It can be said that Lin Chuan now has a feeling of extreme desire for battle. He longs for the plot to develop quickly so that he can face Frisia one day earlier. After all, in this era, Frisia is his first goal that must be surpassed in the short term. In the end, I have to use a clone as my opponent. Lin Chuan muttered to himself and used his means. Clone. This is naturally a skill developed on planet V3114. It was also learned from the Z warriors in the original work. It's just a four-body fist for the Z fighters, but for Lin Chuan, it's just a clone technique. Compared, it shouldn't be much different from Piccolo's magic clone. For many years, this has been Lin Chuan's only way to relieve boredom and loneliness. Similarly, this is also one of the ways to provide combat experience. Chapter 50 Clone Wars, Hell. The clone technique is performed. In just a moment, a figure separated from Lin Chuan's body. No matter the appearance, clothing, or strength, they are almost exactly the same. Not bad. With the improvement of strength, if it's just a clone, it doesn't weaken my strength much. And as a clone, you also have the strength to burst out 1,000,000 points of combat power in a short time. After evaluating the clone, Lin Chuan carefully felt the loss of power. It can be ignored. If his combat power was only 15,000 points before, after he performed the clone technique, his own strength would drop by about 20%, and he could only split into 4 clones at most. According to the current situation, if he splits into 4 clones now, even if his own strength will decline, it will not be as much as before. Isn't this natural? The clone technique is not an equal distribution, not to mention that you didn't split much strength for me. With the strength I currently have, I can only exist for 1 or 2 minutes at most. The clone Lin Chuan said. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled. It should be said that while the strength has increased, the control of skills has also reached a more exquisite level. This kind of invisible improvement is really exciting. Let's test the strength first. Here I come. The original body. With a loud shout, the clone Lin Chuan directly attacked. Indeed, there is no need to continue to sigh, because they are originally one person. Seeing the clone attacking, Lin Chuan's mouth drew a smile. What is needed is a short-term burst and a full-strength battle. Lin Chuan's luck punched, and in just a moment, he collided with the clone's fist. Pound. A vibration. The next second, a fierce battle is about to break out. A full-scale battle of millions of combat forces. The battlefield is the universe, you can imagine how fierce it is. Two figures are constantly flying, flashing, fighting, and colliding in the universe. The speed is so fast that it cannot be seen by the naked eye. The power is so strong that just a simple swing of fists and feet can shatter the surrounding meteorites. If such power is exerted on the Earth, it will at least subvert everything within 1,000 miles. In the battle, be familiar with your own power and accept the pressure brought by the clone in the most positive way, thereby making your own strength more refined and understanding more about the battle. You are constantly transforming yourself, and you become stronger with the help of the clone. When the battle is over, the clone returns to the body, which can also bring you more insights. Bang! 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 In the universe, explosions continued. In addition to close combat, there were also energy attacks. After the battle lasted for more than a minute, the clone clearly felt the loss of energy, and finally opened his hands, the last blow. Energy evaporated, and the air was gone. Continuously gathering and concentrating. Gather all the remaining strength together and send out the final ultimate move. Thunder Crushing Cannon. The blue and gold impact cannon attacked directly, driving the power of thunder, like an extremely huge thunder dragon, roaring with its fangs and claws bared. It was so powerful that it shattered countless stars along the way. If this attack hit the Earth, it would undoubtedly destroy everything. Facing the big move released by the clone, Lin Chuan was also prepared, and an extremely rich and terrifying red light had already condensed in his hand. Scarlet Penetrating Wave. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and when he found the best time, Lin Chuan raised his hand and blasted out the energy. Scarlet Penetrating Wave. The original inspiration for this move was a combination of the magic penetrating light-killing cannon and Frisia's death ray. It is the big move that Lin Chuan has studied for the longest time and can be ranked in Lin Chuan's top 3. Boom! No matter how powerful it is, the dazzling light is comparable to a very bright luminous body. Here, the strength test between Lin Chuan and his clone has reached the final stage. At this moment, on the other side, in the underworld, on the snake path that is more than 1,000,000 kilometers long, Sun Wukong and Raditz are running on the snake path. For them, in the 10 days since they came to the underworld, except for the necessary sleep and eating every day, they have not stopped. In terms of speed, it is not slow, but not fast either. You can understand why Sun Wukong doesn't fly, because he is not proficient in flying. But why doesn't Raditz fly? Because long-term flying not only consumes more energy than running, but the speed of flying is not much faster than running. Cockroach, you are too slow. At your current speed, you may not be able to run to the end and see Lord Kai in a year. With a stupid brother like you who is holding me back, even my progress as a big brother has been slowed down by at least twice. While running faster, Raditz did not forget to mock Sun Wukong, who was following behind. These days, they have been competing and moving forward. In fact, they have had a good emotional run-in and have made some progress in communication. However, Raditz is a stubborn person. Only in this way can he find the strange sense of superiority in the past. Because of Raditz's strength, Sun Wukong was thrown away for a long distance in one breath. Sun Wukong naturally refused to admit defeat. Even if his big brother's words were harsh, there was motivation when there was comparison. Raditz gave Sun Wukong the greatest motivation and also stimulated his own potential. In a short period of time, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. It's not that he surpassed his elder brother, but it was a few days ago that he surpassed 1,000 points of combat power. Raditz had a combat power detector with him, so he knew this. Don't underestimate me. This is just the beginning. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and seemed to have made another breakthrough. The speed he burst out in a short period of time allowed him to catch up with Raditz, and even had a tendency to surpass him. Humph! You are quite courageous. You can catch up with me. Your indomitable spirit reminds me of our father. As he said that, the smile on Raditz's face changed, but I don't plan to give you another chance. This time I'm going to get rid of you in one breath. The next second, Raditz sped up again. The gap widened again, and Sun Wukong was annoyed, but he didn't give up. If he chased, the speed of the gap would not be too large, at least he wouldn't even be able to see Raditz's back. But if he really slowed down, he would really fall behind. In Sun Wukong's dictionary, there is no word give up. This is also the belief that has kept him improving along the way. The Snake Road has become a perfect competition venue for the two brothers. The two chased each other. Accidents often happen at the most relaxed moments. Just when Raditz looked back at the lagging Sun Wukong and was ready to continue the excitement, he suddenly felt his feet empty. When he came to his senses, at this section, the Snake Road suddenly made a large angle turn, and he rushed out too fast. It doesn't matter, he can fly. But... Stop it quickly, Cockroach! He shouted loudly, but it was too late. Sun Wukong, who was running at full speed, rushed out of the Snake Road like Raditz, and crashed into Raditz. The two fell into the underworld one after the other. Chapter 51 Giant Ape Transformation. Combat Power 10 million level. The trajectory of fate is often unpredictable. Even with the change of Lin Chuan, the butterfly, even if Raditz ran the Snake Road with Sun Wukong. But in the end, the falling snake path still happened. The scene changes. In the universe, in the sea of stars between the moon and the earth. The anti-wave has ended. The destructive power of the explosion was so terrifying that it set off an extremely huge shock wave that engulfed everything. If the battle had not been thousands of kilometers away from the moon, or even intentionally or unintentionally avoided the moon. Otherwise, the power of the aftermath of the anti-wave explosion alone would have completely destroyed the moon. At the very least, it would have made the entire moon peel off a layer of skin. The clone's energy was exhausted, returned to the body. Although it did not bring an increase in strength, the memory of the battle and all the thoughts during the battle appeared in his mind. This is the strength of 1,000,000 combat power. If the energy of the clone had not been exhausted, I could have exerted even more powerful power. Lin Chuan was excited and said to himself. It must be said that it was at this moment that Lin Chuan realized that he could burst out with the power of destruction with just a wave of his hand. 1,000,000 combat power is so terrifying. Then how powerful would a combat power of over 100 million be? It is unimaginable. Just like when his combat power was only 15,000 points, even if he could imagine how terrible 1,000,000 combat power was, it was just a guess and not accurate. Now, he imagines a combat power unit of 100 million, just like he imagined a combat power of 1 million at the beginning. Even though he has a broad vision and is a time traveler, he does not have it himself, and the gap is still very far, so how can he know? Retracting his mind and calming down, Lin Chuan faced the earth again. This wave of explosion is enough. Although being in the universe will not cause too much consumption to himself, he is still ready to go back. Just at this time, Lin Chuan, who was ready to set off, suddenly felt a special feeling from his body. Strange feeling, familiar and strange, the blood in the body seemed to be stimulated by something, like boiling water. The cells in the body seemed to have taken stimulants and began to be out of control. This feeling. Lin Chuan was shocked and frowned. This feeling is not wrong, it is a precursor to giant ape transformation. It is the field he has not touched for many years. The next second, Lin Chuan turned around and faced the moon thousands of kilometers away. Because of the sunlight, the angle where he was located just received more than 17 million Hertz light waves reflected from the moon. The moonlight shone on the body, and the tail twisted uncontrollably after being stimulated. I was really careless, however. I haven't transformed into a giant ape in so many years. This time, it may not be a bad thing to passively transform into a giant ape. After Lin Chuan muttered, he quickly used his mental power to stabilize his mind so as not to be swallowed by wildness. The dazzling moonlight became brighter and brighter, stimulating his eyes, and Lin Chuan subconsciously closed his eyes. The blood flow in his body continued to accelerate, the heart beat faster, the body began to swell, and black hair grew on the surface of Lin Chuan's body. From human form to beast form, his strength also continued to increase. Body size, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. More than 100 meters. Combat power, 1.5 million points, 2 million points, 4 million points, 7 million points until the end, more than 10 million points. In just 1 minute, Lin Chuan's figure no longer existed. Standing in the starry sky is a pitch-black behemoth. Ao 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 ha how how how. A beast roared, as if announcing its arrival. In the vacuum of the universe, sound cannot be transmitted, but the vibration of the universe can transmit a roar similar to sound. After transforming into a giant ape, Lin Chuan did not run away. Originally, as a lower-level warrior, he could not maintain his sanity when he transformed into a giant ape. The most important thing is that there is no control method in his inherited memory, and no one leads the way for him. The reason why he can control his sanity now is that Lin Chuan has achieved remarkable achievements in the field of mental power through unremitting practice on planet V3114. In fact, it is quite simple. Whether you can control your sanity and overcome your wildness is directly related to the strength of your own strength. Feeling the extraordinary surging energy brought by the giant ape transformation, the blood-red eyes of the giant ape Lin Chuan are full of fiery meaning. 10 times increase, now my combat power has exceeded 10 million points. Excited, excited. I just felt the power of a million-level combat power before, and now it is at the level of tens of millions, which makes it difficult for him to hide his desire for powerful strength. Whether it is physical strength or strength, all aspects have ushered in a qualitative leap. Although the giant ape transformation is not as good as the transformation of the Super Saiyan, it is an absolute trump card at this stage. With a combat power of tens of millions, even Frisia must be resisted after the final transformation. By the way, if I can't break through and transform into a Super Saiyan after a year, the giant ape transformation is my only reliance. Without other changes, simply relying on the power of the system, with a combat power of more than 30 million after a year, if that's all, how can I defeat Frisia? So, if I really can't transform at that time, then I will use the giant ape transformation. 10 times the wild enhancement, even if it can't play the real level, it is definitely stronger than Frisia's 120 million points. Of course, Lin Chuan doesn't think he's such a loser. Even if he still can't figure out the Super Saiyan transformation, it's inevitable to improve his combat power. You said, isn't there still the spirit time room? Lin Chuan has made a decision, at least he won't touch it for now. In other words, we have to wait until the system level is upgraded. It is true that the space of the spirit time room can be broken and then returned. But to break it, at least the combat power required is above 100 billion, or even 1 trillion. In the original work, Fat Demon Bu has a combat power of more than 600 billion, and Big Bu is much stronger. By the way, if I still can't transform by then, should I kill Frisia before he transforms? Lin Chuan couldn't help but let out a weird laugh when he said this. Although it is not a martial ethics, it is indeed safe. However, if Frisia is killed, the strength is not enough, and then he will still have to face Frisia's father, King Cold. There is even Frisia's elder brother Cooler. It's just that I don't know if Cooler exists in the Dragon Ball world where he is. There are too many parallel time and space in the Dragon Ball world, and each parallel time and space has its own different development. In the main line of Dragon Ball, Cooler did not appear, but it does not mean that he does not exist. Maybe the Gula in the main time and space was killed for other reasons and no longer exists. For this time and space world, Lin Chuan can only analyze it based on everything he knows. Chapter 52 Super Scion 4th Stage? There are many ideas. With more and more in-depth thinking, Lin Chuan has controlled his huge body to sit on an extremely huge meteorite. If others see his appearance at this time, they will definitely be stunned. Because such a large giant ape not only lives in the universe, but also changes its sitting posture from time to time, and even makes various humanized movements. Wait! Super Scion Giant Ape Transformation. At once, Lin Chuan thought of something, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. As a hardcore Dragon Ball fan in his previous life, he knew the plot of the Dragon Ball world very well. It's just that after more than 20 years of doomsday life, many of his memories have been sealed up. At this time, with the help of in-depth imagination of certain points, he quickly remembered some aspects that he had put aside in the past. Especially, those parallel time and space plots that are not considered as the main time and space. For example, in the Dragon Ball GT Gaiden time and space world, there are advanced methods for giant ape transformation and Super Scion bloodline evolution. If you can stay rational in the state of giant ape transformation and have a certain strength to transform into a golden giant ape, then there is hope that you can transform into a Super Scion 4. Super Ape 4. When he was on planet V3114, he tried his best to overcome the wildness of the giant ape and stay rational in order to try this transformation method. In the past, it was indeed a failure. However, the previous failure was most likely due to the lack of his own strength. It does not mean that he will still fail now or in the future. As his strength continues to improve. At this moment, his combat power is as high as 1 million, and the giant ape form is as high as 10 million. This time, it may be an opportunity. Coincidentally entering the giant ape state, it is just the right opportunity to feel how to transform from an ordinary giant ape into a golden giant ape. After all, the golden giant ape is the most critical step in transforming into Super Scion 4. If it succeeds, he will be truly invincible in this era. Of course, even if it fails, he can gain a new understanding under the current strength. For the future direction, some detours can also be eliminated. With a decision in mind, Lin Chuan immediately controlled his huge body to fly to the moon. Going back to the Earth is too far. Since the giant ape transformation is being carried out here, just go back to the moon to gain understanding. Landing on the surface of the moon again, the body is too large, and this time it has set off quite a wave. Lin Chuan didn't think too much, and casually found a stable position to sit cross-legged on the ground and began to comprehend the giant ape form. In the form of a giant ape, he entered into meditation. Lin Chuan entered his own spiritual world. Different from the spiritual world when meditating in human form, the spiritual world entered in the giant ape form is a bloody world. The dark earth, a blood moon hanging in the sky, is extremely vast. Blood was everywhere. Murderous aura was surging, and the breath of beasts filled the whole world. There is no doubt that these are the brutality and bloodthirstiness engraved in the bones of the giant ape. However, Lin Chuan will not be affected. Because he has already seen this spiritual world. At the beginning, he woke up from this spiritual world and completely controlled his reason. Time passed by minute. Even Lin Chuan himself didn't know how long he had been on the moon. Until the body changed, he woke up completely from meditation. There is no doubt that the time limit of the giant ape has expired. Even if there is always moonlight, if the 17 million Hertz light waves are not reached, the giant ape cannot continue to exist. The body automatically releases, which is inevitable. Speaking of which, if Lin Chuan hadn't come to the moon, the time to maintain the giant ape might be even shorter. The moon is also moving all the time, so the intensity of the reflected light will also change. Returning to human form, Lin Chuan is somewhat lost. because he was still confused about his perception of the golden giant ape. Finally, he could only conclude that it was probably as difficult to transform from an ordinary giant ape into a golden giant ape as it was for Lin Chuan to transform from a human form into a super scion. Although the perception failed, this time the giant ape transformation, it seems that I have tapped a lot of my potential. Quickly coming out of the mood of loss, Lin Chuan spoke to himself. Some things cannot be forced, the more urgent, the more likely it is to go astray. Diverting attention, opening the system panel, the combat power index has reached 1.15 million points. This time, after the coincidental transformation of the giant ape, it actually increased my combat power by nearly 150,000. Even if my own combat power exceeds 1 million points, it feels too direct to increase the combat power by more than 100,000 in one go. If it weren't for this feeling, Lin Chuan would not have been in a hurry to check the attribute panel to confirm the data. Standing up, Lin Chuan threw away all the transformation methods of the golden giant ape and the fourth stage of the super scion in his mind. He had already memorized all the previous insights, and would make new attempts only after he became stronger. At this moment, Lin Chuan had a new idea and was ready to make a new attempt. Since he had already tried this far, he didn't need to waste this little time. Even though he was naked now, Lin Chuan didn't feel ashamed. Being on the moon, no one could see what he looked like now. Let me try again, the Super Scion breakthrough. I failed to transform in the past, maybe because I was not strong enough, maybe because I didn't have enough S cells, but now, my combat power has exceeded 1 million points. With my current strength, can I do it? As his understanding deepened, his thoughts became clearer and he knew what he was going to do next. In the original work, Sun Wukong's combat power reached 3 million points, which was the first stage of Super Scion. Although his combat power was only over 1.15 million at this time, it was not weak. At least it was much stronger than when he was still on planet V3114. Moreover, he knew clearly the method of Super Scion 1 transformation. This alone was enough to make up for the difference in combat power, right? Calming his mind, Lin Chuan clenched his fists and bent his body halfway. Using his own strength, completely concentration, guide all the energy and gather in the position of the back of the back. Fang spread, the entire moon trembled again because of this power. The intensity. Lin Chuan's head is raised, without the cover of clothes, and the shape is even more embarrassing. No. Let's risk everything today to try to break through. With a loud shout, Lin Chuan chose to completely release all his strength. It was different from the previous full-strength burst. Now he concentrated the power in his body to the limit in one breath, and then broke through the bottleneck. It was also because of Lin Chuan's full effort that a golden light flashed in his eyes. It didn't stay fixed, even Lin Chuan himself didn't notice it. As time passed, when the energy reached the peak, it lasted only a minute, and the breath felt weak and began to decline gradually. Is it still not working? What's the problem? This attempt lasted several minutes. It still didn't work. Even if he continued, it wouldn't make much sense. Lin Chuan relaxed, retracted, and calmed the power in his body. After failing this time, he could only continue to strengthen his strength, or improve his realm. Just like the realization of the Golden Giant Ape and Super 4, he would seek a breakthrough later. Don't force it, don't be too serious, know how to proceed step by step, and know how to accumulate slowly. In 2 lives, in fact, Lin Chuan in his previous life was quite a stubborn person. It was all thanks to his doomsday life over the past 20 years that his character was thoroughly polished. What if he failed? Hasn't he experienced enough in these years? What if he didn't succeed? If he didn't succeed this time, he would work hard to succeed next time. This is Lin Chuan's mentality. For Lin Chuan, he didn't have a 100% confidence that he would succeed this time. If he was sure that he would succeed, then failure would be a huge blow. In terms of strength, it should be enough. Speaking of S cells, I definitely have a lot at my current level of strength. Does it mean that the transformation to Super Saiyan really requires anger as a guide to complete the transformation? If that's the case, why can the Saiyans in the 6th universe complete the transformation to Super Saiyan without anger? Or is it really that anger is the key to success? Is it just a lack of strength? When the Saiyans of the 6th universe appeared in the Super Era, their normal combat power level was indeed not to be underestimated, and they were too strong. After thinking about it, Lin Chuan kept analyzing the problems, differences, and various possibilities. Lin Chuan even used this to associate with another aspect. That is the tail. Could it be because of the tail? This is impossible, right? Lin Chuan lowered his head and looked at the tail behind his butt. In the setting, the Saiyans of the 6th universe are born without tails. In their own explanation in the later part of the original work, it can be understood that the tail is not of much use to them, so it naturally disappeared during the evolution process. Moreover, the Saiyans of the 6th universe don't even know about the giant ape transformation. In addition, there is no other difference between the Saiyans of the 6th universe and the Saiyans of the 7th universe. After thinking a lot, Lin Chuan couldn't help but admire his own thinking. If this is really because of the tail indeed, Sun Wukong is the transformation to Super Saiyan without a tail. Of course, he was extremely angry. Later, Vegeta also seemed to break through to Super Saiyan without a tail. Then there were Sun Gohan, Sun Goten, Trunks. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed to Lin Chuan. This crooked idea shocked him. Shaked his head fiercely and threw all these ideas out of his mind. Just kidding, the tail was the key to preventing him from successfully transforming. If you wait until the basic combat power index exceeds tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, and you still can't break through, then maybe you really have to try. For now, I'll wait for a while to settle down. Perhaps, with the improvement of my strength, I'll have new insights. After summing up all the gains and insights, Lin Chuan turned his attention back to Earth. It's no longer meaningful to stay here. With a leap, Lin Chuan left the moon and rushed straight to Earth. The speed was so fast that it reached hundreds of times the speed of sound, hundreds of kilometers per second. After a short half an hour, Lin Chuan broke through the Earth's atmosphere. Without wandering around anywhere else, he quickly locked onto his target and landed on the big circle of Bulma's house. On the rooftop of the house. At this point, something embarrassing happened. Lin Chuan came back following Bulma's breath, so when he fell from the sky, he didn't expect that he had no clothes to cover his body. At this time, Bulma was standing alone on the rooftop, enjoying the beautiful night view and drinking red wine. The two looked at each other. Before Lin Chuan noticed, Bulma was stunned and dumbfounded. After a few seconds of delay, Bulma screamed and turned sideways to cover her face with one hand. You, why are you running around without clothes? No clothes. Looking down, Lin Chuan finally realized it. Lin Chuan, who didn't understand why, blushed immediately and turned away awkwardly. Sorry, something happened on the earth just now, so the clothes I wore were burned. As she spoke, her eyes collided with Bulma's through her fingers. The two of them were suddenly embarrassed. Bulma wanted to find a hole to hide in, but she couldn't help but secretly look through her fingers again, and Lin Chuan happened to catch her. What should I do? I don't want to live anymore. Bulma's heart was incomparably broken. The image of a lady is completely gone. Lady? This, if I say it, I'm afraid no one will believe it, and no one will think so. Bulma is free and easy by nature, innocent, bold and direct, and smart. It can be said that many words can be used to describe the good of Bulma, but the only word that can't be associated with a lady is her. That looking at Bulma's red cheeks, Lin Chuan was about to say something. The next second, Bulma ran away from the rooftop regardless of everything. Just like that. Well, Lin Chuan realized that he should go back to his room to wash and change clothes quickly, and he didn't hesitate anymore. He quickly crossed the aisle and returned to his room. Anyway, this misunderstanding has been made. Chapter 54. The next day, skills were taught. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Chuan was still asleep when he was awakened by Sun Gohan, who knocked on the door. It should be said that this was the first time he stayed in bed since coming to Earth. It was not that Lin Chuan did not want to get up, but that he was dreaming the beautiful dream that all men wanted to have. It was difficult to choose at the moment, so he deliberately slept a little longer and immersed himself in the dream. For him, he was just one step away from enjoying the ultimate happiness. As a result, it was accidentally broken by Sun Gohan. He was angry, but he could not get angry. What does a child know? After getting up and washing up simply, Lin Chuan changed into new clothes and went downstairs. It must be said that Bulma's arrangements for him were really meticulous. Everything was arranged. Even after arriving here, Lin Chuan never found that he was missing anything. Entering the restaurant, while chatting with Bulma, Shishi and the home robot were busy preparing breakfast. Because Lin Chuan and Sun Gohan needed a large amount, even if there was a table of breakfast, Shishi still didn't stop working. When Lin Chuan arrived, the voices of Bulma and Shishi suddenly stopped. Looking at each other, the two recalled the embarrassment of last night again. I don't know what Bulma thought. She continued to eat a few bites, and then took another breakfast away. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glare at Lin Chuan, as if protesting. But with the red face as a backdrop, she didn't look so serious and angry, but added a bit of charm. Lin Chuan didn't say anything from beginning to end. He watched Bulma's back as she left, and his body trembled. The woman whose face he couldn't see clearly in the dream before, overlapped with Bulma's figure. Damn, the woman he dreamed of last night was definitely Bulma. After finishing his breakfast absent-mindedly, Lin Chuan kept thinking about how to resolve the accident last night. He believed that Bulma would not suspect that he was being a hooligan. After all, he had explained it. However, if a woman really insisted on something, it would not be easy to coax her. Besides, he didn't know how to coax her. In his past and present lives, he was almost 50 years old. He had been in love, but he was not an expert in this field. Especially in this life, he had never had contact with the opposite sex for 25 years, and Bulma was the first. Uncle Lin Chuan, I'm done. Let's go to morning practice. As Sun Gohan's voice came over, Lin Chuan shifted his attention. Nodding, let's go. From today on, it's about time to teach you something new. Really? Sun Gohan was excited. He had already felt the benefits of being strong, and at the same time he was always eager to learn more and make himself more perfect. The two walked out of the restaurant one after the other and came to the back garden. In the morning, Lin Chuan would do morning exercises, and Sun Gohan followed him, gradually getting used to exercising every day, and then going to the morning chi training. Gohan, after the previous 10 days of training, your current strength has reached a certain level. To be precise, even if it has not exceeded 1000 points, it is already very close. Based on your performance yesterday, I also discovered what the sword is. Although you have learned how to attack and how to fight, without too many skills, you can't exert your full strength at all. Now, I will teach you 2 close combat attack skills and a means of releasing energy waves. As the words came out of his mouth, Lin Chuan had already seen the strength of Sun Gohan at this time after a night. The combat power exceeded 950 points and reached 980 points. With a difference of 20 points of combat power, to be honest, it will definitely break through the 1000 mark today. Breaking through in battle is one of the fastest ways to improve strength for Scions No. In fact, for everyone, it is one of the fastest ways to improve strength. However, the Scions are particularly remarkable. Gohan practiced with him every afternoon and evening, and in just 2 hours, he could improve his combat power by dozens of points. Afterwards, his strength would be improved by a small amount due to exhaustion and recovery after the battle. Otherwise, how could he reach nearly 1,000 points in 10 days? Yes, I will study hard, Uncle Lin Chuan. Gohan nodded happily, with a look of expectation. Lin Chuan did not hesitate and started to operate immediately. One of the two close-range skills to be taught is to use the breath to condense and attach to the fists to form a high-pressure air fist, which will produce a more powerful fist when attacking. This move is actually similar to Nappa's explosive fist in the original work. But in comparison, it is definitely different. Nappa's explosive fist is too strong and powerful. It broke Tien Shinyan's arm with one punch, but if his physical strength is not enough, it will also cause damage to himself. In particular, his moves consume a lot of energy, and he will be crushed when facing a slightly stronger one. Like Nappa, who was later easily defeated by Sun Wukong, even though his explosive punch was powerful, it not only did not work, but also consumed his own energy quickly. Lin Chuan's Qi He Chuan is different. As long as the Qi is attached to it, you can control how much Qi is compressed to exert its power. Finally, if you don't punch it out, the Qi can still be retracted. This requires great control of Qi. It is difficult for Sun Wuhan, but it is the most suitable for him to practice. The second is a seemingly ordinary but extraordinary method, the afterimage fist. Like the afterimage fist in the original work, but Lin Chuan's afterimage fist can achieve a greater limit, and can even simulate a section of afterimage action to trick the enemy. I remember when I created this move, it was just for fun to fight with the clone. Until later, as the strength increased, this move became a very practical and common means in the battle with the clone. The close-range skills are these two moves. Then there is the ultimate move of energy release. In fact, Son Gohan has already learned how to condense energy bombs. Although the power is not very strong, as long as he practices diligently in the future and has a higher level of control over Qi and energy, he can continue to increase the power. In the end, the create his own moves. Of course, it is impossible to create his own moves at present, so Lin Chuan taught him the secret of condensing and releasing Qi. Finally, he taught him the ultimate moves. It is impossible to teach the special moves such as Thunder Crusher Cannon and Scarlet Piercing Wave. Even if he wants to teach, Son Gohan can't learn them now, let alone release them. The requirements are too high, at least reaching 10,000 points of combat power. So, Lin Chuan taught him another easier move, which has much lower learning requirements. Extreme Brilliance Flash. Chapter 55 Guardian. What a joke! Time flies. Just like that, another week passed quietly. West City. Located at the back of the manor, on the open field connected to the West City plain. Lin Chuan was standing on a boulder with a serious face, looking ahead. Not far from him, Son Gohan was using all his skills to attack with fists and feet. After constant training and practice, he has become very proficient in the use and application of skills. In just 7 days, he not only learned the Ki fist and the Shadow fist that Lin Chuan taught him at the beginning. He also learned all the fighting methods that Lin Chuan taught him in these 7 days. In short, if Son Gohan were to fight Raditz who had just arrived on Earth, he would not be at a disadvantage in a short time. The most important thing is that Son Gohan's combat power has reached 1,395 points at this time. This value only took 20 days. Even if the improvement in this week is not as much as the previous 10 days, the increase of 400 points is already quite terrifying. From a 4-year-old child who knows nothing, to the current little master. Especially, if he uses the Extreme Brilliance Flash with all his strength, his combat power can soar to 1,700 points, or even higher. And this is still the controllable strength without being affected by emotions. Lin Chuan could imagine that if Son Gohan burst into anger and then used a full-strength Extreme Flash, it would definitely exceed the 2,800 points of the Magic Flash in the original work. such strength, let alone anything else. It can be said that the earth is the strongest in the current era. Even if the current Z warriors have begun to practice madly, how can the speed of becoming stronger be so outrageous? Even if it is Piccolo and Son Goku, their combat power at this time cannot exceed 1,300 points, right? At most, it has just broken through 1,000. This is because Piccolo and Son Goku have experienced the disaster of Raditz and have completely broadened their horizons. This is Lin Chuan's opinion. Of course, he doesn't know that Son Goku's strength is already more than 1,500 points. Although he was still running the snake path and had not received training from the North King, he and Raditz's strength had been improved accordingly after falling into hell. And they had eaten the fruit of longevity in hell that only gods and Yama could eat. Eating one fruit of longevity could ensure that you would not be hungry for 100 days, and it could also tap into your potential and improve your strength to a certain extent. The effect would not be outrageous, but it would not be small either. This was also the key to Sun Wukong's combat power exceeding 1,500 points, and Raditz broke through to more than 2,000 points. And Piccolo, his combat power level was also close to 1,500 points. After fighting with Raditz, his strength broke through the limit, and after these 20 days of training, it continued to improve. My thoughts returned, watching Sun Wuhan's moves and trajectory. Very good. But your movements can be more agile. In addition, put aside the distracting thoughts every time you want to transfer the attack, let your body remember it instinctively, and actively perform the next attack. Lin Chuan's voice kept ringing, and it also played a role in correcting Son Gohan's mistakes. Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Son Gohan responded with high emotions. Seeing that the boy was getting more and more serious, Lin Chuan nodded. In the past, Lin Chuan didn't dare to think that he would teach this boy so seriously. But as time went by, he had been with Son Gohan for nearly 20 days. This boy politely called Uncle Lin Chuan at every turn. From the beginning, Lin Chuan felt that his ears were calloused, but later he heard it in his heart and sincerely regarded Son Gohan as his disciple. Through the subtle changes, Lin Chuan understood how Piccolo in the original work changed. Because of Son Gohan, the great demon king Piccolo completely became a good person and became his protector. It can be seen how terrible the luck of Son Gohan is. Unconsciously, even Lin Chuan, the time traveler, was affected. Become Son Gohan's protector? What a joke! Lin Chuan doesn't want to. Guidance is guidance, and teaching practice is teaching practice. These 2 days, Lin Chuan has a new plan. Prepare to make some changes. He can guide Son Gohan in practice, but he also has to let Son Gohan leave and go to experience other aspects. If you practice blindly in the current environment, you can indeed become stronger, but if you don't have a sense of crisis, no matter how strong you are, you can't stand on your own and have no ability to survive, then you can't make yourself really strong. Just when Lin Chuan made a decision and prepared to wait for Son Gohan to finish his training when he made new arrangements. At the same time, above the Temple of the Gods, Tian Xinyan, Krillin, Jiaozi, Yajirobe, and Yamsha were practicing sparring. And their sparring partners were not each other, but Popo, the servant of the gods. Facing the siege of 5 people, Popo was able to deal with it with ease. It must be said that his 1,030 points of combat power were not false. Dealing with these 5 people with only 230,400 points of combat power was as easy as eating and drinking water. These days, several people have long known how powerful Popo was. But knowing is knowing, and the constant frustration almost made the mentality of the 5 people collapse. After all, they never thought that Popo actually had such a strong combat ability. Think about the chaos of the great demon king Piccolo a few years ago. If Popo had come out, what would they have done? Fortunately, everyone in this era is a cockroach that becomes more and more courageous with more setbacks, and the desire to become stronger has reached an unimaginable height. So even if they are beaten by Popo several times a day, they can stand firm and continue to challenge. In short, their goal now is to defeat Popo. Only in this way can they complete the first step of training. After all, they can't even defeat Popo with 1030 combat power, and they can't even compare with Raditz. How can they face stronger scions? Speaking of which, training with Popo is actually reflected in disguise in the original work. Although it is not described in detail, it is because they have completed various trainings in the Temple of Heaven, and then they can't continue to improve their strength in the Temple of Heaven, so several people left one after another to pursue another path of training. The battle continues, and it is clear how fierce it is. However, one of the 5 people has been paddling. Who else except Yajirobe? In this extraordinary period, even Jiaozi is bravely challenging Popo, wanting to become stronger. Yajirobe always likes to take advantage of loopholes, try to hide behind, and is unwilling to work hard. Not only was he unable to join the attack, but he also dragged down the other 4. This situation was not the first time, so the others were used to it. For them, if the gods had not called a Jirobe, they would have kicked him out of the team. November is here, begging for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. The fan group has been established, and those who are interested can join the group chat to discuss the plot. Chapter 56 Let Gohan Be a God? Unsatisfied Piccolo. The battle was fierce. Tien Shinyan cooperated with Krillin to attack, Yamcha supported from the side, and Jiaozi looked for opportunities to attack in the gap. Even though his strength was far superior to that of the others, Popo could no longer crush them like he did at the beginning. Even though the gap in strength was huge, he could not really hurt them. For Tien Shinyan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jiaozi. From the beginning, they couldn't even resist a few moves from Popo, but gradually, they cooperated more and more tacitly, and the strength they could exert became stronger and stronger. Progress in battle, breakthrough in battle. Compared to when they first came to the Heavenly God Temple to practice, they have naturally improved a lot. Of course, only they know about this progress, and they are extremely happy about it, at least they are getting stronger. They don't know that with their current strength, they are still much inferior to others. It should be noted that Piccolo and Sun Wukong have already broken through 1000 points, and even Sun Wuhan has 1395 points of combat power, but they are still struggling with a few hundred points of combat power. On the other side, located at the edge of the platform of the Heavenly God Temple, the God Piccolo is leaning on his unique staff, using the authority of the Earth God to watch the lower world. These days, in addition to guiding this group of people to practice, he goes to see what is happening in the lower world from time to time. Of course, it is especially important to occasionally check on Lin Chuan's situation. After all, this is an unstable factor. Even if it does not cause harm to the Earth at present, it is hard to say what will happen in the future. It would be better if he did not watch it. Once he watched it, he would be shocked and confused every time. Because he once thought that the child was a burden, but he became a peerless master in Lin Chuan's hands. I didn't expect that Wukong's child would have such a terrifying talent. If I had known this, I should have kept him by my side and trained him well when Wukong entrusted him to me. He is kind-hearted and has such an outstanding talent. He may inherit my position and become the new god of the earth in the future. Wukong himself did not want to, and I was still worried about the future of the earth. I did not expect him to bring me such a big surprise. In his thoughts, the god Piccolo seemed to have made a decision. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, how could he believe such a thing? A 4-year-old child burst out with such terrible strength. This also made him, the old god, feel that he had been eliminated by the times. Turning around and looking at Krillin and the others who were still fighting behind him, the god couldn't help but sigh. There is no harm without comparison. Originally, the people he had high hopes for were all martial arts masters with extraordinary talents. But now, they seem to have been eliminated and can only barely catch up. Alas! I don't know if they can deal with the 2 scions alone in a year. It's better not to rely on Lin Chuan, he has changed, the number is too weird. I wonder if Gaku and Raditz have reached King Kai at this time. God, Piccolo kept sighing in his heart. He shifted his gaze and looked at the other side far away. In the center of the southern continent of the earth, in a dead desert area. In order to deal with the 2 super scions who will come in a year, Piccolo is practicing madly. He is proving himself in his own way and making himself stronger by his own means. Indeed, the effect is excellent. In just 20 days, Piccolo's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He even has the confidence to face Raditz alone. But despite this, he is still not satisfied. Ha! In just a moment, the huge rock mountain, which was 100 meters high, collapsed under Piccolo's destructive punch. The fragments scattered all over the ground, which was terrifying. This punch contained Piccolo's extremely strong energy. It seemed that it only destroyed this rock mountain, but in fact, if this punch hit the ground, it could directly shatter the land under his feet. If there were only hundreds of existences facing the battle power, they would definitely be pierced through by this punch. This is Piccolo with a battle power of 1450 points. Not enough. It's far from enough. With only this level of combat power, it can only be compared to that Raditz. It's not enough to deal with the 2 scions who will come in a year. Piccolo knew that his strength was far from reaching the standard. In order to pursue a stronger combat power, he must change his training method. 1 year is too short. Take a deep breath, Piccolo jumped and came to the top of another rock mountain. Sitting cross-legged, holding his breath and concentrating, he entered into meditation. Physical exhaustion and energy exhaustion are the processes that must be experienced every time after a certain achievement in cultivation. Recover after exhaustion, seek breakthroughs at the peak, and thus enter a higher realm. Is Piccolo's potential talent bad? Of course not. Even if Piccolo inherited everything from Piccolo I, this Piccolo is not Piccolo I. You must know that he is only 8 years old. Without the intervention and delay of Son Gohan, his cultivation can be smoother and unhindered. During the cultivation process, he was single-minded and had nothing to worry about, so he could soar to this level of combat power so quickly. It should be said that Piccolo has not transformed now, which is very different from the original work. He is still the unruly Piccolo who only pursues power and self. Of course, his previous goal was just to surpass Son Goku and then conquer the world. Now, it is to surpass all scions, including not losing to Son Goku. Conquering the world is too small in his eyes now. The universe is a platform. What is the earth? West City. Above the wilderness. Son Gohan finally finished the last training, and he was so tired that he lay down on the ground, gasping for breath. These days, he was so tired every day. Then he rested, ate, recovered, and continued to practice until the evening. Perhaps it was because of Lin Chuan's intentional or unintentional stimulation that made the little guy feel that he was far from enough, so he became more motivated. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Chuan did not disturb him. After letting him catch his breath, he said, "Gohan, your practice has reached a bottleneck these days. If you want to break through, you may need to go through some other training." After the voice fell, Son Gohan raised his head. He thought Lin Chuan was going to teach him something new again, and he was extremely excited. He knew that his strength had become stronger. In addition to the time spent together, Lin Chuan was the most respected elder in his heart. "When you fully recover, I will take you to see someone. For the next period of time, I will accompany him to practice. In other words, you have to learn to survive on your own." Chapter 57 Send an opponent to Piccolo. Afternoon. Lin Chuan finished lunch with Son Gohan, and then said goodbye to Chi-Chi. The two of them left Zidu one after the other using the sky dance technique. Although Chi-Chi was worried that her son would be taken away to practice with others, her son was so serious and wanted to be independent. There was no way, Chi-Chi could only choose to accept it. In the past, Chi-Chi would have agreed to let Son Gohan practice, but how could she agree to let Son Gohan leave her side? In Chi-Chi's mind, Son Gohan has always been a child. In the original work, it was not until Son Gohan found Videl that she gradually realized that her son had grown up. It can be said that more things have happened during this period of time, and Chi-Chi is also slowly changing. In fact, she can also be considerate, she can also understand the general situation and understand the situation. Flying all the way in the sky, heading for the southern continent. Speed. Although the speed is not fast, it is not slow either. Lin Chuan can see Son Gohan's worries, and can only comfort him to look at it more openly. Eaglets have to leave the protection of their parents to embrace the world, let alone humans. He is indeed still young for Earthlings, but for Scions, 4 years old can already invade planets. For example, his father was sent to Earth, and his combat power is only 2. Southern continent. On the huge mountain in the middle of the desert, Pico, who was meditating with concentration, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up suddenly and looked into the distance with a surprised face. There was a special instinctive premonition that made him realize that he was locked. Who is it? That Scion Lin Chuan? There is another breath so familiar, Son Goku? Radids? No. Not them. Pico murmured in his mouth, and his spirit was tense for a while. It is not a good sign to suddenly come to the door at this time. He still remembers what happened 20 days ago. The feeling of being completely suppressed and shocked to the point of being unable to move will never be forgotten in this life. Looking at the sky, Piccolo frowned and his eyes were solemn. His breathing almost stopped. He tried his best to maintain his energy and control his strength, so that he could burst out power beyond the limit in an instant. Until he saw the 2 figures appearing in the sky, Piccolo's originally serious expression was shocked. He saw the person other than Lin Chuan. Goku's son. Gohan. How is it possible? This breath, are you kidding? Piccolo couldn't believe it. Although, when fighting Radids, Gohan burst out with unimaginable potential and power, which also shocked him. But how long has it been? Can he control that power in just 20 days? After practicing for so long, Piccolo suddenly felt a palpitation, making him feel that he is not even as good as a child now. Piccolo didn't realize that, in terms of age, he was only 4 years older than Son Gohan. It can only be said that combat-type Namekians mature earlier, and Piccolo inherited everything from Piccolo I in his past life, so he never considered himself a child. We're here. Seeing Piccolo's figure, Lin Chuan smiled slightly and said to Son Gohan beside him. Hearing this, Son Gohan focused his attention and saw the unique figure on the top of the wasteland mountain. That person is Piccolo who came with my father to save me. Uncle Son Gohan only knew who Lin Chuan was going to hand him over to at this time. When Lin Chuan heard Son Gohan's name, he was slightly surprised. Gohan, how do you know his name is Piccolo? Because I heard him call himself Piccolo the Great Demon King at that time, and my father and mother told me a lot of things in the past. My father also said that Piccolo was his most important opponent. Son Gohan's answer made Lin Chuan nod. The most important opponent? Indeed, before the Android chapter, Piccolo was Son Goku's most important opponent. But since the beginning of the Android chapter, Piccolo has gradually retreated to the second line due to the difference in strength. Since then, the person Son Goku values most has become Vegeta. I see. Let's go down first. You must practice with him in the future. Without delving into other issues, Lin Chuan said it and descended from the sky first. Son Gohan followed closely behind without saying anything. He was still timid. Even if his strength became stronger, he would be scared by Piccolo's appearance. Besides, Piccolo is a super demon king according to his mother, a big bad guy who wants to destroy the world. Lin Chuan smiled as he met Piccolo's eyes. Son Gohan stood beside him because he was restrained, just staring blankly. "What's the matter with you coming to see me?" Piccolo spoke first. Hearing this, Lin Chuan did not hesitate and answered simply, "Don't be so nervous, I'll give you a chance." Opponent. Piccolo's surprised eyes shifted to Son Gohan. There are only 3 of them here, and Lin Chuan came to give him an opponent. Isn't this talking about the little brat Son Gohan? Who is Piccolo? His IQ has always been online. What? You think it's inappropriate? Lin Chuan smiled and tried to test Piccolo's true thoughts. Do you think it's appropriate? Piccolo was hit in the sore spot, and asked back a little annoyed. Let Son Goku's son Son Gohan be his opponent. What a joke! He is the great devil Piccolo. I think it's quite suitable. Don't underestimate Gohan. His current strength is not much weaker than yours. You should be at the critical moment of strength breakthrough now, right? Don't you want to have a good fight? Lin Chuan saw Piccolo's current situation and said. Piccolo was stunned, and the next second he snorted, and said in return, "Can I understand that you are demonstrating to me? Or do you deliberately come to me to find a sense of existence?" As soon as the voice changed, Piccolo joked, "If you can fight with me, I'd be happy to do so." You want me to fight with you? Are you sure? Lin Chuan was impressed by Piccolo's courage. However, Piccolo at this time was indeed a person who would become stronger when facing a strong opponent and would never admit defeat. Whether it was when facing Vegeta and Nappa, or later when facing the final transformation of Frieza. Why not? Your strength is indeed very strong, but for me, fighting with you can let me see a wider field. Piccolo knew that he could not be an opponent, but he still said frankly. At this time, communication was not difficult, so Piccolo did not resist Lin Chuan. Although he would be afraid of Lin Chuan, he was sure that the other party was not here to cause trouble, so it didn't matter if he had to argue a little more. After listening to Piccolo's words, Lin Chuan nodded. Although it was a request to be abused, since it was what the other party wanted, Lin Chuan didn't mind letting him feel his power. You want to fight me, just to know how strong I am. So, there is no need for a fight, I can just show you. However, after the demonstration, I hope you can practice with Gohan in the future, or you can give him some pointers on his future practice path and hone him better. I believe that with your eyesight, you will soon see what he lacks. November is here, begging for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. The fan group has been established, and those who are interested can join the group chat to discuss the plot together. Chapter 58 Lin Chuan, let's go to your hometown. 5 minutes later. After Lin Chuan completely withdrew his breath pressure, Piccolo's face was covered with cold sweat. He was completely shocked. Piccolo wanted to see his strength, so Lin Chuan showed how strong his strength was with 10,000 points of combat power. 10,000 combat power? For Lin Chuan now, it is nothing to mention. After all, Lin Chuan now has a combat power of 1,794,870 points, just under the system combat power increase of this week, plus his own training results. He is only 200,000 points away from 2 million combat power. Of course, he is strong enough now, so it doesn't seem like a big deal, but for him before, 10,000 combat power was still a big deal. Especially for the warriors on Earth at present, this is undoubtedly an unimaginable force. Not only Piccolo, but Son Gohan on the side was also scared. Although Son Gohan has been with Lin Chuan and has been receiving Lin Chuan's guidance. But in fact, he has never really sensed such a strong aura bursting out from Lin Chuan. Is this your real strength? Or is it just something you show casually? Piccolo took a breath and asked solemnly. In the past few minutes, he really realized his weakness. This was even more shocking than the last time when Lin Chuan crushed his magic light-killing cannon with his bare hands, and he couldn't even think of resisting. You can understand that this is all I have, of course, you can also think that I still have some reservations. After feeling the strength of the combat power breaking through 10,000, you will understand more after the battle. Lin Chuan did not give an accurate answer, but smiled. Why say it so clearly? Appropriate stimulation is good. But excessive exposure of strength to crush the opponent, even someone like Piccolo, I am afraid will produce a sense of powerlessness, thus confusion, and go the wrong way. Looking at Lin Chuan, Piccolo was in a heavy mood. But he quickly stabilized his mind. As he sighed for a long time, the breath around him also changed. It seems that because of the oppression of Lin Chuan's momentum, his strength has broken through. With the help of pressure to break through, he also felt a stronger force, so he crossed the barrier that he could not cross before. Combat Power 1700 points. Simply feeling Lin Chuan's aura, and staying under Lin Chuan's suppression for less than 5 minutes, his combat power increased by 250 points. It seems normal, isn't it, just 250 points of combat power? But in fact it is very outrageous. You should know that Piccolo's overall combat power is only more than 1000 points now, and suddenly increasing by 250 points is a leap in a small realm. Before, he might not be able to defeat Raditz with a combat power of 1500 points, and at most he could draw. But now he is confident of winning easily. Congratulations, after the breakthrough in strength, your future training will be smoother. Lin Chuan praised. Although this is a good word, it sounds harsh to Piccolo. Forget it, my tiny strength is less than 1/10 of yours, but it won't be long before I can catch up with you, or even surpass you. Don't think I'll thank you for my breakthrough. I'm the great Demon King Piccolo. Pico's tone was still so strong. It also made Lin Chuan nod his head. Hold on to your heart, this guy is really arrogant. You can break through under my pressure, that's your talent. I don't need your thanks. I just need you to guide Gohan well for the next period of time. I'll pick him up soon, after all, the spaceship is already being built and it won't take long to be completed. If you want, you can also meet with him at that time. Let's go to your hometown, Namek, together. After leaving a message, Lin Chuan looked at Son Gohan beside him and nodded. Without waiting for Son Gohan to speak, he turned his head and performed the flying technique to leave. Watching Lin Chuan go away, Piccolo felt mixed emotions. It was not until a long time later that he looked at Son Gohan because of a shiver. Without Lin Chuan here, without support, facing Piccolo alone, Son Gohan was frightened by his cold face. It must be said that for ordinary Earthlings, the appearance of Namekians is the standard of monsters. This is especially reflected in some future plots. Come. The people on Earth directly believe that Piccolo is a monster. In the final analysis, it is because Piccolo has an invisible aura of majesty. No strangers allowed. If you are not a monster, you will definitely be regarded as a monster. Existences like Fat Majin Buu will not be considered monsters. They are cute, funny, lively and free. Hey! Son of Sun Wukong, can't you even stand steadily in front of me? You want to be my opponent? Ridiculous! Piccolo criticized. This sentence frightened Son Gohan even more. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately understood what Lin Chuan said before, he would soon find the flaws of this kid. He also knew why Lin Chuan sent Son Gohan here instead of sending him to others for guidance. He just wanted to use his terror to train Son Gohan. How can such a timid character be of great use? If he is like this in front of him, wouldn't he dare not even move in the face of future enemies, and wish he could faint from fear? Using things like going to Namek to hinting to me, let me guide this little brat well, you really have a good plan. But it doesn't matter, it's nothing more than training courage. This brat does have a strong power in his body. I just don't know what you think, Son Goku, you are willing to let your son practice with your mortal enemy. Pico kept thinking in his heart, and his expression became more and more evil as he thought. He didn't know that Son Goku went to the underworld to find King Kai to practice, and he didn't know that Lin Chuan would bring Son Gohan to him. Yes, I'm sorry, I don't want to be your opponent. Son Gohan responded weakly. You can see that there are tears in his eyes. This look, he was beaten back to his original form. It's equivalent to Lin Chuan's 20 days to improve his strength, and his combat power is not bad. But Son Gohan was directly withered without experiencing a beating. Tisk! What a useless brat! He has a lot of strength, but he is such a waste. Pico muttered disdainfully. The next second, he had an idea and raised his hand directly. Since that guy handed you over to me, if I do nothing, I am indeed unqualified. Since you are so afraid of me, just go and survive in the wilderness by yourself. When you overcome your cowardly character, know that you must be self-reliant and brave, then come to be my opponent. Chapter 59 Test Again, 100 times Gravity. Hidden in the dark, Lin Chuan was looking at what Piccolo did to Son Gohan. It seemed that he left directly, but in fact he killed back halfway. With the perfect control of his own breath, he can hide himself and not be discovered. Until he confirmed that Piccolo treated Son Gohan as in the original book, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel disappointed for a while, and then he really left. I thought that Piccolo would put down his face after he left and force Son Gohan to attack him, so as to satisfy his desire to fight. As a result, Piccolo really held back, not only did not rush, but began to train him in a laissez-faire manner. Perhaps it was because of his strength improvement that Piccolo was very concerned about Son Gohan's strength, but he did not show it at the first time. Son Gohan's performance was within Lin Chuan's expectations. This little guy has many thoughts in his head that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Although he is timid and cowardly, he will be so scared when facing Piccolo. But when facing clear challenges in the future, he will also show his unique self-confidence. Mainly brave. In general, he is much more mature than the original, and at least he has been tempered by Lin Chuan for 20 days. Back to Zidu. Before Lin Chuan landed, he saw Chi-Chi standing on the rooftop with a worried look on his face, looking into the distance. Seeing Lin Chuan coming back, Chi-Chi quickly asked about the situation. In order to reassure her, Lin Chuan could only tell her a few simple words and promised to pick up her son after the spaceship was completed. As for the fact that he was handed over to Piccolo, the Great Devil, Lin Chuan could not say it. If it was said, according to Chi-Chi's temperament, wouldn't she be furious? Even if it was for the good of her own child, which mother would be willing to let her child follow a great devil? In short, Lin Chuan could only cover up the truth and do some things. Even in order to better train Son Gohan, he would often intentionally or unintentionally instill some concepts in his ears, indirectly brainwashing her. Son Gohan is not an ordinary child, her son is a genius. After saying goodbye to Chi-Chi, Lin Chuan came to the space test cabin where Bulma was at the fastest speed. According to Bulma, this test cabin was set up a few years ago to study space satellites and space storage cabins. Years ago, the Universal Capsule Company was involved in the space field in order to mine rare space minerals. It was just that after being involved in the alien field, it did not rush to expand outward, but wandered in the near-Earth space. After all, according to the previous technology of the Earth, even if a spaceship was built, the engine and energy were big problems. It can be said that the Frisia Army spaceship brought by Lin Chuan helped Bulma and Brief solve many big troubles that could not be overcome before. Let's not talk about the spaceship for now. This place has now been transformed by Bulma into a gravity equipment experimental site. Because it is a sealed space capsule space with oxygen supply facilities, it only needs to load the gravity equipment and make a slight modification before it can be used. This is why Lin Chuan was anxious to send Son Gohan away today. Yesterday Bulma gave him an accurate answer. In order to test the gravity device, he needs to cooperate with the data collection every day for the next period of time. This time is not 1 or 2 hours, but a long time. It takes at least several days of continuous operation to draw a conclusion. In fact, it is because he is too worried about the equipment having problems, which makes it out of control. For Bulma, this is a device installed on a spaceship after all. What if something goes wrong? So in order to eliminate the hidden dangers of instability, all possibilities must be nipped in the bud. It is impossible to be perfect, but at least it is necessary to ensure that there will be no accidents in 99.99%. Walk into the huge interior space. What comes into view is an indoor activity area as big as 6 basketball courts. Since all irrelevant objects have been removed and moved out, it looks extremely empty here. For Lin Chuan, it is the best indoor training place. There is enough space. If the gravity equipment can meet the standards, he can practice gravity here next. You're here. Noticing Lin Chuan's arrival, Bulma turned around and said, holding a notebook in one hand. Yet. Lin Chuan responded and walked forward to the gravity control console. Before he could speak, Bulma took the initiative to say, I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you to really send Gohan away. Gohan, the king of the gods, the big devil who killed people without blinking an eye on our Earth before. Bulma still didn't trust Piccolo. This era is indeed like this. It was not until the Frieza chapter that Piccolo was completely accepted by everyone. You worry too much. Although that guy is very arrogant and looks evil on the surface, he is actually not that bad. It is not a bad thing to hand Gohan over to him, but a great thing. I believe that Gohan will transform soon. After the voice fell, Lin Chuan simply reassured Bulma. Okay, I can't say anything, let alone stop you. Bulma said, and then thought of something, and said, did Kikai ask you? I suggest you don't tell her the truth, otherwise she won't be able to bear it. I've said it before I came here, I didn't tell her who it was, you'd better be careful, don't let it slip. Lin Chuan nodded and said. The two of them talked for a long time. Until Bulma completed the last step and closed the record book. Finally done, we can start the test next. I will monitor in the control room above, which will make it easier for me to record and compare the data. Do you remember that although the current gravity equipment is still uncertain about its limit value, it is only testing 100 times gravity now? Following Bulma's words, Lin Chuan nodded, don't worry, I won't mess around. After hearing this, Bulma said nothing more and moved quickly. Until she walked to the other end of the gate, walked out of the steel door of the isolation room, and then took the elevator to the control room above. Now we can start. Last time we set the limit to 50 times. This time we will start from 50 times. You should be okay with that, right? Bulma's voice came over the radio. Of course, no problem. I'll start then. His eyes changed slightly, and Lin Chuan stepped forward and turned on the gravity device. Just like the last version 1.0 operating console, it was simple and easy to operate. Ong! A muffled sound. With the opening of gravity, the surrounding space quickly turned dark red, and the number on the central control room directly reached 50 Guaranis. This represents a gravity environment 50 times that of the Earth. Brothers, begging for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. The fan group has been established. Those who are interested can join the group chat to discuss the plot together. Chapter 60 Scions are monsters, more than 100 times. With the opening of gravity, the 50 times the Earth's gravity pressure made Lin Chuan a little bit strenuous for a moment. Yes, just a moment. Then he adapted directly. With his strength, how could it be suppressed by a mere 50 times gravity? However, the instantaneous pressure increase does have some effect. After all, the first time, it was gradually increased by one doubling at a time. Next, should I directly increase it to 100 times? Or should I follow the method last time and slowly increase the multiple? Lin Chuan looked up and exchanged a glance with Bulma on the console above. Bulma was not as shocked as the first time. She already knew that Lin Chuan could bear it and was not affected. It was still the same the second time. Isn't it normal? However, Bulma suddenly had an idea to make a joke. Recalling what Lin Chuan said last time, 100 times gravity was nothing. She wanted to see if Lin Chuan would be embarrassed when facing the direct increase of 100 times gravity. Of course it is directly increased. The test is originally 100 times gravity, but you can't bear the sudden increase, right? There was a clear teasing meaning in the words. Lin Chuan paused, and laughed the next second. He understood what Bulma meant. Okay. In that case, let's increase it to 100 times. With a chuckle, Lin Chuan directly pressed the plus key and kept pressing it. Buzz buzz buzz. The surrounding environment became more and more scarlet, and the pressure became stronger and stronger. The gravity number on the control device rose rapidly. 55G, 60G, 70G, 80G, 90G. After pressing for a long time until the gravity reached more than 90G, Lin Chuan released the long press, pressed it several times in a row, and finally controlled the gravity to 100 guaranis. It was no longer like before, and he could adapt directly. Instead, he felt a little bit of effort. 100 times the gravity is not bad. However, if that's all, it's nothing. She secretly thought that Lin Chuan stabilized his body, and he didn't even need the help of Qi. His own strength and physical strength could completely accept this gravity pressure. Seeing this, Bulma couldn't laugh. She wanted to see Lin Chuan make a fool of himself, but he was fine. This is not 50 times the gravity of the Earth, it is 100 times. Two completely different concepts. As a creator, Bulma fully understands the difference between dozens of times gravity and 100 times gravity. The pressure is constantly multiplying, not just multiplying by 2 from 50 to 100. You scions are really monsters. According to my initial calculation, you need at least 100,000 points of combat power to withstand 100 times gravity, and it should be barely enough, Bulma muttered. She has used the detector to measure Lin Chuan's strength more than once, but the highest data she can get is when Lin Chuan actively released his combat power, which is more than 30,000 points. After hearing Bulma's sigh, Lin Chuan came back to his senses, raised his head, and said, "My combat power index has already exceeded 100,000 points, so I said last time that at least hundreds of times of gravity are needed to bring me huge pressure." After saying this, Lin Chuan continued to feel the substantial effect of the 100 times of gravity on him. The long-lost feeling of effort made his body instinctively feel a little. Since it takes a long time to maintain, I can't waste this time. It's just right, I will practice here directly. As if he was talking to Bulma, Lin Chuan no longer cared and started to move directly. This scene would be extremely shocking to outsiders. Because endurance is endurance, but moving is another concept. What's more, it's still practice. You really don't want to die, forget it. Anyway, I said something about exchanging babies for arms, whatever you want. If you can't bear it, remember to speak, I will block the terminal operation here. Bulma rolled her eyes. Lin Chuan knew his own limits, so she was completely worrying in vain. Time passed by minute. Lin Chuan practiced in the huge space, enjoying the pressure brought by the 100 times gravity. Making himself stronger. Not to mention how much the combat power would be improved, what would the effect be? Lin Chuan was sure that even if he maintained the 100 times gravity for a long time, his strength would increase rapidly. And the training was not only about the combat power level, but also the tempering of his own strength. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening outside. It was here that Bulma, who was at the control console in the control room, suddenly heard the sound of the communicator. She picked it up and confirmed that it was her father calling, so she answered the call. After some communication, did Bulma know what was going on? There were some minor flaws in the manufacture of the spaceship over there, and she needed to go over to study the solution together. After agreeing, Bulma looked at the time and found that 2 or 3 hours had passed. Looking at Lin Chuan, who was exercising on his own, Bulma couldn't help but think of the word monster again. It's been so long, but he doesn't look tired at all. Those exercises are simple movements, even push-ups, but they can last for several hours under 100 times gravity. If she didn't know that the times are different, she would suspect that she was dreaming. Lin Chuan, there are some minor problems with the research on the spacecraft, I need to go over there. The data here has been recorded almost completely today, do you need to take a break? Bulma asked. Hearing the voice, Lin Chuan, who was practicing, looked up. How could he have just started? After thinking for a while, he said casually, go and help if there is anything over there. I can't miss this opportunity to work hard. After getting Lin Chuan's answer, Bulma twitched her mouth, then you continue to practice here. I will come back to record the data later. With Bulma's departure, Lin Chuan worked harder to continue his first gravity training. The longer he trained his body under 100 times gravity, the more he felt a flame burning in his chest, with endless power surging from his body. He finally understood why gravity training is called a training cheat. For them, the Scions, it is really the best way to practice under pressure. Under extreme gravity, they can quickly squeeze out all the power in their bodies and force out their potential abilities, making their strength soar in a short period of time. Bulma is gone, should I carry her on my back and try more than 100 times gravity? With the thought in his mind, Lin Chuan stood up and walked to the control panel. It is said to be 100 times test, but to put it bluntly, wouldn't a higher multiple test be better? Chapter 61. It's time to take action on the senzu beans. The fingers moved. Under Lin Chuan's operation, the gravity multiplier directly reached 150 times. It was not a slight increase, but a 50-fold increase in one go. Until the 150-fold gravity was added, Lin Chuan realized that this damn 100-fold gravity was not comparable to it. The 100-fold gravity could only bring him a little pressure. But the 150-fold gravity made him feel exhausted. With his strength of more than 1.8 million points of combat power, it should be at least 200 times. Gravity can give him this feeling. However, the more he feels this pressure in advance, the greater his room for improvement. With a serious expression, Lin Chuan looked at the 150G displayed on the panel and made a decision in his heart again. A moment later, 200 times the gravity pressed on him. Another increase of 50 times, at this time Lin Chuan already felt his body function screaming. It was because he felt excited and happy to come to such an environment. Is 200 times the gravity the limit of this gravity device? Bulma should have set the peak value this time, otherwise, it should not be impossible to add it. However, 200 times is enough for the time being. For me, it is just enough to maintain long-term practice. With light in his eyes. If he can practice for a long time under 200 times gravity, he can completely ignore 100 times gravity. With his strength level, he practiced for 3 hours under 100 times gravity without feeling tired. How can he improve? Besides, in such a sealed environment, he cannot practice crazy with super intensity, and he cannot release energy. What he practiced was nothing more than his physical fitness, physical strength, and the control of chi and energy under such oppression. After getting used to it for a while, Lin Chuan began to move. First, he did a few superspeed movements and difficult movements to let his body tentatively touch the limit under such gravity. After confirming that he could do it, and soon having a feeling of sweating and blood boiling, Lin Chuan laughed. This feeling is the real practice. Just like when he tried his best to improve his strength on the planet V3114, he really challenged the limit again and again, and only then did he improve his strength to 15,000 points. In fact, if possible, it would be best if the gravity reached 300 times or even more than 300 times. After all, the original Vegeta, when his combat power exceeded 3 million or even higher, practiced and broke through in such an environment. Is Vegeta so strong? That's for sure. In the original work, he used Krillin to seriously injure himself, and then recovered with the help of Dende, and his strength directly increased from hundreds of thousands to more than 2.5 million points. Later, he was easily killed by Frieza, and then resurrected by Shenlong, and his strength was improved again. This is also why Vegeta broke through the Super Saiyan in one breath, and his combat power far exceeded that of Son Goku at that time. Vegeta's foundation is not inferior to Son Goku, but he is always one level behind in terms of realm. In fact, if Vegeta can continue to brush this Saiyan talent Bulleten-G, maybe he will become stronger. But he doesn't have senzu beans. Even if he can brush the bug, it will take more time and the improvement in strength will not be too obvious. It is necessary to know that the improvement of Saiyan's bug is indeed related to the degree of injury, but how much it can be improved is closely related to the rapid recovery in a short time. For example, Sun Wukong in the original work used the instant recovery of senzu beans to brush the Saiyan's bug of recovering from serious injuries and greatly increasing strength. Otherwise, even if Sun Wukong's strength will be improved, he will not be able to reach 90,000 combat power in 6 days. Of course, in the early stage, this can quickly improve strength. But in the later stage, it is only the length of the artificial man, and it is already it's nothing. After all, in a stage where the gap in combat power is hundreds of millions. Even if the combat power is increased by 1 million in a short period of time, it will be useless. Thinking of senzu beans, Lin Chuan is also ready to make some efforts. There was no chance before, but now the spaceships are being manufactured. Before leaving the Earth for the planet Namek, a certain amount of senzu beans must be obtained. It is less than 11 months before the Saiyans invade the Earth. According to the development of the plot, senzu beans have been eaten by Yajirobe as snacks since a few years ago. Maybe the current reserves are almost zero, but they are definitely more than a year later. So, we have to act quickly. Otherwise, when Yajirobe finishes training in the Temple of Heaven and returns to the top of Karin Tower, it will be too late. Free disposal of senzu beans. If it is really realized, then there is no need to worry about his strength not being able to recover in a short time due to serious injuries in the future. In the future, as long as there are senzu beans, he can eat one anytime and anywhere to recover, and then continue to practice. Even if the consumption of spiritual power cannot be restored by the magic beans, this is also a way to train one's own spiritual power in turn, constantly touching the limit of the limit. In addition to the magic beans, the cat fairy also has the super divine water that can tap potential. Will this thing work for me too? As a time traveler, how could he not know the existence of the super divine water? However, for him, maybe the super divine water will not work. After all, his strength level is a bit high. The super divine water is benchmarked against the era when the combat power was only 100 or 200 points. Besides, the setting of the super divine water is actually the biggest effect of purifying evil spirits, and developing potential is just a byproduct. To be precise, the statement of purifying evil spirits is far-fetched. Because in the original setting, the super divine water is highly poisonous. People who drink the super divine water must first have a pure heart and potential, otherwise they will be poisoned by the super divine water. The reason why it is used to purify poisons is not that it can really purify, but it feels like fighting poison with poison. In the final analysis, even if this thing is effective for Lin Chuan, I am afraid it will only improve it a little bit at most. Lin Chuan's thoughts were almost disrupted by his own random thoughts. He shook his head and continued to practice. Nowadays, it is not advisable to tap potential. Besides, he has too many ways to become stronger now. Even if he wants to tap potential, he can develop it with the help of the great elders there after going to Namek. The effect is definitely better than the super divine water. Practicing continues. Lin Chuan didn't know that Bulma had returned here unknowingly. After seeing Lin Chuan disobeying and turning on 200 times gravity, she was directly confused. Lin Chuan really didn't lie to her. He could practice and move freely under 200 times gravity. What made her angry was that Lin Chuan didn't listen to her and messed around after she left. Although the 200-fold test was also fine, she chose 100 times to maintain stability. You know, although the current 2.0 gravity device is very perfect, it still has many defects. Fortunately, she set the highest index at 200 times, otherwise the equipment would be overloaded and paralyzed. I beg for monthly tickets. Brothers. Chapter 62, Fooling the Cat Immortal, the first step to freedom of the immortal being. The next day, Lin Chuan slept until 9 in the morning before waking up from his dream. Yesterday, he practiced until nearly 10 in the evening, and then Lin Chuan and Bulma returned to the big round house for a big meal. Inevitably, Bulma complained and blamed him, and later Lin Chuan perfunctorily ran away, thus escaping Bulma's nagging. There was no way, he couldn't really argue with Bulma. And it was indeed he who went against his words and turned the gravity to 200 times without authorization. Bulma didn't stop him immediately, but kept watching him finish his practice and acquiesced to his use. If he couldn't even bear a few words, he wouldn't be considered a man. After a while, Lin Chuan got up from the bed and could clearly feel the pain from his bones and muscles. This is the first time in the past 6 months. I remember the last time I trained hard on planet V3114, I woke up the next day with this feeling. Since then, he has not done any serious physical training. After all, nearly 4 months ago, Frisia's soldiers arrived, and he killed them and seized the spaceship. It took another 3 months to travel in space and come to Earth. Let's not talk about the past. Now, he has reached this limit after just 1 gravity training, and it obviously makes him feel like a new life. Although there is no big breakthrough in the combat power value, he has a more perfect grasp of his own strength after yesterday's training. The realm that was unimaginable before, now after enduring 200 times the gravity pressure, has a new understanding. And the most important thing is that although the body is very sore, it has endless energy. After a simple wash, Lin Chuan went to the restaurant downstairs for breakfast. At this point, Bulma is no longer at home, and Chi Chi is not there either. I don't know where they went. However, there was food on the table, which was left for him. There was also an intelligent home robot that would provide services to Lin Chuan. After filling his stomach as quickly as possible, Lin Chuan was not in a hurry to rush to the gravity training room. Today, he had more important things to do it. After yesterday's tentative inquiry, Lin Chuan pretended to ask Bulma whether there was a healing medicine on Earth that could quickly restore physical strength or recover from injuries. Bulma, under his disguised reminder, directly told him about the senzu beans. Thus, Lin Chuan also found a reason. He knew about the existence of senzu beans because of Bulma, and he could really plan for such a thing. Otherwise, it would be a bit abrupt. Because he had just arrived on Earth not long ago, even if he could be said to have used alien technology to know some intelligence about the Earth in advance, it was impossible for him to know something as small as senzu beans that was almost unknown. With strong strength, he could of course rob openly, and others could not do anything to him. But if things developed to this point, it would be meaningless. He came to Earth to settle down completely in the future, not to mess around and leave in the end. After leaving Zidu, Lin Chuan flew all the way towards the direction of the Heavenly Temple. In fact, Lin Chuan had long forgotten the specific location, but fortunately, the Z warriors were all practicing in the Heavenly Temple. So he could sense the breath. After a short time, Lin Chuan had already arrived at the destination. And, he also saw the cat fairy who was surprised and panicked after seeing him. As a fairy-level existence on Earth, although the cat fairy is a cat, he has lived for more than 800 years. He can be regarded as a master-level existence on Earth. The combat power is 190 points. I didn't pay attention to it when I passed by on the first day of my arrival on Earth, but now I feel it carefully. It is really incredible. In the original book, he only trained Sun Wukong and didn't show much strength. It should be said that this cat is really good at pretending, especially in the plot of Tao Bibai. He could have killed Tao Bibai, who climbed up the tower to seek super holy water, in seconds, but he did nothing, just played a trick on Tao Bibai in disguise, and finally let Sun Wukong solve it. After a conversation, Lin Chuan stated his purpose and showed his kindness to the cat fairy. The cat immortal had already been suspicious of Lin Chuan's sudden visit. Now that he heard it, he greeted Bulma several times in his heart. For the cat immortal, even if Lin Chuan did nothing after coming to Earth, he even helped the Earth and took care of Sun Wukong's son and raised him. However, he is a scion from an alien planet after all. His strength is so strong that it is terrifying and uncontrollable. At this time, if anything on Earth is known to be useful to him, he will definitely want to take it for himself. He was angry that Bulma, as a rare genius on Earth, did not even understand such a simple truth. That's what he thought. In fact, he didn't know that Bulma was much more insightful than him. The cat immortal only saw the surface and was worried that what he saw was a false appearance because of the short time. Now that the senzu beans are exposed, there is no doubt that Lin Chuan wants to take it for himself. No matter how friendly or kind he is, it's just a cover-up. The cat immortal is not stupid. He was the only one who knew the preciousness of senzu beans. That is, Sun Wukong and Yajirobe never took senzu beans seriously. Sun Wukong always kept a pure heart and never had a desire to possess anything, which was why he was only willing to give senzu beans to Sun Wukong for free. Yajirobe was an idiot. Since this guy came to him, he couldn't be driven away, and he wouldn't listen to his words. After he had stored senzu beans for hundreds of years, he used to count the number of jars. As a result, in just a few years, there are only a few jars left. If this continues, senzu beans will not only be eaten as snacks, but if you want to use senzu beans in the future, you have to see if they grow. Senzu beans are not ordinary things. They only grow a little every other year, and the amount depends on luck. Seeing the reluctance of the cat immortal, Lin Chuan couldn't make a strong and free request, so after some negotiations, he finally reached an agreement with the cat immortal. Get senzu beans from him, and then use his ability to send him some supplies. For example, the fish he likes, and all kinds of daily necessities. These alone are not enough to impress the cat immortal. So Lin Chuan directly used his ultimate move. You have eaten fish from Earth, what about fish from other planets? When the cat immortal heard this, his eyes lit up and his saliva almost flowed all over the floor. Finally, Lin Chuan took away the few remaining senzu beans from the cat immortal, which were about 30 in number. Also using this as an excuse, Lin Chuan asked why the number was so scarce, and asked the cat immortal to tell him the reason for the scarcity. Put it on the table. Knowing what was going on, Lin Chuan would have the obligation to take care of it in the future. After all, the first step to freedom of senzu beans was to deal with Yajirobe, and then let the cat immortal do his best to plant senzu beans, not just planting them casually like before. Chapter 63. 1 month later, everything is ready. Time flies by. Since I got the fairy beans from the cat fairy and reached an agreement with him to exchange goods with him, a month has passed quietly. 1 month. To be specific, except for occasionally going out, Lin Chuan stayed in the gravity training room to practice. This has been the case for a long time, and there has been no change for a single day. Today, his combat power index has reached 5,055,640 points. The infinite combat power improvement system alone has indeed increased his combat power by more than 2 million, but it was also Lin Chuan who increased his combat power by hundreds of thousands through cultivation. Together, it has surpassed the 5 million combat power mark. 5 million combat power. If Lin Chuan had not experienced it personally, he would have felt incredible. To be honest, he had undergone a giant ape transformation a month ago and felt the strength of tens of millions of combat power. But that was the strength after the giant ape transformation after all. Compared with the current strength, it is indeed much inferior, but it seems not much different. This also made Lin Chuan consciously determine one thing. That is, a month ago, his combat ability was too poor, so even if the strength after the giant ape transformation could soar to tens of millions of points, the strength that could be exerted was only a few million points. Now, the human form of myself has exceeded 5 million points of combat power. It seems that there is still a difference of 5 million points in terms of numerical value, but the actual combat power level can completely reach the level of fighting above the level. Today, Lin Chuan did not continue the gravity training. It can be said that Lin Chuan had stopped the crazy training yesterday and the day before yesterday. The reason is simple. With the joint efforts of Bulma and Brief, the spaceship was finally completed. Not only that, the final stage of short-distance spaceflight test was also carried out in the past 2 days, which can confirm that the spaceship has been perfected and can carry out stable space navigation at any time. Lin Chuan was extremely happy to start a new journey, so he stopped practicing and used meditation to combine work and rest to stabilize his strength. To put it simply, in fact, from the beginning of coming to Earth to today, he was not anxious to care about the progress of the spaceship's manufacturing, or wanted to start a new space journey as soon as possible. But as time went on, when things developed to the point where he sent Son Gohan away, he began to have some ideas in his mind. After all, the sooner he arrives at Namek, the better the layout can be. And the most important thing is that the Dragon Balls on Namek can be reused every 130 days. This means that if he goes earlier, he can use it once more. This time, there are 3 wishes. Who would dislike more opportunities to realize wishes? Lin Chuan has too many wishes to realize, especially the instant movement of the Kaishin, the cultivation method of divine power, and the ability of cell regeneration, etc. The ability of the Earth's dragon is limited and cannot be realized. At least the current dragon can't do it. So he can only put his hope on Porunga on Namek. If even Porunga can't realize it, then he can only rely on the super dragon. Just with his ability, at least for the time being, it is impossible to gather all the wishing beads. Such a large wishing bead, even if his strength is enough to easily destroy a planet, it is impossible to push a Dragon Ball the size of a planet. Speaking of which, how did you evaluate the wishing beads in your previous life? This is something that mortals can never gather, and it is also something that mortals cannot use. Only the upper gods and angels can gather together and make wishes in the language of God. Besides, the wishing beads span 2 universes. After finishing today's meditation, Lin Chuan left the West capital and headed for the South continent according to his plan. 1 month ago, he entrusted Son Gohan to Piccolo. Now the deadline has come and the spaceship has been built, and he needs to take him back. Not only does he want to make Chi-Chi feel completely at ease, but he also wants to take Son Gohan and Piccolo to Namek together. From the beginning, Lin Chuan had made a plan. Follow the original route? No. Changes must be made. Now is the best opportunity. In fact, since saving Raditz and letting him and Son Goku go to King Kai to practice together, he has already begun to change intentionally or unintentionally. It's just that because he just arrived on Earth, many things can't be done too obviously, so he didn't take much action. Now, the time has come. At least, some people have to become stronger first. Starting from Son Gohan and Piccolo. And he had agreed with Piccolo a month ago that he could go to his hometown with him after the spaceship was built. I believe he would not refuse to go. After all, only by seeing a wider world can one free himself from the shackles. Of course, Lin Chuan also had some selfish motives in letting Piccolo go to Namek. Because Piccolo is the chosen son left behind by the Namekians. If he goes back with his help, he will definitely be friendly to the Namekians, and the Great Elder should receive them warmly. Otherwise, they will be pure invaders. There is no need to doubt Piccolo's weight, after all, he is a junior who can make the great elder remember him. Strictly speaking, he is the most outstanding Namekian warrior of the current era. Of course there is another one, that is Niru. Combat power 42,000 points. Compared with him, Piccolo still has a big gap. But if Piccolo were to merge with the god and become one, it would not be a problem for him to surpass Niru. No matter what, in other words, in the original work, Piccolo's future practiced on the North Kai King planet and improved his strength to tens of thousands of points in a short period of time. At least, it is much higher than Niru. Otherwise, Niru would not say how Piccolo practiced to become so strong. After not seeing each other for a month, Lin Chuan was quite surprised. It must be said that the two sides have not only had a good relationship in a short period of time, but not only Piccolo's strength has increased to 2,900 points, but Son Gohan's combat power has also increased from 1,395 points to 2,000 points. It can be seen that it is extraordinary to reach this level after 1 month of practice. You should know that in the original work, it took them nearly a year for Piccolo to reach 3,500 points, and Son Gohan was less than 1,000 points. Of course, Son Gohan was because of Professor Lin Chuan, but Piccolo at most felt a few waves of pressure and relied purely on himself. After a conversation, Lin Chuan told the purpose of his visit and sincerely invited Piccolo. This kind of opportunity, which could only be thought of before, has now really come. Piccolo hesitated for a while, but Son Gohan persuaded him because he had a good relationship with Piccolo. Just like that, Piccolo agreed to it under Son Gohan's call of Uncle Piccolo. After reaching a consensus, the three of them returned to the West capital together. It should be said that Piccolo's temperament has indeed changed because of Son Gohan. Isn't this the effect of luck? When Lin Chuan was guiding Son Gohan, he was also like this, and was gradually changed imperceptibly. Chapter 64 A new era is coming. It can be said that Piccolo's arrival directly scared Bulma's family. Of course, there are also Chi-Chi and Bull Demon King who are waiting for Gohan's return. Fortunately, with Lin Chuan's explanation, under his bunch of words, he perfectly resolved the embarrassment and hostility, and pulled Piccolo into the ranks of this trip to Namek. Everyone can naturally understand why Lin Chuan did this. After all, Piccolo is indeed a Namekian, and there is nothing wrong with taking him to Namek. Generally speaking, the shock brought by Piccolo in this era is still too great. The battle 5 years ago was witnessed by all of them, and the memory is still fresh and unforgettable. At the same time, the Heavenly Temple. The Heavenly God Piccolo noticed the actions of Piccolo and Son Gohan, so he focused his attention. He happened to hear about leaving the Earth for the planet Namek, which shook his heart, which had not been throbbing for many years. Before he and Piccolo separated, he had been waiting for the arrival of his family and had always been eager to return to his hometown. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and this matter has finally come to light, which has caused the god's state of mind that he has maintained for hundreds of years to collapse in an instant. He also wants to go back and take a look. But he can't. Because he is the god of the earth, his responsibility makes him unable to leave the earth again in this life. It can be said that his fate has long been entangled with the earth. Moreover, the invasion of the Scions is imminent, and even if he can leave the earth at this time, he is unwilling to leave. As a god, he has absolute awareness. Although he can come back before the Scion invasion, his task is arduous. He must improve the strength of this group of earth martial artists as much as possible to gain more protection for the earth. In a short period of more than a month, nearly 2 months, God Piccolo has seen the talents of Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi. Perhaps they are still not as good as Piccolo and Son Gohan at this time, but according to the data detected by the combat power detector that Krillin got from Lin Chuan, except for Jiaozi, the three have exceeded 1,000 combat power points. If it were such a strong strength 5 years ago, it would be enough to crush everything, and Piccolo would be nothing at all. This is obtained by hard training day and night, and it is also a breakthrough in constant battles every day. In the final analysis, it is also because of Lin Chuan, the butterfly, who gave them full pressure, making them more motivated and having bigger goals. Otherwise, in the original work, until the Scions attacked, Tian Xinyan, who had the highest combat power, only reached 1,830 points. Krillin is second, with 1,770 points. Yamcha is a little weaker, with 1,480 points. The last one is Jiaozi, with 610 points. It is enough to show that their potential is terrifying and their talents are outstanding, but the original work only reached that level of strength because of insufficient pressure. It is certain that if they continue like this, they will become stronger in the future. They are all working hard to become stronger and are not afraid of hardships. But there is one person who has been selectively abandoned by the god Piccolo. There is no doubt that this person is Yajirobe. After coming to the Temple of the Gods, he would cooperate and practice seriously at the beginning, but he just gave up later. He is not good at anything, and he is the first to eat. If he had been practicing wholeheartedly, his strength would at least be comparable to Yamcha and Krillin. But now, he is not even as good as Jiaozi. Jiaozi's combat power has exceeded 500 points. But he has less than 400 points. Others may not know, but Piccolo knows very well that Yajirobe's talent is not lower than anyone else's. But even he cannot correct his personality, so he has no choice but to let him not hinder everyone's training progress. In fact, Piccolo is just too persistent. No one can blame him for training. In the end, do you want to becoming stronger should be decided by people themselves. Forcing people to practice and putting the responsibility on them is a bit like moral kidnapping. Yajirobe's personality is indeed not very good, and his existence has eaten up all the senzu beans. But, in the final analysis, he just wants to live a carefree life. Eating immortal food and living a life as high as that of an immortal, who the hell wants to suffer and practice? In Yajirobe's concept, saving the world can be left to Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tian Xinyan, and others. The concept is this concept. Speaking of which, Yajirobe is also worried about the future, so he practices to become stronger. Otherwise, how could his combat power reach 970 points during Vegeta's attack? Not as strong as Krillin, Yamcha, and Tian Xinyan, but also strong enough to surpass the previous era. It's just that the times are changing too fast, causing many brilliances to be covered up. In the era of the Earth chapter, with a combat power of nearly 1,000, it was no problem for Piccolo to dominate the Earth. In front of this power, he was nothing. At least, he was the only character who was qualified to compete with Krillin for the strongest person on Earth. You said Yamcha was also one of them? Yamcha tried hard but still lost to Krillin, and later he gave up on his own initiative. So, Yajirobe was the last candidate. On the other side, the underworld. The end of the snake path. After running for a month and a half, Sun Wukong and Raditz finally arrived here today. Compared to the original work, Sun Wukong ran alone for half a year. It can be said that it was several times faster. In the final analysis, it was a blessing in disguise because he fell off the snake path halfway. They ate the fruit that only Yama and God could eat, and under the dominance of Raditz, they both ate several until they couldn't eat any more. This wave of operations not only made them energetic and not hungry for more than a month, but also greatly developed and improved their own strength. Only then, they arrived in such a short time. At this time, the two stood side by side, looking up at the top of Huangchuan. A small planet was floating there. For ordinary people, even if they have certain strength, they may not be able to go up if they can't fly. But for Sun Wukong and Raditz, it is naturally not a problem. After more than a month, the two brothers have been running in their personalities. However, although he is no longer so conceited, Raditz still hasn't completely changed his habit of being a superior warrior. Let's go. We have to hurry up to meet that King Kai. I hope he won't let me down. Raditz took the lead and floated up directly, flying into the sky. Seeing this, Sun Wukong hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me." The next second, he performed the flying technique to catch up. The two approached the North King Kai planet, and suddenly the gravity 10 times that of the Earth swept over them. Raditz was fine. After being surprised for a while, he quickly landed and stood firm. Gaku didn't react and almost fell to the ground. After all, Gaku had never been to an alien planet. He grew up in the gravity environment of the Earth. Even if he was strong enough, 10 times the gravity would still affect him. Chapter 65 Departure to Namek, Let Piccolo Practice Gravity. Earth. After Lin Chuan brought Son Gohan and Piccolo back, Bulma spent another 2 days to buy all the necessary supplies. Originally, they could set off early in the morning, but just to have a more comfortable interstellar journey, they spent this little time. In fact, this was just the need of Bulma and Chi-Chi. For Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Son Gohan, what's the problem with the long interstellar voyage? Even if it's long, they will only spend it on training. Besides, this journey can reach the destination in 5 or 6 days. How to determine the specific location of Namek? This is naturally because the spaceship of Frisia's army has the exact coordinates. In the original work, the coordinates were provided by King Kai of the North, and then the spaceship that Piccolo used to reach Earth in the early years was used. Now that Lin Chuan has arrived, there are too many ways to obtain the location. Even if the spaceship of Frisia's army does not have it, he knows the specific location. Because he had studied it for a long time in his previous life. The fourth planet of the 27th main system of the Vega constellation, the coordinates are SU83 and 9045XY. Chi-Chi is going with him? That's for sure. In the original work, Son Gohan went to Namek with Bulma Krillin, and Chi-Chi should have followed. But in order to take care of Son Goku's injury, she had to reluctantly say goodbye and did not go with him. This time, Son Goku was not injured, and there was no interference from any trivial matters. Lin Chuan naturally didn't mind her going with him. After all, it was not a big deal, and it would not cause any burden to this trip. Generally speaking, it would be a good thing if Kikai went, because she could take care of all of them by herself. No one can compare to this. The portrayal of Kikai as a housewife is even more prominent in Super Era. It can only be said that Sun Wukong really doesn't care enough about his wife. Many of the negatives come from not understanding her enough and not communicating well. Pass. Near the research institute behind the manor. A large launch base. After the last batch of materials were loaded onto the spaceship, the 5 people were ready to go, bid farewell to all the people who saw them off, and boarded the spaceship. This spaceship is different from the spaceship that Sun Wukong took in the original book. Originally, the outer structure of the spaceship was designed by Brief. But with the intervention of Lin Chuan, after making several suggestions on the outer shape of the spaceship, Bulma transformed it into a disc shape. First, all the space can be used, and second, it is more convenient to add a few special rooms. Just like Frisia's Emperor, but in comparison, it is much smaller. This spaceship is indeed very large, and the diameter of the cabin is more than 50 meters. But Frisia's Emperor is a large warship with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Even ordinary high-level spaceships have reached about 100 meters so far. Enter the interior of the spaceship. What caught my eye was an empty area, which was a temporary activity area and a temporary storage point. In order to facilitate the transportation of goods, vehicles could even be parked. Of course, there was no need to park now, as all necessities were stored in the universal capsule. Even spaceships could be stored in the capsule. It is worth mentioning that the universal capsule was improved by Bulma again. Because the last time the spaceship was transported, the jet could not be turned back into a capsule, so she strengthened this limitation, which not only made the available space larger, but also reduced the limitations. Bulma also had a sudden idea under Lin Chuan's suggestion and created a portable universal capsule. As long as it is some object, as long as it is a dead object, it can be locked into the capsule space with a portable capsule. Of course, this limit cannot be too large, and it can only be less than 100 meters. Walking forward, after a passage of nearly 10 meters, it is the huge central control room. The total space is circular, with a diameter of about 15 meters and a height of more than 10 meters. The circular space, except for the ceiling and the ground being parallel, is surrounded by arc-shaped structures. It is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is 4 storage rooms, a public toilet, a maintenance room, and living rooms, etc. The second floor, in addition to several necessary leisure areas, is a few gravity training rooms equipped by Bulma, which were built according to Lin Chuan's requirements. The entire spaceship, as a whole, can be said to be almost perfect. I have to admire that Bulma and Brief's minds are top-notch. As long as there is a random idea, it can be realized quickly. Okay, are you all ready? Our trip to Namek will begin from now on. With Bulma's order. Lin Chuan and Piccolo felt a little embarrassed. Son Gohan and Chi-Chi cooperated and looked forward to it. Aloof people, even if they have experienced something they have never experienced, will remain calm and not speak. Of course, Lin Chuan is not the type of aloof, he just simply won't act that silly. As the engine started, the spaceship began to shake violently. After a few tens of seconds, it rushed out of the Earth's atmosphere and headed for the depths of the universe. The speed was not very fast at the beginning, because Gohan said he wanted to see other planets in the solar system and wanted to see the sun up close. Lin Chuan was not interested in this. After entering the space voyage, he no longer needed to sit in the safety seat. In fact, he could not sit, but since everyone was sitting, he would cooperate. As soon as he left, Piccolo unfastened his seat belt and walked to the front of the spaceship. Here you can see the scene in the universe through a glass-like projection. This was also a huge shock to him. I had never imagined that I would leave the Earth and start an interstellar journey. After finishing the low-speed cruise in the solar system and satisfying all of Son Gohan's curiosity, Bulma turned on the spaceship's superspeed navigation mode. After determining the target location, the spaceship's intelligent system will automatically navigate, which is extremely advanced. It will take 6 days to reach Namek. Uncle Lin Chuan, Uncle Piccolo, can we practice in the spaceship during this time? Son Gohan is a sensible child. He knows that Piccolo will be embarrassed here, so he took the initiative to mention practice. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled knowingly. Piccolo also smiled. You kid now feel uncomfortable all over if you don't practice for a day, right? I don't mind, but I don't know if it's okay. Pico focused his attention on Lin Chuan. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled again, and just as he was about to speak, Bulma took the initiative to speak. I really admire you guys. You can't wait to practice just after the course has been stabilized. Can't you be quiet? Also, even if you want to practice, please go to the practice room. Practice room? So that's it, is there a practice room set up in the spaceship? Piccolo said in surprise. I asked Bulma to make this specifically for the long space journey. Let's go, and I'll take you to the planet of Namek. I'm sure you'll be very excited. Lin Chuan had an idea. Let Piccolo and Son Gohan practice gravity for 6 days, and when they reach Namek, how strong will they be then? Chapter 66 Destroying the God Realm, The Angel's Attention. As the spaceship completely left the solar system, Lin Chuan began to take Piccolo and Son Gohan to try gravity training. For them, what they had been exposed to before was the kind of hard training that they could imagine. Now, with the shock brought by technology and hard work, they felt it at the first time that if they could practice here, they would definitely become stronger faster. In particular, Lin Chuan also mentioned that the gravity of the planet Vegeta was 10 times that of the Earth. And the gravity of the North Kai King's planet is 10 times that of the Earth. Piccolo was confused about the North Kai King and the North Kai King's planet. Lin Chuan also realized that he did not participate in the plot of the Temple of Heaven, so he would never know. After some explanation, Piccolo became more excited. Because now he knows everything, and has a training tool like the gravity training room, he can completely surpass Son Goku and Raditz. What if he has the training of the North King Kai? He is not a vegetarian. Here, Piccolo and Son Gohan's gravity training began. Starting from 10 times gravity. Lin Chuan was surprised at one point, that is, Chi-Chi didn't mind Son Gohan training with Piccolo. I don't know how she figured it out. In short, Lin Chuan felt that it was not just his credit, Bulma must have done something that Lin Chuan didn't know. At the same time, located in the most supreme realm of God in the entire 7th universe. It's not the King Kai's realm. It's the realm of destruction. I saw a tall and slender being wearing an angel god's uniform and holding a special scepter, talking to a strange-looking fish. They are none other than the angel Whis and the pet of the god of destruction Beerus, the prophecy fish that can predict the future. Not bad, not bad. The new tea tree has been cultivated very successfully this time. The tea is fragrant and refreshing. It has a hint of fresh air and no impurities. Angel Whis and the prophecy fish sat on the stone table, eating delicious snacks and tasting tea. As life forms at their level, their lifespans have long been endless. Especially for a being like Whis, who seems to live the same life every day, but in fact he will come up with some new tricks every day to kill the long and boring time. This time, they are cultivating a top-notch tea tree. That's right. After all, this is tea that only gods can taste. According to the appearance of this time, it is at least twice as good as the last time. Just one piece, the energy contained in the tea is quite outrageous. It can not only improve strength, develop potential and comprehend divine power, but also increase lifespan by at least hundreds of years. The prophecy fish interjected. Whis did not take such an evaluation seriously. He smiled and took a sip of tea. Just then, something strange happened. Boom! A loud noise spread throughout the entire Destroyer God realm. Above the angel Whis and the prophecy fish, at the top of the cosmic tree, the bedroom of the Destroyer God. The strong flames continued to spread, showing how terrifying the explosion was. You have to know that this is the Destroyer God realm. How strong is it? This tree is the cosmic tree. It can't be damaged casually. Really, Lord Beerus' temper is getting more and more irritable now. Every once in a while, he will cause such a big commotion. He used to be quite quiet when he slept. Looking at the explosion flames dissipating in the sky, the prophecy fish complained. There is nothing we can do about it. New negative energy is growing in the universe all the time. Before falling asleep, Lord Beerus swept away most of the negative energy in the universe, consuming too much divine power and energy. It is normal that he does not sleep well. Whis's explanation was very accurate. After all, the reason why he slept for decades this time was because of this. I don't think it's just that. In the past, even if Lord Beerus was tired, he would not sleep so badly. It has been so many years since he slept this time. On average, he sneezes every once in a while. It's almost become a habit. The prophecy fish kept complaining. In response, Whis seemed to have realized something and laughed. You are right, maybe it has something to do with you. Whis smiled mysteriously, and his words made the prophecy fish a little confused. Does it have anything to do with me? The small eyes of the prophecy fish were full of doubts. I remember you made a prophecy before Beerus fell asleep, saying that when Beerus wakes up this time, he will meet a destined rival. Whis said. A rival of Beerus, is that true? The prophecy fish fell into deep thought, and its body kept flopping and rolling in the fish tank. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't think of anything in the end. There's no way, the memory of fish is like this, even he can't remember many things. He couldn't remember it, and Whis didn't pursue it, but continued, it seems to be talking about the Super Scion God. Therefore, I have paid attention to the scions living in the universe in recent years. Thinking of this, Whis also became interested. He picked up the angel's staff with his right hand and pointed it at the void. Using special abilities, he scanned the entire universe and searched for the whereabouts of the scions. Soon, a projection appeared. On it was a father and son searching for prey on a desolate planet. If Lin Chuan was here at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize who these two people are. The legendary Super Scion, Broly, and his father, Paragus. These are two Scion survivors living on the planet Vampa. One of them does have good strength. It is very likely that he is the one. However, this planet is a primitive planet. If nothing unexpected happens, they can't leave, otherwise they will not live a primitive life. Whis muttered to himself, waving the scepter in his hand, and the projection changed. The image projected this time was a short, thin scion. Vegeta's younger brother, Tarbal. The little prince of the Scion clan, fortunately did not die and survived. Unfortunately, his talent and potential are not outstanding, and he is not a fighting scion. In comparison, his brother is pretty good, Vegeta. The screen switched again and came to the outer space. Two circular Frisia spaceships were shuttling in the outer space. Inside the spaceship, two scions were in a dormant state. If it wasn't Vegeta and Nappa, who else could it be? Whis took a serious look at Vegeta intentionally or unintentionally, then waved the scepter again. The underworld. The projected picture was Raditz and Son Goku, who were training on the North Kai King planet. Raditz did not die according to the normal trajectory, but went to the North Kai King to train with Son Goku. The most important thing is that the people who should have died did not die, and they were all alive. I beg for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. A new chapter begins. Chapter 67 Wis's Sai, arriving at Namek. The most stable space-time node has seen changes that seem to be different. As an angel, Wis was surprised for the first time in history. His existence transcends the universe, transcends life and death, transcends the constraints of rules. He has even experienced countless destruction and restarts of the universe. He can see the past and the future, and can also travel between parallel worlds of the past and the future. These two scions are really amazing. They can enter the underworld as living people, and they are also training with King Kai. From the look of you, you seem to care about them. Is there anything special about them? They seem to be just average in strength. The voice of the prophecy fish sounded, and his words interrupted Wis's thinking. Wow! They have infinite possibilities. They are indeed very weak now. But it won't be long before the future of our time and space will become extremely exciting. Wis narrowed his eyes and waved the angel's staff. He did not stay in the North Kai King planet, but moved to the Earth. What had happened was projected as if from a god's perspective. It was some major events that had happened on Earth in the past 2 months. In this case, it can be seen that Wis had already paid attention to the situation on Earth. It can also be said that he, who is omnipotent and omniscient, had already seen the future of this time and space, so he knew everything. Important scenes passed quickly in the projection, and finally transferred to a large spaceship rushing out of the Earth and heading straight to the depths of the universe. As the picture cut in, the scene inside the spaceship at this time was revealed. It's really unexpected. Not only have I never paid attention to this scion, but he also seems to have some kind of power to break the deadlock. Seeing the frozen people in the projection screen, Weiss spoke out his thoughts. For him, the key targets he paid attention to were nothing more than a few. Even if there were still some scion survivors in the universe, he had always ignored them. Angels have such terrifying eyesight, and can see the past and the future in the long river of time. How could they not know which people have good fortune? How could they not know which people can break the rules and create greater possibilities? Talos, that is, Lin Chuan, he was imprisoned on planet V3114 and could not leave, and could not intervene in the main line, so he could not enter at the beginning. In the eyes of a being like Whis. It's just that now, everything has changed. Staring at Lin Chuan in the picture, Wis's expression seems to have not changed, but in fact, there is caution in his eyes. The gears of fate have been quietly changed by him. If this continues, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. In the future, there may be a place for him. He is a special case. After sighing in his heart, Wis used the angel scepter to look at other places in the universe, and finally took back the angel's ability. Wis, who do you think will be the super scion god among the scions you projected just now? The prophecy fish didn't know what Wis was thinking, but he didn't care. He had his own ideas, so he asked curiously. No one can predict the future. Maybe, it's no one. Wis smiled, put down the angel scepter, and continued to enjoy afternoon tea. Confused by what Wis said, the prophecy fish swayed. After a while, he stopped thinking and ate dessert. The lower world. In the universe. No one who was noticed by Weiss would know that there was a supreme being who stayed on them for a moment. Especially Lin Chuan, he understood the original plot and knew the horror of those super beings. If he knew that Weiss had noticed him at this time, he would definitely be afraid. After all, he was a time traveler. Once he was found out, his life would be in danger. To put it simply, even if he was a scion now, as long as he was known to be a time traveler, he would be a virus to this world. The strongest people in the world, those managers would not watch the virus spread and develop, so they would definitely kill him. It was also thanks to Lin Chuan, who had been steadily intervening in the plot little by little, making changes from the subtle points, and there were not many big flaws to follow. That's it. Time passed in a flash, and 6 days passed in a flash. In the universe, located in the 27th main galaxy of the Vega constellation, the spaceship that Lin Chuan and others were riding on finally arrived at their destination, and came to the surface of Namek, the fourth planet in this galaxy. The spaceship was parked in space. The panoramic projection allowed Lin Chuan, Bulma, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Chi-Chi to be in the universe and see the appearance of the planet from all aspects. Is this the planet Namek? From this distance, it is much larger than the Earth. Bulma was the first to speak. She has made achievements in any field, and she saw that the size of this planet Namek is probably not as large as 10 Earths put together. She also hurriedly took out her space travel diary from her bosom and recorded everything she saw and the data in it. Planet Namek, this is my hometown. Touched by emotion, Piccolo took a deep breath and tried his best to keep a stable state of mind. Somewhere, he felt something, as if this planet was resonating with him. It seemed to tell him from the bottom of his heart that this is his home. It's incredible. There are 3 huge stars on the edge of Namek. No wonder Uncle Link Huan said that the planet is so beautiful. There is sunlight everywhere. There is no night on the planet. Son Gohan looked at other scenes. During this trip, he not only practiced gravity, but also explored the universe in depth in his spare time, and saw many scenes that were impossible to see before. Beside him, Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and said nothing. They have arrived at Namek, which means their journey is temporarily over. Although they will stay on this planet for a while, they can breathe fresh air in a short time. Chi-Chi still can't accept the space travel. It feels like she is not living down to Earth. Especially since she left the Earth, she has been restless. Okay, let's go to the control room to prepare and land on Namek first. At Bulma's command, the panoramic mode was turned off, and the group quickly returned to the control room from the observation deck and sat down. At this moment, on Namek, a group of Namekians who were working suddenly saw a streak of fire in the sky. Then, a spaceship broke through the air and flew over their heads. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention and they became alert at the first time. That is an outsider. A spaceship. A middle-aged Namekian with a fighting style had an ominous premonition in his heart and warned everyone. He felt something was wrong and planned to go and see. Everyone go back to the village for the time being and tell the elder to contact the great elder. I'll go and see the situation. The next second, this fighting Namekian flew out at full speed and followed behind the spaceship. 68 Chapter 68 The Predicted Future, The Approaching Warrior 68. Namek. On the top of a cliff somewhere in the Middle East. A huge and unique white round house is located here. Here lived the Great Elder with the highest status on Namek. Usually, the Great Elder would usually sleep at this time. But today, the Great Elder did not sleep, but sensed the arrival of certain people and took the initiative to summon Nera, who was protecting him. He was so old that he could not move freely. As his life was coming to an end, he used his inherited special ability to predict the future. Seeing the corners of the future, he thought he would need to endure for a period of time before he could really unload the burden on his body. But he did not expect a sudden change. In the past few days, he had continuous dreams, and new pictures kept appearing in his mind. Let him know that the future he thought he had predicted for a long time was undergoing a huge change with the emergence of some unstable factors. Great Elder, what do you want? Nera stood in front of the Great Elder with a respectful face and asked. As the best warrior among the Namekians. Since he came of age, he has been guarding the Great Elder, ensuring that safety. Nera, we have welcomed some alien guests on Namek. As the words came out of his mouth, the weak voice showed that the Great Elder at this time was almost the same as a year later. Yes, Namekians have a long lifespan. In a year or two, there will be no big changes. So, although there is still more than a year of life left, it is insignificant to the long lifespan of the Great Elder. Hearing this, Nera immediately reacted and asked seriously, is the genocide crisis that you predicted in the past, Great Elder, coming? Genocide crisis. Indeed, for the Namekians, it is such a disaster. The Great Elder once said it himself, which also shows that they, the Namekians, cannot solve the crisis by themselves. However, the prophecy at that time was that in times of crisis, powerful alien warriors would appear to help them defeat the powerful enemy. No, the crisis is not coming yet. The alien guests coming this time should not be enemies. At least there is no evil in their breath. Moreover, I feel that there is a person from our clan who has been wandering outside among them. They are not coming to invade, so Nialu, you go to pick them up to avoid unnecessary conflicts, bring them directly to me. Perhaps, the future crisis will be better resolved because of the arrival of this group of people. The elder ordered Nialu. These words made Nialu's heart tighten. Knowing that this matter cannot be handled carelessly, he must also follow the elder's order. Yes, elder. Then I will go. Turning around, Nialu walked out of the elder's room with a heavy heart. He went outside and said to the two companions who were also guarding the Great Elder, I need to go out to carry out the task assigned to me by the Great Elder, so the guarding work will be temporarily handed over to you two. Don't worry. We will protect the Great Elder. You go, Nera. The two nodded. The next second, Nera flew into the sky and left. In his perception, he already knew where the target was, and with the Great Elder's spiritual power pointing the direction, he would not make a mistake. On the other side, after gliding in the sky for hundreds of miles, the spaceship finally stabilized and landed at the designated location. As the spaceship landed, the hatch opened quickly, and 5 people stepped out of the spaceship one after another. Because Namek is a planet formed by countless islands, it looks like entering an infinitely circular world at a glance. Although each island is different, they are similar. Is this the real topography of Namek? It's similar to what you said before, but looking at the environment here, it doesn't seem as desolate and barren as you said. There are still many animals and plants alive, right? Bulma paid attention to the surrounding environment at the first time, and asked Lin Chuan at the same time. The information they knew before was all told to them verbally by Lin Chuan. Now seeing it with their own eyes, there are still some differences. What I said is just what I know, the news cannot be wrong. It is rumored that Namek experienced a mass extinction of species a long time ago, and there are very few Namekians who survived the disaster. I think Piccolo was sent to Earth when the disaster happened. As for the reason why this planet looks like it now, it is also full of vitality. I think it should be related to the current Namekians. Lin Chuan said while looking into the distance. In his breath perception, he has found that someone is approaching quickly. It should be that he saw the arrival of the spaceship, so he took the initiative to investigate the situation. The other party hid very well, which means that Lin Chuan was extremely powerful and covered the world with qi in the first time, otherwise, he would not have discovered it. On the side, Sun Gohan and Chi-Chi expressed their feelings after Lin Chuan and Bulma. Lin Chuan did not respond, because he was talking about some evaluations of the environment of Namek and what he thought of this planet. He had a common language with Bulma. What about Piccolo? At this time, he calmed down and looked at the surrounding environment. Perhaps it was instinct, or perhaps it was the scattered memory fragments flashing in the inherited memory. The scene brought back emotions, giving him an indescribable feeling. It's almost there, everyone has come back to their senses temporarily. Especially you, Piccolo, your people are here, get ready to meet. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, and the qi he sensed was extremely close, so he reminded everyone. The most important thing, of course, was to tease Piccolo. Hearing this, Piccolo was startled, and his breath perception expanded. He indeed sensed a very strong breath approaching. In fact, this was thanks to his strength, which was no longer what it used to be, otherwise he would not have been able to lock it with his breath so quickly. Piccolo is no longer the Piccolo he was 6 days ago. 6 days of space travel, 6 days of gravity training. Piccolo and Son Gohan completed the training of 60 times gravity together. The gravity increased 10 times every day, although it only reached 60 times, but it also made the two of them the strength has improved by leaps and bounds. With Lin Chuan's guidance, they fought against each other and successfully stimulated some of their potential. In general, although it did not reach the expected high, Piccolo's combat power index reached 45,000 points, and Son Gohan's combat power also broke through to 32,000 points. Of course, such a fast breakthrough is also related to the senzu beans Lin Chuan gave them. When they are tired, sleepy, or injured, a senzu bean will not only revive them with full blood, but also greatly increase their strength. So, brushing bugs is not the privilege of science. Chapter 69 Terrifying Potential. Piccolo has changed. Piccolo's potential is just as terrifying, otherwise, in the original Saiyan invasion chapter, he would not have arrived at the North Kai King planet after his death, and relied on his own practice to obtain tens of thousands of combat power in a short period of time. It should be noted that after his resurrection, he arrived at Namek and happened to meet the dying Niru. Niru's evaluation was, "I can't imagine how you practice to be so powerful." Then, he got the approval and entrustment from Niru, and then he assimilated, and his strength increased by more than 10 times, reaching and surpassing the million-level combat power. Therefore, after 6 days of adapting to the 60-fold gravity, his combat power only reached 45,000 points, which Lin Chuan felt was low. After all, there was Lin Chuan's assistance, as well as his intentional and unintentional guidance. It can only be said that there was less pressure and less things to experience. Some breakthroughs in certain realms may require special methods. For example, truly experiencing life and death. Besides, although Son Gohan's strength continued to improve, he only reached 32,000 points, which was really a bit low. Originally, Lin Chuan thought that Son Gohan could at least reach a combat power of more than 50,000 points with the help of gravity training and the Saiyan bug talent. As a result, let alone 50,000 points, he couldn't even reach 40,000 points in the end, just over 30,000 points. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he had little time to practice. Lin Chuan and Piccolo have been practicing all the time, and no one can restrain them. But Son Gohan is different. First, he is still a child, and second, because Chi-Chi is always watching him, he is not allowed to continue practicing when the time comes. In this regard, Lin Chuan and Piccolo can't say anything. Is it forced? After all, she is a mother, and she doesn't stop her son from practicing, but just allows her son to combine work and rest. In short, with the current strength of Piccolo and Son Gohan, they can defeat Nappa and Vegeta, who arrived on Earth 10 months later. Not to mention Vegeta, even if they meet Dodoria and Sabo, the two right-hand men of Frisia, they can defeat them in seconds. Except for Jinyu, the Jinyu Special Forces can confront head-on and will never lose. Times are advancing, and it is indeed different from before. For Piccolo and Son Gohan, they followed Lin Chuan and were directly influenced by Lin Chuan, and their strength entered a later era. After determining the location of the breath, Piccolo turned around and looked at the source of the breath. Son Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Bulma also turned around and looked at the source of the breath. In the distant sky, a figure kept getting bigger and bigger, and finally the sturdy Namekian warrior appeared. This person has reached a very high level of energy control and has a remarkable level of perception. It seems that he knows that he has been locked, so he does not intend to hide. He rushes here at a very fast speed and finally lands in front of the 5 people. Except for the slightly different body shape and appearance, other places are almost exactly the same as Piccolo. After sensing the breath emanating from this Namekian warrior at close range, it can be determined that his strength is definitely stronger than Raditz when he first came to Earth. Lin Chuan can see the combat power data in his eyes, which is as high as 3000 points. It is slightly stronger than Piccolo before he set off. Of course, the real combat power level cannot be compared. Son Gohan exclaimed, "It's Namek, and looks like Uncle Piccolo." Bulma joked, "If I had seen this before, I would have been scared to death. Another great demon King Piccolo." The voices of the two made the visitor frown. But he focused his attention on Piccolo for the first time. "Outsider, and a fellow countryman I have never seen before, where are you from?" Looking at Piccolo, although the hostility was not so strong, he still looked at everyone vigilantly. "Don't worry, we are not invaders." Looking at the strong fellow in front of him, Piccolo took a step forward and said. The cloak draped over his shoulders fluttered in the wind, making him look very domineering. With the intentional or unintentional aura revealed, no one would believe that he was not pretending. Sensing the aura emanating from Piccolo, the Namekian was shocked and incredulous. "Could it be that you are one of the children who were sent away from the planet in the great disaster many years ago? The child of the Lemon Pry? You actually have such a powerful power." "No. No, even if you were sent away at that time, your age." After feeling Piccolo's strength, the Namekian was stunned. He made a guess, but it was unrealistic. Because so many years have passed since the Great Change, even if you were sent away from the planet at that time, you should be old now. How could he know? What did Piccolo experience? "It's a long story in short, we are from Earth, and I grew up on Earth," Piccolo answered. His friendly communication surprised Lin Chuan and others. Although Piccolo has indeed changed, the 6 days of getting along have become more harmonious. But Piccolo is still Piccolo, and he is still aloof. Is that so? Anyway, as a fellow tribesman, welcome home. Also, my name is El. The Namekian introduced himself. Piccolo. Piccolo also said his name. After a few words of communication, the vigilance was completely put down. El asked first, "Are they all from Earth? They sent you back?" "I guess so." Piccolo's expression did not show much ripples. "I see, since they are your friends, I am completely relieved. As long as they are not enemies, they are guests of our Namekian people." El returned to being a simple-minded rough man. It was as if the serious and solemn person had never appeared before. It can be seen that the Namekians will behave very friendly as long as they are sure that there is no threat. This is also related to the rule of the Great Elder for so many years. Almost all the Namekians are children created by him. Adhering to the principle of I will not offend others if they do not offend me, if others offend me, I must make sure whether it can be solved in a friendly way, and if it is not possible, I will suppress them by force. Hello, my name is Sun Gohan. Chi-Chi. I am the mother of this child. You can call me Bulma, the super genius scientist of the earth. Lin Chuan. After a series of self-introductions, El sincerely invited the group to visit his village first. He also explained to them the current situation of Namek and the distribution of tribes. Just as he was about to take action, Lin Chuan sensed a strong breath approaching rapidly in his sense of breath. Another person is coming. It is certain that the owner of this breath has a fighting power that can at least be compared to Piccolo at full strength. On Namek, there is a being with a fighting power of more than 40,000 points. Lin Chuan can only think of Nelu. As he expected, the person who came was Nelu. Please give me monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and rewards. Everyone can read it with confidence. The subsequent plot will be more concise and exciting. And the big guys who have been fattened up don't have to worry about the number of words being too small. There will be at least 100,000 words on the first day of listing. 70 Chapter 70 Reading Memories, 1,000 times stronger. 70. The strongest warrior of Namek in the current era. Nelu's arrival surprised El, but he still calmed down and asked. Niru, did you also see the arrival of the spaceship, so you came here to check the situation? I have basically confirmed it just now. They are alien guests from Earth, and they also sent back our tribesmen who were left behind. As El introduced, Niru nodded. Well, the Great Elder has already predicted the situation in advance, so he sent me to take them to meet. Niru explained his purpose directly. This surprised El, and he immediately said respectfully, so that's the case, has the Great Elder known about it? Then I will go with you. After the voice fell, before he could continue to say anything, Niru shook his head, no, you go back first. The safety of the Great Elder is protected by us. In comparison, in the recent period of time, you should not leave the tribe for too long or too far. As these words came out, Al obviously understood what Niru wanted to express. A few years ago, they were summoned by the Great Elder and were given their own difficult tasks, and no one could act on their own. I understand, then I will go back first. Nodding, El turned to look at Lin Huan and Piccolo and said goodbye with a smile. The Great Elder wants to meet you, so I can't force you to go to the tribe to rest. This Niru is the most powerful warrior of our tribe. He will escort you all the way. El left, and Lin Huan and Piccolo, as outsiders, could not stop him. After all, even Piccolo, who is also a Namekian, is temporarily an outsider. After sending El away, Niru's eyes swept over everyone. Finally, his eyes fell on Piccolo. Sure enough, they care more about their fellow tribesmen. Even if Lin Huan exudes an aura that makes people have to take it seriously, it is no match for a fellow tribesman whose strength can be compared with their own. The most important thing is that this tribesman is still a strong strength cultivated in an alien planet. He is looking at everyone, and everyone is also looking at him carefully. Especially Piccolo. After their eyes met, Piccolo's arrogance was more vividly displayed. Pico never thought that he would lose to others, especially after his own strength continued to increase. He knew that Nelu's strength was extremely powerful. If it weren't for his desperate training in the gravity training room these days, plus Lin Chuan's help, he would be an ant compared to him when he was still on Earth. Returning tribesmen, and guests from afar, please follow me. Nelu took the initiative to speak, breaking the silence. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan and Piccolo nodded successively, followed by Sun Gohan. After confirming that they were going together, Bulma and Chi-Chi quickly put the spacecraft back into the capsule and took out the jet. This was the upgraded version of the jet that Bulma had prepared long ago. Times have changed. The previous jet was too slow, so the improved jet is several times faster and will no longer be limited by the height problem. It can be said that this is also Bulma's promise to fulfill what she said under the Karan Tower. It is to use the technological power she has mastered to go to the Temple of the Gods. Nell led the way. The speed was not fast, and he also passed by a Namek tribe, allowing everyone to see the living conditions of the Namekians. Simple and unpretentious. Watching the hard-working Namekians and their lifestyle, Bulma and Son Gohan's understanding of the Namekians is these 4 words. By meeting these Namekians, everyone except Lin Chuan knew that not all Namekians were as powerful as Piccolo, L, and Niru. Soon, under the leadership of Niru, the group came to the place where the Namekian elder lived. Seeing the newcomers, the 2 Namekians who were guarding the elder were amazed. After a round of questioning and communication, they finally understood what was going on and retreated. It was not that they did not want to continue communicating, but that the elder was impatient. Even Lin Chuan, who had been mentally prepared, was shocked when he saw the elder's figure and appearance. Of course, what shocked Lin Chuan the most was the elder's strength, with a combat power value of hundreds of thousands of points. This was an elder who was almost dead. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was when he was young. He was surprised, not to mention Son Gohan, Chi-Chi, and Bulma. Chi-Chi and Bulma were frightened and hid behind Lin Chuan and Son Gohan. It seemed that they were afraid of what this huge old guy would do to them. On the other hand, Piccolo was just a little surprised and remained calm. He could clearly feel that the great elder was different from the Namekians outside. That feeling of being connected in life was like he came from him. Great Elder Piccolo murmured softly, but he didn't know how to say it. Children who are away from home, it's great to see you. Can you get closer and let me take a closer look at you? Although the great elder concealed his voice and forced himself to take a breath, it could still be heard that he was a little weak. After hearing this, Piccolo hesitated for a moment and stepped in front of the great elder. The other party slowly raised his huge right hand and gently placed it on his head. This kind of action, which was considered a blasphemy to Piccolo's dignity, should have made him furious, but strangely, he not only did not feel angry at all, but also did not have a trace of resistance. The touch of the elder was like a father caring for him. The unprecedented feeling made Piccolo break his state of mind, and his strength was also improved. When you are strong to a certain level, sometimes just a sudden realization can also make your strength rise. Others can't see it, but Lin Chuan can see it. Of course, the elder should also feel it. So that's it, because you separated yourself, you will lack that part. The strange power spread from the elder's hand to Piccolo's whole body, and he also told Piccolo's situation. Piccolo could feel that the elder read his memories that were not private invisibly. After a moment of silence, the elder smiled kindly again. You have perfectly inherited everything from Kadaz, and your appearance is almost exactly the same as your father's when he was young. Unfortunately, if you hadn't been separated into 2 different individuals, you might be thousands of times stronger than you are now. As the great elder spoke, everyone was stunned. Especially Son Gohan, Bulma, and Chi-Chi. The complete Piccolo is thousands of times stronger than he is now. What does this mean? 71 Chapter 71 Potential Development 71. Even so, I don't care about getting that kind of additional power. To let me and that old guy Celestial God reunite, forgive me, Great Elder, it's impossible in this lifetime. Pico's attitude was resolute. How could he know that he would assimilate with Celestial God and reunite because of the crisis of artificial humans in the future? The Great Elder saw the memory and seemed to see the future. This is one of his special abilities. No one can guarantee that future events will not happen. Child, I will not interfere with you, nor will I force you. So you can rest assured. As the Great Elder, I once had a conflict with the Mother of the Rose. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be who I am now. I owe Kadaz too much. As a child who has been living in a foreign land, I haven't found you for so many years. It's my fault now. I am about to die, and I can only give you a small gift to make up for my debt to you. I hope that with my help, you can not only become stronger, but also protect the tribe and this hometown in the future." As he said, the great elder's hand began to exert a little force. He took this opportunity to activate his ability without hesitation. Before Piccolo was late when he was puzzled, the mysterious power enveloped Piccolo's body. The mysterious power that cannot be described in words penetrated his whole body, and Piccolo was dumbfounded. His body was being opened up, and his soul was sublimating. My power is actually this. The body and soul are undergoing a transformation in all aspects. Piccolo's combat power has grown explosively. Hwalala! The snow-white breath lingered around Piccolo uncontrollably, raising a strong pressure. Seeing this, Lin Chuan intentionally or unintentionally protected Bulma behind him and opened a breath barrier. Seeing this, Son Gohan condensed his breath at the same time and blocked his mother. The potential development has reached this point. The potential of Piccolo is not inferior to that of the Scions. That's right, after all, in the future he also mastered the power of the Dragon God, and further transformed into Orange Piccolo, a true super Namekian. Lin Chuan, who made an evaluation in his heart and knew what was going on, expected Piccolo to reach a higher limit. Although, no matter how strong this power is, it can't be compared with him now. But the current strength that Piccolo can reach is higher. Which is a disguised explanation that the potential development of the Great Elder can reach a higher limit. Uncle Piccolo Son Gohan was surprised by Piccolo's aura surge and couldn't help shouting out. Bulma and Chi-Chi didn't know why, and they kept a frightened look from beginning to end. The development time was more than a minute. Finally, the Great Elder withdrew his hand, and Piccolo stopped from the surge of power and quickly came back to his senses. "This is all I can do. Although you are missing a part of your body, your potential is still so great that I can't imagine. I can't develop all your potential. I hope you won't be disappointed." As the Great Elder said kindly, Piccolo would never be dissatisfied. At this moment, his respect for the Great Elder was even greater. You should know that his current strength is at least several times greater than before. Only Lin Chuan could see that his combat power had reached 225,000 points. It was 5 times greater than before. You know that I am the evil side, so why do you want to develop my potential to make me stronger? Aren't you really afraid that after I get the power, I will turn back into the great Demon King? Piccolo pretended to be a Demon King and said conceitedly. He did this on purpose, wanting to hear how the Great Elder would answer. The Great Elder discovered his identity in the previous memory reading. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide his ambition. You won't. Maybe your predecessor would, but you now definitely won't. The Great Elder's words touched Piccolo's heart and completely changed Piccolo. Humph! Don't even think of asking me to say thank you. Also, don't die. I don't want to see you, the Great Elder, die for me when I just arrived at my hometown. Piccolo's mood was very complicated. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the room. It's not that he didn't want to stay for long, but staying here made it difficult for him to breathe. He tried his best to maintain his heart and didn't want outsiders to discover the changes. After all, how could he not realize that he was no longer the same as before? Especially in the past month, plus this space voyage. Ahem, this kid still needs an opportunity to completely change himself. Well, now it's time to thank you, the Earthlings and the Scions. The Great Elder coughed a few times, diverted his attention, and looked at Lin Chuan and Son Gohan. Bulma and Chi-Chi were ignored by him. Because they didn't have much strength. Of course, he still thanked them with a kind and gentle smile. After several exchanges, Bulma and Chi-Chi were no longer afraid. Because the Great Elder is a good person, and not as intimidating as he seems. Without communication barriers, Lin Chuan also talked about his purpose. Great Elder, I don't like to beat around the bush. Since you have sensed our arrival early, you should be able to guess the purpose of my coming to Namek. The next second, Lin Chuan stopped wasting time and got to the point. First, I hope you can help me develop my potential, just like you developed Piccolo's potential just now. Of course, I also hope you can develop the potential for this child. Second, I want to borrow the Dragon Balls of your clan. Although there are Dragon Balls on Earth, they are limited and cannot fulfill my wish. After the voice fell, Lin Chuan looked at the Great Elder and nodded slightly. After digesting Lin Chuan's words, the Elder slowly spoke. I can see that your strength is already unfathomable. You are so strong, do you want to become stronger? Although I can develop your potential, but considering my current state and your current strength, I may only have a minimal effect on you. The Elder paused and looked at Sun Gohan on the side. Based on this child's foundation, if he has enough potential, he can be like Piccolo. However, it is not necessarily developed. After saying that, the Elder looked at Lin Chuan again. I have roughly guessed what you said. Just develop your potential. No matter what the result is, I will not blame you. Lin Chuan said. The Elder nodded, and then said, there is no problem with developing potential. No matter what, you are all benefactors of our clan. After all, you sent Kadaz's child back. It's just that I can't promise you directly about the Dragon Ball. Everything is mutual. If you gain something, you must lose something. Please vote for data. Pitiful. 72 Chapter 72 Combat Power 8 million points. 72. The realization of a wish requires a huge amount of willpower, and once the willpower is consumed to realize the wish, the Dragon Ball will generate a huge amount of negative energy. If it cannot be controlled, unimaginable disasters will occur. The reason why our Namek clan suffered a disaster of destruction many years ago is inseparable from the Dragon Ball. The Elder said, and pretended to pause again. After hearing these words, Lin Chuan roughly understood what the Elder meant. Although he was shocked by the GT plot setting that negative energy would be generated after making a wish with the Dragon Ball, the fact that excessive use of the Dragon Ball would cause unimaginable disasters was indeed described in detail in the Majin Buu chapter and even in the Super Era. Just because of this, they were unwilling to let him use it. Lin Chuan was thoughtful and understood what the Elder meant. The preface and the postscript seemed to warn him of the consequences of using the Dragon Ball, but it was also telling him that using the Dragon Ball would require a corresponding price. Lin Chuan smiled indifferently, and regardless of the presence of other people, he said, if you have any conditions, just put them forward. You should also know that I am determined to fulfill my wish this time. There was a hint of strength in his words. Of course, Lin Chuan would not force it. After all, making a wish still requires the use of the Namekian language. With Lin Chuan's words, the Elder no longer hid. He and Lin Chuan actually understood each other. He was also testing Lin Chuan to see if this scion was different from the one in his dream. After all, the Dragon Ball cannot be used casually by outsiders. If a wish is made to someone with impure intentions, it will definitely bring unimaginable disasters. And this is why the wish must be made in the Namek language. The last barrier set by the Great Elder is to prevent such things from happening. At least under his rule, all children will not betray their tribe, let alone actively cooperate with others to make wishes. So even if the Dragon Ball is taken away by outsiders, it will not cause harm to the world. I hope you can understand that as the Great Elder of Namek, I must consider the future of my hometown and tribe. The Dragon Ball cannot be used casually, but today I have to use it to keep it with you. It's a pity that the child is not complete, otherwise, perhaps with his strength, he will be able to match the enemies that will come in the future. You will be confused after hearing these words, but to be honest, I have a premonition that Namek will face a huge disaster in the near future, and my children and I may all be buried in this disaster. I can lend you the Dragon Ball, but I hope that you can help my people and protect my planet through this difficult time." Lin Chuan was stunned by the words of the Great Elder. At this time, it was completely determined that the Great Elder could indeed foresee the future. As a time traveler, how could he not know the development of the plot, and how could he not hear what he was saying? However, even if he knew that the disaster would happen in the future, he could not say it. After all, how could he know what would happen in the future? Yes. If the Namekians encounter a disaster in the future, I will help them. But I can't completely guarantee to do what you say, I can only do my best. Lin Chuan agreed to the elder's request. Hearing this, the elder's smile became even brighter. "Your words are enough, then our deal is done. I can help you develop your potential first." "Yes." Lin Chuan nodded and walked to the elder without hesitation. The elder raised his giant hand again and placed it on Lin Chuan's forehead. He blocked his mental power and tried his best to sense the elder's intention. After all, this old guy can read memories. Lin Chuan couldn't let him see his memories, so he emptied himself vigilantly and sealed his memories with his mental power. Others would not know about Lin Chuan's caution, but the elder was very clear. He really planned to see some of Lin Chuan's memory fragments, but as soon as his mental power entered, it disappeared. It was the gap in strength that made him unable to refuse others. Under such circumstances, read the other party's memory. And the reason why he could see Piccolo's memory was that Piccolo did not resist. "Well, since I have chosen to believe, I will completely believe you." The elder let go of his obsession and his mind became much clearer. Hwalala! As the ability to develop potential was activated, a snow-white aura emerged around Lin Chuan's body. Although it was not as shocking as Piccolo's, Lin Chuan could sense that he had indeed ushered in a sublimation. Unlike Piccolo, Lin Chuan's strength was strong, and he had been practicing in the gravity training room, so his control over power had already reached a certain level. In addition, the system every moment, he was strengthening his combat power, which made Lin Chuan's body instinctively adapt to the increasing strength. Therefore, even if his own strength was improved, he would not be out of control. He could feel that the power in his body was constantly being stimulated. Time passed by second by second. 2 minutes later, the elder retracted his arm and took a breath. The use of his abilities, coupled with the development of Lin Chuan's potential, made him particularly strenuous. "Ahem, I can only help you develop to this point. I hope you won't be too disappointed with your potential, it's hard to imagine how powerful you will be in the future." After completing the release of potential, the elder's words told Lin Chuan that even without the system, he still had unlimited possibilities. "That's enough. Although my strength didn't improve much, it also brought me to a new level." Lin Chuan thanked him. The next second. Open the system panel. Host, Lin Chuan. Age, 25. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kg. Combat Power Index, 8,000,005 points. Current system level, Level 1. Auto hanging, combat power plus 1 second. The combat power he had since leaving Earth, plus the 6 days of space travel, and the improvement from Lin Chuan's own practice. Before developing his potential, Lin Chuan's combat power had exceeded 7 million points. Now the development of this potential has directly supplemented hundreds of thousands of points, bringing his combat power value to 8 million points. 7 million combat power and 8 million combat power. The gap is indeed not too big, so Lin Chuan is not very excited. In short, he is getting closer and closer to the 10 million level. And for the next period of time, what he needs to practice is to study the transformation of Super Saiyan. It can be imagined that if he becomes a Super Saiyan at this time, the 50-fold increase of the first stage and the first form alone can make his combat power reach 400 million. 73 Chapter 73 Neru's bold words. The dragon Porunga appears. 73. 400 million combat power. This is a step that Lin Chuan must take. Otherwise, even after a year, his combat power will still not be able to easily break 100 million. Okay, next is this child. The elder said without pause. Although he was a little tired, he had to do it all at once. This is also the last consumption, and he will sleep for a few days to recover the lost energy. Go, Gohan. Lin Chuan saw the changes in the elder and knew that this kind of thing could not be delayed, so he urged him. Yes, Uncle Lin Chuan. Son Gohan stepped forward obediently. He was kind and simple, and although he was afraid of the elder's size and appearance at first, his prejudice soon disappeared with the elder's kindness. Thank you, great elder. Son Gohan thanked him politely after getting in close contact with the elder. This also made the elder's smile more gentle. You're welcome. I see infinite possibilities in you, kid. Your future achievements will be limitless. The elder said as he used his potential development ability again. The situation when Piccolo developed his potential reappeared. Because of his obvious lack of control, the momentum caused by Son Gohan's strength improvement was even greater. Until the end of the development, Son Gohan couldn't believe that his strength could be so great. So amazing, is this still me? Son Gohan's childish voice was full of excitement. As a child, the feeling brought by the improvement of strength is directly shown through his mouth and expression. Others can only judge how strong Son Gohan is from his chi. Lin Chuan can see the exact value. This kid's combat power index has reached 188,000 points. It is slightly inferior to Piccolo, but this power has surpassed the strength of his father when he arrived at Namek in the original work. Lin Chuan was a little surprised that his potential was not as good as Piccolo's. I thought this kid could surpass Piccolo in one breath. Perhaps because he is too young, his body can only bear so much. Grand Elder, are you okay? Because the turmoil of this development was too big, Nero outside the house could no longer help but rush in and shouted out with concern. Seeing that the Grand Elder's breath was so weak, he hurried forward to check the situation. Until he was sure that the Grand Elder was fine and just consumed a lot of energy, he was relieved. I'm fine, Nero. It just so happens that the matchmaker is here, so you have to take the trouble to gather the elders of each department and ask them to bring the Dragon Balls over to make a wish for this alien friend, the elder said calmly. He was already very tired, but some words still had to be said and some things had to be ordered. Give them the Dragon Balls. Nero was incredulous. At this moment, he suddenly realized, why did these earthlings come to Namek? Besides the Dragon Balls, why else could they come? Seeing Nero's worry, the elder nodded and continued, don't worry, the Dragon Balls can be used by them. In the future, they will always be friends of our Namekians. Friendship is put on the table, although this is the meaning, but in fact there is a kind of meaning of forcibly tying each other together. Lin Chuan is not stupid. He looked at the elder and made his promise, don't worry, elder. Although we each take what we need, since I promised, I will definitely do it. Protect your Namekian people. The voice fell. Lin Chuan took Son Gohan, Bulma, and Chi Chi out of the elder's residence. There was no need to stay in the house and say anything to the elder because it was unnecessary. And the elder must have something to say to Nero alone. After waiting for a long time, Lin Chuan and others waited for Nero to come out. This guy's face was full of confusion, but he was helpless. As the first warrior of Namek, although he was now completely surpassed by Piccolo, he was still proud. I will contact all the tribes to bring the Dragon Balls. Although I don't know how you make the Great Elder trust you, if you do anything bad to Namek, I will drag you down with me even if I die. Nero's words were full of hostility. Lin Chuan knew that he couldn't easily ease up with him, so he simply said nothing. Anyway, as long as he realized his wish, the matter of coming to Namek would be completed. 2 hours passed. After the 6 tribal elders arrived one after another, 6 Dragon Balls were brought here, and then Neru took out the last dragon ball from the Great Elder's house. 7 huge dragon balls, shining with golden light, extremely dazzling. For the Namekians, this is a scene they haven't seen for many years. Because gathering the dragon balls to summon the dragon Porunga requires the approval of the Great Elder. Basically, there is no need, and they will never summon Porunga to make a wish. This time, what they didn't expect was that the Elder actually gave the dragon balls to aliens to make wishes. The dragon balls on Namek are really big, much bigger than the dragon balls on Earth. As someone who has studied the dragon balls carefully, Bulma kept looking at these huge dragon balls, her eyes full of shock. What would the dragons summoned by such huge dragon balls look like? The dragon balls are all gathered. Please stay away. I'm going to summon Porunga. Neru motioned for everyone to keep a distance. Everyone stepped back after hearing this. As Neru said the summoning spell in Namek, the 7 dragon balls responded. The orange stars inside the 7 dragon balls began to flash, and in an instant, the entire sky of Namek was dyed black by a mysterious force. As the center of the 7 dragon balls exploded with golden lightning rushing up to the sky, the darkness was lit up. A ferocious and burly figure appeared in the center of the golden light. The dragon that covers the sky and the sun, Porunga, appears. Is this the dragon of Namek? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. She had imagined many possibilities, but she had never thought that the dragon of Namek would look like this. How could this be a dragon? If you said it was a monster that crawled out of the abyss, people would believe it. It looks just like the Namekian, giving people a sense of a demon king. So Big Son Gohan opened his mouth wide, unable to hide his shock. He had never seen a dragon from Earth, and this was the first time he saw a dragon that could fulfill wishes, and it was from Namek, so he was extremely curious. Beside him, Chi-Chi was frightened and snuggled up to her son. Where is Piccolo? At this moment, he was looking at the dragon of his home planet thoughtfully. In his concept, this was the authentic dragon. Of course, he wouldn't know that even the Shenlong of Namek was not the real source. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. Thank you all for your support. 74 Chapter 74 The Most Humane Shenlong in History. 74. The one who has collected all 7 dragon balls, tell me your wish. No matter what it is, I can help you realize 3 of them. As Porunga spoke in normal language, it once again shocked everyone except Lin Chuan. The wish went from 1 to 3. This is too outrageous. It's incredible to be able to realize 1 wish. There were constant sighs, mostly from Bulma complaining that the Shenlong of Earth was really not up to par. Compared with the Shenlong here, it was simply not worthy of carrying shoes. Piccolo followed suit, and also expressed his own views, and by the way belittled the god Piccolo of Earth. As for their praise, Porunga was very pleased and straightened his burly chest for a moment. Okay, Porunga has been summoned. Now you can tell us your wish. Porunga can fulfill 3 wishes in total, but you must make a wish in our Namekian language to make it come true. Neru understood the meaning of Bulma and Piccolo's conversation. But even if he cared, he did not go into it. Wishes must be made in Namek. If Lin Chuan's wish is unrealistic and threatens their clan, then according to the instructions given by the Great Elder, he can only fulfill Lin Chuan's wish in disguise, or simply say that such a wish cannot be made. Listen to Neru's words. At this time, Lin Chuan had actually been looking at the dragon, which was much larger than the dragon on Earth. Looking at the boundless dragon power emanating from his head, Lin Chuan did not hesitate and said, "My first wish is that the dragon can grant me the ability to teleport to any planet at will." After saying this, Lin Chuan looked at Neru again. After hearing this, Neru analyzed the wish and found that there was no threat. He looked up and translated Lin Chuan's words into Namek and made a wish to Porunga. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you realize it." Porunga did not remain silent for long, and gave an answer after thinking for a few seconds. Lin Chuan could not accept this answer. Why? Lin Chuan frowned and asked. You know, it's just teleportation, is it that difficult? Lin Chuan can understand that the Earth Dragon cannot be realized. But Porunga's answer directly messed up his mentality. You know, in the original work, Porunga's power can involve the entire universe, and even the Kai King God realm can intervene. Bulma, as someone who made a wish with Lin Chuan, knew Lin Chuan's current mood. She was also surprised, but she didn't say anything. With the bridge of communication, Porunga did not hesitate to answer Lin Chuan's question directly. The teleportation you mentioned that can travel to and from any planet without the help of any medium is an ability that can only be mastered by the successive generations of Kaishin to manage the universe. In other words, only the Kaishin can learn and use it. Although this dragon can indeed touch the realm of God, it still cannot let you, a mortal, learn the divine control technique. Moreover, it requires divine power to activate the divine control technique. Even if it is given to you, you cannot perform it. When the words came to this, Lin Chuan's expression was stunned. This is something he had never thought of. The dragon of the earth only said that the realm of God could not be touched. This time he knew it completely. It turns out that the teleportation of the Kaishin is also a divine control technique. To perform that teleportation, you need divine power. The amount of information is too much. Lin Chuan is slowly absorbing it, let alone others. Before Lin Chuan could say anything, Porunga changed the subject and said, however, I know that there is a teleportation skill similar to this divine control skill in the universe. On a planet called Yudra, there is a group of special Yudrate people. Although the teleportation they master is extremely limited and requires locking the target first before teleporting, it is also a kind of teleportation. If you need this kind of teleportation, I can do it for you, and I can upgrade it for you a little bit as compensation for not being able to fully realize your wish. After the words of the dragon Porunga fell, Lin Chuan raised his eyebrows. How to improve the upgrade? Although it is impossible to upgrade the setting that you must lock the target before teleporting, you can add a specific ability. As long as you have been to a place and leave a space mark, you can use teleportation to shuttle. What do you think? Porunga asked. Hearing this, Lin Chuan's brain turned rapidly, and Porunga's words kept repeating in his mind. Although this is indeed not as good as the teleportation of the King of the Worlds, it seems not bad. Okay. Lin Chuan nodded. Porunga made an okay gesture with his hand. The next second, without waiting for Niru to make another wish, he directly fulfilled the wish. This is the humane Porunga. Compared with it, the Earth Dragon is simply dregs. Ong! Porunga's eyes glowed red, and the surging wish power was released. Lin Chuan only felt that there were many more information flows in his mind, and his body naturally absorbed it. That was about the use of instant movement and the marking method of space imprints. He learned everything. Your first wish has been fulfilled. Now please tell me your second wish. After fulfilling the first wish, Porunga continued to ask Lin Chuan. My second wish should be simpler than the first one. Please give me the ability to recover my own injuries when I am dying or seriously injured. Although he did not decide to make this wish at the beginning. In order to establish a foundation, Lin Chuan decided to put this wish in the first batch of wishes that must be fulfilled. Self-healing ability, or healing ability. After hearing this, Niru, who was standing by, did not feel that the wish was harmful, let alone immortality. He simply translated Lin Chuan's words into Namek and told Porunga. After receiving the instruction to make the second wish, Porunga was silent for a moment. I don't know how big the recovery range you are referring to is, but this dragon can give you a special self-healing ability. As long as there is energy in your body, no matter how serious the injury is, you can use your own energy to transform it into healing power and heal your own injuries. In this case, can you accept it? Porunga said. The wish was changed again, but Lin Chuan was not in a hurry. After careful consideration, he felt that it was almost the same, and nodded to Porunga. Okay, then the second wish will come true for you now. With Lin Chuan's consent, Porunga immediately began to realize the second wish. 75 Chapter 75 Super and Super Scion God, Divine Power Cultivation Method. 75. With the flash of red light in Porunga's eyes, Lin Chuan could clearly feel that some subtle changes had taken place in his body. It seemed that something had changed in his body, but it was not a big deal. And the ability to heal himself also appeared in his mind. As long as his energy was sufficient, he could heal all injuries by himself. Even if the broken arm was reborn and the internal organs were crushed, they could be restored with the help of enough energy conversion healing energy. It was simply against the sky. This dragon Porunga is really the first good dragon in the original book. Not only does he help you realize your wishes, but he will also take the initiative to help you optimize your wishes every time. It is called the gift of wishing benefits, but in fact this is his humanity. He is not that kind of rigid dragon. Okay, your second wish has been fulfilled. Now please say your first wish. Porunga continued. After fulfilling the first two wishes, Lin Chuan came back to his senses and fell into deep thought. With two experiences, he was also thinking about a crucial matter. Perhaps, this wish can be fulfilled in advance. I just don't know if Porunga can help him realize it. If not, what good suggestions or methods does he have? Before fulfilling the third wish, I want to ask you a few questions, is it okay? Lin Chuan made a decision in his heart and looked up at Porunga. Hearing the question, Porunga hesitated for a moment, did not refuse, and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Chuan no longer hesitated. Even if there are still many Namekians nearby, even if Piccolo, Gohan, Bulma, and Shishi are all there, the questions he wants to ask can be heard by them. You should know that there are two legends among our scions, one is the legendary Super Scion, and the other is the legendary Super Scion God. After research, I found the differences between them, and I also learned a lot of related content. So, I want to know if I can become the legendary Super Scion, or the Super Scion God, through my own practice. Lin Chuan's question was carefully arranged, and Shenlong Porunga quickly fell into silence after hearing it. He knew everything and could do everything. After Lin Chuan asked, he directly connected to the database that belonged to Shenlong. The legendary Super Scion is a super warrior that only your Scion race will give birth to after 1,000 years of reincarnation. This is innate, an innate advantage, and cannot be cultivated. However, through hard work and practice, you can still become an ordinary Super Scion. With your current strength, you already have enough strength foundation, so you can achieve it in the near future. As for the Super Scion God, since you already know the legend, you should also know the method of transformation, but this requirement is extremely demanding, and the Scions alive in the current era cannot meet this condition. Finally, what you said about becoming a Super Scion God through practice is indeed feasible. God can be born or acquired. As for more information, it touches on too many secrets of the realm of God, and it is not a wish, so please forgive me for not being able to continue to answer you. Porunga's explanation was an accurate answer. Although a little disappointed, it was also within Lin Chuan's expectations. It is indeed almost impossible to become the legendary Super Scion, and there is already a legendary Super Scion in the world today. It is innate, and the Super Scion cannot be achieved after birth. The Super Scion God, as the dragon Porunga said, knows the method of transformation, but it is impossible to succeed under the current circumstances. Even if there are Son Goku and Son Gohan who meet the conditions, it takes 5 scions. Of course, this is not the best way to become a god. In the original Super era, Vegeta cultivated to become a god with the help of his own power and the guidance of the angel Whis. This is the real right way. So, there is a way, but I just need to make a wish. Lin Chuan asked in a different way. Porunga looked worried. He didn't expect that he hadn't been out for many years. He finally came out to breathe fresh air, but the wisher he faced was so difficult. The areas he had to deal with were all on the edge of his ability limit. Do you really want to know? This dragon does know a method of cultivation that does not touch the realm of God. Perhaps with your talent, you may be able to cultivate the power of God by yourself one day in the future. When the time comes, with the power of God, you may also transform into a Super Saiyan God. Porunga's words were like opening up a new world. An alternative way to become a god? In this case, my third wish is this. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up and he said. It's better to have it than not to have it. Just try this method of cultivation. If it succeeds, it would be great. If it fails, it is also a failed experience. Summarizing it can make you more perfect and avoid detours in the future. Turning his head to look at Niru, Lin Chuan no longer needs to say anything at this time, because the communication between Lin Chuan and Porunga has confirmed the wish. Niru translated Lin Chuan's words into Namek language and made a third wish to Porunga. Porunga, who received the wishing instruction, had a red light flash in his eyes. Instantly, Lin Chuan felt a huge flow of information pouring into his mind. That was the alternative divine power training method given to him by Porunga. Of course, whether it is feasible or not, you have to practice it to know. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. This dragon will take his leave. Goodbye. As all the wishes were fulfilled, Porunga quickly turned into golden light and rushed straight into the sky, naturally driving 7 dragon balls. When the golden light was completely retracted into the dragon balls, the 7 dragon balls turned into boulders because of the exhaustion of wish power, and flew to 7 different locations on Namek at a speed beyond the limit. After the wish was made, the darkness that had covered the sky and the sun was restored to a clear sky. I was confused by your last wish. One moment it was the legendary Super Saiyan, and the next moment it was the Super Saiyan God. You asked for a method of becoming a god, just to become the god in the legend. If you want to become a god, can't you go back to Earth and ask the gods? He is a god, so he should be similar, right? Bulma came to Lin Chuan and asked. Others were still in shock of making wishes, but she had come back to her senses. What you said makes sense, but there is still a big difference between the two gods. You will know this later. Lin Chuan kept it a secret and did not tell Bulma the details. Please give me votes and rewards. Thanks to the author.